The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 257 to Chapter 311. Everyone present was looking at Xian. Usually, Xian was amiable, especially in Blue Waves Academy. Not to mention outsiders, even the students of Blue Waves Academy rarely saw him angry. Explosive temper. Xian's temper was also explosive, but he never had a bad temper with his own people. At this moment, these people in the surroundings were no longer his own people. A kind horse would be ridden, and a kind man would be bullied. A person couldn't be devoid of conscience, couldn't be without humanity, couldn't have no bottom line, but more importantly, couldn't be without courage. If a person didn't even have courage, then what was the point of living? Human nature was good, but it was also accompanied by evil. Good, treat good people, treat your own people. Evil, naturally treat evil people. Because to treat evil people, you have to be more evil than them, more cruel than them, then they wouldn't dare to bully you. Repaying evil with good, this kind of thing, Xian would never do, and he also didn't want his students to do it. In the surroundings, along with Xian's voice, the surrounding people retreated, because there were dozens of bloody heads under Xian's feet. At this moment, they discovered that in fact, the person in front of them wasn't someone to be trifled with. The surroundings were incomparably quiet, no one dared to talk, not a single one. Xian and the students of Blue Waves Academy slightly bowed to Xian, then walked away, and in front of them, the crowd hastily separated to two sides. No one dared to stop them. Leave. All the students of Blue Waves Academy had tears in their eyes, especially Xian, who cried until her face was like a cat. They had already regarded Blue Waves Academy as their home. Xian remained silent. From the time he took over Blue Waves Academy until now, he had put in a lot of effort for Blue Waves Academy. He really had feelings for Blue Waves Academy. This time, disbanding Blue Waves Academy, in fact, was to protect Blue Waves Academy, or in other words, to give everyone in Blue Waves Academy a chance to develop themselves. Previously, Blue Waves Academy was too dependent on him. If this continued, he wouldn't be helping Blue Waves Academy, but harming it. In the academy, everyone had to experience all kinds of tribulations to be able to grow better. He believed that when they met again, everyone would be different. After a while, Xian turned around and walked up the mountain. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly stopped. Scram! Everyone was stunned. Xian raised his hand and waved. A wave of sword light slashed out, and more than 10 people on the right were killed on the spot. Everyone was horrified and hurriedly turned around to flee. Xian chuckled. See, many times, when you speak nicely, they don't listen. But when you make a move, everyone becomes obedient. Looks like I, Xian, am born to be a villain. You are an evil person. A voice rang out from behind Xian. Soon, an old man appeared behind Xian. It was Sitaming from the Situ clan. Xian sat on a rock by the side. The Realm Defense Alliance has personally made a move. They must be impatient to get their hands on the Origin Heart. You guys should prepare yourselves. Sitaming walked in front of Xian. Didn't you say that you can stop them? Xian spread out his hands. You also said that if a true defensive realm expert attacks me, you guys will attack. But just now, when Supreme Lord Lu attacked, none of you did anything. Sitaming was silent. Supreme Lord Lu, this was the top expert of the Azure Firmament world. And he had the Realm Defense Alliance behind him. They didn't want to fight to the death, or rather, they didn't dare to. Xian smiled. Although we can't stop the Realm Defense Alliance, they are still our common enemy, right? Sitaming glanced at Xian. The Realm Defense Alliance won't let you go, and some people won't let you go either. Xian smiled. Apart from the Realm Defense Alliance, the one who wants me dead the most is your Situ clan. Why, is your Situ clan also attacking me? Sitaming said coldly, don't worry, my Situ clan is not in the mood to tangle with you. You will know who I am talking about soon. Finally, be careful of the Realm Defense Alliance. They will never allow a second Firmament Sword Master to appear in the Azure Firmament world. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. Not long after Sitaming left, another old man appeared in front of Xian. Fifth Floor Master. The Fifth Floor Master smiled bitterly. The old man just returned, but you have already disbanded the Azure Waves Academy, Xian said with a smile, only temporarily. The Fifth Floor Master nodded. The things you asked me to auction before, I got a total of 3.7 billion high-grade spiritual stones. After saying that, he flicked his finger and a storage ring fell in front of Yixian. 7 billion high-grade spiritual stones. Yixian kept the storage ring. This amount of wealth was enough for him to do a lot of things. The fifth-floor master hesitated. What do you plan to do next? Yixian said with a smile, I have something to do. The fifth-floor master said solemnly, be careful of the Realm Defense Alliance. Now, they have tore off their disguise. Now, they can do anything. Realm Defense Alliance, Yixian nodded, don't worry, I will be more careful. The fifth-floor master patted Yixian's shoulder lightly, if you need anything, contact me at any time. Take care. After saying that, he turned around and left. After the fifth-floor master left, Yixian met another group of people, the only group on the mountain. Lu Banzwang, Ling Han, and the others. Lu Banzwang and the others walked in front of Yixian, and Yixian smiled, we have just reunited, and now we have to separate. Ling Han said gravely, Brother Yi, are you really fighting with the Realm Defense Alliance? Yixian shrugged, you can say so. Hearing this, Ling Han sighed softly, this Realm Defense Alliance is not simple. Yixian smiled, and said, it can't be helped. If I kneel and admit my mistake, and am willing to be a slave, perhaps it will be fine. Unfortunately, I am a person who would rather die standing than live kneeling. Ling Han shook his head, this Realm Defense Alliance has never had a good reputation. However, no one dares to voice their anger, because they are really powerful. Aside from the Azure Sword sect that suppressed them in the past, now that 1,000 years have passed, there is almost no force in the entire Azure world that can oppose them, and the Azure world can be said to be under their control. At this point, he looked at Yixian, and said, Brother Yi, you are in great trouble. Yixian smiled, and said, don't worry, they don't dare to openly attack me. As for you guys, return to the Divine Central Continent first, because I will go there soon. At that time, we brothers will meet again. As for now, you won't be of much help even if you stay. Going back and cultivating is the most important thing. We brothers have plenty of time in the future. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a storage ring appeared in front of Ling Han and the others. In each storage ring, there were 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Ling Han and the others exchanged a look, and finally, Ling Han shook his head, and said, Brother Yi, we don't want these supreme-grade spirit stones. You keep them, I take them. Yixian smiled, and said, I have more. As for you guys, hurry up and reach the Myriad Laws tier, law-defending tier. Otherwise, I won't call you when I fight in the future. Ling Han still wanted to say something, but Lu Banzwang put away the supreme-grade spirit stones, and then walked in front of Yixian, and said, Live well, I don't want to collect your corpse. After saying this, she turned and left. Yixian, soon, Ling Han and the others left. This time, he was the only one left in the entire Azure Waves Mountain. This time, he was truly alone in the world, without any worries, because he didn't have to worry about anyone, the only one he had to worry about was himself. Easy, after letting go of his identity as the Dean and Big Brother, he suddenly found that his whole body was much more relaxed. A moment later, Yixian arrived at the Martyr's Palace, which was now empty, because the spirit tablets of Elder Ji and the others had been taken away. Yixian sat in front of the palace, then took out a wine gourd, and began to drink slowly. As he drank, scenes of the past appeared in his mind, Yi Ling and Lanxiu, Jiangjiu, Ji Anji, Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, Lu Banzwang, Ling Han. Elder Ji, as he drank, Yixian began to feel a little drunk. Azure Province. As Yixian disbanded Azure Waves Academy, the entire Azure Province was in an uproar. Countless people could be said to be cheering. Especially in the Jiang Nation, there was even more cheering. In the eyes of countless people, since Yixian disbanded Azure Waves Academy, the trouble in Azure Province would naturally be over. At the same time that Yixian disbanded Azure Waves Academy, the Jiang Nation's imperial family also chose to retire, and the army was also disbanded. Ordinary armies were of no use in these chaotic times. Jiang Yuetian knew very well that without Yixian and Azure Waves Academy, if the Jiang Nation's imperial family did not choose to retire, only death awaited them. Thus, the entire Jiang Nation's imperial capital was now a city of freedom, because no one came out to maintain order. There used to be the Jiang Nation's imperial family and Azure Waves Academy, but now, there was no more. Chaos. After the cheers, the Jiang nation's imperial capital directly fell into chaos. Killing, plundering, human nature, without order, the darkest side of a person's heart could be revealed without reservation. Especially in these chaotic times, some people were completely releasing themselves in a frenzy. Most importantly, the cultivators of the divine central continent that Xian had chased away had returned. There were over 20,000 of them, and most of them were at the Nether Passage Realm and Divine Union Realm. The 20,000 cultivators arrived at the imperial capital of the Jiang country. Some of the cultivators in the Jiang country hastily left the city. When they saw the two cultivators, their faces sank. Their back, one of the native cultivators from Jiang country walked forward and cupped his fists. Everyone, Xian has already disbanded Blue Waves Academy. He has also been driven away by us. If you want to find him, you can go somewhere else. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly smashed against the man's head. Bang, the man's head exploded. All the cultivators of Azure Province were dumbstruck. It was a middle-aged man from the Divine Central Continent who attacked. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Look for Xian? Why do you want to look for him? Are you courting death? It's exactly because he left that we've returned. Brothers, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, over 20,000 people charged into the city. They were crushed. The native cultivators of Azure Province were no match for the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent. They were crushed as soon as the battle began. The native cultivators of Azure Province didn't fight to the death. Instead, they fled madly. The more they fled, the more likely they would die. In the past, these cultivators had been prey to Xian and the blue-tide Dao soldiers. Now, they'd become the hunters. Shrill cries resounded incessantly in front of the city gates. Despair. Countless native cultivators of Azure Province despaired. They weren't a match for the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent at all. The disparity in strength was too great. Only now did they realize that the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent hadn't come to Azure Province for Xian, but for them. They'd naively believed that Azure Province would be at peace once Xian left. Unfortunately, Xian's departure would only make the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent even more unbridled. In next to no time, the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent charged into the city. The capital of the Jiang state had fallen. A group of cultivators from the Divine Central Continent had gathered at the foot of Blue Tide Mountain. All of them were looking at the mountain, and no one ascended it. Should we destroy Blue Tide Academy? Someone suggested. The middle-aged man in the lead looked at the mountain for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. The strong deserve respect. Let's go. With that, the group turned around and left. With the disbandment of Blue Tide Academy, Xian's disappearance, and the return of the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect to Azure Province had fallen into chaos once more. Without order, the hearts of the people were in chaos. Coupled with the barbaric invasion of foreign powers, Azure Province was in utter chaos. The only relatively normal states were the Ning State and the Great Cloud Empire. However, both of them had pulled back their defensive lines. Especially the Ning State. Tuoba Yan had gathered the cultivators of Ning State in the capital, and everyone had banded together to defend. Coupled with the 12 metal colossi that Xian had given her, unless an expert at the true Imperial Dharma realm attacked Ning State, it would be able to protect itself. Moreover, everyone knew that Xian was backing Ning State, therefore, anyone who wanted to attack Ning State couldn't avoid thinking about Xian. After all, Xian hadn't died yet. Apart from Ning country, Great Cloud Empire had also shrunk its entire defensive line because it was impossible for Lian Wanli to protect the entire Great Cloud territory. However, there wasn't anyone or any force that dared to fight Lian Wanli to the death. It should be known that not only was Lian Wanli powerful, she was also related to Xian. Therefore, when Lian Wanli withdrew her defensive line, there wasn't anyone that dared to offend her, nor was there a need to cause trouble for her. Qingzhou was very big, there was no need to find these hard bones to chew. It was worth mentioning that all the places in Azure Province that were related to Xian were relatively safe. For example, the state of Zhong's Azure City, where Xian had been born, had not been invaded by a single cultivator from the Divine Central Continent. No one wanted to provoke Xian. But in many places, many people were still cheering for Xian to disband Blue Waves Academy. They believed that as long as Xian disbanded Blue Waves Academy, the Realm Defense Alliance and the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent would withdraw from Qingzhou. Not only that, but some people in some places, even though they knew that the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent didn't leave Qingzhou after Xian disbanded Blue Waves Academy, but instead intensified their plundering of Qingzhou, hated Xian even more. In their opinion, if it weren't for Xian's resistance, the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent wouldn't be so angry. It was precisely because of Xian's resistance that the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent were enraged. All of this was because of Xian. Even though Xian disbanded Blue Waves Academy and disappeared without a trace, countless cultivators of Qingzhou still believed that Xian was the sinner of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Xian had already quietly left the state of Jiang and headed south of Qingzhou. Along the way, if Xian encountered any evil cultivators of the Divine Central Continent, he would casually strike them with his sword. However, he would no longer do something as great as protecting the Qingzhou. The mysterious woman had said something to him before she left, "Do what you have the ability to do." And he didn't have the ability to save the world. Moreover, some people weren't worth the lives of Xian and his brothers to protect. Xian was no saint, and he couldn't do something as virtuous as complain. "You curse me and want me dead, and I have to protect you." He didn't know if a saint could do it, but he couldn't. He'd worked hard for the sake of this land. He could resist the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent, but he couldn't resist the selfishness and greed of the native cultivators of Qingzhou. Right now, all he wanted to do was to do what he could and protect those around him who were worthy of protection. At this moment, his goal was the Nanlian mountain range to the south of Qingzhou. This was because the god on the second floor wanted him to go there. There was a Dao law, while the god on the second floor had been gone. Besides fighting a few battles with the Realm Defense Alliance, he'd also searched for a Dao law for him. No, it should be said that the god on the second floor had searched for himself. If he wanted to come out earlier, he had to find a second Dao law. And he himself wanted to find a second Dao law as soon as possible. Only with a Dao law could he better control the prison pagoda. Moreover, with a second Dao law, he might be able to open the third level. Although the people imprisoned in the pagoda were extremely dangerous, if he handled them well, they might become useful assistants. Take the god on the second floor for example. Although he was usually very fierce, he had helped him a lot. Xian quickened his pace. His top priority now was to improve his strength. It would be best if he could kill true defensive Dharma realm experts even without the help of the prison pagoda. Soon, Xian rode the black flame horse into the vast mountains, galloping like a gust of wind. Inside the prison pagoda, thumping sounds came from the second floor from time to time. Xian had no idea what the god on the second floor was doing. In any case, he didn't want to provoke the god on the second floor now. Ever since the god had returned, he realized that the god's temper was getting worse. Especially now that the mysterious woman wasn't around, he didn't dare to provoke the god on the second floor at all. After all, he still couldn't beat the god on the second floor. At times like this, he had to keep a low profile. Xian was very fast. Just as he was about to pass through a dense forest, there was a sudden change. A powerful pressure suddenly shrouded him. Boom, the black flame horse beneath him crumbled immediately, and he was forced to retreat several hundred feet. Xian stopped in his tracks. In his original position stood a black-robed man. The black-robed man's entire body was covered in a black robe, so his face couldn't be seen. A true Imperial Magic Realm expert, the black-robed man raised his right hand slightly. In an instant, the space around Xian started to distort layer by layer, like a fried dough twist. It was extremely frightening. Xian opened his palm, and a sword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, he held the sword with both hands and slashed forward. Bang! As an explosion rang out, Xian retreated several hundred feet in a row. As soon as he came to a stop. The moment he stopped, dozens of trees behind him turned into dust. Xian looked up at the black-robed man not far away. The black-robed man's body suddenly turned illusory, and Xian's expression changed. A powerful sword intent suddenly enveloped his body. Kindness sword intent. The moment the kindness sword intent appeared, a palm suddenly appeared above his head, but it was blocked by the kindness sword intent. However, as the black-robed man pressed down lightly, the kindness sword intent instantly crumbled, and Xian instantly retreated more than 400 feet. This time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A true Imperial Magic Realm expert, Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was solemn. This was his first time fighting with a true Imperial Magic Realm expert, and at this moment, he felt that there was a huge gap between him and a true Imperial Magic Realm expert. This was a difference in quality, and this difference could not be made up for with equipment. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly leaped, like a white crane flying into the air. In the air, the sword in his hand shook violently, and a powerful sword force swept out like a torrent. Before the sword arrived, the force arrived first. Below, the black-robed man stood quietly. Although the ground around him began to shake violently, he was very calm. When the force reached the top of his head, he raised his right hand and gently lifted it up. Boom, the space shook, and the sword force released by Xian instantly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Xian's sword had already slashed down. On the body of the sword, there was a dark sword intent. Evil sword intent. At this moment, the black-robed man opened his right hand, and then he grabbed lightly in the air. In an instant, the space where Xian's sword descended fluctuated, and the sword seemed to be stuck in space and was unable to move an inch forward. Xian suddenly roared furiously, and he held the sword with both hands as he pressed it down. The evil sword intent instantly exploded. Bang, the space trembled, and the black-robed man retreated over 10 steps, whereas Xian had returned to his original position. The black-robed man did not attack again. He glanced at his palm, and there was a bloody mark on his palm. Just now, Xian's sword had pierced through his skin. The black-robed man was silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Xian. It's rare for you to have such attainments in the sword Dao at such a young age. Unfortunately, you want to go against the Realm Defense Alliance. You really overestimate yourself. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, and it was obvious that he was doing it on purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again when Xian suddenly laughed. You're not from the Realm Defense Alliance at all. If I'm not wrong, you're Situming, right? The black-robed man stopped, and after a moment of silence, he took off his black robe. It was Situming. Situming looked coldly at Xian. How did you guess it was me? Xian laughed. If the Realm Defense Alliance wanted to kill me, they would do it openly. Otherwise, they would have sent someone to kill me a long time ago. Besides the Realm Defense Alliance, only your Situ clan has a reason to kill me. Because you don't want me to reveal that you're going against the Realm Defense Alliance, right? Situming stared at Xian. You're much smarter than I thought. Xian laughed. Situming, do you know why the Realm Defense Alliance doesn't dare to kill me openly? At this point, he still wanted to say something, but Situming shook his head. I don't want to know. The old man only knows that I can't listen to your nonsense, Xian. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged directly at Xian. Xian's expression froze. Genius 1 second to remember website. Mobile version. Situming did not know how Xian managed to convince the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect to retreat, but he knew that if he continued listening to Xian, he would not be able to do anything. This was because the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect could be persuaded to retreat by Xian, and the Situ clan was not much stronger than the Devil Sect and the Ghost Sect. Xian must die. No matter how powerful Xian's background was, he must die. This was Situming's stance. This was because Xian had something going on with Xianxia of the Yin clan, and Xianxia was a woman that the Situ clan had to get their hands on. Apart from that, if Xian colluded with the Realm Defense Alliance, it would undoubtedly be very disadvantageous to the Situ clan. Therefore, Situming chose to make a move directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xian did not expect that Situming would not even give him time to deceive Xian. How could he fight? He could not defeat him. However, Situming had already arrived in front of him with a violent force. This force was like a storm in the ocean, as if it could destroy everything. Xian did not dare to be distracted. He quickly calmed his chi and focused. In the next moment, he took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. A sword to decide life and death. The momentum of this sword was not much weaker than Situming's. Boom, as soon as the two forces collided, the dense forest in the area was instantly destroyed. Xian was directly thrown dozens of feet away, and he only stopped when he stabbed his sword into the ground with both hands. Situming was also pushed back dozens of feet. At this moment, Situming's expression was solemn as he stared at Xian. I've underestimated you. No wonder the Realm Defense Alliance wants to kill you. If I were the Realm Defense Alliance, I would not let you live either. As he spoke, he looked to the right of Yixian. Let's attack together. As soon as Situming's voice fell, an old man walked out from the right of Yixian. He was also a true defensive magic realm expert. Two true defensive magic realm experts. Yixian's expression was rather ugly. He didn't expect that the Situ clan would actually send out two true Imperial Dharma realms to kill him. They thought too highly of him. Situming seemed to know what Yixian was thinking, and he immediately sneered. That day, Karaki Academy didn't kill you because they didn't send their supreme experts at the beginning. Otherwise, you would have died 100 times over. The old man is not as stupid as Karaki Gakuen. Since I want to get rid of you, I naturally won't give you any chance. As he spoke, he and the old man beside him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, "Wait." As he spoke, he said seriously, "I think that our previous cooperation and friendship can still be salvaged." You, Situming ridiculed. Cut the crap. Even if you destroy the heavens with your words, the old man will still kill you today. With that, he disappeared. On the other side, the old man suddenly disappeared as well. He turned into a black line and headed straight for Yixian. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yixian. How terrifying was it when two true Imperial Dharma realm experts attacked at the same time? Yixian took a step forward, and an illusory Xiao Ta suddenly appeared between his brows. The prison pagoda. The sky instantly darkened when the pagoda of purgatory appeared, and Situming and the old man seemed as if they'd been frozen on the spot. A pitch-black prisoner character hovered above their heads. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. As soon as the prison tower appeared, Yixian's whole body started to tremble. He was trembling very much. His face was also twitching. It looked quite terrifying. Situming's face was filled with terror as he stood opposite Yixian. No matter how he tried, he couldn't move at all. Situming raised his head to look at Yixian and said with a trembling voice, What is this?" The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up into a hideous smile. You. Guess. At this moment, he was trembling as he spoke. Situming was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said angrily, "Withdraw." With that, the prison pagoda violently trembled. In the next moment, Situming and the old man disappeared. When they reappeared, they were inside the prison pagoda. Within the prison pagoda, Situming and the old man looked around in terror. Everything that was happening before them was beyond their understanding. At that moment, the prisoner character above their heads started to slowly turn red. Situming was greatly shocked when he sensed this, and he hurriedly said, "Yixian, there's room for discussion. The old man swears that if we get out, we won't take revenge. The Situ family is willing to submit to you. I said I wanted to chat with you, but you didn't listen. I don't want to chat anymore." This was Yixian's reply. These words were the last words Situming would ever hear in his life. Soon, Situming and the old man turned into nothingness, leaving behind only two spatial rings. Outside, Yixian's head felt heavy, and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he felt the world spin around him, and he wanted to sleep. He couldn't sleep. Yixian bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain made him much more clear-headed. At that moment, a small earth character suddenly appeared on his forehead. Dao La, lying on the ground, Yixian felt an endless stream of earth power converging towards him. The earth power eventually surged into his body and started to repair his body. At that moment, Yixian felt much more relaxed. After becoming more clear-headed, Yixian hurriedly checked the prison pagoda. As he had expected, the prison pagoda had closed again. However, this time, he had supreme-grade spirit stones. Now, he had 2 heaven-grade swords, a heaven-grade armor, 5 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, and a supreme-grade spirit vein. He had brought this supreme-grade spirit vein out from Blue Waves Academy. Now that Blue Waves Academy was temporarily disbanded, he naturally had to take this supreme-grade spirit vein with him. Yixian began to let the prison pagoda devour the supreme-grade spirit stones. Soon, the prison pagoda had devoured 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. However, the prison pagoda did not open. What was going on? Yixian's mind was filled with doubts. After a moment of silence, he continued to let the prison pagoda devour 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, 11, finally, after the prison pagoda devoured another 1 billion, the prison pagoda opened again. 2 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Xian lay on the ground, his face filled with despair. 2 billion, that was twice as much as before. Xian's heart was bleeding. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to turn Sitaming and the old man's bones into ashes. The 4.5 billion supreme-grade spirit stones were devoured before they could even warm up in his hands. Most importantly, there was an extra generation this time. If he used the prison pagoda again next time, he did not dare to think any further. Because if he used it again and needed twice as much to open it again, Xian wanted to cry but no tears came out. This prison pagoda was too damn expensive. Just like that, Xian lay on the ground for a whole hour before he slowly recovered. After he recovered, he hurriedly took out Sitaming and the old man's storage rings. In the first storage ring, there was a heaven-grade treasure. It was a spear. The spear was 5 feet long and its entire body was crimson red as if it was made from lava. It exuded a scorching aura. However, the tip of the spear was as cold as frost, bone-chilling. What a good spear! When he saw the spear, Xian was shocked. The grade of this spear might be higher than his 2 heaven-grade swords. Heaven-grade treasures were also divided into good and bad ones. Simply put, they were supreme-grade, high-grade, and low-grade. This spear was at least a high-grade heaven-grade treasure. It was priceless. Xian's previous unhappiness was instantly swept away, but this was normal. Sitaming was the patriarch of a large force after all. How could he not have any supreme-grade treasures? Xian took out the spear. There were 2 words engraved on the handle: incinerate, incinerate spear. Xian held the spear in his hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, a fiery glow spread out from the spear. Wherever the fiery glow passed, the surrounding trees were directly burned to ashes. The spear had a fire attribute. What a good spear, Xian grinned. If he sold this spear, it could fetch at least 3 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. One had to know that a heaven-grade treasure was at least 2 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. No, it should be said that it was impossible to buy a heaven-grade treasure with supreme-grade spirit stones. Only purple origin crystals could buy a heaven-grade treasure. What a bargain! Xian grinned from ear to ear. He put away the incinerate spear and continued to check. Apart from this heaven-grade treasure, there was no other true rank treasure in Sitaming's storage ring, nor were there any cultivation skills or martial skills. Just as Xian was feeling a little disappointed, he suddenly saw something. Xian waved his hand. Soon, a thick book and a black badge appeared in his hand. Xian flipped open the book. He was a little dumbfounded after taking a look. Clan history. It was the Situ clan's history. Not only was the history of the Situ clan recorded, but it also recorded everyone in the Situ clan. Apart from that, there were also some clan secrets. For example, how many people did the Situ clan have, how much wealth they had, how many forces they had secretly cultivated, how many spies they had in other clans, how many illegitimate children they had. Everything was recorded clearly in the book. Xian closed the clan history book. His heart was tumbling like waves. 80 billion. The Situ clan's current wealth amounted to more than 80 billion top-grade spirit stones, as well as over 300,000 purple origin crystals. Purple Genesis crystals were much more precious than top-grade spirit stones because the spirit chi within them was no ordinary spirit chi. This spirit chi was called Purple Genesis chi, an extremely rare type of spirit chi in this world. One would need around 50,000 purple origin crystals to purchase a heaven-grade treasure. At this moment, Xian also discovered that there were chi undulations on the clan history. It was clearly a small formation. He guessed that the formation was a destruction formation. In other words, if anything happened to Sitaming, it should be able to instantly destroy the clan history, because it was just too important to the Situ clan. It absolutely could not be exposed. Unfortunately, Sitaming had been imprisoned in the World Prison Pagoda and could not resist at all, let alone destroy the clan history. 80 billion top-grade spirit stones and several 100,000 purple origin crystals. Just the thought of it made Xian excited. However, he soon calmed down. This wealth belonged to the Situ clan and had nothing to do with him. No, Xian's mind raced. Who said it had nothing to do with him? Xian looked at the pitch-black token in his hand. The Patriarch's token. The Patriarch's token. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Everything in this world was so beautiful. P.S. Weekly asking, do you still remember Xiaobai? Do you think she will appear in this book? If she does, how will she appear? The Patriarch's Token. Yi Xian naturally knew what the Patriarch's Token represented. It represented the Patriarch of the clan. With the Patriarch's Token and the clan's history, he could do a lot of things. Yi Xian put away the Situ clan's Patriarch's Token and the clan's history, then continued to look at the next storage ring. There were no heaven-grade treasures in the second storage ring, but there were more than 1,000 purple origin crystals. Apart from that, there was also a palm-sized snow lotus. The snow lotus was sparkling and translucent, exuding a chilling aura. A heavenly treasure. There were some mystical objects in the world. These mystical objects absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and were nourished by heaven and earth. They contained great energy. The snow lotus in front of him was obviously such a mystical object. This mystical object could increase one's cultivation. If it was used by a special person, the effect would be doubled. Apart from the snow lotus, there were some miscellaneous items in the storage ring, but they were not worth much, at least, for him now, they were not worth much. In Yi Xian's eyes, ordinary items were not worth much at all. After putting away the storage ring, Yi Xian continued to move forward happily. Although he had spent nearly 2 billion supreme-grade spirit stones to activate the World Prison Pagoda this time, the harvest was not small. In short, he had made a profit. This time, Yi Xian did not travel in a blatant manner. After activating the cultivation technique escape, he hid himself. It could be said that apart from true Imperial Law Realm experts, it was difficult for ordinary people to discover him. Moreover, even true Imperial Law Realm experts would not be able to discover him unless they were looking for him deliberately. After a while, Yi Xian completely disappeared into the distance. Not long after Yi Xian left, a shadow suddenly appeared in the field. The shadow stood there in silence for a moment, then said softly, "Miss. Did you see that? Young master has reached the Sword Emperor realm at the age of 19. Even in our Duga clan, he is outstanding. And Miss Yi Ling has stepped into the 10,000 Dharma realm before the age of 15. Moreover, her physique is special and extremely rare. If you knew this in the serene prison, you would be relieved." As his voice fell, his entire body gradually became illusory and disappeared completely in a short while. The southern Link mountain range was located in the south of Qingzhou. It was remote and sparsely populated. There were only endless mountain ranges. Yi Xian's goal this time was this vast mountain range. Dao laws. He couldn't wait to find the second Dao law now. Because he discovered that if he used the laws of Dao to power the World Prison Pagoda, the World Prison Pagoda's backlash on his body would be much smaller. One had to know that he was almost done for when he didn't have the Dao law. And just now, even though he suffered a backlash, he didn't faint. Evidently, this law of Dao was extremely important. One day later, Yi Xian arrived at the Nanlian mountain range. After entering the mountain range, Yi Xian proceeded in the direction that the guru on the second floor had told him. In the vast mountain range, Yi Xian ran all the way. Occasionally, he would encounter a few demonic beasts, but these demonic beasts did not notice him. Under the guidance of the god on the second floor, Yi Xian came to the depths of the mountain range. After about an hour, he stopped. On the ground not far in front of him, there was a huge abyss that was hundreds of feet wide and bottomless. Looking down from his position, it was pitch black and there was even a black fog lingering. It was extremely eerie. His intuition told him that this was definitely not a good place. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his head. "Jump! Jump!" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He took a step forward. The abyss was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. His intuition told him that nothing good would happen if he jumped down. Inside the World Prison Pagoda, the second floor started to ring again. Obviously, it was rushing him. "This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page." He did it. Yi Xian hesitated for a while before saying, "Well, let me ask you something. Since you found the Dao Law, why didn't you bring it to me?" This was something that Yi Xian had been wondering about. Since the guru on the second floor dared to find trouble with the Realm Defense Alliance, there was no doubt about his strength. And since he found the Dao Law but didn't bring it back, there was definitely a problem. A huge problem. Following Yi Xian's voice, the World Prison Pagoda suddenly quieted down. But very quickly, the second floor started to shake violently. Not only the second floor, but even the first floor was shaking violently. Yi Xian instantly felt a little dizzy. He didn't feel good at all. This guy was going crazy, Yi Xian hurriedly said. Don't mess around. I won't ask any more, okay? The World Prison Pagoda instantly quieted down. Jump. That voice rang out again. Yi Xian took another step forward. His expression gradually calmed down. As if he had thought of something, he laughed at himself. Why am I so afraid of the slightest thing? As he spoke, he leaped up and directly jumped down. Ever since the mysterious woman left, he found that he had become a little afraid of the slightest thing. In reality, when something must be done, one should do it without hesitation and not be afraid of the slightest thing. The more he thought, the more questions he had. The more questions he had, the more fearful he felt. At the bottom of the abyss, Yi Xian was falling at a high speed. He was falling very fast. Beside his ears was the cold wind. This continued for an unknown amount of time. Finally, he felt his feet touch the ground. It was pitch black underground. Luckily, he wasn't using his eyes. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to see anything. At this moment, he still hadn't reached the bottom of the abyss. Now he was standing on a stone platform that extended out from the mountain wall. Below the stone platform, he still couldn't see the bottom. On the surrounding mountain walls, there were green vines as thick as an arm and weeds everywhere. There was no sound or aura. Go down. At this moment, the god on the second floor spoke again. Yi Xian nodded. He grabbed the green vine beside him and followed it down. Just like this, after descending for a full hour, he finally felt his feet touch the ground. There was water under his feet. No, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. It wasn't water under his feet, it was blood. In an instant, Yi Xian was on full alert. He quickly asked, God on the second floor, is there any danger? After a moment of silence, the god on the second floor suddenly said, I'm not telling you. F***ck, Yi Xian almost went berserk. Are you kidding me? At this time, he still has to be arrogant? He really couldn't beat him. Otherwise, he would really want to beat this god on the second floor. What a strange temper. He had to be cured. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat him. Yi Xian took a deep breath and extinguished the thought of beating him up. He showed a smile that he thought was very gentle, and used the most gentle voice he had ever used in his life. God, may I ask, is there any danger here? After a while, a voice came from the second floor. Yes. Yi Xian's smile became brighter. What danger? I don't know. This time, the second floor answered very quickly. Yi Xian's smile froze. Don't know. Don't know what you're talking about. After a while, Yi Xian shook his head and continued forward. There was a lot of blood under his feet, and the smell of blood was also very strong, especially as he went forward. It was definitely not a good place. This was Yi Xian's intuition. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a blood-red flame suddenly appeared in front of him. The flame kept floating in front of him. Yi Xian felt his heart beating a little faster. Even though cultivators, if this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Humans weren't afraid, but they were still a little fearful of the unknown. The flame was blood-red and only the size of a palm. It fluttered about, causing Yi Xian to panic. But soon, Yi Xian calmed down. He continued to move forward calmly. As he walked, he suddenly said, Sigh, the clan is really too much. I came here to train, but they still sent more than 10 true Imperial Magic Realm experts to follow me secretly. Seriously, what's the point of training? As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. To think that the Yi family controls the heavenly worlds and has hundreds of true Imperial Magic Realm experts. Who would dare to bully me when I'm training outside? Seriously, why would they send people to follow me? Not far away, the ghastly flame suddenly trembled and slowly floated backwards. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he continued forwards. At the same time, his body gave off a powerful sword aura. Sword Emperor aura. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know he was the Sword Emperor. Yi Xian continued, the elder ancestor is really too much. He said that I'm only 18 years old, but he insisted that I suppress my cultivation level and my sword cultivation. If he didn't suppress it, I would have broken through the Sword Emperor and become a sword immortal long ago. As he spoke, he deeply sighed. Forget it, suppress it then. I'll pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger when I have nothing to do. Not far away, the blood-red flame gradually retreated until it completely disappeared into the darkness. Xian quickened his pace and was slightly excited. This place is gloomy and not simple. I hope that a powerful enemy will come so that my trip won't be in vain. As he spoke, he sped up again. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled and an invisible door blocked in front of him. Space, a true Imperial Magic Realm expert, Xian's heart trembled. The person who had secretly attacked was at least a true Imperial Magic Realm expert. Xian glanced around and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? How dare you block my way?" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the darkness. Where did this brat come from? This is not a place you should be. Hurry up and scram before the old man has any killing intent. Scram? Xian was stunned and then laughed crazily. What are you laughing at? In the darkness, the voice rang out. Xian faced the distance and laughed. In this azure world, even the Realm Defense Alliance is just a servant of my Yi clan. You dare to ask me to scram? How arrogant of you. Do you know that with a single order from my Yi clan, not to mention this place, even the entire azure world will be wiped out? Yi clan? What Yi clan? I have never heard of it. The voice said again. Xian snorted. You have never heard of it, but have you heard of me, Xian? No. In the darkness, the mysterious person replied. Xian shook his head. You have never heard of me. It seems that you are either not from this world or have stayed here for a long time. Let me tell you, I, Xian, am the most outstanding swordsman in the history of Azure World. I am unprecedented and will never be surpassed. As he said this, he once again released his powerful Sword Emperor aura. The abyss suddenly became silent. After a while, the mysterious person suddenly said, 1,000 years ago, a person who called himself the Azure World Sword Master came here. He seemed to be more monstrous than you. Oh, damn, Xian's expression froze. What the hell? He had run into a god. What should he do? How should he act? Xian's brain worked quickly. Very quickly, his lips curled up and he continued forward. Senior actually knows about the Azure World Sword Master. It seems that Senior is not an ordinary person. As he said this, he smiled. I have created a sword technique. Please give me some pointers. As he said this, he opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a powerful sword aura surged out from the sword. One sword to decide life and death. This, the mysterious person's voice suddenly rang out from afar. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. End of this chapter. One sword to decide life and death. Xian held the sword in his hand and pointed it towards the ground. The sword in his hand contained a terrifying sword aura, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sword aura, this sword technique, no, strictly speaking, it wasn't a sword technique, it was a belief in the way of the sword. The mysterious man was obviously someone who knew his stuff. When he saw the sword technique for the first time, he was shocked. This sword technique. Are you sure you created it? Xian's expression was calm. Of course. The mysterious man went silent for a moment before saying, this sword technique is extraordinary. If it was really created by you, then the sword master is far inferior to you. Xian sheathed his sword and smiled. Thank you, Senior, for your confirmation. However, compared to the sword master, I am still lacking. Of course, I won't look down on myself. To me, I have just stepped onto the path of Daoyi and I still have a long way to go. The mysterious man said, you can't be complacent and you can't feel inferior. With such a state of mind, you will naturally be able to walk further in the way of the sword. When he said that, he paused for a moment before continuing, I don't know how you know about this place, but this isn't a good place and it isn't suitable for training. It is best if you go somewhere else and don't make a mistake. Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. Actually, he didn't want to stay here because the mysterious man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. If he continued to stay here, who knew what would happen? However, he couldn't leave. This time, he had to obtain the Tao Law. Xian retracted his thoughts and smiled. Senior, you have been here for 1,000 years? More than that. The mysterious man replied. Xian was shocked. He thought about it and asked, why did Senior stay here for so many years? When he said that, he continued, of course, if Senior is willing to stay here, then I didn't ask. If not, then maybe I can help you a little. This time, the mysterious man went silent. Xian was delighted. Apparently, this mysterious man did not stay here of his own accord. Well, who would stay in such a dark place for so many years for no reason? At this moment, the mysterious man suddenly said, there's nothing you can do about me. If you leave now, you'll be able to keep your life. Xian thought for a moment and said, tell me about it. Perhaps I'll be able to help. If I'm really unable to help, then I'll leave and won't disturb you any longer. After a moment of silence, the mysterious man said, go forward. Xian nodded and continued to move forward. Although his expression was incomparably calm, his heart was secretly on guard. If it wasn't for the great god from the second floor and the world prison pagoda, no matter how good the Tao laws were, he wouldn't have taken the risk. Because he knew very well that the strength of this mysterious person before him was definitely much, much stronger than him. If their strength wasn't equal, then any schemes would be useless. After walking for about 15 minutes, Xian stopped. Not far in front of him was a mountain wall. Under the mountain wall, a man was sitting. The man was wearing a tattered robe. His hair was so dark that it was touching the ground. Because his hair was too long, Xian couldn't see the man's face. The man just sat there, and his hands and feet weren't tied. Obviously, something was restraining him. Xian stopped around 30 meters away from the man. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on guard. At this moment, the mysterious man suddenly said, it's really rare to have such a cultivation in the Sword Tao at such a young age. Unfortunately, your strength is far from enough to solve my predicament. Xian said in a low voice, I see that Senior isn't restrained by anything, but you can't move. Is there another reason? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head, and a tiny empty character silently condensed between his brows. Empty. With the appearance of this empty character, Xian suddenly discovered that the space around him was trembling, as if it was responding to something. Tao Law. Xian's heart skipped a beat. This Tao Law was actually on this mysterious man. And this Tao Law was most likely related to space. Do you know what this is? The mysterious man suddenly asked. Xian shook his head, I don't know. The mysterious man said, this is a divine item. Obtaining this item will allow one to obtain divine power. Unfortunately, when I obtained this item back then, I wasn't strong enough to subdue it, so I was imprisoned here for over 1,000 years. For the past 1,000 years, I haven't been able to move an inch. Xian said in a low voice, this item is actually so powerful. Senior, do you have any way to save it? The mysterious man said, yes, find a special physique and let it choose someone else. Xian said softly, I believe the blood on the ground is the person that Senior is looking for, right? The mysterious man said, yes. For the past 1,000 years, I used all sorts of methods to find cultivators and made them think that there was a precious treasure here, so they came here one by one. Unfortunately, no one came. This divine item was never willing to leave me and choose someone else. At this point, he paused for a moment before he continued, until you appeared. Xian's expression instantly changed when he heard this. He wanted to retreat, but a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him. The mysterious man smiled and said, do you know how happy I was when you appeared in this abyss? Because this divine item actually reacted when you appeared. It was the first time in 1,000 years that it reacted to a human. At this point, his voice carried a trace of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Xian said in a low voice, but why did you keep asking me to leave just now? The mysterious man chuckled, if I asked you to come here, you would definitely be suspicious and leave instead. But if I asked you to leave, it's very likely that you would come here. Psychological warfare. Xian held the sword in his hand tightly, and it was trembling. Meanwhile, the mysterious man suddenly said, you're really not simple for your attainments in the Sword Tao to reach such a level at such a young age. Unfortunately, you're really too weak in my opinion. you're so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. So, don't waste your energy. Xian said in a low voice, Senior, aren't you afraid of my Yi clan? The mysterious man smiled, perhaps you do have an extraordinary power behind you, but so what? Even if you face endless trouble outside, it's better than dying here. What do you think? Xian shook his head, I admit defeat. The mysterious man said, I wasn't a heinous person in the past. Unfortunately, after being imprisoned for over 1,000 years, good people and bad people are meaningless to me. Freedom, I just want freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian instantly felt a mysterious force pulling him towards the mysterious man. He couldn't resist it, it was useless even if he executed 2 types of sword intense. The gap between them was too big, the man in front of him was so strong that even the second-floor great god couldn't fight against him. Otherwise, the second-floor great god wouldn't have asked him to come instead of taking the Tao Law away. The problem was that if the second-floor great god couldn't defeat him, would he be able to defeat him by asking him to come? Asking him to come was equivalent to asking him to die. He didn't know what the second-floor great god was thinking. The closer Xian got to the mysterious man, the more the Tao Law between the mysterious man's eyebrows became. When he was less than 5 feet away from the mysterious man, the Tao Law between the mysterious man's eyebrows was already as bright as the sun. At this moment, the mysterious man's body actually began to tremble. At this moment, the mysterious man was extremely excited because he could feel that the divine object between his eyebrows was showing signs of leaving. As for Xian, his expression was ferocious. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger. In fact, he was very calm inside. If it was something else, he would definitely be afraid. However, he really wasn't afraid of the Tao Law. This was because he had a tower. Soon, he was getting closer and closer to the mysterious man. When the two of them were very close, the mysterious man suddenly roared. In an instant, the Kong character between his eyebrows suddenly flew out and directly sank into the space between Xian's eyebrows. Xian's body trembled violently as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Meanwhile, the mysterious man was like a deflated balloon as he went limp. However, Xian was frozen on the spot as if his body was frozen. After a while, the mysterious man suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter grew louder and louder until it filled the entire underground abyss. Just like that, the mysterious man only stopped after laughing for about half an hour. Then, he looked at Xian in front of him. Back then, I chased after this thing for a full 10 years. Unfortunately, I didn't expect to be imprisoned by it. If it wasn't for this thing, I'm afraid I would have entered the Supreme Realm long ago. Xian clenched his fists tightly. Senior, are you trying to kill me? If that's the case, that's fine too. It saves me a lot of pain. The mysterious man shook his head. How can I kill you? If I kill you and it comes looking for me again, won't I be imprisoned again? Moreover, I've stayed in this sunless place for over 1,000 years. Do you know how I passed these 1,000 years? At this point, his expression was quite ferocious. 1,000 years, a whole 1,000 years. If I could commit suicide, I would have done so long ago. But now, I hope someone can come and feel the loneliness and pain I've experienced for the past 1,000 years. After saying that, he lightly patted Xian's shoulder and smiled. With your cultivation, living for 100 years won't be a problem. After 100 years, I'll come and see you, haha. After saying that, he turned around and left. As if he had thought of something, the mysterious man suddenly stopped. I'm happy today. Do you have any last words? If you do, I don't mind saying a few words for you. After a moment of silence, Xian said, help me pass a message to the Realm Defense Alliance's Supreme Lord Liu. Say, I'm your father. The mysterious man was stunned. Are you sure? Xian said indifferently, I'm sure. However, the Realm Defense Alliance's Supreme Lord Liu is an expert above the true defense law realm. Although you're not weak, compared to him, I'm afraid you're much weaker. So, it's better not to go. The mysterious man shook his head and chuckled. Cheap provocation. Don't worry, I'll go. As for what you said about the opponent being not weak, that's because you don't know anything about my strength. Enjoy the rest of your life. After 100 years, this emperor will come and see you. After saying that, he soared into the sky. After a while, loud laughter came from outside the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, Xian shook his head. Too handsome. Can't help it. I'm always blessed by the heavens. After saying that, he walked to the side and began to laugh crazily until his stomach hurt. P.S. I have a friend. He likes a woman. Yesterday, the woman asked him to accompany her to the hospital to have an abortion. The child is not his. My friend actually went. Sigh, the most complicated thing in the world is love. One of my insights is that you can love, but you can't love in a humble way. Whether it's a man or a woman, if your love is too humble, the other party will only look down on you or not cherish you. I suggest that you stop dating and read more books. If you want to read books, you should vote for The Only Sword. Tao Law. Although Xian knew nothing about the origin of the prison pagoda, he still knew a little about it. There were a total of 9 Tao laws in the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda had obviously been severely damaged and the 9 Tao laws had been scattered. In other words, the 9 Tao laws had originally been in the prison pagoda. Without the prison pagoda, he might have ended up like the mysterious man and been imprisoned in the prison pagoda. However, with the prison pagoda, the Tao law entering his body was equivalent to returning to its original owner. Problem? There shouldn't be any problem. No, there was a problem. Xian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly entered the prison pagoda. At that moment, the second level of the prison pagoda began to shake. The first Tao law was on the first level, which was also a seal on the first level. The second Tao law was naturally on the second level. In other words, after the Tao law entered the second level, the Almighty on the second floor would most likely be able to come out. Come out, Xian gulped. He was still a little flustered. Although the Almighty on the second floor wasn't that bad, he wasn't that reliable either. If he left after coming out, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if he didn't leave after coming out and wanted to seize the pagoda, it would be troublesome. The second floor was extremely quiet and there was no movement. The more it was like this, the more flustered Xian became. At that moment, he tried to sense the space Tao law. Very soon, he sensed it. After sensing it, he realized that he could actually sense the existence of the second level. He could enter the second level. No, this wasn't the second level. Xian's expression suddenly changed. He was completely dumbfounded. This was the third level. The third level. At that moment, the second floor suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. Obviously, the Almighty on the second floor also realized it. The entire second floor was shaking crazily. Obviously, the Almighty on the second floor was extremely furious. Xian was afraid that the Almighty on the second floor would take things too hard, so he hurriedly said, Don't be angry. When the time comes, I'll find the Tao law of the second level and let you out, okay? It was useless. The Almighty on the second floor was still tormenting him with all his might. This torment made Xian very uncomfortable. Even though it wasn't fatal to him, the world prison pagoda was connected to his mind. With the great god on the second floor causing such a ruckus, he definitely didn't feel good. Just like that, this went on for about half an hour before the god on the second floor stopped for a while. Xian smiled bitterly. He could understand why the gods on the second floor were like that. After all, they had been locked up in the pagoda for so many years, and now they finally had a chance to get out. However, it discovered that the Tao laws were wrong, not on its level. If it was anyone else, they would definitely go mad. At this time, a shadow appeared in front of Xian. It was the second floor god. At this moment, he was staring at Xian with an unfriendly gaze. Xian said seriously, Actually, we should live in peace. What do you think? The Almighty on the second floor didn't say anything. Xian thought about it and said, How about this? I'll find the second Tao law within a year, and then I'll let you go. However, if I'm in trouble during this period, you have to help me to the best of your ability. How about that? The second floor god stared at Xian for a long time. Finally, he suddenly said, You're thick-skinned, and you like to fool people. Xian was speechless. The second floor god had been in the pagoda for so long that he had some understanding of Xian's personality. When he was so shameless, even the world prison pagoda might not be able to break it. At this time, Yixian said in a low voice, "Have you ever seen me fool my own people? I, Yixian, promise to find the second Tao law as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll set you free. However, during this period, I hope you can help me at a critical moment. How about that?" The second floor god stared at Yixian for a long time. Finally, he turned and disappeared. Obviously, he had agreed to it. Yixian also felt relieved. Naturally, he did not want anything unpleasant to happen between him and the god on the second floor. It would be best if everyone cooperated and helped each other. The third level, after Yixian convinced the second floor god, he immediately focused his attention on the Tao law. At this moment, he could already enter the third level through the second Tao law. Until now, there was no movement on the third level at all. Should he go in? Yixian was a little hesitant. If he went in and got killed, it would be such an unjust death. However, he was a little unwilling not to go in. After hesitating for a long time, Yixian finally chose to go in. If he didn't go in, it felt like something was tickling him, making his heart itch. Soon, Yixian entered the third level of the World Prison Pagoda through the spatial Tao law. The third level was very empty, without any items. Not far in front of Yixian, there was a wisp of white qi floating in the air. This wisp of qi was about the length of 2 fingers, and it floated quietly in the air. Apart from this wisp of qi, there was nothing in the entire third level. Qi? Yixian frowned. What kind of qi is this? He walked in front of the wisp of qi, but it was extremely calm and had no reaction. At this moment, the wisp of qi suddenly trembled, but in the next moment, the spatial Tao law suddenly appeared above its head. In an instant, the wisp of white qi calmed down. Obviously, it was suppressed by the spatial Tao law. Yixian thought about it and said, "I'll let you out, but you have to be obedient, alright?" The wisp of qi had no reaction. Yixian was a little helpless and was about to turn and leave. He naturally did not dare to release this wisp of qi without permission. Because it was definitely not simple to be locked in here. Moreover, this wisp of qi was locked in the third level, which was a level higher than the second floor god. Right at this moment, the wisp of qi suddenly trembled once more. Yixian stopped moving. Under his control, the Tao law suddenly left. Meanwhile, the wisp of qi floated directly in front of him and seemed to be sizing him up. A short moment later, it suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the space between Yixian's brows. In an instant, Yixian's mind went blank. It didn't take long for a scene to appear in the depths of his mind. It was an expanse of pitch-black chaos. There was nothing in the surroundings, and it was pitch black. Suddenly, this expanse of chaos exploded, and everything in the surroundings started to undergo a qualitative change. Just like that, this continued for an unknown period of time until the surroundings transformed into a starry sky, and there was a wisp of qi floating in this starry sky, a wisp of white qi. But right at this moment, a black pagoda that was almost 30 kilometers tall suddenly appeared in this starry sky. A moment later, the wisp of white qi was absorbed into the pagoda, and the pagoda transformed into a ray of black light that vanished into the depths of the boundless starry sky. The scene stopped abruptly. Within the pagoda, Yixian returned to his senses. At this moment, his heart was roiling like waves. The prison pagoda, the last pagoda that appeared in his mind was the prison pagoda, and this wisp of qi was called primal chaos qi. It was born during the primal chaos of the universe, and it was born together with the universe. As for it, it was rather tragic. The moment it was born, it was directly taken away by the prison pagoda. Not long after it entered the prison pagoda was heavily damaged, and then it was forcefully sealed. Thus, it did not have the chance to grow on its own. Right now, it was equivalent to a 3-year-old child. As for its use, Yixian did not know what it was used for. However, after this wisp of qi entered his body, he found that it was very comfortable. Moreover, this wisp of qi would constantly circulate in his body. As this wisp of qi circulated, he found that his entire body was extremely comfortable, as if the impurities in his body had been expelled. It was incomparably comfortable. Marrow cleansing. Yixian knew that the human body actually contained many impurities. After all, humans ate grains. In this world, there were some heavenly treasures that could cleanse one's marrow. In other words, they could absorb the impurities in the human body, allowing a person's physique to achieve a qualitative transformation. However, these heavenly treasures were extremely difficult to obtain, and only a few top forces could possibly have them, and now, this wisp of primal chaos chi in his body clearly had such an effect. Although this wisp of chi could not increase his combat power, it was more useful than increasing his combat power. Good stuff, Yixian grinned. As if he had thought of something, he sensed the wisp of chi. In the next moment, he was stunned on the spot. This was because at this moment, he could not sense his own existence. He found that not only was his aura gone, he could not even sense himself, as if he did not exist. However, the problem was that he was here. He had jumped out of space and was not within the 5 elements. He had only experienced this situation from one person before, and that was the mysterious woman. Yixian was completely stunned on the spot. Aura concealment, escape from space, what was the use of that? Yixian was stunned for a long time before he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it, it's very useful. Aura concealment, this aura concealment was completely different from his escape technique. In fact, it was on a completely different level. Now that he was using the chaotic chi, he could conceal himself perfectly. Even if he stood in front of a true defensive spell realm expert, the other party would not be able to sense him. Just like the mysterious woman, apart from that, it had another use, and that was for escaping. With the chaotic chi, as long as he hid, who would be able to find him? Moreover, the chaotic chi definitely had other uses. It was just that he had yet to discover them. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, the chaotic chi would not run away. Yixian left the prison pagoda. At this moment, a tiny space word appeared between his brows. Space Dao Law. The moment this Dao Law appeared, Yixian was shocked to discover that the originally illusory space had actually solidified. At this moment, he could actually clearly sense everything in the space around him. How space was formed was made up of matter, and there were many types of matter. However, this was too complicated and he did not understand it well. However, he realized that through this Space Dao Law, his understanding of space had instantly increased to a level that only a true defensive spell realm expert should understand. The reason why true defensive spell realm experts were so powerful was because they could control space and use it to break down the energy that existed in space. Be it sword techniques or mystiques, they were all formed by energy. The terrifying thing about true defensive spell realm experts was that they could directly break down this energy. This was why there was such a huge difference between the true defensive spell realm and the true defensive spell realm. To put it simply, true defensive spell realm experts could not only use space, but they could also break down space. Now that he had this Dao Law, he could easily do this, Dao Law. At this moment, Yixian finally realized how terrifying this Dao Law was. Moreover, his intuition told him that this Space Dao Law was far more than this. This required him to slowly study and develop. Yixian took a deep breath. Then he waved his right hand forward slightly. In an instant, the space in front of him started to ripple like water. After that, he twisted his right hand lightly, and a strange vortex instantly formed in the space before him, as if he had thought of something. The sword in his left hand suddenly flew out and stabbed towards himself. Just as the sword was half an inch away from his forehead, the spatial Dao Law between his brows suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the sword seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and it could not advance any further. At the same time, the sword started to tremble violently, and the sword light on the sword started to disappear bit by bit. Decompose. Not long after, the sword light around the sword completely disappeared, and the sword began to tremble violently, as if it was about to disintegrate. Yixian stopped. He held his sword and said softly, "What a terrifying Dao Law. A true defensive magic realm expert would not be able to decompose a heaven-grade treasure, but the Space Dao Law could. If he continued, he would definitely be able to decompose this heaven-grade sword. Of course, it would take a lot of time, and when he was fighting an enemy, no one would give him a chance to decompose it. Unless he could decompose a heaven-grade treasure in an instant, it would not be very practical. However, although he could not decompose a heaven-grade treasure in an instant, he could easily do it for anything below the heaven grade. Right now, he was at the Dharma realm, but he could use the Space Dao Law to reach the true defensive magic realm. Of course, this was not the true defense realm. Although he could also decompose, the strength of a true defense realm expert was not only in using space to decompose, but also in battle awareness, experience, and the use of mystic arts and mystic skills. These were not to be ignored. Therefore, Yi Xian knew very well that he was not at the true defensive magic realm. Moreover, although he could use space to decompose, he still needed to rely on the Tao law. Moreover, this Tao law was not condensed by him. Strictly speaking, it was an external object, and not his own strength. Although he had a treasure, he could not rely on it too much or treat it as capital. Yi Xian did not continue his research. Instead, he left the abyss and went to a dense forest in the depths of the Nanlian Mountains. He was afraid that the mysterious person from before would return. Although he now had the Space Tao law, there was still a huge gap between him and the mysterious person. In the dense forest, Yi Xian continued his research. What he wanted to do was to develop the Space Tao law. It would be best if he could use it to create some special moves that belonged to him. Because he had thought of something, and now, he wanted to try to see if it could work. While Yi Xian was studying the Space Tao law, a middle-aged man arrived at the World Protection Mountain of the Central Plains. The middle-aged man had just stepped into the World Protection Mountain when several powerful auras locked onto him. The middle-aged man was expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the auras instantly disappeared without a trace. "How dare you!" At this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out from the top of the World Protection Mountain. Then, an old man appeared in front of the middle-aged man. A true defensive magic realm expert, the old man stared coldly at the middle-aged man. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my World Protection Mountain? Aren't you afraid of having your entire clan executed? Who are you?" The middle-aged man was taken aback. Gradually, his eyes became somewhat dazed. After a long while, his eyes gradually began to clear up. "Lian Yuan. I'm Lian Yuan, Great Emperor Lian Yuan, Great Emperor Lian Yuan?" The old man frowned. "What's that?" This old man has never heard of it. The middle-aged man called Lian Yuan suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! Without any warning, the old man was instantly sent flying hundreds of meters away. Hundreds of meters away, the old man looked at Lian Yuan in shock. Lian Yuan was expressionless. "Is Supremacy Lu of the Realm Protection Alliance here?" At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lian Yuan. This person was Supremacy Lu of the Realm Protection Alliance. Supremacy Lu stared at Lian Yuan. "Who are you?" Lian Yuan shook his head. "I won't say much about who I am. I've come to bring a message to someone." "Who?" Supremacy Lu asked. Lian Yuan said, "Yi Xian." Yi Xian, hearing this, Supremacy Lu's eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold light flickered in his eyes. "What message?" Lian Yuan said indifferently. "He said he's your father." "Impudent." Supremacy Lu was furious. A monstrous pressure directly crushed towards Lian Yuan. In an instant, the entire sky trembled violently. Facing this terrifying pressure, Lian Yuan's expression did not change. He gently waved his right hand. A silver light vibrated out. In an instant, the pressure disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Supremacy Lu's expression became solemn. The person in front of him was not an ordinary person. Supremacy Lu stared at Lian Yuan. "Who are you?" Lian Yuan shook his head. "I brought the message. The matter is done. Farewell." With that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Supremacy Lu suddenly appeared in front of Lian Yuan. Lian Yuan said indifferently. "Although your strength is not bad, it's impossible for you to stop me." Supremacy Lu said in a low voice. "You and that Yi Xian," Lian Yuan shook his head. "There's nothing between us. I just came to bring a message. He said he's your father. That's all." With that, he did not wait for Supremacy Lu's reply and directly disappeared into the horizon. Supremacy Lu's face was livid. He had never been humiliated like this before. Gradually, Supremacy Lu's expression calmed down. He turned his head and looked into the distance. "Do you know where Yi Xian is?" In the distance, a man in black suddenly appeared. The man in black bowed slightly. "I don't know where he went after leaving the country of Jiang." Supremacy Lu said calmly. "Find out where he is. But don't act rashly. Also, does he have a sister?" The man in black nodded. "Her name is Yi Ling. She is now the Holy Virgin of the Northern Chill sect. She is extremely talented. At such a young age, she has already reached the Dharma realm. If she continues to grow, I'm afraid she will be even more talented than Xian. After a moment of silence, Supremacy Lu asked, "How is the relationship between the brother and sister?" "Excellent." The man in black said, "The brother and sister have depended on each other since they were young. They are very close." Yi Ling is Xian's reverse scale. For Yi Ling, Xian did not hesitate to risk his life against Karaki Academy. Supremacy Lu said softly, "If we control Yi Ling, it is equivalent to controlling Xian." The man in black said in a low voice, "Supremacy, Yi Ling is the Holy Virgin of the Northern Chill sect. The Northern Chill sect will definitely not hand her over to the Realm Defense Alliance. Although the Northern Chill sect is not as strong as the Realm Defense Alliance, it is not good for us to make enemies with the Northern Chill sect at this time. At least, before Supremacy Lu completes his mission, it is better not to make enemies with the Northern Chill sect." Supremacy Lu said indifferently, "Why do we have to make enemies with the Northern Chill sect?" "Then what do you mean, Supremacy Lu?" the man in black asked. Supremacy Lu chuckled. "I have a nephew. Although he is a bit of a playboy, he is also a talented man. It is not a bad deal to marry the Holy Virgin of the Northern Chill sect." The man in black hesitated and then said, "What if the Northern Chill sect does not agree?" Supremacy Lu said indifferently, "We are not asking for Yi Ling's life. If the Northern Chill sect still does not agree, then they are not sensible. At that time, we will send someone to suppress them and they will know what is good for them. I do not believe that the Northern Chill sect would dare to go against the Realm Defense Alliance. Tomorrow, bring some gifts to the Northern Chill sect to propose marriage. Let us see what their attitude is." After that, he turned around and left. And the man in black also left quietly. In the Nanlian Mountains, Yi Xian was still studying the space Dao law that he had just obtained, the use of space. In the dense forest, Yi Xian stood in front of a tree, carrying a sword case on his back. Suddenly, a sword flew out of the sheath and slashed at an ancient tree 10 feet away. When the sword was 5 feet away from the ancient tree, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the air with his right hand. "Cage!" The space Dao law between his eyebrows trembled slightly. The next moment, his flying sword stopped in the air. No matter how hard he tried, the sword could not move at all. Space cage. Spatial cage. What was a spatial cage? Naturally, it was the use of space to form a separate cage to imprison the opponent. The reason he had this idea was because of the mysterious man at the bottom of the abyss. That mysterious man was so powerful, but he had been imprisoned by the Dao law for more than 1,000 years. Obviously, the spatial power of the Dao law of space was extremely terrifying. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the Dao law of space, he could still make good use of this special spatial power. Spatial cage, it was a martial technique, no, a divine ability, formed with the Dao law of space as a medium. According to his estimation, this divine ability might not be very effective against true defense realm experts, but it definitely wouldn't be completely useless. The strength of true defense realm experts was that they could use the power of space to disintegrate. What if he used this spatial cage to protect his sword chi when he used his sword skills in the future? In this way, he would once again narrow the gap between him and a true defense realm expert. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian continued cultivating. What he needed to do now was to cultivate this spatial cage to the extreme. Apart from that, he had one more thing to do, condense the Dao law into a sword. He hadn't forgotten about this. Since the mysterious woman had asked him to do this, she must have had her reasons. However, he had to do one thing at a time. Now that he wasn't the dean of Blue Waves Academy, he didn't have much to do. Without any burden or pressure, he could focus on his cultivation. Temporarily disbanding Blue Waves Academy was actually a good thing for him. While Yi Xian was concentrating on his cultivation, Azure Province was undergoing tremendous changes. At least 80% of Azure Province had fallen. This was especially true for the Devil sect and the Ghost sect. After the two sects took over the Azure Province, they occupied a large area, and the cultivators of the two sects could be said to be unbridled. In addition to the Ghost sect and Devil sect, the native cultivators of Azure Province were also in chaos. Some of them didn't dare bully the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent, but they dared to bully the native cultivators of Azure Province because they were weaker than them. The entire Azure Province was in utter chaos. The only countries that weren't in chaos were the Ning Kingdom and the Great Cloud Empire, because even the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect strictly forbade their disciples from invading these two countries. The reason, of course, was because of Yixian, this person who had already disappeared from the Qingzhou. Although Yixian hadn't appeared in Azure Province, his legend still circulated throughout the province. Especially those cultivators from the Divine Central Continent. They were extremely afraid of Yixian. Or rather, they were afraid of him. It should be noted that Yixian had slaughtered countless cultivators of the Divine Central Continent. Wherever Yixian was, it was absolutely a forbidden place. Although Yixian was not here, the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent still did not have the nerve to offend the forces related to him. Not to mention the Ning Kingdom and the Great Cloud Empire, not a single cultivator of the Central Divine region dared to step into the Green City of the Jiang Kingdom. At least, before Yixian died, these cultivators from the Divine Central Continent would not provoke anyone related to Yixian. Countless native cultivators of Azure Province were regretting their decision. It was only now that many of them realized that the cultivators from the Divine Central Continent hadn't come to Azure Province for Yixian. Unfortunately, it was too late. Without Yixian, Azure Province was even more chaotic. Therefore, some people began to look for Yixian everywhere, hoping that Yixian would continue to hold the fort for them. After Azure Waves Academy was disbanded, it completely disappeared, breaking up into smaller groups and developing on its own. These people were hiding in the crowd. They were quietly cultivating and waiting. They were waiting for the day Yixian would summon them, the Great Cloud Empire. Lian Wanli stood quietly on the city walls of the imperial capital. She looked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, lost in thought. Her arm had obviously recovered. Behind Lian Wanli was the female guard, Ozwa. After an unknown period of time, Lian Wanli asked softly, "Azure Province has completely fallen, right?" Ozwa nodded slightly. "Sort of." "What about him?" Lian Wanli asked suddenly. Ozwa clearly knew who Lian Wanli was referring to. She immediately said, "He vanished without a trace after leaving the Jiang nation." "There's no news of him at all." Lian Wanli nodded slightly. "Keep an eye on him. Inform me directly if there's any news of him." Ozwa hesitated for a moment before she said, "My king, although he's strong, he's too petty. Now that he's gone, Azure Province is, what can he do if he doesn't leave?" Lian Wanli suddenly asked. "If he doesn't leave, he won't just have to face the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent, but also the native cultivators of Azure Province. He's done enough for this land. It should be everyone's responsibility to protect this land, not just one person." Ozwa nodded slightly. "I understand. But my king, if I may be so bold as to ask, why are you looking for him?" Lian Wanli glanced at his arm and smirked, "Let him see this king's arm." Ozwa was speechless. The Divine Central Continent. The Frigid North Sect. On this day, an old man came to the Frigid North Sect. He hadn't come empty-handed. Instead, he'd brought many gifts. A marriage proposal. The old man sat quietly in the Frigid North Hall. Not far from him sat a beautiful woman in a white dress. This beautiful woman was the sect master of the Frigid North Sect, Shen Weiyang. The old man stood up and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Shen, this old man has come on behalf of the Realm Defense Alliance. To tell you the truth, the Realm Defense Alliance wishes to become in-laws with the Frigid North Sect." "In-laws?" Shen Weiyang's brows furrowed slightly. "In-laws?" The old man smiled. "Exactly. I've long heard that the holy maiden of your sect is a genius who has reached the true 10,000 Dharma realm at such a young age. Such a genius naturally needs to be betrothed to a good husband. To tell you the truth, Supremacy Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance has a nephew called Lu Xianming. Xianming has admired the holy maiden Yiling for a long time. I hope Sect Master Shen can grant his wish." Lu Xianming, Shen Weiyang's expression turned ugly. Who didn't know that Lu Xianming of the Realm Defense Alliance was a playboy? Shen Weiyang didn't get angry. She raised her teacup and took a sip. Then she smiled. "Thank you, Lord Lu, for thinking so highly of me. However, Xiao Ling isn't even 15 yet." She is still too young to be betrothed. Please understand. Hearing this, the smile on the old man's face disappeared without a trace. Shen Weiyang didn't say anything. Yi Ling was the future hope of the Frigid North sect. Naturally, she wouldn't hand her over so easily. Even if she agreed, the elders of the sect wouldn't, because Yi Ling was the next sect master of the Frigid North sect. The old man glanced at Shen Weiyang and said indifferently, "Why? Does the Frigid North sect look down on the Realm Defense Alliance?" Obviously, he wanted to use his power to suppress them. Shen Weiyang smiled. "What are you talking about? In the firmament world, who would dare to look down on the Realm Defense Alliance? As I said, Xiaoling is only 14. It's really not suitable for her to be betrothed at this age. Let's wait until she's 18 before we talk about marriage. What do you think?" Delay? How could the old man not know that Shen Weiyang was trying to delay? He sneered, 14 years old. That's not young. Sect Master Shen, it's not a bad thing for the Frigid North sect to be betrothed to the Realm Defense Alliance. Especially now that the spiritual qi in the firmament world is thin. The spiritual qi everywhere is slowly disappearing. Then he smiled. According to what the old man knows, the spiritual qi in the Frigid North sect is slowly disappearing. Also, the ice in many places is slowly melting. Sect Master Shen, the Frigid North sect doesn't seem to be doing well. If something happens to the Frigid North sect at this time, it won't be good. Hearing this, Shen Weiyang's expression turned cold, a threat. The old man's words were a blatant threat. The old man ignored Shen Weiyang's cold expression. He stood up and smiled. Sect Master Shen, the Realm Defense Alliance has no ill intentions towards the Frigid North sect. We just want to be betrothed to the Frigid North sect. Lord Lu has promised that as long as the Frigid North sect is betrothed to the Realm Defense Alliance, the Frigid North sect's business will be the Realm Defense Alliance's business. Not only that, Lady Yi Ling can still inherit the Frigid North sect and the Realm Defense Alliance will not interfere with the Frigid North sect's internal affairs. Then he cupped his fists. In 3 days, the Realm Defense Alliance will come to fetch the bride. Please be prepared, Sect Master Shen. Then, he turned around and left. Inside the hall, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from Shen Weiyang's body. The ice table in front of her instantly turned into powder. Shen Weiyang's expression was cold and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Realm Defense Alliance has gone too far. Just then, an old woman walked out. She was the Granny Ling who had been following Yi Ling. Granny Ling said in a low voice, "I'm afraid the Realm Defense Alliance is doing this because of Yi Xian." Yi Xian, Shen Weiyang looked at Granny Ling. Where is he now? Granny Ling shook her head. Ever since he left the country of Jiang, he has completely disappeared. We don't know where he is now. Shen Weiyang said after a moment of silence, the Realm Defense Alliance doesn't dare to kill him openly because they're afraid of something. I heard that there's a sword immortal behind him. Tell this to the Azure Province later. Make sure that he comes to the Divine Central Continent. Granny Ling said in a low voice, even if he comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to change the Realm Defense Alliance's decision. Shen Weiyang said coldly, the Realm Defense Alliance's target isn't Xiaoling but Yi Xian. As long as he comes, he can successfully attract the Realm Defense Alliance's attention. The Realm Defense Alliance will only let Xiaoling go if he dies. Granny Ling was a little hesitant. Xiaoling has deep feelings for Yi Xian. If she finds out that we're scheming against Yi Xian, she'll probably hate us and the Frigid North sect to death. Shen Weiyang shook her head. She'll understand us in the future. Just do it. Granny Ling sighed softly and turned to leave. Soon, the news that the Realm Defense Alliance wanted to marry Xiaoling spread to the Azure Province. Azure Province, Nanlian Mountain Range. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly stopped and took out a voice transmission stone. A moment later, he flew into a rage and slashed down with his sword. Boom, the trees within dozens of feet of him were instantly turned to dust. Yi Xian sheathed his sword with a ferocious expression. Marry my sister? Have you asked me? A bunch of scum. After saying that, he turned around and left with his sword. P.S. Men can't be too honest. If they're too honest, they'll be easily bullied. My friend's love is too humble. Sigh, if he was even 1/10 as handsome as I am, he wouldn't have had so many girlfriends. It's not an exaggeration to say that the number of people who come to my house for blind dates every holiday is enough to flatten my doorstep. Believe me, I'm willing to swear in the name of millions of readers. If I'm lying, everyone's dicks will be shortened by 10 centimeters. Anger, Yi Xian was naturally furious. He did not expect that the Realm Defense Alliance would not dare to kill him openly, but instead set their sights on his sister, Yi Ling. Whoever dared to set their sights on Yi Ling, Yi Xian, would be absolutely irreconcilable with that person. To the divine central continent, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. However, before going, he had to do one or two things first. Ning Kingdom. After Yi Xian arrived in Ning Kingdom, in order not to attract attention, he quietly sneaked into Tuoba Yan's palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Yi Xian was stunned. Inside the palace, Tuoba Yan and Xianxia were sitting in a huge wooden tub bathing. In an instant, many images appeared in Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. Look, or not look. Without being in a dilemma for long, Yi Xian shook his head and prepared to leave. Men could be dissolute, but they could not be obscene. Moreover, sneaking around like this was a form of disrespect to the two women. Even if he wanted to look, he had to do it openly. How could he sneak around? Yi Xian was not that kind of person. Yi Xian quietly retreated, but the next moment, he suddenly revealed his true form, pushed open the door, and said loudly, "Long time no see." Hearing Yi Xian's voice, Xianxia and Tuoba Yan, who were in the tub, were stunned. Yi Xian was also dumbfounded at this moment. The three of them were dumbfounded, but Tuoba Yan and Xianxia just happened to get up, so their beautiful bodies were unreservedly presented in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was the first to recover, and he hurriedly turned around. I didn't see anything, really. Tuoba Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Get out. Yi Xian hurriedly walked out of the hall, and at this time, two female guards appeared in front of him. Obviously, they were alerted by Yi Xian. The two female guards were about to make a move, but when they saw that it was Yi Xian, they were stunned for a moment before hurriedly bowing. Obviously, he knew Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. It's a misunderstanding. You can leave now. The two female guards looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they quietly retreated. After the two of them left, Yi Xian sat on the ground. His heart was thumping wildly. It was a little exciting. 15 minutes later, in Tuoba Yan's chamber, Tuoba Yan and Xianxia sat on the bed while Yi Xian sat on a chair by the side. The two women didn't say anything and just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. After a moment, Yi Xian was the first to break the deadlock. He smiled bitterly. I actually didn't see anything. You know, I don't have eyes. Tuoba Yan glared at Yi Xian. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, what are you here for? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, I want to go to the Divine Central Continent. The Divine Central Continent? Tuoba Yan frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yi Xian told them about the Realm Defense Alliance's attempt to force Yi Ling into marriage. Inside the hall, the two women were silent. After a moment, Tuoba Yan said solemnly, this matter isn't that simple. Yi Xian nodded. I know. I came this time because I'm a little worried about the two of you. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the two women glanced at him, and the anger in Tuoba Yan's eyes faded slightly. At this moment, Yi Xian took out a spatial ring and handed it to Tuoba Yan. There are 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones in this spatial ring. 100 million of them are for the two of you to cultivate, and the remaining 200 million are for activating the 12 metal colossi. As long as the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect don't act against the Ning Kingdom. These 12 metal colossi are enough to deal with the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent. As for the Devil Sect and Ghost Sect, I'll personally go there. Tuoba Yan frowned again. You're going to the Devil Sect? Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'm confident. Tuoba Yan hesitated for a moment and then asked, will you come back after this? Yi Xian shook his head. The two women were stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian asked with a smile, do you want me to come back? Yes. Xianxia said suddenly. Tuoba Yan said coldly, no. Xianxia glanced at Tuoba Yan, and then he looked at Yi Xian. She does. Yi Xian was speechless. Tuoba Yan rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely come back to Pine Prefecture. As for the two of you, you must take good care of yourselves. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact Xianxia, Advisor Liu, and the others at any time, and they'll come to help immediately. Xianxia nodded. All right. Yi Xian walked over to them and gave them a light hug. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Tuoba Yan suddenly said, Wait. Yi Xian stopped and turned around. Tuoba Yan hesitated for a moment, and then he walked over to Yi Xian and said softly, I'll wait for your return. His voice was very soft like the buzz of a mosquito. Yi Xian smiled. And then? Tuoba Yan glared at Yi Xian. And then die. Yi Xian laughed, and then he walked over to Tuoba Yan's ear and whispered something. Tuoba Yan immediately blushed, and then he threw a white jade bottle at Yi Xian, and said angrily, Get lost. Yi Xian put away the white jade bottle, chuckled, and turned to leave. Seeing Yi Xian disappear into the distance, Tuoba Yan's eyes suddenly became a little dazed. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little lost in her heart. Love, she did not think too much about it. She only knew that there seemed to be something more in her heart. After Yi Xian left the kingdom of Ning, he went directly to the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect's headquarters was built in an ancient city. The Devil Sect did not blindly kill. On the contrary, the Devil Sect had absorbed many cultivators from the divine central continent. The current Devil Sect was gradually strengthening itself. In a large hall, the Devil Sect master Ku Mingxiu was meditating. Suddenly, there was a cough in the hall. Ku Mingxiu opened his eyes abruptly. Not far away from him, a black-clothed man had appeared out of nowhere. The man's back was facing him, and his shadow was very long. Ku Mingxiu's expression instantly turned solemn when he saw this person. This was because he did not know how the person appeared, and he did not even notice when the person appeared. Most importantly, he could not sense any aura from the person in front of him. He could not sense any aura at all, as if the person did not exist. What kind of expert was this? Ku Mingxiu's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, the man in black suddenly said, Sect Master Ku, don't be afraid. The old man does not mean you any harm. Otherwise, your head would have been removed. His voice was a little hoarse. Ku Mingxiu calmed down and said in a deep voice, Senior, who are you? The man in black said, The old man has left the firmament world for too long. This name means nothing to the firmament world now. He had left the firmament world for too long. Ku Mingxiu's heart skipped a beat. Senior, why are you looking for me? The man in black nodded. Of course. Sect Master Ku seems to have forgotten something. Something? Ku Mingxiu was stunned. Senior, please enlighten me. The man in black said, Sect Master Ku once promised my disappointing disciple 1 billion supreme spiritual stones, but Sect Master Ku only paid me 500 million. Ku Mingxiu was stunned. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Yi Xian. Are you Yi Xian's master? The man in black nodded. Ku Mingxiu gulped. May I ask if you are Senior Firmament World Sword Master? The man in black went silent for a while, then said softly, I never thought that after 1,000 years, there would still be someone who remembers the old man. Firmament World Sword Master, Ku Mingxiu's mind instantly went blank, he's still alive. Yi Xian did not lie to him. The Firmament World Sword Master was still alive and he had returned. The Firmament World Sword Master, he had once suppressed the Realm Protection Alliance with his own strength for 100 years, causing them to be unable to breathe. Moreover, he was once the publicly known #1 expert in the firmament world. At this moment, Ku Mingxiu's heart was in extreme shock. At this moment, the man in black suddenly said, Sect Master Ku, one must be trustworthy. What do you think? Ku Mingxiu quickly took out a storage ring. With a flick of his finger, the storage ring flew towards the black-cloaked man. Then, he bowed deeply. It's my fault. Now, I hope Senior can give these 500 million supreme spiritual stones to young Master Yi. The man in black nodded slightly as he put away the storage ring. The old man is not here for a mere 500 million supreme spiritual stones. Ku Mingxiu quickly said, of course. How could Senior care about 500 million supreme spiritual stones? If Senior has any instructions, please let me know. The man in black nodded. This time, the Realm Defense Alliance has targeted my disappointing disciple again and again. The old man is going to bring him to the Divine Central Continent to seek justice from the Realm Defense Alliance. However, my disappointing disciple is worried about some people in the Azure Province. For example, the Ning country and the Great Cloud Empire. Ku Mingxiu quickly said, don't worry, Senior. The Devil Sect will take good care of the Ning country and the Great Cloud Empire. We won't let the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent find trouble with them. The man in black nodded. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Ku Mingxiu smiled bitterly. Of course not. However, I have a question. Since Senior is still alive, why didn't you show up personally? If that's the case, the Realm Defense Alliance won't dare to find trouble with young Master Yi again. The man in black shook his head. Young man, if you don't temper yourself, how can you become a talent? The Realm Defense Alliance is a good training ground for you. Moreover, after the old man left the Azure Firmament world, the Realm Defense Alliance has become even more arrogant. Ku Mingxiu nodded in agreement. After Senior left, the Realm Defense Alliance began to suppress the forces of the Azure Firmament world in order to become the overlord. This time, the Azure Firmament world has undergone a great change and the spiritual chi has dried up. Not only does the Realm Defense Alliance want to weaken the forces of the Divine Central Continent, but they also want to take the origin heart of the Azure Province. The man in black smiled. Don't worry, the Realm Defense Alliance won't be able to run around for long. Ku Mingxiu was shocked. Senior, are you going to take action against the Realm Defense Alliance? The man in black said, the Realm Defense Alliance's actions have caused dissatisfaction among many people. Not only the forces of the Azure Firmament world are dissatisfied, but also some forces outside the Azure Firmament world. This time, the old man came back to bring my useless disciple to train. Secondly, it's naturally for the Realm Defense Alliance. Ku Mingxiu's eyelids twitched. As expected, the Firmament Sword Master was going to take action against the Realm Defense Alliance. The Realm Defense Alliance's doomsday is coming. At this moment, the man in black suddenly said, the old man shouldn't show himself for the time being. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Ku to deal with the matters of the Azure Province. After saying that, he walked out of the hall. Ku Mingxiu hurriedly bowed. Senior, take care. Ku Mingxiu heaved a sigh of relief after the black-clothed man left. He was still in shock. The Firmament Sword Master, he didn't expect the Firmament Sword Master to still be alive. Not only was he alive, but he had also returned to the Firmament world. Ku Mingxiu was glad that he didn't kill Yixian back then. Otherwise, not only would the Realm Protection Alliance be in trouble, but the Devil Sect would also be in trouble. Ku Mingxiu returned to his seat and said softly, I'll have to be more cautious in the future. The black-cloaked man left the Devil Sect silently without alerting anyone, just like how he came. In a mountain range, the black-cloaked man stopped and took off his black clothes. The black-cloaked man was none other than Yixian. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. He had to admit that his trip to the Devil Sect was very risky. If Ku Mingxiu were to attack him, his cover would be blown. He was betting that Ku Mingxiu wouldn't dare to attack him, and he was right. After he used the Chaos Chi to conceal his aura, Ku Mingxiu couldn't see through him at all. Not only that, but Ku Mingxiu also couldn't sense his presence at all. Under such circumstances, Ku Mingxiu definitely wouldn't dare to attack him. Subconsciously, Ku Mingxiu had already regarded him as a terrifying old monster. Although he had successfully deceived Ku Mingxiu, he was still a little flustered. Under such circumstances, he would definitely be besieged if he made a mistake. Fortunately, he had successfully deceived Ku Mingxiu. In this way, he could leave Qingzhou with a peace of mind because Ku Mingxiu would protect the Ning country and the Great Cloud Empire for him. Without thinking further, Yixian turned around and left. His destination this time was the Divine Central Continent. 2 hours later, Yixian boarded a cloud ship heading to the Divine Central Continent. In a private room on the cloud ship, Yixian sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. This time, the Realm Protection Alliance's target wasn't Yi Ling, but him, Yixian. If he didn't handle this properly when he arrived at the Central Divine Prefecture, not only would he not be able to help his younger sister, but he might even lose his life. It should be noted that the Divine Central Continent was the territory of the Realm Defense Alliance, and the Realm Defense Alliance was deeply rooted in the Divine Central Continent. Whether it was in terms of strength or influence, it was extremely powerful. If he went against the Realm Protection Alliance, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. One must be tough, but not recklessly tough. He had to think of a comprehensive plan. Time passed bit by bit. The cloud ship had already left Wanqiu Mountain and arrived at a vast sea. During this period of time, Xian had been constantly studying the Central Divine Prefecture. In order to understand the Divine Central Continent, he had specially bought a history of the Divine Central Continent from Drunken Immortal Inn. The firmament world was divided into 3 great continents: the Central Divine Prefecture, the Kanglan Province, and the Azure Province. In truth, these 3 great continents were all connected. However, the distance between the 3 great provinces was rather far. Although there was a certain amount of communication between them, the gap between them was not small. The main reason was still the Divine Central Continent, because its martial arts civilization was the most developed of the 3 great provinces. In the eyes of the native cultivators of the Divine Central Continent, whether it was the Azure Province or the Kanglan Province, they were both barbarian backwater lands. But this was normal, because the strength of the Divine Central Continent far surpassed that of the Azure Province and the Kanglan Province. The Divine Central Continent was divided into the Upper Realm and the Lower Realm, but it didn't mean that the forces in the Upper Realm were necessarily stronger than those in the Lower Realm. Some forces were able to stay in the Upper Realm because their ancestors were powerful enough to establish their own realm. Simply put, they had to rely on their ancestors, and there were a few powerful forces in the Lower Realm. Even the Realm Defense Alliance didn't dare offend them lightly. 1 sect, 1 sword, 1 lineage, 1 sect, the Mystic Sect, was the most mysterious force in the Divine Central Continent, even more mysterious than the Realm Defense Alliance. No one knew the location of the Mystic Sect's headquarters. All they knew was that the number 1 genius on the Divine Central Continent's senior-level genius ranking was a self-proclaimed member of the Mystic Sect. 1 sword was the Grey Sword Sect. The Grey Sword Sect had been at its most glorious when the Sword Master of the Grey Realm was still around. At that time, the Grey Sword Sect had undoubtedly been the strongest force in the Green Firmament world, and even the Realm Defense Alliance had been suppressed. Although the Sword Master of the Grey Realm was no longer around, no force dared to underestimate them. 1 lineage referred to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the Green Firmament world, there was a group of powerful monsters that lived in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The true strength of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had always been a mystery. Even the Realm Defense Alliance was afraid of the 10,000 Beast mountain range. All in all, the Realm Defense Alliance wasn't absolutely the strongest force in the Divine Central Continent. In his room, Xian put away the information. After a long period of contemplation, he began to cultivate. He was now at the Dharma Realm, and what he needed to do was reach the Dharma Realm before he entered the Divine Central Continent. In order to reach the Dharma Realm, he had to learn how to use space. With the Space Tao Law, it wasn't difficult for him to accomplish that. In the following period of time, Xian used the Space Tao Law to comprehend it. Although he could use the Space Tao Law to use space and even spatial decomposition, that was the ability of the Space Tao Law, not his own. What he needed to do was to be able to use space without borrowing the Space Tao Law. Finally, he would use space disintegration. It could be said that the Space Tao Law was his best master, at least until he reached the Dharma Realm. 2 days later, the cloud ship arrived at an archipelago. At this moment, a voice came from the ship. "Everyone, the Thousand Clouds Island is up ahead. Mercenaries and pirates come and go there all year round, so please be careful." At this moment, Xian walked out of the cloud ship. He would come out to bask in the sun at noon every day. At that moment, he did not reveal his true appearance. Instead, he was wearing a large gray robe that covered his entire body. It was no secret in the Azure Firmament world that the Realm Defense Alliance had placed a bounty on his head. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to cause any trouble right now. It was better to keep a low profile. At this moment, a man and a woman arrived at Xian's side. The man wore a white robe and held a white jade fan in his hand. He had a graceful bearing, while the woman wore a jade-green dress. Her features were delicate and pretty, and she was quiet and elegant. The man sized up Yixian and said with a smile, "Brother, you should have escaped from Azure Province as well, right?" "Escaped?" Yixian turned to look at the man, slightly puzzled. The man shook his head slightly. Azure Province has almost completely fallen into enemy hands. Many powerful clans and individuals are thinking of ways to escape Azure Province and head for the Divine Central Continent. After all, only the Divine Central Continent can be considered peaceful in the Azure Firmament world. Yixian nodded slightly, somewhat understanding. Although the rich and powerful clans couldn't resist in times of chaos, they had the ability to escape. Take the two people before him for example. They were probably either rich or noble. At any given time, it was actually the people at the bottom who were truly miserable. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, "Actually, the main reason our Azure Province has fallen into such a state is because of that Yixian." Yixian was speechless. The man tapped his fan against his palm, and his eyes were filled with rage. "I don't know how that Yixian offended the Realm Defense Alliance to the point that they actually issued an arrest warrant for him. It's exactly because of this arrest warrant that the Devil Sect, Ghost Sect, and countless cultivators from the Divine Central Continent were drawn here." Cultivators. Even if Yixian dies 10,000 times, it still won't be enough to atone for his crimes. Yixian was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Big brother, you can't blame Yixian for this. In my opinion, it's the Realm Defense Alliance's fault. Firstly, it's exactly because of their connivance that those cultivators from the Divine Central Continent dared to come to Azure Province. If they hadn't given the nod, would those cultivators have dared to act rashly in Azure Province? Secondly, even if Yixian offended the Realm Defense Alliance, why didn't they just go look for Yixian? In my opinion, Yixian is just an excuse the Realm Defense Alliance is looking for. It's an excuse for those cultivators from the Divine Central Continent to come to Azure Province." Yixian couldn't help but look at the woman, and he was slightly surprised. Meanwhile, the man grunted, "What do you know? It's exactly because of Yixian that the Realm Defense Alliance vented its anger on the entire Azure Province. If it wasn't for him, then it would be impossible for so many things to happen in Azure Province. Yixian is a jinx, he." Suddenly, Yixian turned around and slapped the man. Slap, a resounding slap resounded, and then the man was blasted over 10 m away. Everyone on the deck of the cloud vessel was stunned. The woman by Yixian's side gazed at Yixian with astonishment. Why did you hit him?" Yixian said indifferently, "It's rare to encounter such a weirdo, so I wanted to hit him." The woman. Nearby, the man who had been blasted away by Yixian stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then glared angrily at Yixian. You actually dared to hit me. Do you know that the steward of this cloud vessel is my uncle?" Yixian suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, slap, the man was blasted away again. Yixian clapped his hands, all the more reason to hit him. The man stood up again, and this time, besides rage, there was also fear in his eyes, because he hadn't even been able to fight back just now. He was at the peak of the Divine Combination realm. The man didn't try to put on a brave front again. It didn't take long for an old man and 6 guards to appear on the cloud vessel's deck. All 6 of them had a small Zue character on their left chests. Immortal Indulgence Inn. Although the drunken Immortal Inn had announced that they would withdraw from Qingzhou, they actually didn't. They were still running some businesses, such as this cloud vessel business. When the old man saw the man's appearance, his face instantly turned cold, then he turned to look at Yixian. "You did this?" Yixian nodded. The old man stared at Yixian. "Previously, he said that he was the old man's nephew, but you still wanted to attack him. It seems that you don't put my drunken Immortal Inn in your eyes." Yixian shook his head. "I have no ill intentions towards the drunken Immortal Inn." The old man said coldly, "Old man, I can see that you have a lot of ill intentions. Since you dare to attack me on the cloud vessel, I believe that you have some confidence. Tell me." Yixian shook his head. "I'm just a rogue cultivator." The old man narrowed his eyes. "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell me your background, this old man won't be polite." Yixian thought for a moment, then flicked his finger, and a dark golden token appeared in front of the old man. This token was given to him by the 5th floor master, and it was the highest grade of the drunken Immortal Inn. The old man glanced at the token and frowned. What rubbish is this? Saying that, he casually threw the cloud vessel down, then said, beat him to death, throw the cloud vessel away. Xian. P.S. Let me explain why there are 2 updates today. I've been thinking for an entire night, and I finally thought of a reason that won't be scolded. Because today, that something came. Xian was stunned. He doesn't know him. He actually doesn't know him. That's the highest gold card of the Immortal Indulgence in. And it's been thrown away just like that. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the guards of the Immortal Indulgence in were about to attack. Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly, wait. She stood in front of Xian as she spoke. At the same time, she waved her hand, and the black Venerable card that the old man had thrown off the cloud ship flew back onto the cloud ship. Then it landed in her hand. Everyone gazed at the woman. The woman glanced at the black card, and her hand started to tremble as she looked at it. The old man frowned. Little girl, what are you doing? The woman gazed at Xian, and her voice was trembling slightly. Is this a black card? Xian spoke indifferently. Take a guess. The woman took a deep breath, and then she gazed at the old man. The old man hurriedly walked over and snatched the black card. As he looked at it, his hand started to tremble as well. A black card, naturally, he didn't know about it because he'd only heard of it. It was the highest black card of the Immortal Indulgence in, and one didn't just have to be rich to possess such a card, one had to be of status as well. How could a lowly manager like him have come into contact with such a person? Or perhaps, he'd never imagined that there would be a passenger with a black card on the ship. Moreover, Xian was in an ordinary room. The old man's body trembled as he gazed at Xian. Say. Your Excellency. Old man. Old man is as blind as a bat. Xian waved his hand, and then he pointed at the woman. From this moment onwards, she'll be the manager of the ship. The woman was stunned, and then she hurriedly shook her head. No. I can't. Xian spoke indifferently. I think you can. The old man wanted to say something, but Xian waved his hand. Leave. The old man naturally didn't dare to resist, and he immediately bowed deeply before he hurriedly pulled the man away with him. The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, Sir, the steward of the ship, Xian said, your uncle and brother are short-sighted and overly arrogant. If they were ordinary people, it would be fine. But if they were in power, there would be a great disaster in the future. The woman thought for a long time before she finally nodded. I understand. Xian nodded. You may leave. The woman hesitated for a moment before she said, I'm Imo Lien. You can call me Little Lien. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything. After saying that, she bowed slightly, turned around and left. On the deck of the cloud ship, Xian placed his hands behind his back and calmed himself down. There was only 1 day left before the Realm Defense Alliance would forcefully marry Yi Ling. He had to arrive at the Central Divine Prefecture by tonight. And with his current speed, if nothing unexpected happened, there should be no problem. Xian slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, he was naturally burning with anxiety. Yi Ling, he didn't know if the Frost North sect would protect Yi Ling to the death. If they didn't protect Yi Ling and handed Yi Ling over. In short, he had to get to the Central Divine Prefecture as soon as possible. He wouldn't place his hopes on anyone else when it came to his younger sister. Right when the cloud ship was about to fly past the 1,000 Cloud Islands, an enormous net was suddenly cast down from above, and it instantly enveloped the entire ship. At the same time, 4 other black cloud ships suddenly appeared around the ship. It's the mercenaries and pirates. A shocked voice suddenly resounded from the ship. After that, the old steward that Xian had dismissed hurried over to the front of the ship, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. A man in luxurious robes suddenly appeared above Xian and the others. He looked down and was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, Fuck off. Clouds, on the ship, the old man, Xiao Lian, and the others all looked at Xian, their eyes filled with astonishment. In the air, the man in luxurious robes looked at Xian with a ferocious expression. You told me to fuck off? Xian shook his head. I've changed my mind. As he spoke, he raised a hand and pointed. Swish, a ray of sword light instantly pierced the man's forehead. In the air, the man in luxurious robes slowly fell. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xian drew a line with his fingers, and a ray of sword light rippled out. The net that enveloped the cloud ship instantly shattered. Then, he turned to Xiaolian. "Keep going, don't stop." Xiaolian was stunned, and then she hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Don't stop, keep going." The cloud ship continued forward. In the distance, 6 cloud ships suddenly blocked the path of the cloud ship that Xian was on. A dozen experts suddenly flew out from the 6 cloud ships. They were all in the Dharma realm. At the sight of this, everyone on the cloud ship that Xian was on instantly turned pale. This was because there were only 2 Dharma realm experts on this cloud ship. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he hurriedly bowed deeply to the sky. "Everyone, this old man is the manager of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Please consider my Drunken Immortal Inn." At this moment, Xian suddenly flew out. The next moment, a scream sounded in the distance, and a bloody head slowly fell from the sky. After a few breaths, Xian had returned to the cloud ship, and in the distance, a dozen heads fell from the sky in an orderly manner. On the cloud ship, everyone was petrified. Xian sheathed his sword. "Forward, speed up." The cloud ship continued forward. A moment later, only Xian was left on the cloud ship. Obviously, the people on the cloud ship were more afraid of Xian than they were grateful. The killing intent that Xian emitted just now was too terrifying. At this moment, Xiaolian suddenly came behind Xian. She glanced at Xian and said softly, "Your identity should have been exposed." Obviously, she had already guessed Xian's identity. Not only her, many people might have guessed it just now. Swordsman, there was only one famous swordsman in Qingzhou, and that was Xian. Moreover, who in Qingzhou didn't know that Xian was on good terms with the Drunken Immortal Inn? It was completely possible that Xian had the black card of the Drunken Immortal Inn. "Exposed identity?" Xian said softly, "It's fine." Xiaolian nodded and did not say anything else. She turned around and retreated. On the deck of the cloud ship, only Xian was left. Xian took out a small wooden figure. The small wooden figure had 2 whips tied to it, and it looked exactly like Yiling. Xian said softly, "Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to bully you." The cloud ship moved forward at top speed. 6 hours later, the cloud ship suddenly stopped. They had arrived. When the cloud ship stopped, Xiaolian came to the deck of the cloud ship. At this moment, the deck was already empty. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment before she said softly, "Gone." Just at this moment, an elderly suddenly appeared in the sky above the cloud ship. The elderly's soul tray swept across the cloud ship, but he didn't discover anything. Finally, the elderly's gaze fell onto Xiaolian. "Where's that swordsman?" Xiaolian's voice trembled. "Gone, already gone." The elderly turned his head and swept a glance at the surroundings. He shouldn't have gone far. "Check the surroundings thoroughly." Saying that, he had already disappeared. Below, in a corner, Xian said softly, "No wonder the Realm Protection Alliance is so well informed." Saying that, he turned around and left. The current him, as long as he didn't show himself, no one would be able to discover him. Skycloud City. Skycloud City was the central continent's largest city. This was the largest city in the prefecture, and the master behind this city was the Realm Defense Alliance. This city was so big that it could accommodate up to 100 million people. And the Realm Protection Alliance could rely on this city to earn at least 10 billion high-grade spirit stones every year. Skycloud City wasn't on the ground, but in the sky. It was about 800 feet above the ground and was built by the Realm Protection Alliance after spending a huge amount of money. Being in the city, it was like being in the clouds. Xian spent 10 high-grade spirit stones to enter Skycloud City. This was the so-called entrance fee. Skycloud City could probably earn tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones from this entrance fee daily. At this moment, Xian then realized that he was actually very poor. On this day, the city was decorated with lanterns and streamers, looking very festive. Because today was the day that Skycloud City's young city lord Lu Xianming was going to marry the northern Chill sect saintess, Yiling. On this day, there were many powerhouses who came to Skycloud City in advance to congratulate. Among them, even the 3 sects and 5 families had sent people over. Lu Xianming obviously didn't have such a big influence, but his uncle did, who didn't know that his uncle was the Realm Protection Alliance's Supreme Lu. in the city lord's residence, in one of the main halls, the sound of a lady's laughter could be heard from time to time, and occasionally there were some moaning sounds. And it wasn't just one. At the entrance of the hall, the two guards felt unbearably hot listening to it. At this moment, the guard on the left suddenly said, "Today is the young city lord's big day, but he still wants to mess around. If this gets out, I'm afraid that Northern Chill sect will be angered to death." The guard on the right laughed, "Angered to death? Don't tell me that Northern Chill sect doesn't know what kind of character young city lord has? They have no other choice. Who asked our young city lord to have Supreme Lu behind him?" Speaking of this, he shook his head and laughed, "When that Saintess marries over, I'm afraid she'll have to suffer in the future." The guard on the left nodded slightly, "Don't say any more. The more you talk, the more you slip up. Be careful not to get into trouble." Very quickly, the outside of the hall quietened down. Not only the outside of the hall, even the inside of the hall quietened down. The two guards looked at each other and one of them transmitted his profound chi, "I'm afraid this young city lord is playing some tricks again, hee hee." In the hall. At this moment, a completely naked man was sweating profusely and his eyes were filled with terror. Because there was a sword at his throat, and in front of him stood a man in a grey robe. This man in a grey robe was Xianxia. Around the two of them were 4 to 5 women lying on the ground. But at this moment, these 4 to 5 women had already fainted. The naked man was just about to speak when the sword suddenly moved forward. Swish, the naked man's throat split open and his voice was forcefully swallowed back. Xianxia punched the man's head and he instantly fainted. Xianxia kept the storage ring on the man's hand and he took out a white jade bottle. This was what he had gotten from Tuobayan. Xianxia poured out a red elixir and fed it to the man. Then, he quietly took the man out of the hall. After dawn, a group of pig demons suddenly appeared at the gate of Skycloud City. And among this group of pig demons, there was a naked man with his head covered. And at this moment, this man was doing indescribably shameful things with these pig demons. Countless people were attracted by the scene and soon, more and more people gathered here. More and more people came and in the end, even the city walls were filled with people pointing and talking. And at this moment, the black cloth on the head of the man in the group of pig demons suddenly split open. At this moment, everyone saw the man's true face. When they saw the man's face, there was an uproar. "It's young city lord Lu Xianming. F***ck. Lu Xianming dared to F***ck a pig. Everyone had an interesting look on their faces. It was rare to see a good show like this. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the city gate. It was the city lord of Skycloud City, Lu Feng. When he saw Lu Xianming still hugging a pig demon in the distance, Lu Feng's expression turned ugly. With a wave of his right hand, the group of pig demons instantly exploded. At that moment, Lu Xianming charged at the people around him like a madman. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed and they quickly retreated. Lu Feng suddenly shouted, "How dare you!" As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Lu Xianming and pressed his right hand on the top of Lu Xuanming's head. Lu Xuanming's body trembled violently, and after a while, his scarlet eyes gradually became clear. Lu Xianming looked around blankly, then looked at the pig demon corpses on the ground. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and roared, "Who is it? Who is it?" Lu Feng's expression was gloomy. He turned to look at two guards not far away. The two guards' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly knelt on one knee. One of the guards said, "City Lord, the young city lord forbade the two of us from entering the palace, so what's the use of having the two of you?" Lu Feng suddenly roared. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and the bodies of the two guards exploded. Lu Feng coldly glanced at his surroundings. The faces of the people around him changed drastically, and they hurriedly turned around and fled. In front of the city gate, Lu Feng clenched his fists, his expression frighteningly gloomy. As for Lu Xianming, his facial features were twisted to the point of being deformed. Humiliation, the greatest humiliation of his life. He, Lu Xianming, would soon become the laughingstock of the entire divine central continent. Not only that, but when he thought about what had happened, Lu Xianming was like a raging beast, clenching his fists and roaring madly. Lu Feng turned to look to the side. There, an old man quietly appeared. The old man bowed slightly. This should be Yixian's doing. Who is Yixian? Lu Xianming turned to look at the old man with a ferocious expression. The old man said in a low voice, the enemy of our realm defense alliance, is also Yi Ling's sister. This time, he should be after Yi Ling. Yi Ling. Lu Xuanming's expression was ferocious. After a while, he suddenly looked at Lu Feng and said, isn't today the day I'm marrying Yi Ling? Let's go and fetch the bride. The humiliation I suffered today, I will return it to his sister 100-fold. Lu Feng nodded. Of course, this grudge will be avenged. Then he turned to the side and said, send my order. Go to the Frigid North clan to fetch the bride. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, that fellow, Yixian, will probably show himself again. Old man, follow him yourself. With that, he turned around and left. Very quickly, a huge cloud ship slowly rose up from Sky Cloud City. The cloud ship was decorated with lanterns and banners, looking extremely festive. The destination of this ship was the Frigid North clan. What was worth mentioning was that Lu Xian's Sun Hell Pig's matter had swiftly spread throughout the entire Sky Cloud City, and moreover, it was spreading out of Sky Cloud City at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xianming wasn't very famous in the entire Divine Central Continent, but his uncle was, hence, as the news spread, it would eventually bring Supreme Lord Lu along. But when it spread to some further places, it became Supreme Lord Lu's Sun Hell Pig, Realm Defense Alliance. In the hall, Supreme Lord Lu's expression was extremely gloomy. Obviously, he already knew about what had happened in Sky Cloud City. After a while, Supreme Lord Lu looked at an old man below him. Still no news of Yixian's whereabouts? The old man shook his head. After this person entered the Divine Central Continent, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. There's no news of him at all. According to my deduction, this person might have some sort of ore concealing treasure on him. Otherwise, it's impossible that there's no trace of him at all. Moreover, this person had entered the governor's residence of Sky Cloud City, but the 3 true Imperial Realm experts in the residence didn't notice anything at all. Aura concealing. Supreme Lord Lu frowned slightly. Even true Imperial Realm experts were able to conceal him, the old man nodded. This person should have reached the 10,000 Dharma realm. Ordinary Imperial Realm experts are no match for him, and it's difficult for true Imperial Realm experts to discover him. This matter is a little troublesome. Supreme Lord Lu said calmly, what's troublesome? Why did Yixian come to the Divine Central Continent? Because of his sister, Yi Ling. As long as Yi Ling is still in Frost North Sect, Yixian won't be able to run away. Hasn't Xianming gone to Frost North Sect? Bring some men with you. That Yixian will definitely appear. The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, Supreme Lord, if that Sword Immortal appears, Sword Immortal. Supreme Lord Lu narrowed his eyes and kept silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a deep voice, our men should have reached the Endless Star regions by now. We should have information on that mysterious woman soon. As for this Yixian, if he appears, feel free to attack. If that mysterious woman appears. As he said that, he flicked his finger and a ray of white light appeared in front of the old man. What's this? The old man was slightly puzzled. Supreme Lord Lu said in a deep voice, this is a clone of my lord. My lord personally bestowed it to me to deal with that mysterious woman. Remember, don't use this clone until the mysterious woman appears. Otherwise, the Realm Defense Alliance won't be able to restrain her. The old man carefully put away the ray of white light. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Supreme Lord, Yixian isn't simple at all. Why don't you kill him yourself and not give him a chance? Supreme Lord Lu glanced at the old man and said, I still have important matters to attend to. If you're not confident, then bring 2 more true Imperial Dharma Realm experts with you. I don't believe that Yixian is so monstrous that he can even kill true Imperial Dharma Realm experts. The old man turned around and left without saying another word. Supreme Lord Lu slowly closed his eyes in the hall. The mysterious woman appeared in his mind again. He actually wanted to go there himself, but he was still slightly fearful. One must know that the mysterious woman had killed a few true Imperial Dharma Realm experts in an instant. Even he couldn't kill a true Imperial Dharma Realm expert in an instant, most importantly, the mysterious woman had broken the formation that his lord had set up in the firmament world with a single sword strike. Although his lord had given him a clone, he still wasn't confident. The terror of the mysterious woman had been deeply imprinted in his mind. This time, if he went there personally and the mysterious woman appeared again, his clone would be useless. Without a doubt, he would really die. Simply put, this time, he wanted to see if the mysterious woman would appear again when Xian was in a desperate situation. If she didn't appear, then it would be great. A few true Imperial Dharma realm experts were enough to kill Xian. If she appeared, then he could protect himself. A moment later, Supreme Lord Lu stood up and came to the back of the hall. There was a pitch-black door at the back of the hall. Behind the door was a deep starry sky. Supreme Lord Lu bowed slightly. "My lord." After a moment of silence, a hoarse voice came from the door. "Track down that woman with all your strength. How dare she ruin my plans? I will destroy her body, imprison her soul, and let her suffer for 100 lifetimes." As soon as the voice fell, in a starry sky palace somewhere in the endless starry sky, a woman in a plain dress suddenly opened her eyes. She looked up and her expression gradually turned cold. "Incantation of truth. What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you cast an incantation of truth on me? Isn't it good to be alive?" As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her hand and an illusory sword quietly condensed in her palm. The woman in the plain dress got up and walked out of the hall. The sword in her hand trembled violently. At the same time, she opened her mouth and said, "In the name of my sword, I summon the spirits of the universe." "Who said this? Show yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand suddenly flew out and entered the starry sky. Soon, the starry sky began to tremble. "How dare you?" At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the starry sky. "Who dares to disturb the order of the starry sky? Are you tired of living?" At the entrance of the palace, the woman in the plain dress raised her head and looked into the starry sky. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. "Tired of living? If I don't want to die, who in this world can stop me? If I want someone to die, who can't? P.S. I've been sick with the flu recently. I've been dizzy for a day and I'm feeling weak all over. The flu has been terrifying recently. Everyone should really pay attention to keeping warm. Not only yourself, but also your family. Also, everyone should come out and take a look. Let me see you guys who are diving. Am arrogant." In the depths of the distant starry sky, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Then, a powerful pressure passed through the layers of space and crushed towards the woman in the plain dress. The power of the starry sky. At the entrance of the palace, the woman in the plain dress still had a hint of mockery. When the pressure arrived above her head, she pointed with her right hand. Chi, a ray of sword light shot into the sky. Boom, in the sky, the pressure instantly disappeared without a trace. After a moment of silence, an incredulous voice sounded from the distant starry sky. "You, who are you?" the woman in the plain dress sneered. "Do you think you can know my name?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved. An illusory sword shot into the sky and entered the vast starry sky. The sword passed through the starry sky and the sword light was even more dazzling than the starlight. Not long after, in the distant starry sky, a scream suddenly sounded. Then, the starry sky fell into dead silence. At the entrance of the palace, the woman in the plain dress had her hands behind her back and her face was gloomy. Looking at the vast starry sky, her eyes gradually became a little dazed. But soon, they became cold again. At this moment, she was about to lose her patience. This was because the last time she received news about the other avatar, that avatar had already disappeared. She knew very well that if she did not have a choice, she would definitely not allow herself to disappear after finding him. Simply put, she must have encountered some trouble, and this trouble might not be small. Gradually, a scene from the past appeared in the woman's mind. In the mountain crevice, a little boy was hugging a little girl tightly. The little boy looked out of the mountain crevice in horror. Outside the mountain crevice, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless great demons roared wantonly. The entire world looked like it was doomsday. Although the little boy was extremely shocked, he kept comforting the little girl. "Ching-er, don't be afraid. Big brother, big brother, big brother is here, big brother will protect you." The little girl hugged the little boy tightly. Although she was a little afraid, she felt very safe in her big brother's arms. In the middle of the night. Big brother, I'm hungry. The little boy quickly took out a steamed bun and grinned. Eat, big brother, eat too, big brother has eaten. I'm not hungry, really. Touch my belly. As he spoke, the little boy deliberately stuck out his little belly. The little girl believed him. In the middle of the night, the little boy hugged the little girl tightly. His face was extremely pale. He hugged the little girl tightly and said weakly, Ching. Big brother remembers, you seem to like to practice swordsmanship. In a daze, the little girl nodded. Ching has to protect big brother, daddy, and mommy, the little boy suddenly cried. However, the little girl in the black clothes did not see it. After the little girl fell asleep, the little boy gently kissed the little girl's forehead. Ching, if you become strong in the future, you must protect those who are as weak as us. Mother and father. If there was someone to protect them, they wouldn't have died. Also, that whatever God. They're so bad, beat them to death. Brother, I'm so hungry, so hungry. As he spoke, the little boy seemed to have thought of something, and his tears flowed like a broken dam. Brother, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of what will happen to Ching after I die. You're still so young, daybreak. The little boy hugged the little girl motionlessly, his body already cold. The little girl buried the little boy in the mountain crevice and knelt there for the entire night. The next day, the little girl got up and left. In her hand, there was still half a steamed bun. Her brother could eat it, but he had left his last bit of hope for her. In the starry sky, in front of the palace entrance, the woman in the plain dress stood for a long time. 2 streaks of tears had appeared on her cold cheeks. After a long time, the woman in the plain dress said softly, If anything happens to you, I'll destroy all living beings and let them be buried with you. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Without you, what's the point of reaching the peak of swordsmanship? After saying that, the woman walked into the palace. At the same time, her emotionless voice suddenly rang through the entire palace. I have run out of patience. In the palace, countless experts trembled. Azure World, Divine Central Continent. Sky Cloud City's wedding procession entered the Frosty North territory. At that moment, everyone in the Frosty North sect was furious. Who in the Divine Central Continent didn't know Lu Xuanming's character? Moreover, Lu Xianming had just done something so shocking and shameful. Now, Sky Cloud City was here to escort a bride, and it was the holy maiden of the Frosty North sect. This was a slap in the face, a vicious slap in the face of the Frosty North sect. In the Frosty North Hall, everyone from the Frosty North sect had gathered. Yiling was also there. She sat beside Shen Weiyang, dressed in an ice dress and looked very beautiful. Even though Yiling was still young, anyone could tell that she would definitely become a devastatingly beautiful woman in the future. Shen Weiyang looked around. The Realm Defense Alliance and Sky Cloud City are obviously using their power to suppress us. What do you think? Below, a woman said in a low voice, Sect Master, is there really no room for negotiation? Shen Weiyang shook her head. I don't think so. The woman below fell silent. Let's shed all pretense of cordiality. At this moment, a beautiful woman suddenly said, although our Frosty North sect is not as good as the Realm Defense Alliance, we will not be bullied so easily. If we don't resist to the end, our Frosty North sect will become the laughingstock of the entire Divine Central Continent. Below, some echoed in agreement. The Realm Defense Alliance and Sky Cloud City's forceful marriage was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the Frosty North sect. At this moment, someone suddenly said, if we fall out with them, it is equivalent to declaring war on the Realm Defense Alliance. And if we declare war, our Frosty North sect has no chance of winning. Someone sneered, without any chance of winning, are we going to let the Realm Defense Alliance bully us like this? However, this matter is of great importance and we need to be cautious. Otherwise, once the flames of war start, it will be a disaster for our Frosty North sect. Everyone in the hall was silent. Because the Frosty North sect could not defeat the Realm Defense Alliance, just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Why don't we feign civility first? Everyone turned to look. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman. She was the great elder of the Frosty North sect, Lu Yun. Yiling took a look at Lu Yun, her eyes cold. She didn't like this great elder. Because originally, the sacred lady of the Frosty North sect was not her, but the great elder's granddaughter. But after she came, the sacred lady of the Frosty North sect became her. Hence, the great elder would occasionally cause trouble for her. Lu Yun said indifferently, "Everyone, the spiritual energy in the divine central continent is getting thinner by the day, especially in our Frosty North territory. Many places in our Frosty North territory have already started to melt. Under such circumstances, if our Frosty North sect were to start a war with the Realm Defense Alliance, forgive me for being blunt, what awaits us is the destruction of the sect." The destruction of the sect, everyone's expressions were grave. No one wanted the sect to be destroyed. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Are we really going to marry the sacred lady to that scum?" Lu Yun said indifferently, "Sacred lady? That's the sacred lady of the Frosty North sect. Since you're the sacred lady of our Frosty North sect, then you should naturally think for our sect. Otherwise, what's the point of having a sacred lady who takes up so many cultivation resources by herself but doesn't do anything for our Frosty North sect at a critical moment?" Yi Ling glanced at Lu Yun, Grand Elder. "I, Yi Ling, am the sacred lady of the Frosty North sect. If my Frosty North sect were to hand me over now, then it wouldn't just be me, Yi Ling, but the Frosty North sect and our ancestors." When she spoke up to this point, she stood up and bowed slightly to Lu Yun. "I know that my arrival caused the Grand Elder's granddaughter to lose her position as the sacred lady. I'm very sorry for that. However, I still hope that the Grand Elder can set aside his personal feelings for now and work together to face this together. Because without the Frosty North sect, the Grand Elder isn't the Grand Elder anymore, and I'm no longer the sacred lady. What do you think?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone here nodded. Especially Shen Weiyang, she didn't conceal the admiration in her eyes at all. Under the Frosty North sect's full support, Yi Ling had grown greatly in all aspects. On the other hand, Lu Yun's expression was a bit ugly. Although Yi Ling's words were gentle, they were as sharp as a knife, and they immediately gained everyone's approval. If she said anything more, then she would be the one who didn't see the bigger picture. Without saying anything else, Lu Yun retreated to the side, but she was still a bit unwilling to give up. She immediately said, "Let me remind you, this time the Realm Defense Alliance targeted the Frosty North sect and the Sacred Lady because of that Yi Xian. If we don't hand over Yi Xian, the Frosty North sect. How dare you?" At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly flew into a rage. A powerful aura suddenly swept out from her body and headed straight for Lu Yun. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect Yi Ling to suddenly attack. In the distance, Lu Yun waved her right hand and directly dispelled the pressure from Yi Ling. She looked coldly at Yi Ling. "How impudent. Is this the sacred lady of the Frosty North sect?" Yi Ling stared at Lu Yun. "If you dare to do anything to my brother, I will definitely kill you." "How dare you?" Lu Yun said angrily. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the sacred lady. Let me tell you, the sacred lady was given to you by the Frosty North sect, not your brother. Enough." On the side, Shen Weiyang suddenly spoke. Lu Yun didn't say anything, but her expression was extremely cold. Shen Weiyang next to her looked at Yi Ling, apologized to the great elder. Yi Ling directly shook her head. "No." Shen Weiyang frowned. "Xiaoling you're not young anymore. You really shouldn't be so stubborn. Apologize to the great elder." Yi Ling said coldly, "No. Who told her to say that about my brother?" Shen Weiyang looked a bit unhappy. "Is your brother more important than the Frosty North sect in your heart?" Yi Ling answered without thinking, "My brother is more important than my life." Hearing this, there was an uproar. But Shen Weiyang flew into a rage. "How dare you? You're a traitor." As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful pressure enveloped Yi Ling. Yi Ling couldn't take it anymore. Her legs buckled and she knelt down. Yi Ling felt wronged and started crying. Brother. In her most helpless and difficult times, the first person she would think of was her brother. Just then, a man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Frosty North sect's main hall. Everyone in the field turned their heads in succession. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked slowly to Yi Ling and said with a trembling voice, "Don't cry. I'll take you home." Heartache, that was how Yi Xian felt at the moment. Yi Ling had always been by his side since they were young. Even though the two of them had led a tough life, he had always tried his best not to let Yiling suffer. Even though the two of them had led a tough life, there was joy amidst the hardship. Yixian felt as if his heart was being stabbed when he saw Yiling crying. No matter how special her physique was or how monstrous her talent was, she would always be a child in his heart. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yixian. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yixian to show up here. Shen Weiyang and the others looked at each other. In the end, Shen Weiyang looked at Yixian. "How did you get in here?" At this moment, Shen Weiyang and the others were slightly shocked. Because the Frosty North territory was guarded by all sorts of powerful cultivators. Besides the powerful cultivators, there were also some powerful formations. Unless one was a true Imperial Dharma realm cultivator, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter the main hall of the Frosty North sect without making a sound, but Yixian was obviously not a true Imperial Dharma realm cultivator. Yixian paid no attention to Shen Weiyang. He walked up to Yiling and slashed with his sword. Boom! The pressure that was pressing down on Yiling was instantly shattered by Yixian's sword. Shen Weiyang and the others instantly became solemn when they saw this. After all, Shen Weiyang was a true Imperial Dharma realm cultivator. Even though she hadn't used her full strength, it was still the pressure released by a true Imperial Dharma realm cultivator, but Yixian had destroyed it with a single strike. Everyone looked at each other with a wisp of shock in their eyes. Yixian paid no attention to the people of the Frosty North sect. He helped Yiling up and a gust of cold air instantly spread towards him. He was shocked and quickly released his kindness sword intent to resist the cold air. However, he was surprised to find that his kindness sword intent was actually unable to resist the cold air. The cold air around Yiling was even more terrifying than before. "Brother!" At this time, Yiling suddenly threw herself into Yixian's arms. She hugged Yixian tightly and cried like a child. No one knew how many days and nights she had missed her brother. In the frigid North sect, she only did 2 things a day. The first was to cultivate, and the second was to miss her brother. No one knew what her brother meant to her. For Yixian, his younger sister was the biggest taboo in his life, and for Yiling, wasn't it the same? Yixian gently hugged Yiling. At the moment, he was calm and happy. At this moment, he was very satisfied. The people of the frigid North sect just stared at the siblings. Shen Weiyang's face was a little gloomy. Actually, she was quite fearful of Yixian as well. Because how could someone who was so wanted by the Realm Defense Alliance and still alive be an ordinary person, especially Kuraki Academy? The Kuraki Academy of the Central Divine Prefecture wasn't inferior to the frigid North sect, but it was now inferior to even a third-rate power. Mysterious, in Shen Weiyang's opinion, Yixian was undoubtedly quite mysterious. Meanwhile, Yixian wiped off the tears on Yiling's face and smiled. "Big brother will take you away." Yiling nodded and held tightly onto Yixian's arm. "Go?" Lu Yun suddenly laughed coldly. "Yixian, you seem to have forgotten that this is the frigid North sect, not your Pine Prefecture." Yixian suddenly turned around and glared angrily at Lu Yun. "The frigid North sect is nothing. I don't even fear the Realm Defense Alliance, so why would I fear your frigid North sect?" "You." Lu Yun flared up with rage and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly pointed his sword at Lu Yun. "Old bastard, try and touch me. Let's see if your frigid North sect can survive until tomorrow." "How dare you?" Lu Yun was furious and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Shen Weiyang suddenly said, "Stop." Lu Yun turned around to look at Shen Weiyang and said angrily, "He insulted me like this, so why should I stop?" As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, a wave of pressure pressed down upon her. It was Shen Weiyang's pressure. Lu Yun turned around to look at Shen Weiyang. Shen Weiyang spoke via voice transmission. "Why don't you ask him how he got into my frigid North sect? How could he have snuck into my frigid North sect without any help? Would the Realm Defense Alliance play such tricks if he didn't have any backing?" Lu Yun gradually calmed down when she heard this. The Realm Defense Alliance, only then did she remember that even the Realm Defense Alliance couldn't do anything to this person. Yixian didn't care about Lu Yun and the people of the frigid North sect. He grabbed Yiling and turned to leave. Just then, Shen Weiyang suddenly appeared in front of him and Yiling Shen Weiyang stared at Yixian. "She is the Holy Virgin of the frigid North sect. Where are you taking her?" Yixian said indifferently, "I am her brother. I can take her wherever I want." Shen Weiyang said coldly, Yi Xian, don't be unreasonable. Making trouble out of nothing? Yi Xian's expression was ferocious. If not for the fact that the Frigid North sect did her a favor and that you made her kneel down, I would have destroyed the Frigid North sect a long time ago. Shen Weiyang narrowed her eyes and there was murderous intent in them. Yi Xian, I know that you have a powerful background. But do you really think the Frigid North sect is afraid of you? Yi Xian didn't speak. He pointed his sword at Shen Weiyang. Let's fight one-on-one. Hearing this, Shen Weiyang's expression turned cold. How could she tolerate such a provocation? She slammed her palm down and a strong wave of coldness pressed down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian stomped his right foot and a strong wave of sword will swept out from his body. Evil sword will. At the same time, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword, one strike to decide life and death. Seeing this, Shen Weiyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. She moved her finger and the power in Yi Xian's sword began to disintegrate. Spatial disintegration, the scariest part of the true defense level, but at this moment, a mysterious force suddenly wrapped around Yi Xian's sword, as well as the power and sword will in his sword. Spatial disintegration was ineffective. Shen Weiyang was shocked. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword descended. Boom! The wave of coldness shattered instantly and turned into a wave of air that shook the surroundings. Yi Xian was pushed back a few meters while Yi Ling hurried to him and said anxiously, Brother, are you hurt? Yi Xian shook his head but he was excited. It really worked. Before coming here, he'd imagined using the Space Tao Law's spatial cage to protect his sword technique so that he could fight against a true defense-level powerhouse. But he hadn't expected it to work, because his spatial cage had forcefully blocked Shen Weiyang's spatial disintegration. Without the spatial disintegration, a true defense-level powerhouse wasn't so terrifying to Yi Xian. Opposite Yi Xian, Shen Weiyang stared at Yi Xian. Besides disbelief, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. How did you do it? At this moment, she was extremely shocked, because her spatial disintegration had actually been ineffective. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Yi Xian didn't answer Shen Weiyang. He pulled Yi Ling and was about to leave when Granny Ling suddenly appeared in front of him and Yi Ling. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Yi Ling suddenly said softly, Brother, Granny Ling is very good to me. Hearing that, Yi Xian's expression softened and he bowed to Shen Weiyang. Thank you for taking care of Ling all this time, Senior. I, Yi Xian, will remember this. Granny Ling sighed softly. I'm from the Frosty North sect. If you really remember this, you should let her stay in the Frosty North sect. Staying in the Frosty North sect is the best place for her. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't want her to suffer any grievances. How can she grow if she doesn't suffer? Granny Ling retorted. She has to grow up eventually. She should learn to be independent and strong. If she stays with you all the time, your pampering will harm her instead. What do you think? Yi Xian fell silent. Seeing that Yi Xian was silent, Granny Ling was relieved. She had finally realized something. Yi Xian was a man who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you talked to him nicely, he would listen to you. However, if you tried to threaten him and force him, he would be even fiercer than you. No, this guy would start a fight if you didn't agree with him. At this moment, Granny Ling looked at Yi Ling. You've been devouring the treasure of the Frosty North sect for some time now. You'll be able to use it in a few days. By then, you'll be even more powerful. If you leave the Frosty North sect now, all your previous efforts will be in vain without the suppression of the cult here. Yi Ling lowered her head. I want to stay with my brother, Granny Ling smiled and said, but you're not as strong as your brother now. You won't be able to help him if you stay by his side. Not only will you not be able to help him, but you might even become his burden. Do you want that? She knew Yi Ling's temper very well. She couldn't force him. She might look weak, but she was actually very stubborn. Are we just going to let what happened just now go? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, Yi Xian barged into the Frosty North sect and attacked the sect master. He completely ignored the Frosty North sect and, she then pointed at Yi Ling who was not far away. She's the holy lady of the Frosty North sect, but she's with an outsider. What right does she have to be the holy lady of the Frosty North sect? My brother isn't an outsider. Yi Ling glared at Lu Yun. He's my brother. Lu Yun said ferociously, is your brother more important than the Frosty North sect? Yi Ling was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward with his sword, and a beam of sword light slashed at Lu Yun. One strike to decide life and death. Lu Yun's expression changed. She hadn't expected Yi Xian to attack. However, she wasn't afraid at all. She pointed with her finger and an icicle suddenly shot out from the tip of her finger. At the same time, the space around Yi Xian's sword started to distort. Spatial distortion, spatial manipulation. She's only at the spell manipulation realm. Yi Xian was stunned. He thought that Lu Yun was at least at the spell manipulation realm, but she was only at the spell manipulation realm. Yi Xian didn't think too much and twisted his right hand. Hiss, the spatial energy was shattered and the space returned to normal. At the same time, Yi Xian's sword broke Lu Yun's icicle and pressed against her forehead. Everyone was dumbfounded. One strike, he subdued Lu Yun with one strike. Yi Xian was actually surprised as well because he didn't expect the great elder of Frosty North sect to be so weak. Without much thought, Yi Xian patted Lu Yun's ugly face with his sword. Are you silly? Let me ask you, are you silly? My sister has such a powerful brother, isn't it a good thing for your Frosty North sect? You even F*** offended my brother and sister. Tell me, is your brain filled with sh**t? Damn it, even Mo Yunchi is smarter than you. Everyone, at this moment, a lady suddenly ran in. Sect master, the people from Sky Cloud City are here. They want us to hand over the sacred lady. Hearing that, Yi Ling hurriedly looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, even if the sky falls, I'll carry it. P.S. I asked you to come out and some of you really fought. Are you demons? Don't you have anything to say to me? Brother will bear it. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian and her heart was filled with happiness. She walked towards Yi Xian and gently hugged Yi Xian's arm and gave a sweet smile. I'll bear it together with brother. Hearing that, Yi Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, Shen Weiyang suddenly said, this time round, just Sky Cloud City alone has at least 3 true Imperial Magic Realm experts. And in the dark, there must be other strong practitioners from the Realm Protection Alliance. If you bring her out, the both of you will definitely die today. Yi Xian smiled, otherwise, what should we do? Shen Weiyang looked straight at Yi Xian and transmitted her profound qi. Yi Xian, you should be very clear that the Realm Protection Alliance's real target is you. As long as you go out, then Yi Ling will be safe. Yi Xian shook his head and laughed. What you mean is, I should surrender and let them do whatever they want to me, in exchange for my sister's safety, right? Shen Weiyang replied calmly, that will depend on your own choice. If I surrender, but they still refuse to let my sister off? Yi Xian asked. Shen Weiyang frowned slightly, their target is only you. Yi Xian shook his head and interrupted Shen Weiyang's words, surrender? How stupid do I have to be to do such a silly thing? He had never placed his hopes on others, especially on the enemy, believing that the enemy would be benevolent. Only a fool would believe that. Yi Xian walked in front of Shen Weiyang. Now, Cold North Sect has 2 choices. First, protect my sister and directly send out their top exponents to start a war with Sky Cloud City and the Realm Protection Alliance. Second, I will bring my sister away and all the consequences will be borne by the both of us. Attitude, what he wanted now was Cold North Sect's attitude. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the entire scene suddenly quietened down. Yi Xian's attitude was very clear. Leaving Yi Ling behind would mean that Cold North Sect would start a war with Sky Cloud City and the Realm Protection Alliance. If he chose the second option, it meant that Yi Xian would take Yi Ling with him, and nothing would happen to the Frigid North Sect. 2 choices. This was a big problem for the Frigid North Sect. Because the Frigid North Sect had already paid a huge price to train Yi Ling. If they gave up now, it would be a huge loss. But if they didn't give up, it meant that they had to face Sky Cloud City and the Realm Protection Alliance. The current Frigid North Sect might be able to fight against these 2 forces, but they would definitely lose in the end. Should he fight or not? Everyone in the surroundings gazed at Shen Weiyang. Yi Xian was also waiting for Shen Weiyang's answer. In fact, the Frigid North Sect had a third option, which was to capture Yi Xian and hand Yi Xian over to the Realm Protection Alliance. In that case, the Realm Protection Alliance might let go of Yi Ling. However, Shen Weiyang didn't dare to touch Yi Xian. If she touched Yi Xian, not only would she offend the forces behind Yixian, she would also completely offend Yiling. A sacred lady who hated the sect, she didn't even dare to think about the consequences. At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly said, "Sect Master, the sacred lady is a human, but aren't the thousands of frigid North sect disciples also human? If a war breaks out, how many of them can survive?" Yi Ling, who was standing beside Yi Xian, stared at Lu Yun. "Brother, this old hag is very evil." Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Yun was furious, but she didn't dare to make a move, not even a word of threat. Because Yi Xian's power was just too terrifying. Not far away, Shen Weiyang looked around and saw that all the frigid North sect disciples were looking at her. After a while, she sighed and turned around. "Take her away. Take Yi Ling away." As soon as she said that, Lu Yun instantly laughed and some of the frigid North sect disciples around them heaved a sigh of relief. However, some of the frigid North sect disciples were a little sad. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. They still had some feelings for Yi Ling, especially Granny Lung. The moment Shen Weiyang made her decision, she quickly said, "Sect Master, she is the future hope of the frigid North sect. If we give up on her, the frigid North sect," Lu Yun shook her head, "she is a human, but are the rest of the frigid North sect not human? If thousands of frigid North sect disciples die because of her, then we are the real sinners of the sect." Granny Lung wanted to say something but Lu Yun shook her head. "The frigid North sect can't start a war with the Realm Defense Alliance and Skycloud City. Even if we start a war, we might not be able to protect her. And her heart is on the outsider's side, so there's not much point in keeping her." Lu Yun quickly said, "Sect Master is right. Even if the frigid North sect starts a war for her, if we lose, not only will she die, but everyone in the frigid North sect will also die. It doesn't matter if we die, but if the frigid North sect disappears from the world, how will we face our ancestors?" Granny Lin looked at the crowd and shook her head with a sigh. "If the frigid North sect gives up on her, do you know how the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent will look at us? The cultivators of the Divine Central Continent will think that the frigid North sect is afraid of death and that we're willing to give up on our most monstrous genius to protect ourselves. Death isn't scary, what's scary is losing the courage of the frigid North sect." Lu Yun said coldly, "Courage? Is fighting the Realm Defense Alliance considered courage? The frigid North sect has existed for more than 1,000 years. Once we start a war with the Realm Defense Alliance, the frigid North sect may cease to exist. Is courage more important, or the thousands of disciples of the frigid North sect more important?" Granny Ling ignored Lu Yun and looked at Shen Weiyang. Shen Weiyang remained silent. Next to her, Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling out of the hall. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian stopped at the entrance of the hall with Yi Ling. He turned around and said, "We siblings clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. The frigid North sect must have spent a lot to nurture my sister. We won't take advantage of her." With that, he pointed a finger, and a storage ring flew to Shen Weiyang. Shen Weiyang was about to refuse, but when she scanned the ring with her divine sense and discovered that there were 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones inside, she immediately swallowed her words. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones, this was not a small amount, especially in this era where spirit chi was thin. This many supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for too many things. Shen Weiyang put the ring away and glanced at Yi Xian and Yi Ling. In the end, she looked at Yi Ling. "You have the sacred relic of the frigid North sect with you. It's not a good time to take it by force. I hope that you can return it in the future." Yi Ling nodded. "I'll return it to the frigid North sect if I can." Shen Weiyang nodded and did not say anything else. Just when Yi Xian was about to leave with Yi Ling pointed at Granny Lung. "Brother, Granny Lung treats me very well." Yi Xian rubbed Yi Ling's head gently. Then, he pointed his finger, and a storage ring flew in front of Granny Lung. There were 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring. Granny Lung was moved. 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones was actually quite a fortune to her. No, it should be a lot. Just then, Yi Ling waved at Granny Lung. "Granny Lung, brother, and I will come back to see you in the future." With that, the two siblings left the hall. In the hall, Granny Lung sighed. Actually, she had been worried since the beginning that the frigid North sect would not be able to withstand the pressure from the Realm Protection Alliance. However, her worry became reality in the end. This time, the frigid North sect had not only lost a super genius, but also lost their pride and dignity. Outside the hall, Yi Xian held Yi Ling's hand and walked out. Yi Ling's face was filled with a bright smile. On the way, Yi Ling suddenly asked, "Brother, if the frigid North sect starts a war with the Realm Protection Alliance because of me, will you really let me stay in the frigid North sect?" Yi Xian nodded. "This chapter is not finished. Please continue." "Yes, because staying in the frigid North sect will benefit you a lot." Actually, there was something that he did not say. If the frigid North sect was really willing to fight the Realm Protection Alliance to the death for Yi Ling, then he would go out and attract all the hatred to himself. Not only would he not let Yi Ling face the Realm Protection Alliance, he would also not let the frigid North sect face the Realm Protection Alliance. What Yi Xian wanted was an attitude from the frigid North sect, an attitude towards Yi Ling, and he was disappointed. He knew that if it was not for him, if Yi Ling stayed in the frigid North sect, she might be abandoned by the frigid North sect in the future. As if he had thought of something, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Ling. "Is it the frigid North sect's fault?" Yi Ling lowered her head slightly and kept quiet. After a while, she looked up at Yi Xian. "Do you think I'm wrong?" Yi Xian rubbed Yi Ling's little head and smiled. "Not at all. Remember, no one is born to owe anyone anything. The frigid North sect does not owe me, nor do they owe you. If they are willing to fight the Realm Protection Alliance to the death for you, I will be grateful for it for the rest of my life. If they are not willing, it's all right. We will face our own matters." Yi Ling nodded her little head. "I understand. Oh, brother, sometimes I feel that you are very long-winded, but I also like to hear you being long-winded." Hearing that, Yi Xian instantly burst out laughing. He doted on Yi Ling, but he would not spoil Yi Ling. Because spoiling a person would often be harming the person. Just at this moment, the siblings stopped. In the distant sky, stood a middle-aged man. Beside him, there was a young man. Sky Cloud City's city Lord Lu Feng and Young City Lord Lu Xianming. Behind the two of them stood three elders. The three of them were all true Imperial Realm experts. Including Lu Feng, there were a total of 4 true Imperial Realm experts. Other than that, there were 10 over people around them. These people were all in the Imperial Realm. This lineup was enough to easily take down Azure Province. But in the Divine Central Continent, it was probably just average. Not far in front of Yi Xian, Lu Xianming glared at Yi Xian. "Bastard, did you do this?" Yi Xian frowned. "Who are you talking about, bastard?" "You, of course." Lu Xianming said fiercely, "You lowly bastard." At this point, he was stunned. Something seemed wrong. Opposite him, Yi Xian nodded. He said seriously, "That scumbag is talking about me." Beside Yi Xian, Yi Ling could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Arg!" Lu Xianming roared, then directly rushed towards Yi Xian. The moment Lu Xianming rushed out, Lu Feng's expression changed greatly. He was about to make a move, but at this time, not far away, Lu Xianming stopped. Between his brows, there was a sword. Lu Xianming looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. He did not expect that he would be defeated just like that. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Lu Feng stared at Yi Xian. "If you dare to hurt a hair on his head." At this time, Yi Xian held the sword and slashed down. Swoosh, Lu Xuanming's entire arm was sent flying. Lu Xianming immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Xian looked at Lu Feng and smiled viciously. "How dare you have designs on my sister? Do you know how to write the word death?" As he said this, he swung the sword. Swoosh, Lu Xuanming's head was sent flying. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly swung the sword. Soon, Lu Xuanming's body was instantly disintegrated into the word death. Yi Xian turned around and pointed at Lu Feng with the sword. "Do you understand how to write it like this?" End of this chapter. Rage. Yi Xian was naturally enraged. Whoever dared to harm his sister, Yi Xian would not rest until he was dead. For his sister, Yi Xian was not afraid of anything. Nearby, Lu Feng's expression turned savage when he saw Lu Xianming being dismembered. In the next moment, he charged at Yi Xian with a shake of his body. Due to his incredible speed, Lu Feng caused the space around him to tremble. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It was rare to see someone in the true Imperial magic realm to be able to move so quickly. If it had been the Yi Xian of the past, he would not have been able to fight back against a cultivator of this level. But now, with the law of space, he could fight against a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator. As soon as Lu Feng disappeared from where he stood, Yi Xian leaped up and slashed down with his sword. Boom, in the sky, along with the sound of an explosion, Yi Xian retreated rapidly. This time, he retreated nearly 1,000 feet, however, Lu Feng was also pushed back more than 200 zhang. In the distance, Lu Feng looked at his palm. His palm was covered in cracks, which were caused by Yi Xian's sword. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. There was less contempt in his eyes and more seriousness. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was excited. He realized that after borrowing the law of space, the gap between him and a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator was not that great. He could fight back. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. He pointed at Lu Feng and pointed at him. Wang, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. Then, a flying sword suddenly flew out from the sword case on his back and slashed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng was expressionless. He pulled with both hands, and the space in front of him immediately distorted. When the flying sword entered the distorted space, it was immediately blocked, unable to move even an inch further. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. A true Dharma realm expert's use of the power of space was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian pointed with his finger and the sword in front of Lu Feng was immediately sent flying back to him. Yi Xian reached out to grab the sword and abruptly stomped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body transformed into a streak of sword light and shot forward. Chi! A ray of light flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Lu Feng's face was incomparably cold. To a true defensive magic realm expert, everyone below him was nothing more than an ant. After all, there was a qualitative difference between a true defensive magic realm expert and an ordinary one. At this moment, the Yi Xian in front of him was not even in the Dharma defensive realm, but he dared to attack him twice. To him, this was an insult. However, Lu Feng did not look down on Yi Xian because he knew that there were some people in this world that could not be looked at normally. Lu Feng gently pressed his right hand forward, causing the space in front of him to tremble violently. Following which, the space began to compress layer by layer, forming an invisible barrier in an instant, spatial barrier, and this barrier had forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword. Seeing that his attack had failed, Yi Xian instantly retreated over 30 meters, increasing the distance between him and Lu Feng. Lu Feng stared fixedly at Yi Xian. No matter how monstrous you are, the gap between our realms is still not. Meanwhile, his voice came to an abrupt halt because Yi Xian had already arrived before him. At the same time, a sword had already chopped down from above his head. This strike was even more terrifying than the previous ones, and the sword had already turned pitch black. Evil will sword intent. Even though he had been caught off guard by Yi Xian's attack, Lu Feng remained calm and fearless. When the sword was still a dozen or so inches away from his head, he lightly twisted his right hand. In an instant, the space above his head where the sword was turned into a spatial vortex. At the same time, the energy on Yi Xian's sword and the evil will sword intent began to break down at a frenzy, the power of spatial disintegration. But at this moment, a strange change occurred. A mysterious energy suddenly enveloped Yi Xian's sword, and this energy actually blocked the power of spatial disintegration. Lu Feng was greatly shocked when he saw this. Before he could even react, Yi Xian's sword had already slashed down. Boom! Before the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Lu Feng was directly sent flying several dozen meters away. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings became solemn when they saw this scene, especially those true Imperial Law Realm experts, because they had never imagined that Yi Xian's sword would actually be able to ignore the power of spatial disintegration. Opposite Yi Xian, Lu Feng stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How did you do it? Spatial disintegration was the most powerful technique of true Imperial Law Realm experts. If spatial disintegration was ineffective against Yi Xian, then from a certain perspective, Yi Xian could already be considered as a true Imperial Law Realm expert. Of course, to measure a true Imperial Law Realm expert's strength, not only spatial disintegration, but also battle awareness, equipment, martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and so on, Yi Xian sneered, how did you do it? Lu Feng, do you know why your older brother, Supreme Lord Lu, did not come personally to capture me? Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yi Xian's sneer widened, and he pointed his sword at the surroundings. If I'm not wrong, there should be other experts from the Realm Defense Alliance in the surroundings. But this Supreme Lord Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance did not come personally, right? At this point, he raised his head towards the sky, and a trace of savagery appeared on his face. Supreme Lord Lu, Realm Defense Alliance, do you really think you can dominate the firmament world? At this time an old man appeared not far from Yi Xian. This person was the Grand Elder of the Realm Defense Alliance, Mo Xiu. In the Realm Defense Alliance, his status was second only to Supreme Lord Lu. Mo Xiu coldly glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you may be relying on that mysterious master of yours, but do you really think that our Realm Defense Alliance cannot deal with your master? Deal with? Yi Xian grinned. 1,000 years ago, you couldn't do anything to my master, let alone now. 1,000 years ago, Mo Xiu's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Yi Xian softly said, nothing much. It seems that your Realm Defense Alliance is here because you have the confidence to deal with my master. If that's the case, then follow me. As he finished speaking, he walked to Yi Ling's side, pulling Yi Ling's little hand as they walked into the distance. Mo Xiu and the others exchanged glances. A moment later, Mo Xiu commanded, follow him. Thus, in this way, Yi Xian led a group of true defensive law realm experts towards the mountain. Yi Xian walked very slowly, without the slightest nervousness. Along the way, he even talked and laughed with his little sister Yi Ling, as if he had someone to rely on. Behind Yi Xian, Mo Xiu and the others looked somewhat solemn. The calmer Yi Xian appeared, the more it meant that Yi Xian had nothing to fear, and it also meant that Yi Xian was not afraid of the Realm Defense Alliance at all. Behind Yi Xian, there was more than meets the eye. Mo Xiu and the others looked dignified, their hearts secretly on guard. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian led Mo Xiu and the others out of the wintry North Territory, and then came to a mountain. Before long, Yi Xian stopped. Not far in front of him, there was a thatched hut. Yi Xian bowed deeply towards the thatched hut, and his expression was extremely respectful. Seeing Yi Xian bow, Yi Ling hurriedly bowed as well. Seeing Yi Xian and his little sister bow, Mo Xiu and the others looked at the thatched hut. Their divine senses swept over the thatched hut, and in next to no time, everyone's expressions instantly became solemn. Because when their divine senses swept over the thatched hut, they didn't sense anything. How could this be possible? Mo Xiu's expression was extremely solemn, and his hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Master, they're here. But, that exalted Lord Lu didn't come. As he spoke, he concentrated and listened carefully. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Yi Ling's hand and walked to the front of the thatched hut, then pushed the door open and entered. When Yi Xian and Yi Ling entered the thatched hut, astonishment appeared in the eyes of Mo Xiu and the others. Because they noticed that Yi Xian and Yi Ling's auras had vanished. Lu Feng, who stood by Mo Xiu's side, said in a low voice, Elder Mo, who exactly is that person behind Yi Xian? Mo Xiu said in a low voice, a person that even exalted lords are extremely fearful of. Lu Feng's expression instantly became slightly unsightly. A person that even exalted Lord Lu is fearful of. How strong would such a person have to be able to make an expert like exalted Lord Lu feel fearful? Right at this moment, the thatched hut's door suddenly opened, and a black-robed man walked out. The black-robed man had his hands behind his back, and his entire body was enveloped by a black robe, so his face couldn't be seen at all. When the black-robed man appeared, Mo Xiu and the others were first stunned, and in the next moment, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Because the black-robed man was right in front of them, but they felt as if the black-robed man didn't exist, and when their divine sense swept past the black-robed man, it was actually empty, and they couldn't sense anything at all. However, this person just had to be standing right in front of them. Even someone as strong as exalted Lord Lu hadn't reached such a level. Mo Xiu forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and with great effort, he maintained a calm expression as he cupped his fists. What is your name? The black-robed man spoke in a hoarse voice. You don't have the qualifications to know this lord's name. Where is that exalted Lord Lu? Tell him to come and die. Exalted Lord Lu. Mo Xiu glanced at the black-robed man, and said in a low voice, although your excellency is strong, my Realm Protection Alliance will not allow anyone to bully and humiliate us. Bully and humiliate? The black-robed man sneered, "Is this lord bullying your realm protection alliance, or is it your realm protection alliance bullying this lord? You've acted against my disappointing disciple time and time again. What, is it very comfortable to bully the weak?" Mo Shou was about to speak when the black-robed man suddenly flicked his sleeves. "Scram immediately. Go back and tell that little Lu that this lord will be going to the Realm Protection Alliance to take his dog head in a few days. Tell him to wait." Hearing this, Mo Shou and the others' expressions became incomparably ugly. Scram, they'd come here to fight, yet they were supposed to scram just like that, but if they didn't scram, then not to mention others, even Mo Shou himself wouldn't dare attack, because this person was truly too unfathomable. Facing the black-robed man was like facing the vast starry sky. Even if he had a clone as a trump card, he still didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. But it would truly be too shameful if he returned with his tail between his legs. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he directly turned around and walked towards the cottage. Meanwhile, Mo Shou gritted his teeth and said, "I want to seek guidance from your excellency." Seek guidance from him. The black-robed man suddenly stopped moving. P.S. I asked around. If you go to a KTV and become a young master, then you can earn at least 1,000 a night. Brothers, don't be sad if I don't update any more one day. That proves that I, have a better future. All of you have to be happy for me, understand? Let's exchange a few moves. Obviously, Mo Shou wanted to test the black-robed man's strength. The black-robed man stood in front of the wooden hut for a while before shaking his head. "You don't have the qualifications. You are only fit to fight my disciple." As he finished speaking, he walked into the wooden hut. Mo Shou's expression was slightly ugly. At this moment, Xian walked out from the wooden hut. Xian walked in front of the black-robed man. "If you want to challenge my master, then you have to pass me first." Mo Shou stared at Xian. "You don't have the qualifications." As he finished speaking, he glanced at the wooden hut and said, "If you don't want to exchange pointers with me, then please forgive me for offending you." As he spoke, he was about to attack. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Do you really want to know my master's background?" Mo Shou looked at Xian. Xian shook his head and sighed, "Forget it. Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you." As he finished speaking, he pointed with his finger and a sword flew in front of Mo Shou. Exquisite Spirit Sword. No, its original name should be Lingxiao. When he saw this sword, Mo Shou was slightly stunned and didn't understand. But when he saw the 2 words on the sword, it was like he was struck by lightning and his mind went blank. Lingxiao. This sword was the sword of the Firmament Sword Master, who in the Firmament world didn't know this person. That year, it was this person who suppressed the Realm Defense Alliance for almost 100 years. At this moment, Mo Shou's heart was like a raging sea. Xian didn't say anything else. He smiled coldly and then recalled his sword. He turned around and walked back into the hut. Only Yiling was in the hut. When she saw Xian, Yiling blinked and smiled like a crescent moon. Xian sat beside Yiling and held Yiling's hand. Just like that, the 2 of them waited quietly. If Mo Shou didn't stop, then the 2 of them would have to fight with their lives on the line. Outside the hut, Mo Shou's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that the Firmament Sword Master was behind Xian. Firmament Sword Master. 1,000 years ago, the Firmament Sword Master suddenly disappeared. At that time, many people guessed that the Firmament Sword Master had left Azure World or had fallen. Mo Shou didn't expect that the Sword Master hadn't fallen and had returned to world. This wasn't good. Mo Shou directly turned around and led everyone away. Now he had to report this matter to the higher-ups. One had to know that Xianxia Sword Head didn't have a good relationship with the World Protecting Alliance. Especially this time, the Realm Defense Alliance was against Xian, and Xian was the disciple of the Firmament Sword Master, Mo Xian and Yi Xiu. With Yi Mo with Feng and Mo. Sword with Mo was Mo if he used it once and killed Mo Shou and the others, another expert would come. At that time, he and his sister would be finished. Without thinking too much, Xian pulled Yiling out of the hut and fled towards the vast mountain range. "Brother, you still don't open your eyes. Is it because you haven't finished cultivating the Peerless technique? There's still some time. If I succeed, will I be very powerful?" Yes. I can kill High Lord Lu with one look, woo. Although it sounds like I'm bragging, I still believe in brother. Yi Xian, after an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. Not far from his right stood a woman. The woman was wearing a green dress and a veil. At this moment, the woman was staring at him. The veiled woman slowly walked up to Yi Xian and Yi Ling. She sized up Yi Xian. True 10,000 Dharma realm. Sword sovereign. Two sword intense. Not bad indeed. Yi Xian said, you are? The veiled woman said, Xian Gate, Mu Xiaoling. Xian Gate, Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had naturally heard of this force. Among the lower realms of the Central Divine Continent, this Xian Gate was ranked number 1, the past number 1 on the monster ranking had all come from the Xian Gate. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and asked, what's the matter? The veiled woman sized him up. I'm here to recruit people. Recruit people, Yi Xian was stunned. Then he turned to Yi Ling and said with some pride, look, your brother is so outstanding. I've just arrived at the Central Divine Continent and I've already caught the eye of the Xian Gate. Yi Ling smiled brilliantly. Big brother is amazing. Of course. Yi Xian said seriously, although I've been very low-key, there's a saying? If it's gold, it will shine. I, your brother, am. Excuse me. At this moment, Mu Xiaoling, who was not far away, suddenly said, I'm not here for you. Speaking of this, she pointed to Yi Ling, I'm here for her. Yi Ling was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. After a moment, Yi Xian laughed. After relieving himself of the embarrassment, he gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Your Xian Gate has a good eye. Speaking of this, he turned to look at Mu Xiaoling. Actually, I'm not bad. Won't you consider it? Mu Xiaoling shook her head. No. Yi Xian sighed softly. This is 2F** king frustrating. Mu Xiaoling glanced at Yi Xian. It's not that you're not good enough, it's that you're too good. If you didn't have a conflict with the Realm Protection Alliance, entering my Xian Gate would naturally not be a problem. Unfortunately. Yi Xian calmly said, oh, so you're afraid of the Realm Protection Alliance just like the Frigid North sect? Mu Xiaoling sneered. What is the Frigid North sect? How can they be compared to my Xian Gate? And my Xian Gate is not afraid of the Realm Protection Alliance. The person who wants to kill you is not Lord Lu, but someone above Lord Lu. If we accept you now, it's clear that we're not giving face to the Realm Protection Alliance. At that time, both forces will be embarrassed. My Xian Gate is not afraid of the Realm Protection Alliance, but we don't want to become enemies with them. Yi Xian lightly said, now, the person you want to accept is my sister. Mu Xiaoling shook her head. As long as we don't accept you, no matter how overbearing the Realm Protection Alliance is, they won't take the initiative to fight with my Xian Gate. Moreover, when the time comes, we will secretly train her, even the Realm Protection Alliance won't be able to find her. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Ling this time, I came to the Frigid North sect because I was entrusted by someone to find her. Entrusted by someone? Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, entrusted by who? Mu Xiaoling looked at Yi Xian. Senior sister-in. Senior sister-in, Yi Xian and his younger sister were instantly struck dumb. And Xianxia, however, the brother and sister were still a little uncertain, so Yi Xian quickly asked, is it in Xianxia? Mu Xiaoling nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, she has already entered the Xian Gate. Mu Xiaoling nodded slightly. Yes. This time, she should have come personally, but she was delayed, so she asked me to come to the Frigid North sect to pick up your sister. Of course, if the Frigid North sect and the Realm Protection Alliance were to fight to the death, I would come forward to mediate, but I didn't expect that you would appear halfway. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yi Ling suddenly said, I am willing to enter the Xian Gate. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian and grinned. Brother, I know that if I continue to follow you, I will become your burden. I don't want to drag you down, I really don't want to drag you down. As she spoke, her face was already covered with tears. Yi Xian shook his head. He held Yi Ling in his arms. Silly girl, if you follow me, you will never become my burden. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. I also want to follow you, but Grandma Leng is right, I can't always rely on you, I have to learn to grow. Yi Xian was about to say something. Not far away, Mu Xiaoling suddenly said, the Realm Protection Alliance will not let you go, they will continue to attack you. Keeping her by your side is not a good thing for you and her. Looking at Yi Ling's tears, Yi Xian's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Brother, don't blame me. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly looked up at him. She wiped the tears on her face and revealed a smile. The Xian Gate still has Sister In. I will accompany Sister In, you don't have to worry about anything. Yi Xian grinned. Okay. He was not an indecisive person. He was very clear that letting Yi Ling join the Xian Gate was indeed a good choice. Because the matter between him and the Realm Protection Alliance was not over. If Yi Ling followed him, it would be very, very dangerous. Of course, if the Xian Gate did not have an Lanxiao, he would not let Yi Ling join the Xian Gate no matter what. Because this force was too mysterious, as if thinking of something, Yi Xian faced Mu Xiaoling. You said that little and asked you to come, do you have proof? Mu Xiaoling flicked her finger. A small wooden figure appeared in front of Yi Ling and Yi Xian. The small wooden figure and An Lanxiao looked at each other. It was the one Yi Xian had given to An Lanxiao. Seeing this small wooden figure, the last trace of doubt in Yi Xian's heart was dispelled. Yi Xian faced Yi Ling. Yi Ling grinned. Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. And there's also Sister In. Yi Xian nodded. Then she took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Ling. Inside the storage ring, there were 1 billion top-grade spirit stones and a snow lotus. This snow lotus was an extremely cold object. For Yi Ling, it would definitely be of great use. Yi Ling did not refuse. She accepted the storage ring and then walked in front of Mu Xiaoling. She smiled sweetly. Sister, let's go. Mu Xiaoling glanced at Yi Ling and nodded slightly. Then she pulled Yi Ling. At this moment, a cold air suddenly attacked her. Mu Xiaoling's expression did not change. Her lily-white hands trembled slightly. That cold air suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a blue circle suddenly appeared under her feet. Soon, her and Mu Xiaoling's bodies became illusory. From beginning to end, Yi Ling did not look back at Yi Xian. Not long after, Yi Ling and Mu Xiaoling disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood in the same place as if he had been petrified. He did not recover for a long time. In a certain space, tears kept flowing down Yi Ling's face. No matter how she wiped them, the tears would not stop flowing. Mu Xiaoling looked down at Yi Ling. Why didn't you turn around and say goodbye to him? Yi Ling wiped the tears on her face. If I turned around and saw brother. I couldn't bear to leave him. As she said that, she hugged Mu Xiaoling and cried. I couldn't bear to leave brother. I really couldn't bear to. No one knew what her brother meant to Yi Ling. Everything. Her brother was her everything. She really wanted to stay by her brother's side, but she knew that if she stayed by her brother's side, with her current strength, she would definitely become her brother's burden. Only when she left would her brother not have any worries. Moreover, she could go to Xian Gate to cultivate and become stronger so that she could help her brother in the future. However, she really couldn't bear to leave. Therefore, she didn't even have the courage to look back at Yi Xian. Because she was afraid that after seeing him, she wouldn't want to leave. Mu Xiaoling gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Parting is for a better reunion. Don't be sad. Cultivate well. Only when you are strong can you do what you want to do. As she said that, she turned back and looked. Actually, Yi Xian was totally qualified to join Xian Gate. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had too many troubles. If Xian Gate accepted him, they would be forcefully dragged into these troubles. Although Xian Gate wasn't afraid, they didn't want to fall out with the Realm Protection Alliance for Yi Xian. This wasn't in line with Xian Gate's interests. However, it was still a pity because Yi Xian was too monstrous. Mu Xiaoling sighed softly and then sped up. Not long later, she and Yi Ling disappeared from the scene. Realm Protection Alliance. There were only Mo Xiao and Supreme Lord Lu in the hall. The two of them didn't speak and the atmosphere was heavy. After a moment, Supreme Lord Lu suddenly said, "You have been tricked by him." Mo Xiao looked at Supreme Lord Lu. Supreme Lord Lu said calmly, if that person is really Firmament Sword Master, you would have died by challenging him. Mo Xiu frowned, if it isn't Firmament Sword Master, then who is it? You have to know that that person has no aura. Even if he is standing in front of me, I can't feel his existence. Supreme Lord Lu said coldly, no matter who he is, since he dares to go against my Realm Protection Alliance, he isn't an ordinary person. As he said that, he looked at Mo Xiu, let's go. I will go with you and see who this person is. After saying that, the two of them disappeared from the hall. Not long after, High Lord Lu and Mo Xiu arrived in front of a thatched hut in a mountain range. Supremacy Lu glanced at the thatched cottage and cupped his fists. How should I address you? There was no movement in the thatched hut. Lord Lu narrowed his eyes. Do you look down on me so much? There was still no movement in the thatched hut. Lord Lu's face turned cold. With a wave of his right hand, a powerful pressure instantly swept towards the thatched cottage. Boom, the straw hut collapsed, and the inside was empty. Lord Lu and Mo Xiu were instantly stunned when they saw the scene. No one, the two of them looked at each other and Lu Xun said in a deep voice, let's go to the divine fortune-telling sect and check. Mo Xiu said in a low voice, I might have to pay a price. High Lord Lu shook his head. I don't care anymore. The Pine Prefecture's quintessence heart is about to emerge into the world. We absolutely can't allow that kid Xian to spoil our plans during this period of time. Mo Xiu nodded, understood. The heart of origin, to the Realm Defense Alliance, this was undoubtedly the most important thing. Soon, Mo Xiu turned around and left. Lu Xun glanced at the surroundings before he left as well. After an unknown period of time, Supreme Lord Lu appeared once more, but the place was still empty. Lu Xun frowned when he saw this. Did I sense wrongly? As he spoke, he shook his head and turned around to leave. About an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared at the spot where Lu Xun Lord was originally standing. This person was Xian. Xian said softly, that was close. Just now, Lu Xun had obviously noticed something. However, he wasn't sure himself. Although he didn't discover anything in the end, Xian was still shocked. If he was discovered, he would definitely die. Because his intuition told him that with his current strength, even if he activated the World Prison Pagoda, he might not be able to kill Lu Xun. Lu Xun was obviously an expert above the true Imperial Law realm. In the future, he had to be more cautious when facing such an expert. After a while, Xian turned around and left. He ran towards the depths of the mountain range and soon entered the vast mountains. Around half an hour later, Xian found a dense forest. The forest was very dense and every tree was at least tens of feet tall. Even sunlight could not penetrate through. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and a small earth character quietly condensed between his brows. Dao Law, condensing a Dao Law sword. He didn't know what the hell this Dao Law sword was, but he knew that since the mysterious woman had asked him to do this, she must have her reasons. Under Xian's control, the Dao Law of Earth suddenly flew out from between his brows and floated in front of him. When this Dao Law appeared, the surrounding ground began to tremble. At the same time, endless power of the earth gathered towards the Earth Law. After a while, after absorbing the endless power of the Earth Law became brighter. The Earth Law protected the Earth and endured the trampling of all things. If it was condensed into a sword, it would naturally be the Earth Sword. Gradually, Xian began to sweat profusely and his body was trembling. This was because there was too much power of the Earth. It was so much that he couldn't control it. Xian gritted his teeth. Condense. As soon as he said that, the Dao Law began to tremble violently. Then, under the influx of the power of the Earth, it gradually began to change shape. Around half an hour later, the tip of the sword appeared. At the sight of this, Xian was ecstatic. This Dao Law could actually condense into a sword. At that moment, the Dao Law suddenly trembled violently. Boom, endless power of the earth shook in all directions and Xian was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet away. In the surroundings, the dense forest had already been flattened. Xian lay on the ground and just lay there. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. As expected, it's not that simple. As he said that, he sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. Around an hour later, Xian continued. Judging from the power just now, if he really succeeded in condensing Xianxia, it would definitely be very terrifying. At the very least, it wouldn't be any weaker than a heaven-level superior grade sword. Moreover, with the support of the earth, its power would definitely surpass a heaven-level superior grade sword. He had to condense it, Xian continued. However, it wasn't that smooth as he failed a few times. The most successful time was condensing the body of the sword. Unfortunately, this was far from enough. Continue, to Xian, failure wasn't scary. What was scary was giving up. He wouldn't give up until the very last moment. Xian condensed once again, just like that. 2 days later, Xian gradually began to understand some things. He couldn't condense it by force. If he condensed it by force, the power of the earth would instinctively resist. Not only the power of the earth, but even the law of earth would instinctively resist. Communicate. He communicated with the law of earth and had it cooperate with him to condense. If the law of earth cooperated, the power of the earth would cooperate. At first, it wasn't easy to communicate with it because the law of earth was a bit cold and didn't pay much attention to him. In the end, Xian took out the prison pagoda. Thus, the law of earth started to cooperate. Clearly, it was giving face to the prison pagoda. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, the law of earth rotated violently. Countless amounts of earth power gathered towards it. Gradually, the tip of a sword appeared. Seeing this, Xian was overjoyed. He continued to urge the law of earth. Soon, the body of the sword also appeared. The moment the body of the sword appeared, Xian didn't relax. Instead, he became even more nervous. This was because he had failed countless times because he had condensed the sword hilt. Xian was fully focused. More and more earth power gathered towards the law of earth. Gradually, the sword hilt began to appear. Half an hour later, whang, the sound of a sword suddenly rang through the sky. Success, Xian lay limply on the ground. Not far away from him, a khaki-colored sword floated. The sword was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It emitted a faint khaki-colored light. A moment later, Xian stood up. He walked in front of the sword and grabbed its hilt. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force suddenly surged out from the sword, and the ground around him instantly cracked. The might of heaven and earth, this was the true might of heaven and earth. More accurately, it was the might of earth. When he sensed the power within the sword, Xian was slightly excited. This sword was much stronger than his heaven-grade sword. As if he had thought of something, Xian suddenly slashed forward with the sword. At the tip of the sword, an earth-shattering power of the earth poured out along with his sword chi. Wherever the sword chi and the power of the earth passed, the ground would crack. Moreover, the sword chi and the power of the earth had swept out for over 1,000 feet. A moment later, a huge, bottomless ravine that was over 30 meters wide appeared in front of Xian. The power of one sword was so terrifying, Xian was a little excited. If he added the Space Tao Law to protect the sword chi and earth power of this sword, it was very likely that this sword could hurt a true Imperial Dharma Realm expert. Simply put, he now had the ability to go head-on with a true Imperial Dharma Realm expert. The only drawback was that the Xianxia consumed too much energy. With his current strength, he could only activate it twice a day. If he used it too much, he would definitely be exhausted to death. Xian put away his sword. The word void suddenly appeared between his brows. Space Tao Law. The power of the Space Tao Law was obviously stronger than that of the Grand Tao Law. Moreover, the Space Tao Law involved more levels. What would happen if he condensed a space sword? Space sword, Xian was a little excited. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Soon, the Space Tao Law between his brows flashed out. Soon, the space around him trembled violently. Space trembled, Xian was shocked. The curvature of the space trembling was a little too big. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to continue trying. Soon, as he forcefully condensed it, the surrounding space started to distort. Streaks of powerful spatial energy rippled out from the surrounding space. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding space trembled violently and a sword tip quietly condensed. P.S. Sorry, I've been updating twice recently. I sincerely apologize. Today, my dad underwent a second surgery to close the wound. I hope there won't be any problems this time. The tip of the sword was transparent, like the color of water. Evidently, it was condensed from spatial power. Sensing this, Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly activated the space Dao, hoping to condense the sword. At that moment, the space around him suddenly shook violently. Boom, a powerful force instantly sent Xian flying. He flew hundreds of meters away. Bang, Xian crashed onto the ground, causing it to crack. On the ground, Xian could not help but wail. Pain, it was too painful. At that moment, he felt as if all the muscles in his body were being torn apart. It was caused by spatial power, and it had a powerful tearing ability. If not for the protection of the space Dao, he would have been shattered by the spatial power. I can't condense it for now, that was what Xian was thinking. This spatial power was too powerful, and he could not control it at the moment. He had to reach the magic governing realm to truly control the spatial power. At that time, he could condense the sword of space with the space Dao. Although it was a pity, Xian was satisfied, as he had already condensed the Haoran Gaia. With the Haoran Gaia, he could now barely resist a true defensive realm expert. Without thinking too much, Xian began to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, the wounds on his body had completely healed. After recovering, Xian did not leave. Instead, he began to study sword kinesis flight. He, who had already reached the sword emperor level, could actually use sword kinesis flight. Back in the country of Jiang, the sword emperor who had come to cause trouble for him had used sword kinesis flight. Unfortunately, he had been killed by the mysterious woman with a single strike. Sword kinesis flight, this had been his dream from the very beginning. Sword kinesis flight between heaven and earth, and he could see thousands of mountains and rivers. Thinking of this, Xian felt a little excited. Sword kinesis flight, under Xian's instructions, the heaven's thunder sword floated in front of him, and he leaped onto it. The sword sank slightly, but it still lifted him up. Just like that, the heaven's thunder sword slowly moved forward under his control. It was fine at first, but the problem was that it couldn't go fast enough. Not only could it not go fast enough, but it couldn't go too high either. Otherwise, the sword would become extremely unstable. Just like that, Xian pondered for nearly an entire day, but his sword still couldn't move fast enough. Not only could it not move fast, the sword could only reach 2 zhang above the ground. Any higher and it wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, Xian realized that the imperial sword technique wasn't that simple. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought. If the mysterious woman was still here, then all the problems he encountered could be solved, but now, the mysterious woman was not here. I can't build a car behind closed doors. He was not a peerless genius, and it was impossible for him to understand everything for no reason. He had to learn. Pale Sword Sect. Xian thought of this sect, the biggest sect in the Azure world. His current understanding and learning of the Sword Dao all came from the mysterious woman. There was no need to doubt the mysterious woman's strength, but now that she was not here, it meant that he could not obtain new knowledge of the Sword Dao. At this time, if he built a car behind closed doors and blindly pondered, it might produce the opposite of the desired result. It was better to learn from the strengths of others and see more outstanding swordsmen. To the Pale Sword Sect, after Xian made up his mind, he immediately set off. The Pale Sword Sect was a famous faction in the Azure world, so Xian easily found the specific location of the Pale Sword Sect. The Pale Sword Sect was located on a sword mountain in the southern part of the Divine Central Continent. The reason it was called Sword Mountain was because the mountain was like a sharp sword hanging upside down in the air, piercing the heavens. Rumor had it that this Sword Mountain, which was thousands of zhang tall, had been forcibly carved out by the Azure World Sword Master. 2 days later, Xian arrived at Sword Mountain. At this time, he had slightly disguised his appearance. He had made a blood-red birthmark the size of a palm on his face, making him look extremely ugly. In addition, he had also used chaotic energy to conceal his Sword Emperor and true 10,000 Dharma Realm aura. The current him was a Sword Master, and a Divine Unity Realm cultivator, but there was no other way. If he did not disguise himself, the Realm Protection Alliance would be able to find him in a matter of minutes. One had to know that in order to capture him, the Realm Protection Alliance had released his portrait throughout the entire Azure world. At the foot of Sword Mountain, Xian raised his head to look at the peak. Above him was the Pale Sword Sect. Before he came, he had done some research. The Pale Sword sect would recruit outer disciples every year, but now was not the time to do so. Apart from this, there was another way to enter the Pale Sword sect, and that was to recommend oneself and pass the trials. The Pale Sword sect had 3 trials at the foot of the mountain. As long as one passed these 3 trials, he would be able to enter the Pale Sword sect. Xian came to the first trial. There was an old man lying there. The old man had his legs crossed and his eyes were slightly closed. There was a lecherous smile on his face. It was obvious that he was dreaming of something. Xian cupped his fists towards the old man. "Senior, I want to pass the trials." No response. Xian said again, "Senior, I want to pass the trials." This time, his voice was louder. Still no response. Xian frowned. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the old man, shouting angrily, "I want to pass the trials." The old man opened his eyes. He was a little stunned. A moment later, he shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Xian let go of the old man and said calmly, "Yi, I am here to pass the trials." The old man said angrily, "Pass what trials?" "The old man declares that you fail. Hurry up and scram." Xian was expressionless. "Old man, it's not that I'm boasting, but not taking me in is the greatest loss your Pale Sword sect has suffered in the past 1,000 years. The old man said angrily, "Stop bullshitting. With someone like you, you still think it's 1,000 years of loss? According to the old man, if I take you in, I'm afraid you will become the scourge of my Pale Sword sect for 1,000 years. Xian took out a true great sword. He pointed it at the old man. "Old man, fight me one-on-one." One-on-one, the old man was stunned. He wanted to fight him one-on-one. The old man sized up Xian. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Xian was expressionless. "I'll give you 3 strikes. Quick, draw your sword." The old man glanced coldly at Xian. "Young man, you really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Never mind, let this old man teach you how to be a person." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and an expanse of sword light shot out violently. The myriad Dharma realm, moreover, it was a sword master. Meanwhile, Xian charged forward swiftly with his sword in hand, and then he slashed down. Hiss, the expanse of sword light was directly torn apart. The old man was stunned, and then he said with astonishment, "Sword master? You're actually a sword master?" Xian put his sword away and said indifferently, "I'm the real deal." The old man's expression instantly became slightly unsightly when he heard this. Sword master, even if such a young sword master was placed in the Pale Sword sect, he could be considered as a top-rate disciple. He really was a genius. The old man went silent for a moment before he said, "Wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the spot, Xian put his sword away and closed his eyes in meditation. Arrogant, he was naturally being arrogant intentionally. Because according to normal circumstances, he had to first become an outer court disciple, then an inner court disciple, and finally an elite disciple. And only an elite disciple could come into contact with the core of the Pale Sword sect. This was truly too slow, and he didn't have that much time. He had to be more high-profile and directly draw the attention of the Pale Sword sect's higher-ups. In next to no time, the old man and a middle-aged man arrived before him. The middle-aged man sized up Xian. "What's your name?" Xian said, "Yi." The middle-aged man nodded lightly. "Where are you from?" Xian said in a low voice, "An independent cultivator." The middle-aged man asked, "Why do you want to join the Pale Sword sect?" Xian's expression was calm. "After attaining the Sword Master realm, it's truly difficult to break through once more by just relying on myself. So I want to join the Pale Sword sect, and I hope to learn new things in the Blue Sword sect so that I can break through once more in the Sword Dao." The middle-aged man looked at Xian for a long time before he said, "You can become an inner court disciple." Inner court disciple? Xian shook his head. "I want to become an elite disciple." The middle-aged man smiled. "Why?" Xian said, "Becoming an elite disciple allows one to learn more and obtain more resources." The middle-aged man shook his head lightly. "Your way of thinking is correct. However, if you want to become an elite disciple, then it depends on if any of the martial uncles are willing to accept you. If they aren't willing, then you can only become an inner court disciple. Understand?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm so outstanding, so they ought to accept me, right? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, your skin is really thick. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm an honest person, and I like to speak the truth. The middle-aged man shook his head, come with me. Since you're already a sword master, then you're qualified to see the martial uncles. Finished speaking, he turned and left. Yi Xian was about to follow, but as if he thought of something, he suddenly flicked his finger, and a spatial ring fell in front of the old man. Just now, I've offended you. Finished speaking, he hurriedly followed the middle-aged man. Behind him, the old man glanced at the spatial ring and was instantly stunned. Inside the spatial ring, there were actually millions of top-grade spirit stones, millions of top-grade spirit stones. To him, this was undoubtedly not a small amount of wealth. A moment later, the old man put away the spatial ring, and said with a smile, interesting little fellow. Under the middle-aged man's lead, Yi Xian arrived at the top of the mountain. There was only a single palace at the top of the mountain, and he didn't see anyone along the way, not even a single pale sword sect disciple. As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled, they're all cultivating in the mausoleum of swords, so it's very rare to see them. Yi Xian nodded, and then he asked, how many swordsmen are there in the pale sword sect? The middle-aged man smiled, about 150, but there are 6 sword immortals, 26 sword emperors, 62 sword masters, and the rest are at least great swordsmen. Of course, only some who have just joined aren't. However, anyone who's able to join the Pale Sword sect has great talent and potential, so becoming a great swordsman and sword master is only a matter of time. Yi Xian's scalp went numb when he heard that. 6 sword immortals, 26 sword emperors, 62 sword masters. What a fucking terrifying lineup, as expected of one of the top powers in the Central Divine Continent, the Realm Defense Alliance. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the Realm Defense Alliance. If the Pale Sword sect was this terrifying, then just how terrifying was the Realm Defense Alliance's true strength? At that moment, the two of them entered the main hall. The main hall was empty. On each side of the main hall, there were 3 empty chairs. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to the center of the main hall. Martial uncles, please come out and meet me. There's a young man who wants to become a true disciple. After a moment of silence, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly appeared on the first seat on the left. The old man sized up Yi Xian, then shook his head. Too bad. After saying that, he immediately disappeared. Yi Xian, at that moment, a white-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the first seat on the right. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian, then disappeared without saying a word. Just like that, after a while, only the last seat on the left remained empty, and the people who had appeared before all shook their heads. To put it simply, they didn't like him. Yi Xian's face was as gloomy as water. He had underestimated the Pale Sword sect. The Pale Sword sect didn't like ordinary sword masters at all. Moreover, they were only at the Divine Unity realm. The problem was that he couldn't return to the Myriad Dharma realm or Sword Emperor, because if he did that, it would definitely arouse suspicion. At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared on the last seat. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, her face expressionless. A bit too bad, but barely. My Cloudsword Mountain just so happens to be lacking an errand boy. Come with me. Errand boy, Yi Xian. After saying that, the woman turned around and disappeared. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Doing odd jobs, asking a dignified sword emperor to do odd jobs, that was too much. At this moment, the middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian suddenly said, "And Yi, are you willing to go to Cloudsword Peak?" Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. He came here to study, to do odd jobs, study my ass. As if he knew what Yi Xian was thinking, the middle-aged man said with a smile, "Actually, even though you'll be doing odd jobs at Cloudsword Peak in name, if you're willing, you can still learn many things on the mountain. If you're unwilling, you can only start as an inner court disciple. If you show outstanding performance in the future, you'll have a chance to become an elite disciple." Yi Xian thought about it and said, "I'll go." Starting as an inner court disciple was too slow, but that woman was a sword immortal. Staying by the side of such a person would definitely allow him to learn many things. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then report to Cloudsword Peak. Remember, senior sister Yuchi's character is a bit strange. Actually, she's not very strange. She's a pretty good person. quickly report to Cloudsword Peak." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. On the spot, Xian's face was filled with black lines. Needless to say, there was probably something strange about this Cloudsword Peak. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to go to Cloudsword Peak because he couldn't leave now since he was already here. Before coming here, Xian had already investigated Pale Sword Sect. Pale Sword Sect had 7 main peaks, namely Pale Sword Peak, Mysterious Sword Peak, Cloudsword Peak, 100 Herb Peak, Imperial Brush Peak, Formation Peak, and Weapon Forging Peak. Previously, he wasn't familiar with these 7 peak masters, but after seeing 6 of them just now, he realized that every peak master was a sword immortal. Pale Mountain's 7 sword immortals. The strength of Pale Sword Sect was much stronger than he'd imagined. Without thinking too much, Xian turned around and left the main hall for Cloudsword Peak. Every peak had a teleportation platform. The peak that Xian was on also had one. He found the teleportation platform and used the teleportation formation to arrive at the Cloudsword Peak. After arriving at the Cloudsword Peak, he finally understood why it was called the Cloudsword Peak. That was because the entire mountain was extremely tall, and the peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. The scenery was great. Xian's mood was no longer that gloomy. He continued forward, and before long, he arrived in front of a magnificent palace. He stood at the entrance of the palace and bowed slightly. "Master Yu, Junior Yi is here to report." There was no response from within the hall. Xian called again, but there was still no response. There should be no one here. Xian pushed open the door to the main hall. The moment he pushed open the door, Xian was stunned. The hall in front of him was filled with all kinds of bamboo scrolls. Apart from the bamboo scrolls, there were also countless messy strips of cloth. These strips of cloth were all written with words. Upon closer inspection, Xian discovered that these strips of cloth were written with some insights on sword skills and swordsmanship. Xian casually picked up a strip of cloth beside him. On it was written, "This sword skill is really bad. It takes too long to charge. If the enemy is fast enough, before the sword skill is unleashed, the enemy would already be dead. I should focus on revising a few parts." Next to the white cloth, there was a scroll. This scroll turned out to be an upper earth rank sword skill, for seasoned sword technique. Xian opened the scroll and glanced at it. Gradually, Xian's expression turned solemn, because he discovered that if he were to revise it according to Yu Qi's annotations, the 4-seasoned sword technique would instantly undergo a qualitative transformation. It could be said that after the revision, the 4-seasoned sword technique could at least reach the pseudo-heaven rank. What a monster! At this moment, Xian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Because before this, apart from the mysterious woman, he had not seen any other powerful swordsman. Before this, he had looked down on the Firmament World swordsman. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Cultivation, or rather, he himself was a little arrogant. He was arrogant enough to think that he was the best in the Firmament World. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant by "there would always be someone better than you." People should always maintain a humble heart, because there will always be people who are more powerful than you. Learn from others' strengths. Only by constantly learning could one improve continuously. There were many cabinets around the hall. Obviously, these cabinets were used to store these scrolls. Xian began to organize them. In the process, he would carefully look at the insights and sword skills that Yu Qi had left behind, as well as some swordsmanship cultivation methods. However, he only looked at them and did not learn them, because these sword skills were not as good as his one sword determines life and death, one sword determines soul, and his self-created Tenjong kill. Even so, he still carefully looked at them and studied them. He learned the ability to find flaws in sword skills. Not only that, through continuous study and research, he found many flaws in sword skills. In the future, if someone used these sword skills against him, he could easily break them. However, this work was very troublesome, because many of the scrolls were not in the same place as Yu Qi's insights and comments. He needed to slowly find them, and only after he found them, could he put them in the same box. Although it was troublesome, Xian enjoyed it, because he could learn a lot. Time passed bit by bit, until the next night. Xian was still organizing, and he had already organized at least 1/5 of the hall. It was too messy, sometimes, Yi Xian was speechless. When Yuqi was studying these things, he must have randomly thrown them away, or else it would not be so messy. During this time, Yuqi did not come back, and no one knew where he went. The next morning, Yi Xian was really tired. So, he laid on the ground and started to rest. At this moment, the door of the hall suddenly opened, and a woman walked in. The woman wore a long black dress, and on the long dress, there were several white jade flowers. From the appearance, she was about 20 years old, with delicate facial features, and long hair that flowed over her shoulders. There were some white strands in her long hair. On her feet, she wore a pair of straw sandals, which was very simple. The person who came was the peak master of the Cloud's Word Peak, Yuqi. When she saw Yi Xian sleeping, Yuqi immediately frowned. However, when she saw the books on the cabinets around her, she was slightly taken aback. Then, she glanced at the surroundings. Although the surroundings still looked a little messy, it was much better than before. Moreover, there was an extra path in the middle. Yuqi pondered for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian. She did not speak, and with a point of her finger, a storage ring fell in front of Yi Xian. Then, she walked towards the depths of the hall, and in the hall, there was a cabinet, where she rested. At noon, Yi Xian woke up. He looked at the storage ring in front of him, and there were 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones in the ring. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It was undoubtedly very, very little for him, but for an ordinary disciple, it was actually quite a lot. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian put away the storage ring and continued to organize. Through organizing and studying, he gradually learned some principles and experience, the principles of finding flaws, and the experience of how to modify sword skills. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Tenjiang kill that he had created was somewhat inadequate. However, he did not feel the same way about the single sword strike to determine life and death and single sword strike to determine soul. These two sword skills could not be considered as sword skills, but a kind of sword belief. When he realized that the Tenjiang kill had some shortcomings, Yi Xian was a little overjoyed because discovering his own shortcomings was equivalent to improving himself. People were not afraid of having shortcomings, but they were afraid of not knowing their own shortcomings. 2 days later. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. When he was organizing a scroll, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned. Heaven rank sword skill. During this period of time, he'd organized the heaven rank sword techniques. However, this heaven rank sword technique was slightly different. Because it was a heaven rank sword technique related to space, void flash, if this sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could make use of space to make one's sword chi appear in front of the enemy in an instant, achieving an unexpected effect. In order to learn this sword technique, one must have reached the pinnacle of the use of space. At the very least, one must have reached the 10,000 Dharma realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian obviously fulfilled these conditions. Moreover, he possessed the spatial Dao Law, and the might of this sword technique would definitely multiply with the spatial Dao Law. He could learn. Yi Xian was overjoyed. As if he had thought of something, he hurriedly looked for Yuqi's annotation. It took him almost an hour to find it. On the white cloth, creativity is okay, but the consumption is huge. If you manage to cultivate this sword skill, remember not to forcefully use your sword chi to pierce through space when you use it. You should use space as a support and let the power of space form a pushing force. This way, the sword speed of this sword skill can be multiplied. This sword skill consumes a huge amount of energy, but you can adjust the meridians that circulate. After a short while, Yi Xian put away the white cloth and sighed softly. I'm convinced. He was convinced. He truly admired Yuqi because Yuqi's annotation could be said to have improved this sword skill by at least a level. Cultivate. Yi Xian decisively chose to cultivate. After tidying up the surroundings, he left the main hall and went to the depths of the back mountain. There was a bamboo forest in the depths of the back mountain, and Yi Xian sat down cross-legged after entering the depths of the bamboo forest. He started to recall the instant space sword. The most difficult part of the instant space sword was that it required a very deep understanding of space, and he just happened to meet that requirement. Moreover, he had the space Dao Law. With the space Dao Law, it would be even easier for him to cultivate. Just like that, 4 hours later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. 100 feet away, a wisp of sword light suddenly flashed out of a space, and then a sword tip appeared in that space. There was only the tip of the sword, not the blade. Xian felt slightly embarrassed. Obviously, he had failed. Xian didn't give up, and he continued trying over and over again. At noon the next day, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, the bamboo forest around him was suddenly slashed apart, the void flash. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. Xian cursed inwardly. The owner of this voice was Yuqi. Xian turned around and saw Yuqi standing not too far away from him. Yuqi just stared at him, and it caused Xian's scalp to go numb. Suddenly, he had an idea and hurriedly said, "Master Yu, no matter how I cultivated earlier, I couldn't get it right. In the end, after reading your annotation, I cultivated according to the method you said. I never expected that I would actually succeed." Yuqi was slightly stunned. "My annotation?" Xian nodded quickly, and then he took out a piece of white cloth and handed it to Yuqi. "This is it." Yuqi glanced at the white cloth, and after a moment, she nodded slightly. "It was my annotation, but, speaking of this," she looked at Xian, "this sword skill can only be practiced by a true 10,000 Dharma realm expert, and you seem to be only at the Divine Unity realm." Xian's expression froze. How to fool, this is a problem. P.S. Let me remind everyone, there have been a lot of scammers recently, the kind of people who say that they have finished the book and that they can read it by spending money. Some readers have been fooled. Everyone must be careful, and that reader found me through my QQ, and even sent me a screenshot of the transfer. I have already transferred the money to him, mainly because I was touched. If I didn't really like it, I wouldn't have been fooled. Everyone must be careful. End of this chapter. Yuqi looked at Xian with a calm expression, but Xian felt an invisible pressure. Sword immortal. This is a sword immortal. Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, I am at the true 10,000 Dharma realm." As he spoke, he released his true 10,000 Dharma realm aura. Yuqi sized up Xian. "Since you are at the true 10,000 Dharma realm, why do you hide your aura?" Xian smiled bitterly. "I want to keep a low profile." Yuqi shook her head. "No, when you came to my Blue Sword sect, you didn't keep a low profile. Moreover, you wanted to become a true disciple the moment you arrived. This proves that you don't want to keep a low profile at all." Xian smiled bitterly. "This wasn't easy to fool," Yuqi suddenly said. "It's fine if you don't want to say it, stay here and don't leave. Later, the sect's enforcers will come to find you, you can go talk to them." As she finished speaking, she turned and left. At this time, Xian hurriedly ran in front of Yuqi, smiling bitterly. "Master Yu, I hid my realm because I had my own difficulties. It's not that I have evil intentions towards the Blue Sword sect. Moreover, with my ability, it's impossible for me to pose any threat to the Blue Sword sect. What do you think?" Yuqi glanced at Xian. "What difficulties?" Xian hesitated, then said, "I'm being chased." Yuqi looked straight at Xian. "Why are you being chased?" Xian smiled bitterly. "Master Yu, is this important?" "Of course." Yuqi said, "If you do something devoid of conscience and are being chased, then you deserve to die. But if you are being chased because you were bullied or because you met with injustice, then it's a different matter." Xian hurriedly said, "Of course it's the latter." Yuqi asked again, "Who is chasing you?" Xian said, "True 10,000 Dharma realm, and experts above that." Yuqi frowned. "Then why aren't you dead?" Xian was speechless. Yuqi sized up Xian and said, "If what you said is true, then you should have died at least 100 times with your strength." Xian laughed. "Maybe I'm lucky." Yuqi shook his head. "Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. Since you didn't do something that goes against the heavens and is being hunted down by others, and you're a disciple of my Blue Sword sect, then do your job well here." With that, she turned around and left. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Master Yu." Yuqi halted his steps. Xian walked over to Yuqi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Actually, my real name is Xian." When he said these words, even he himself was stunned, because he didn't expect it. "Xian?" Yuqi nodded slightly. "Understood." With that, she continued forward. On the spot, Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly ran over to Yuqi. He pointed to himself, "I am Xian." Yuqi frowned slightly. I already know that your real name is Yixian. Is there a problem? Yixian's throat rolled, and then he said, Master Yu, you've never heard of me? Yuqi's frown deepened. Are you very famous? Yixian was speechless. Yuqi ignored him and walked straight into the distance, disappearing into the bamboo forest in a short while. On the spot, Yixian was stunned for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. I was very honest. He finally knew why he'd confessed his true identity at the last moment. Conscience, most of the time, people could be shameless, but most of the time, people couldn't be shameless. Shameless. This chapter isn't finished, please continue. He had to be right. Without thinking too much about it, Yixian continued to cultivate Void Flash. Because of the Space Dao law, his cultivation was getting smoother and smoother. If the instant space sword was paired with his chaotic chi, it would definitely be very, very terrifying when used for assassination. Now, he kind of wanted to assassinate an expert at the true defensive Dharma realm. Arrogance. At the thought of this, Yixian couldn't help but chuckle because he felt that he had indeed become a little arrogant. However, he liked this feeling, this kind of confidence. After the sky turned dark, Yixian returned to the hall, and he walked to the front of the inner hall. Master Yu, do you want to eat? No. This was Yuqi's answer. Yixian nodded, and then he walked over to the side and took out a table. On the table was a table filled with dishes that he'd made with local ingredients in the dense forest. Fragrant, it wasn't ordinary fragrant. Right when Yixian was about to move his chopsticks, Yuqi suddenly walked over. She glanced at the dishes on the table before looking at Yixian in the end, and she seemed to be waiting for something. How could Yixian not understand? He hurriedly stood up and passed the chopsticks to Yuqi, and then he smiled. Master Yu, try this. Yuqi nodded, took the chopsticks, and then sat before the table. She glanced at the dishes on the table before she picked up a mushroom and placed it in her mouth. After a short moment, she blinked and nodded. Not bad. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a few more. Yixian was delighted when he saw this. Because forming a good relationship with Yuqi would definitely be boundlessly beneficial to him. Meanwhile, Yuqi suddenly looked at him. You eat as well. Yixian chuckled, and then he withdrew a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Just like that, the two of them ate one after another, and it wasn't long before all the dishes on the table had been swept clean. Obviously, Yuqi hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Yuqi put down her chopsticks and stood up. As if she had thought of something, she glanced at Yixian. You'll be the one to cook from now on. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the inner hall. Yixian was speechless. After tidying up, Yixian continued to organize the sword skills and cultivation techniques in the inner hall. Although he had only been in the Tsang sword sect for a short time, Yixian had gained too much during this time. This also made him understand that cultivation couldn't be done behind closed doors. He had to constantly learn and learn from the strengths of others. Only in this way would he be able to improve himself. Besides tidying up the inner hall every day, he still had to do one more thing, and that was cook. Yuqi was full of praise for his cooking every single time. In this regard, Yixian came to a conclusion that if he wanted to capture a woman's heart, he had to first capture her stomach, and Yixian's hard work was also fruitful, and that was to receive pointers from Yuqi from time to time. It had to be said that Yuqi's pointers really hit the nail on the head. Just like that, about half a month later, an old man suddenly came to the Cloudy Sword Peak. Outside the inner hall, the old man bowed slightly. Uncle Master Yu, under the orders of the sect master, has come to summon Uncle Master's true disciples to wait at the inherited sword platform. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the inner hall. Got it. The old man bowed again, then turned around and left. Inside the inner hall, Yuqi walked out and glanced at Yixian, who was tidying up. There should be a mission for you to do at the inherited sword platform. As she spoke, she waved her hand and an upper-grade truth-grade sword fell in front of Yixian. I'll lend it to you for now. As she finished speaking, she turned around and entered the inner hall. Mission, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Yixian was stunned. There was a mission to do. After a moment, he felt a little relieved. In the sect, under normal circumstances, there were some missions for the disciples to do. The purpose of doing so was naturally to train one's survival ability and combat ability. If one kept practicing in the sect without any contact with the outside world, he would undoubtedly become a fool. After a moment, Xian put away the sword in front of him and went to the inherited sword platform. The inherited sword platform was located on a lone mountain. The mountain was very high, only second to the cloudy sword peak. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge sword. The huge sword was more than 10 feet tall and 300 feet wide. It stood straight, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. When Xian arrived at the inherited sword platform, there were already two people there, a man and a woman. Both of them were not very old, in their 20s. The man wore a blue robe, while the woman wore a water-green dress. Both of them carried a sword case on their backs. Seeing Xian, the two of them cupped their fists at Xian as a greeting. Xian hurriedly returned the greeting. The three of them waited quietly at the side, no one said a word. Xian, however, felt a little bored. He walked to the man's side. "How should I address you, brother?" The man glanced at Xian, then said, "Xianjian Peak, Bai Liyun." Xian's expression was very shocked. "So you are Bai Liyun from the Pale Sword sect?" Bai Liyun was stunned, then said, "You have heard of me?" Xian said seriously, "Of course. To be honest, I have just entered the Pale Sword sect. Before coming to the Pale Sword sect, I have already heard of you, brother Bai Liyun." "Who in the outside world does not know you, Bai Liyun?" Bai Liyun blinked his eyes. "I am very famous?" Xian's expression was incomparably serious. "Very famous, who does not know that brother Bai Liyun is the future hope of our Pale Sword sect?" Bai Liyun hurriedly said, "This. Although there is a little bit of truth, a person who cultivates the sword, should always maintain a low profile and humble heart." Xian, at this time, Bai Liyun approached Xian, and said, "About that, what else did the outside world say about me?" Xian was about to speak. At this time, there was suddenly a sword cry in the distant sky, and then, a woman suddenly flew over from the distant sky on a sword. The sword flew across the sky. The woman rode on the sword with an extremely graceful posture and steadily landed beside the inherited sword platform. After landing, the woman jumped off the sword, and with a hook of her jade-like fingers, the green sword directly transformed into a ray of sword light and entered between her eyebrows. The woman was extremely beautiful, especially her figure. It was extremely graceful and slender, causing people to be unable to help but want to hug her. "It's senior sister Lan Yu." By Xian's side, Bai Liyun said, "Senior sister Lan Yu is extremely formidable. Supposedly, she'll be able to attain the Sword Emperor realm in a year at most." Xian hurriedly asked, "Brother Bai Liyun, who's more formidable between you and her?" Bai Liyun hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "If she doesn't use a sword, then it's a 50-50 battle between us." Xian couldn't help but fiercely despise this fellow in his heart. He's actually shameless to such an extent. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared on the inherited sword platform, and he glanced at Xian's group of four. "After all of you leave this place, you must listen to senior sister Lan Yu's orders and cooperate well with her to complete this assignment. You'll be richly rewarded if the assignment is completed, and you'll definitely be punished if you fail. Now, let's go." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lan Yu directly flew up into the sky on her sword. On the other hand, the woman by Xian's side followed closely behind her, and so did Bai Liyun. The three of them quickly vanished into the clouds. On the other hand, there was no movement from Xian. The old man gazed at Xian. "Do you have a problem?" Xian's face darkened. "I have a huge fucking problem. I don't fucking know how to control a sword." End of this chapter. Sword control. A dignified sword emperor actually doesn't know how to control a sword. Even Xian himself felt that it was quite shameful, the greatest humiliation of his life. The old man frowned slightly when he saw Xian remain silent. "Why aren't you answering?" Xian smiled. Elder, I don't know how to control a sword." The old man was slightly stunned. "You don't know how to control a sword?" Xian nodded. The old man frowned. "Are you joking?" Xian hurriedly said, "I've only entered the sword sect for less than half a month, and my master hasn't taught me how to control a sword. Martial Uncle Yu. The old man fell silent for a moment before he spoke softly, Martial Uncle Yu. When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Xian. You don't know how to control a sword. That's a problem. Right at this moment, a ray of light shot down from the sky, and it landed on the ground. It was Bailey Yun. Bailey Yun walked over to Xian and was slightly puzzled. Brother Yi, why didn't you come with me? Xian was speechless. The old man spoke abruptly. He hasn't learned how to control a sword. Bailey Yun was stunned, and then he looked at Xian and smiled. It's fine, it's fine. It isn't difficult to control a sword. It wouldn't be too late for Brother Yi to learn it in the future. As for now, if Brother Yi doesn't mind, you can control a sword with me. Xian nodded. Then I'll trouble Brother Bailey to give me a ride. Bailey Yun roared with laughter. Don't mention it. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a sword hovered in midair. He leaped up and descended firmly onto the blade of the sword, and then he looked at Xian. Xian leaped up as well and descended behind Bailey Yun. In next to no time, his sword shot into the sky and into the clouds. His heartbeat sped up. At this moment, Xian felt his heartbeat speed up, and even his breathing quickened. It didn't take long for the sword to charge into the sky. At this moment, the entire firmament sword sect below seemed tiny. Not long after, the two of them caught up to Lan Yu. Lan Yu stopped in the air, she glanced at Xian and Bai Liyun, follow. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and transformed into a ray of sword light that vanished into the horizon. His speed was extremely fast. On the other hand, the other woman seemed to be slightly unconvinced. She immediately sped up and instantly disappeared into the horizon. In front of Xian, Bailey Yun exclaimed in admiration, "This senior sister Lan Yu is amazing. Her sword maneuvering speed far surpasses ours. But it can't be helped. The sword in senior sister Lan Yu's hand is at the peak of the true rank, and it can be considered a half-step heavenly rank sword." Xian asked, "Is this speed related to the sword?" Bailey Yun nodded, "Of course. The quality of the sword determines how much power it can withstand. If the sword isn't good enough, then the sword maneuvering speed will drop greatly. Besides that, the speed of the sword maneuvering speed is also related to the person's strength. Your master will tell you all of this in the future." Xian nodded. Needless to say, after coming out this time, he'd learned too many things. The mysterious woman's sword Dao was too high-end, it was so high that it wasn't suitable for him now. What he had to do now was not to bite off more than he could chew. His path had to be walked step by step. Roughly an hour later, the four of them arrived in the sky above a small island. Under Lan Yu's lead, the four of them descended at the edge of the island. After they landed, Lan Yu glanced at Xian's group of three. This island is called Myriad Island, and it's a product of our firmament sword sect. There are abundant spirit ores and treasures of heaven and earth on and around this island. However, just a day ago, all the people that were guarding this place suddenly disappeared. This time, the objective of our trip here is to investigate this matter clearly." Xian suddenly asked, "What realm are the people guarding this place at?" "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." Lan Yu glanced at Xian. "There are 3 at the law-defending realm and 6 at the law-defending realm." Hearing this, Xian suddenly frowned. If the other party can make these 9 people disappear without a trace, this proves that the other party is most likely at the true law-defending realm, or that they have a large number of people. I think that with just the 4 of us, we should leave immediately and start somewhere else instead of coming to this island so recklessly. Hearing this, Lan Yu frowned. "What, are you afraid?" Xian was somewhat speechless. "Senior sister Lan, this isn't fear, this is planning before taking action." As he said that, he looked around. "Haven't you guys noticed? After we entered this island, there was no movement at all. Apart from that, the surrounding water is also extremely calm. There's clearly wind, but it's so calm." Lan Yu suddenly walked in front of Xian. "If you're afraid, then leave." Xian almost slapped this woman away. Was there something wrong with her head? At this moment, Bailey Yun suddenly came out to be a peacemaker. "Senior sister Lan Yu, Brother Yi, we're all on the same side, let's not harm each other. Moreover, we're all here for the same mission, and that is to clearly investigate who exactly is it that is secretly making a move against our Blue Sword sect. What do all of you think? Lan Yu coldly looked at Yixian. Do you think that I don't know what you're talking about? However, we swordsmen should move forward bravely, face everything directly, and not run away. Only by doing this, can our swords be successful. Yixian shook his head, pedantic. Hearing Yixian's words, Lan Yu's expression instantly changed. She suddenly pulled out her sword and pointed it at Yixian. What did you say? Say it one more time. Yixian spoke indifferently. I said you're stupid. Presumptuous. Lan Yu charged forward swiftly with her sword in hand, and a wave of sword light slashed down diagonally, and it instantly arrived above Yixian's head. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. However, at the moment this sword descended, Yixian had already retreated over 30 m away. Her sword strike missed. Lan Yu was stunned, and then she sized up Yixian and sneered, "You have some ability." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack once more when Bailey Yun hurriedly stood in front of her. Senior sister Lan Yu, don't be rash. If you injure one of our own because of some small matter, then you'll surely be expelled from the sect when we return. Expelled from the sect, Lan Yu frowned. Private battles were strictly prohibited in the Pale Sword sect. If there was really a conflict, then it could be mediated by the sect elders, and if it still didn't work, then they could apply for a life and death challenge. However, the Pale Sword sect hadn't had a life and death duel in almost 100 years. If a sect was at odds with each other, then it would be filled with a foul atmosphere. Thus, if anyone was unreasonable or intentionally caused trouble, then the Pale Sword sect would directly expel them from the sect. Lan Yu fell silent for a moment before she glanced coldly at Yixian, and then she sheathed her sword before turning around and walking towards the depths of the island. The other woman was called Guyu, and she glanced at Yixian before turning around and following her. Bailey Yun walked over to Yixian and patted Yixian on the shoulder. Brethren, this senior sister Lan Yu has a bad temper, so don't bother with her. Moreover, this senior sister Lan Yu is from the Xianxia Peak, and the Xianxia Peak isn't one to be trifled with. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Actually, I'm not one to be trifled with, haha. Bailey Yun laughed. Brethren, if you're a difficult person to get along with, then you won't be able to get along with anyone during this period of time. Let's go, let's hurry up and catch up. No matter what kind of conflicts there are within the sect, if we don't help our enemies when we encounter them, then that's a huge taboo. With that, he pulled Yixian and ran towards the depths of the island. Along the way, Yixian's expression was rather solemn, because his intuition told him that this damned place was actually not simple. Not long later, the few of them arrived in front of a black palace. This chapter is not over, please turn the page. Lan Yu and the others instantly frowned. Yixian asked. What's wrong? Bailey Yun said in a deep voice, before this, there was no palace here. To be precise, a day ago, there was no palace here. No palace. Yixian raised his head to look at the black palace. The palace's door was open, but he couldn't see inside. Let's go. Lan Yu was about to enter when Yixian shook his head. Don't go in there. Lan Yu flared up with rage when she heard Yixian, and she pointed angrily at Yixian. You coward. You. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly waved his hand. All right. Just go in quickly. Lan Yu glanced coldly at Yixian, and her eyes didn't conceal the disdain in them at all. Ugly people always cause trouble and are cowardly. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the Black Palace. This time, Guyu glanced at Yixian and didn't follow Lan Yu in. Bailey Yun hesitated for a moment and said, Junior sister Guyu and brethren, should we follow them in? Yixian was just about to speak when a huge explosion suddenly resounded from within the Black Palace, and then a beautiful figure flashed out from within it. It was Lan Yu. At this moment, her entire body was covered in injuries. Especially her left shoulder, it had split open, and her entire arm had almost fallen off. Moreover, a hideous rotting figure was following behind Lan Yu. The rotting figure was extremely swift, and its fist had arrived behind Lan Yu's head as soon as she left the palace. If that fist were to land on her head, then it would definitely shatter her into pieces. Lan Yu didn't dare to continue running, and she immediately turned around and slashed with her sword. Bang, an explosion resounded, and then Lan Yu was instantly blasted over 30 m away. However, she hadn't even stopped when the rotting figure charged towards her once more. Meanwhile, Guyu and Bailey Yun who stood by Yixian's side suddenly drew their swords, and 2 rays of light slashed towards the rotting figure. The rotting figure raised its hand and smashed its fist forward. Bang! The 2 rays of light instantly exploded apart. Right at this moment, the ground in the surroundings suddenly wriggled, and it didn't take long for almost 20 rotting figures to crawl out from the ground. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lan Yu and the others instantly changed. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, and he was just about to make a move when Lan Yu suddenly crushed a sound-transmitting talisman. The sound-transmitting talisman exploded, and a message soared into the sky. However, there was no response at all. Seeing this, Lan Yu's expression instantly became unsightly. This was a sound-transmitting talisman for help. Before they came here, experts from Pale Sword Sect had been following them in secret. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from nearby. "Are you asking him for help?" Hearing this voice, Lan Yu and the others turned their heads and looked over. Not far away, a red-haired man was slowly walking over, and in the red-haired man's hand, there was a bloody head. This head belonged to the Blue Sword Sect's elder who had instructed the 4 of them before they came over. This person was an expert at magic controlling realm. Seeing this head, the faces of Lan Yu and the others instantly turned snow-white. The red-haired man grinned. "Let me introduce myself. I'm from Qingzhou, and my name is Yi Xian. I'm currently the dean of Blue Waves Academy." Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. "What the fuck is this? P.S. I've been crazily stockpiling my manuscripts, and I'm striving for the 3rd chapter next week. Now I've been informed that I'll have to spend this year in the hospital. Because my condition is unstable, I'll have to stay in the hospital for observation. It's not that I don't want to write the 3rd chapter, but I wanted to write the book until the end of the year. Unfortunately, things didn't go as I wished. This year, something happened to my family, and it completely messed up my writing plan. I'm really sorry, my brothers." End of this chapter. Yi Xian. Needless to say, Yi Xian was dumbfounded at this moment. If it was someone with the same name, then it wasn't impossible. However, this wasn't someone with the same name. Not only did the opposite party come from Qingzhou, he was also the dean of Blue Waves Academy. This was him impersonating him. Yi Xian's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. He had already smelled a conspiracy. Hearing the words of the red-haired man, Lan Yu's complexion changed greatly. She looked at the red-haired man in horror. You are that Yi Xian wanted by Realm Protection Alliance." The red-haired man grinned. His mouth was full of red teeth. He slowly walked towards Lan Yu. "What? Is there a problem?" Lan Yu stared at the red-haired man. "Yi Xian, my Blue Sword Sect doesn't have any grudges with you. Why do you want to make my Blue Sword Sect your enemy?" The red-haired man smiled evilly. "I don't like your Blue Sword Sect. Is that okay?" "Impudent," Lan Yu said angrily. "Yi Xian, you are too arrogant." The red-haired man waved his hand at Lan Yu and said with a smile, "I, Yi Xian, am arrogant. If you don't accept it, come and hit me." Lan Yu was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Big sister, he said he is Yi Xian and you believe him. I also said I am his father, do you believe me?" Lan Yu glared at Yi Xian. Just when she was about to speak, the red-haired man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian like a ghost. He looked at Yi Xian with a sinister smile. "You seem very arrogant." Yi Xian tidied up his clothes. Then, he sternly said, "I am arrogant. If you don't accept it, come and hit me." The red-haired man grinned. "I hope your ability is as tough as your mouth." After speaking, he was about to attack. But at this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." The red-haired man stopped. "Do you have any last words?" Yi Xian said seriously, "What if I really am your father? I say, what if? Everything is possible." The man in red still had a smile on his face, but it was a very cold smile. "You've successfully angered me." Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. In the next moment, he held the sword with both hands and slashed it down. Boom! As the sword slashed down, the red-robed man in front of Yi Xian suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. On the other hand, Yi Xian's expression was slightly solemn because the man in red had already appeared 30 meters away. However, at this moment, the man in red's expression was slightly unsightly. Obviously, even though that strike from before hadn't killed him, it had still affected him to a certain extent. The red-cloaked man glared at Xian. "You're playing dirty." Xian ignored the man in red. He turned to Bailey Yun and the other two. "The three of you, go back and report." Bailey Yun immediately shook his head. "No, how can I leave you here alone? If you want to leave, then we'll leave together." Lan Yu suddenly said, "Why are you still being pedantic at a time like this? It's more important to go back and report." As soon as she finished speaking, she shot into the sky on her sword. Right at this moment, the red-cloaked man in front of Xian suddenly raised his hand and waved it, causing an arrow of blood to tear through the sky. Lan Yu's expression changed drastically, and she immediately slashed down with her sword. However, the arrow of blood pierced through her sword and stabbed her chest. Bang! In an instant, Lan Yu's body exploded apart, but her soul was fine. At this moment, her soul was tightly enveloped by a ball of red light. A trace of surprise flashed through the red-cloaked man's eyes. The Soul Guard mirror is a precious treasure, yet it was actually given to a piece of trash like you. What a waste. Lan Yu paid no attention to the red-cloaked man, and she just gazed resentfully at Xian. "Why didn't you stop him? This chapter isn't finished. Please keep going." Xian was stunned, and then he said, "Please, every debt has a debtor. It was he who destroyed your body, so why are you blaming me? Go look for him." Lan Yu stared fixedly at Xian. "I won't let you off." As soon as she finished speaking, she was escorted by the ray of red light, and she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the boundless sky. Xian shook his head. "I actually encountered such a weirdo. I'm really unlucky this year." As he spoke, he gazed at Bailey Yun and Guyu. "Quickly head back and leave this place to me. Both of you'll become burdens to me if you stay here." Bailey Yun and Guyu exchanged glances, and then Bailey Yun spoke in a low voice, "Brethren, hold on for a while. We'll immediately return to the sect and get someone to rescue you." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them shot into the sky on their swords. The red-cloaked man waved his hand again, and then two blood-red arrows shot into the sky and chased after Bailey Yun and Guyu. However, these two blood-red swords had only just flown out when they were slashed into pieces by two rays of sword light. Bailey Yun and Guyu instantly heaved sighs of relief when they sensed this scene, and then they hurriedly sped up. It wasn't long before they vanished into the boundless sky. The red-cloaked man gazed at Xian and smiled. "I never expected that I would be so blind." Xian turned to face the red-cloaked man. "You're not Xian, so why are you pretending to be Xian?" "Oh?" The corners of the red-cloaked man's mouth curled up slightly. "How do you know that I'm not Xian?" Xian spoke seriously. "Xian has a dignified appearance, is handsome, elegant, talented, and elegant. Such a person only appears once in 1,000 years. How could he possibly be a repulsive person like you?" The red-cloaked man was stunned. "I've also seen Xian's portrait. Honestly speaking, doesn't your conscience hurt by praising him like that?" Xian pointed his sword at the ground. "I'm not going to bullshit with you. I'll ask you one last time, why did you pretend to be such an outstanding person and commit such evil deeds?" The red-cloaked man smiled. "I'm not going to tell you." Xian nodded. "Then I'll beat you to death." As soon as he spoke, he stomped his right foot. Tenjong kill. The red-cloaked man's expression changed drastically as soon as the sword was unleashed. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist suddenly condensed in front of him, and this cloud of blood mist forcefully blocked Xian's fatal attack. However, this attack caused him to stumble backward. Not only that, but the cloud of blood mist also turned illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Xian suddenly opened his palm, and another heaven-level sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the sword suddenly disappeared. Instant space, the instant the sword disappeared, the blood mist in front of the red-robed man exploded, and a sword was already pressed against the spot between his eyebrows. However, it was blocked by a thin layer of blood armor, heaven-level armor. Even though it had been blocked, the powerful force contained in the sword had caused the blood armor to cave in deeply. At the same time, the area between the red-clothed man's eyebrows had caved in as well. The red-clothed man frantically retreated in order to reduce the force contained in Xian's sword. However, that force was far too powerful, so powerful that he had no way of removing it. At that moment, the red-clothed man suddenly roared in anger. He stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Using the strength of the ground, he forcefully stopped his retreat. However, the blood armor between his eyebrows had already cracked into a spider web. Just as he stopped, Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. Upon seeing Xian, the red-clothed man hurriedly said, "Brother, I am the young sect leader of the Corpse sect. This time, I am here on behalf of the Realm Protection Alliance to frame Xian. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. The Realm Protection Alliance has entrusted me." At that moment, Xian's sword had already struck out. One strike to determine life and death. This strike directly pierced through the red-clothed man's blood sword and his brain. The red-clothed man's body stiffened as he glared at Xian with hatred. I told you everything, but you still tried to kill me." Xian shook his head. "You're already an adult. Don't be so naive. If I don't kill you, should I leave you alive to harm me in the future?" As he spoke, he swung his sword and the red-clothed man's head flew into the air. Just as the red-clothed man's head flew into the air, a blood-red mark suddenly flew into the space between Xian's eyebrows. Xian frowned. "What's that?" Very quickly, Xian understood. This should be a type of mark. It meant that he had killed the red-clothed man and the power behind the red-clothed man could use this mark to find him. Xian thought for a moment before he activated the World Prison Pagoda. Very quickly, the blood-red mark was forced out of his brain by the World Prison Pagoda. Xian waved his right hand and a ray of sword light enveloped the blood-red mark. Xian kept the mark. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. As he looked around, the 20 over corpses did not move at all. Obviously, after the red-clothed man's death, these corpses were now ownerless. Xian hurriedly put away the storage ring of the man in red. He rummaged through it, and very soon, he was overjoyed. This was because he found a cultivation technique called the decaying scripture in the storage ring, and within it, there was a way to control these zombies. Big profit, Xian chuckled. Each of these 22 corpses was at least at the Dharma realm. Moreover, their bodies were special and could not be damaged by ordinary spiritual weapons. If he could control these 20 corpses and continue to train them until they reached the Dharma-controlling realm, they would become a great help to him. Sometimes, a fight depended on the number of people. In addition, this matter also served as a reminder to him. The Realm Protection Alliance had not forgotten him. The other party was still looking for him. Not only were they looking for him, but they were also looking for someone to impersonate him, ruin his reputation, and make him enemies everywhere. The Realm Protection Alliance, Xian smiled coldly. The enmity between him and the Realm Protection Alliance could be said to be irreconcilable, but now, there was still a big gap between his strength and the Realm Protection Alliance's, so he could not use force for the time being. Without thinking too much, Xian began to clean up the aftermath because the Pale Sword Sect's powerhouses might arrive soon. With a wave of his right hand, the red-clothed man's corpse was divided into more than a dozen pieces, and then he pieced them together into 2 large characters. Xian, after doing all this, he quickly put away the surrounding corpses. Then, he waited for the Pale Sword Sect's powerhouses to arrive. After almost a quarter of an hour, 2 sword lights suddenly appeared in the sky. Xian's heart skipped a beat. "They're here." Soon, an old man and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Xian. Xian quickly saluted, "Greetings, elders." The middle-aged man glanced at Xian. "Are they all dead?" Xian nodded. The old man asked, "Did you do it?" Xian quickly shook his head. No, I didn't do it. It was Xian." After saying that, he pointed to the 2 blood-red characters on the ground. Xian, the middle-aged man and the old man looked at the ground. A moment later, the middle-aged man frowned. He looked at Xian. "It really wasn't you." Xian solemnly said, "I swear, it was really that Xian who did it. If I speak half a word of lies, I may be struck by lightning." End of this chapter. After they heard Xian, the old man and middle-aged man glanced at each other. In the end, the middle-aged man asked, "Why did Xian appear here?" Xian shook his head. "Elder, I don't know. However, according to my guess, it's very likely to be related to the red-clothed man pretending to be him." The middle-aged man intended to ask something else when the old man said abruptly, "This red-clothed man was able to kill a true defense realm expert, so his strength is obviously extraordinary." On the other hand, you allowed Bailey Yun and the others to leave first and successfully stop the red-cloaked man. Do you have anything to say about this? Xian laughed bitterly. Elder, I don't think there's much of a problem if it's just stopping him for a moment, right? The old man stared fixedly at Xian. Then why didn't you stop the red-cloaked man when your senior sister Lan Yu left? Why did you allow him to slash her body into pieces instead? Xian's heart shook when he heard this. So that's the old man's true objective, Xian smiled and said, Elder, you have to be honest when you speak. Logically speaking, Lan Yu is the senior sister, so she should have stayed behind to protect the three of us. However, not only did she not stay behind after she encountered danger, she actually chose to flee. When he spoke up to here, he faced the middle-aged man and said, Elder, do you think senior sister Lan Yu's actions are justified? The middle-aged man hadn't spoken when the old man spoke abruptly. I didn't ask you anything else. I only asked you why you didn't stop the red-cloaked man and allowed him to slash Lan Yu's body into pieces? Just answer this one point, understand? His voice was slightly cold. Xian faced the old man and said with a smile, Elder, I'm very sad that senior sister Lan Yu's body was slashed into pieces as well. But the problem is, I wasn't the one who slashed her body into pieces, so why do you keep holding on to me? As he spoke, he pointed at the red-clothed man's corpse on the ground. Look for him, look for him. The old man stared fixedly at Xian. You clearly could have stopped him. Yet you didn't. What you're doing is equivalent to harming a fellow disciple, and for harming a fellow disciple, you should be punished by 10,000 swords. Hearing this, Xian's expression turned cold. First, she's stupid. Before coming to the island, I already warned her that this place is dangerous and that she needs to be careful. Unfortunately, she didn't listen. Second, when faced with danger, as the senior sister, not only did she not choose to take on the responsibility of protecting her fellow disciple, she chose to be the first to escape. This is unjust. Third, she couldn't even withstand a single attack from the man in red. This is weak. I'm very curious, what kind of master would raise such trash? Speaking up to this point, he pretended to be surprised. Could it be you, Elder? Impudent. The old man's expression instantly turned icy cold. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a wave of sword energy smashed down towards Xian, the sword stance of a sword immortal. This force swept down like a storm, and the ground where Xian stood was directly cracked by this force. On the other hand, Xian even bent his waist in an instant. Not only did he bend his waist, but he even bent his legs. But it wasn't long before he forcefully stood up again. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man by the old man's side when he witnessed this scene. On the other hand, there was a trace of surprise in the old man's eyes as well. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and suddenly pressed it down, and the pressure from the force instantly rose explosively. Just at this moment, Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! Along with an explosion, the force directly collapsed, and Xian himself was blasted over 100 meters away. As soon as he stopped, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In midair, the old man glanced coldly at Xian. I've underestimated you. You despised an elder and spoke rudely. Today, I'll cripple you to serve as a warning to the entire sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed with his finger, and a flying sword slashed down. The flying sword was extremely fast like a bolt of lightning. Below. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Xian's expression was rather ferocious, and profound qi surged within his body. He didn't dare hold back at all when facing a sword immortal, and a true Imperial Dharma realm expert at that. If he did, then only death would await him. Just as Xian was about to attack, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yu Qi. Yu Qi's face was expressionless. She pressed her jade-like fingers together and pointed forward lightly. With this point, a cloud-shaped sword qi suddenly shot out from the tip of her finger. Bang! In midair, the old man's sword was directly blasted away. The old man frowned slightly when he saw Yu Qi. Junior sister you. At this moment, Yu Qi suddenly took a step forward and formed a sword seal. In the next moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a sword came straight down from the clouds like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this scene, the old man's expression changed slightly. Sword in the cloud. Not daring to be careless, he opened his right hand and a sword quietly hung in the air. In the next moment, the sword turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. In midair, the two swords met. Bang! An ear-piercing sword cry suddenly resounded throughout the sky. Below, Yuqi suddenly leaped, and the moment she leaped, several sword lights quietly gathered around her. Seeing this scene, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Shadow sword. Yuqi, are you crazy, you? He didn't dare to continue because Yuqi had already arrived in front of him. Boom boom boom, in midair, the old man repeatedly struck with his sword, but he was also repeatedly retreating. The entire sky was filled with countless sword chi. Not far away, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Senior brother Xianxia, junior sister Yuqi, please stop." However, Yuqi did not stop. On the contrary, her attacks became even fiercer. On the other hand, Xianxia was clearly inferior to Yuqi, and was already retreating step by step. Below, Yixian was a little dazzled by the sight, a battle between sword immortals. He had seen the mysterious woman in action before, but her attacks were basically instant kills. There was not much to see at all. But now, the battle between the two sword immortals made him realize just how cool the sword skills of sword immortals were. They were not flashy without substance. At the very least, the sword skills of the two people before him were very practical. Especially Yuqi's, who skillfully executed all kinds of sword skills, making it difficult for Xianxia to parry. Just like that, after fighting for an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. He ran away. In the air, Yuqi stopped. With a turn of her body, she directly appeared in front of Yixian. Yuqi glanced at Yixian. "Go back and cook." With that, she turned around and soared into the sky on her sword, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Below, Yixian smiled bitterly. "I don't know how to use a sword." At this moment, the middle-aged man not far away suddenly walked in front of Yixian. Did Yixian say anything before he left? Yixian thought for a moment, then said, "He said that this matter is most likely the work of the Realm Defense Alliance." Realm Defense Alliance, the middle-aged man's brows deeply furrowed. Evidently, this faction was a headache even for the ancient sword sect. A moment later, the middle-aged man said softly, "This matter is a little complicated, you must not leak it." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. On the spot, Yixian speechlessly asked the heavens, "I don't know how to use a sword." If the distance was short, he could naturally fly. This chapter is not over, please turn the page. It was the 10,000 Dharma stage, but if it was too far, flying in the air would tire him to death, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Originally, it would only take 4 hours to reach Azure Sword Sect, but he had spent more than 8 hours. As soon as he returned to Cloudsword Peak, he was brought to Azure Sword Peak by Yuqi. Azure Sword Peak was the head of the 7 peaks, and could be considered the core of Azure Sword Sect. And the Peak Master of Azure Sword Peak was the Sect Master of Azure Sword Sect, Chen Beihan. When Yixian and Yuqi arrived at the Azure Sword Hall of the Azure Sword Peak, there were already a few people in the hall. Xianxia and the middle-aged man from before were present. Apart from them, Bailey Yun, Gu Yu, and Lan Yu, who was already in soul form, were also present. When she saw Yixian, Lan Yu's gaze immediately turned venomous. Beside her, Xianxia also shot a cold glance at Yixian. Beside Yixian, Yuqi suddenly said, "Don't be afraid, her master can't beat me." Yixian. Bailey Yun smiled at Yixian as a form of greeting. Gu Yu nodded in agreement. Yixian was about to speak when a middle-aged man suddenly walked over from afar. The middle-aged man wore a cloud-white robe with a jade-white lion tied to his waist, and he held a flute in his right hand. Chen Beihan, the sect master of Azure Sword Sect. Yixian's expression instantly turned solemn when he saw this person, because he discovered that this person's aura was actually on par with Supreme Lord Lu. This person was also one of the top experts in the Azure world. Chen Beihan walked to the seats at the top of the stairs and smiled, "Everyone, sit." Everyone in the surroundings bowed successively, and even Yuqi bowed slightly. Everyone sat down, and Chen Beihan glanced at Yixian, "You're a Yi?" Yixian nodded, "Yes." Chen Beihan glanced at Yixian and said with a smile, "You are a good candidate." As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd. "I already know the whole story." As a senior sister, Lan Yu was obstinate and self-opinionated. She was narrow-minded and did not think twice when faced with trouble. She only ended up like this. Lan Yu's expression immediately turned ugly, but she did not dare to refute and hurriedly knelt down. Disciple knows her mistake. Chen Beihan looked towards Xianxia. Teaching disciples is not just about teaching them how to cultivate, but also how to conduct themselves. If young people do not know how to conduct themselves, they will suffer at the very least, or lose their lives. Xianxia nodded. Junior brother understands and knows that Lan Yu was wrong. I have troubled senior brother to come out this time to ask senior brother to uphold justice. As he spoke, he looked towards Xianxia. This person clearly had the ability to stop the man in red, but did not. Instead, he deliberately did nothing to save him. Such a person does not deserve to be a disciple of my Azure Sword sect. Chen Beihan looked towards Xianxia. You had the ability to stop him, but did not. Why? Xianxia pondered for a moment before he said, I don't like the sight of her. Everyone else. P.S. Today at the hospital, a man was arguing with a doctor. The reason was that when he was examined, he was not present, so the doctor let the next doctor take over. Then, this man could not take it anymore and started scolding the female doctor in the hospital. He even said that she had accepted a red packet. The female doctor was so angry that she burst into tears. Many a time, people like to bully the weak and fear the strong. If they met someone more ruthless than them, they would be as humble as a son. It was the new year, and they hoped that the brothers would be amiable. They should not bully others for no reason, but if others bullied them, they should not be afraid. It was not embarrassing if they could not win, but if they did not fight, it was very embarrassing. End of this chapter. Everyone was taken aback by Yixian's words. He didn't like her, Bailey Yun smiled bitterly. Brotherin was an honest person. He didn't even know how to lie at a time like this. On the other hand, Lan Yu's expression was somewhat savage as she glared at Yixian. Yuqi also couldn't help glancing at Yixian. Be more tactful. Yixian. Xianxia suddenly said, Senior brother, you also saw how arrogant and domineering this person is. If such a person stays in the sect, he will definitely cause discord within the sect in the future, and outside the sect, he will very likely cause a great disaster. Senior brother, please punish him severely. Chen Beihan smiled. Don't worry junior brother, everything has a reason. As he spoke, he looked at Yixian. Tell me, why do you dislike her? Yixian shook his head. Even if I tell you, the sect master and some people may not believe me. Let senior brother Bailey and senior sister Guyu tell me. Chen Beihan looked at Bailey Yun and Yuqi. The two hurriedly bowed and recounted everything that had happened on the island. Gradually, Xianxian's expression turned rather ugly. He glared at Lan Yu. What a disappointment. Lan Yu lowered her head, not daring to speak. Yuqi suddenly said, the matter is very clear. He didn't deliberately cause trouble, and the troublemaker has already paid the price. My Cloudsword Peak will not pursue the matter. Senior brother sect master, I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. After speaking, she glanced at Yixian. Go cook. Yixian chuckled, turned around, and ran off. Yuqi shook his head. Slippery fellow. After speaking, she also turned to leave. At this moment, Chen Beihan suddenly said, Junior sister, there are important matters to discuss. Outside the door, Yuqi did not even turn his head. You decide. Inside the hall, Chen Beihan shook his head with a bitter smile. This junior sister, as he spoke, he looked at Xianxia not far away. At the end of the day, the corpse sect is the culprit. As for the corpse sect, although they belong to the demonic path, they have always acted in the dark. This time, they openly attacked our Pale Sword sect, so there must be someone behind them. Xianxia was about to say something when he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Bailey Yun and the others. Xianxia, Guyu, and Lan Yu hurriedly left. After the trio left, Xianxia asked in a low voice, Realm Defense Alliance? Chen Beihan nodded. There should be no mistake. Xianxia frowned. Why are they against us too? To my Blue Sword sect has no enmity with them. Chen Beihan smiled and said, "Who said there's no enmity between us?" Song Xian shook his head. "If they wanted revenge, they wouldn't have waited until now." Chen Beihan nodded. He definitely wouldn't have waited until now. At this point, he exchanged a look with Song Xian before he continued, "There's something wrong with the island. Let's go check it out." With that, the two of them disappeared. Before long, the two of them arrived at Myriad Island. However, at this moment, the entire island had vanished. Seeing this scene, the two's expressions became a little grave. A short while later, Chen Beihan said, "Some powers in the Central Divine Prefecture have been secretly targeting the Realm Defense Alliance. Obviously, the Realm Defense Alliance has definitely done something to make those powers fear it. Especially Xian and the powers standing behind him. His appearance on the island this time might be to disrupt the Realm Protection Alliance's plans. Pass down my order to find Xian. We must get to the bottom of this matter." Song Xian nodded. "I understand. I'll send someone to search for you now. Xian." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. In the air, Chen Beihan slowly closed his eyes. Realm Defense Alliance. I'm afraid that the changes in the Azure world have something to do with you guys. The Azure Sword Sect. After returning to Cloud Sword Peak, Xian immediately began cooking. Half an hour later, he had already prepared a table full of dishes. The dishes looked and smelled delicious. Yuqi came out when she smelled the aroma. She sat opposite Xian and nodded. "Let's eat." Xian hurriedly said, "Master, please." Yuqi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started eating. After eating half, Xian suddenly said, "Master, is the sword manipulation technique difficult?" Yuqi said, "Difficult, but not difficult." Xian hurriedly put down his chopsticks. "What do you mean?" Yuqi glanced at him. "It's not difficult to learn, but it's very difficult to learn it well." Xian asked again, "How can I be considered to have learned it well?" Yuqi took a small sip of vegetable soup and then said, "You can fight while controlling the sword." Xian was taken aback. "Then Bailey Yun and the others can't fight while controlling the sword?" Yuqi shook her head. "No." Xian thought for a moment and said, "Master, I want to learn this sword manipulation technique." Yuqi's chopstick suddenly stopped. She looked at Xian with some surprise. "You don't know how to control the sword?" Xian nodded. "I don't know." Yuqi shook her head. "A sword master who doesn't know how to control the sword, what does it look like?" Speaking of this, she seemed to have thought of something. "Later, come to my inner hall to look for a cultivation technique called True Sword Manipulation Technique. This cultivation technique is personally created by me. It's not something that ordinary sword manipulation techniques can compare to. Remember, don't teach it to others." True sword manipulation technique, Xian hurriedly nodded. "Yes, yes." Yuqi nodded slightly. She pointed to the mushroom stir-fried cabbage in front of her. "Not bad. Continue to make this dish tomorrow." Xian, after the meal, Yuqi left the hall. No one knew where she went. As for Xian, after tidying up, he hurriedly entered the inner hall. The inner hall wasn't big. It was filled with cabinets. On each cabinet, there were many scrolls. Among them were cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and divine arts, all of them. Moreover, the lowest was earth rank. There were even heaven rank scrolls everywhere. Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, he realized that this cloudy sword peak was actually the King Azure Sword Sect's martial technique library and cultivation technique library. The scrolls in front of him were probably collected by the Azure Sword Sect over the generations. Some of them were created by the seniors of the Azure Sword Sect, Foundation. At this moment, Xian truly understood what a foundation was. This was a foundation. This Azure Sword Sect was indeed a top force in the Azure Firmament world. Without much thought, Xian began to search for the true sword manipulation technique. Soon, he found it. Then, he began to search for Yuqi's annotations. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. After an hour, he still couldn't find it. Therefore, he stopped searching. He was going to ask Yuqi when he returned. Or rather, he was going to ask Yuqi directly. Yi Xian carried the true sword manipulation technique out of the hall and went straight to the back mountain. After Yi Xian had left the hall, a woman and a middle-aged man showed up at the entrance of the hall. These two people were Yu Qi and Chen Beihan. The two people looked at Yi Xian, who was running in the distance. Chen Beihan suddenly said, "During this time, he only chose instant space sword?" Yu Qi nodded. Chen Beihan asked again, "He didn't take away any of the cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the hall?" Yu Qi nodded again. Chen Beihan smiled and said, "That's interesting. If it was a rogue cultivator, it would be impossible for him not to be tempted by these things." At this point, he looked at Yu Qi. Did he really cultivate that instant space sword to the extreme in just a few days? Yu Qi said softly, "Everyone has their own secrets. It's enough that he doesn't have any bad intentions towards our sect." Chen Beihan said with a smile, "Although he didn't save Lan Yu on Myriad Island, he saved Bailey Yun and those two little fellows. This proves that he isn't a heartless person. Since Junior's sister thinks he's not bad, then let him stay here and cultivate. He's indeed a good seedling. If you nurture him well, he will definitely achieve great things in the future." After saying that, he turned and disappeared on the spot. After Chen Beihan left, Yu Qi also turned and left. When she returned to the inner hall, there was a small table in the inner hall. On the small table, there were 3 plates of small fruits. Seeing this small table, Yu Qi said softly, "How thoughtful." Back mountain. Yi Xian held the sword-driving technique in his arms as he dashed madly all the way until he stopped before a pool of water. After he stopped, Yi Xian opened the sword-driving technique. Sword-driving technique relies on the heart and not the form. The heart and soul are united, and man and sword are one. Just like that, Yi Xian read for an hour before he stopped, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to analyze it in his mind. Around 2 hours later, he suddenly formed a sword seal, and it wasn't long before a true rank sword suddenly flew out from within him and descended firmly in front of him. Yi Xian pressed his fingers against the sword, and it trembled violently before it emanated a resounding sword howl. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he saw this, and he hurriedly leaped up and descended onto the sword. However, the sword had almost sunk into the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly calmed himself, and the sword gradually started to stabilize. Once it was stable enough, Yi Xian suddenly started to speak softly, "Rise." As soon as he spoke, the sword beneath his feet started to rise slowly. It was slightly slow, but it was constantly rising. 3m, 6m, 15m, 30m. In just a moment, he was over 100m above the ground, and he was able to see Cloudsword Hall in the distance. He was excited. Being able to control a sword was undoubtedly the dream of every swordsman. In the sky, Yi Xian's sword control grew higher and higher. However, he was too excited to notice that the sword beneath his feet was trembling. Just like that, after rising over 500m, the sword beneath Yi Xian's feet suddenly trembled violently, and then it fell swiftly to the ground. "Ah!" Yi Xian's scream instantly resounded from the sky. A few breaths of time later. Bang! The ground beneath him trembled violently, and a huge amount of dust flew into the air. On the ground, Yi Xian rubbed his butt. "That really fucking hurts." After resting for a moment, Yi Xian continued. Time passed slowly, and at dawn the next day, a man arrived at the foot of Pale Sword Sect's mountain. The man wore a plain robe and a pair of cloth shoes, and his eyes were dark violet. The man raised his head and glanced at Pale Sword Sect. According to rumor, Pale Sword Sect's younger generation is an outstanding genius. "I'm Yi Xian, and I've come to seek guidance." When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and continued. "To determine who's stronger and who lives and dies." Yi Xian, the entire Blue Sword Sect was shocked. This second on the wanted list actually came to challenge Blue Sword Sect. Soon, an elder of Blue Sword Sect appeared in front of the linen-clothed man. This elder sized up the linen-clothed man. "You are Yi Xian?" The linen-clothed man nodded. "Azure Province, Yi Xian." The elder looked at Yi Xian for a long time before shaking his head. "You don't look like Yi Xian, and it's impossible for you to be Yi Xian." The linen-clothed man was expressionless. "I am." The elder said, "Yi Xian and the Realm Protecting Alliance have a great enmity. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't make an enemy out of my Blue Sword Sect. Yi Xian isn't that stupid." The linen-clothed man smiled. "Why?" Blue Sword sect doesn't dare to accept my challenge? Or is there no one in the younger generation of Blue Sword sect? The elder looked at the linen-clothed man, his eyes gradually turning cold. Someone was trying to cause trouble for the Blue Sword sect. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the top of the mountain, if he wants to challenge, then let him challenge. My Blue Sword sect, be it in the past or now, has never been afraid of trouble. Disciples of the Seven Peaks, who is willing to come out and fight with me? Let me. At this time a loud shout suddenly rang out from one of the main peaks. Following that, a sword light shot into the sky. But after it reached the sky, this sword light suddenly changed direction and steadily landed in front of the linen-clothed man. The sword light dissipated, revealing a man around 20 years of age. His skin was dark, his eyes sharp, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand. It's Array Dao Peak's senior brother Qianyun. In the surroundings, people exclaimed. Qianyun bowed to the elder beside him, then turned to look at the linen-clothed man. Make your move. The linen-clothed man said indifferently, if I make my move, you won't have a chance to do so. Qianyun wasn't angry. It seems like you are very confident in yourself. Then let me experience your strength. As the sound of his voice faded, his left thumb suddenly flickered. Chi, the sword in the scabbard flew out at an incomparably fast speed. The linen-clothed man was expressionless. When the sword arrived in front of him, he didn't dodge, but when the sword was only an inch away from him, he suddenly moved to the side and dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. At the same time, his right hand grabbed Qianyun's sword. At the sight of this, the Pale Sword sect's elder's expression instantly changed. Qianyun's eye, who was about to attack, was also stunned. The man glanced at Qianyun, and in the next moment, his right foot lightly tapped the ground. Chi, the linen-clothed man appeared in front of Qianyun like a ghost, causing Qianyun's expression to change drastically. He was just about to attack when the linen-clothed man's speed was faster than him, and he directly grabbed Qianyun by the throat. At the same time, the linen-clothed man's right foot kicked Qianyun's knees twice. With the sound of two bones breaking, Qianyun knelt down. The surroundings were deathly silent. Utter defeat. The linen-clothed man didn't kill Qianyun, and he retreated a few meters instead. He glanced indifferently at Qianyun, who knelt there. Is the younger generation of the Pale Sword sect filled with trash like this? When he spoke up to hear, he raised his head to look at the other peaks. If so, then all of you can attack me together. Don't waste my, Xian's, time. Attack together. As soon as these words were spoken, it had undoubtedly infuriated all the disciples of the Pale Sword sect. In next to no time, numerous rays of light shot into the sky from the various peaks, and it wasn't long before a few dozen swordsmen stood before the linen-clothed man. The linen-clothed man had an emotionless expression on his face. Let's do it together. Meanwhile, a man walked out from the group of swordsmen. I'll do it. Everyone gazed at the man. The man wore a short shirt and had two swords hanging from his waist. It's the Xianxia Peak's senior brother Gulin. I never expected that he would actually come out as well. What's there to not expect? This Yixian humiliated our Pale Sword sect so much. How could senior brother Gulin and the others not come out? I wonder if senior brother Nangongyan of the Pale Sword Peak is in the sect. There's no need for senior brother Nangongyan, senior brother Gulin is enough. Gulin walked in front of Qianyun and helped him up. Behind him, the disciples of the Pale Sword sect immediately ran over to support Qianyun. Qianyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Be careful. He's very strong. Gulin nodded. He looked at the linen-clothed man. Rumor has it that Yixian is also a swordsman, and also a sword emperor, the youngest sword emperor in our Azure world. However, you don't use a sword. The linen-clothed man said indifferently, none of you are qualified to make me, Yixian, draw my sword. The moment these words were spoken, the disciples of the Pale Sword sect were instantly enraged. Gulin glanced at the linen-clothed man. Please enlighten me. As the sound of his voice faded, he suddenly dashed forward. This dash was as fast as lightning, and a ray of sword light instantly appeared in front of the linen-clothed man. The linen-clothed man's expression was incomparably calm. When the sword was only half an inch away from his forehead, his body suddenly slanted backwards, very easily dodging the sword. At the same time, his right leg suddenly kicked out at Gulin's wrist. Pong! Gulin's entire arm was directly sent flying, but at this moment, Gulin's left hand suddenly pulled out a sword and slashed forward. The linen-clothed man blocked with his fingers, and this finger actually forcefully blocked Gu Lin's sword. At the same time, he dashed forward and suddenly kicked Gu Lin's abdomen with his knee. Pung! Gu Lin's entire body instantly flew tens of feet away. After landing, Gu Lin's body twitched, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Another complete defeat. The scene was incomparably silent. The linen-clothed man clapped his hands, and looked at the elder beside him. Is there no one else in the Pale Sword sect? Or is it that the Pale Sword sect is full of such trash? The elder took a deep look at the linen-clothed man, and only now did he realize that his eyes were blind. This linen-clothed man in front of him was not simple. The elder turned to look at the Pale Sword peak, and after a moment, he nodded slightly, and then turned to look at the linen-clothed man. Can you wait for an hour? The linen-clothed man said indifferently, sure. The elder turned to look at the Pale Sword sect disciples. Without my order, no one is allowed to make a move. With that, he soared into the sky on his sword. The linen-clothed man slowly closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 people in the Azure Sword Hall, Xianxia, Qinbei Han, and a Pale Sword sect elder named Li Han, who was in charge of the Pale Sword sect's intelligence. Xianxia looked at Li Han. Did you find out that person's true identity? Li Han shook his head, not a single clue. Xianxia's face sank, and he asked again, what about Yixian's whereabouts? Li Han still shook his head. After this person left Cold North sect, there was no news of him, as though he had vanished into thin air. Other than that, I received news that the Realm Protection Alliance, Sky Cloud City and several other powerhouses are looking for this person's whereabouts. Xianxia frowned. Even the Realm Protection Alliance has not been able to find him? Li Han nodded. This person is very mysterious, and he himself is not simple. Xianxia went silent for a moment, and then looked at Qinbei Han. Qinbei Han shook his head. My Pale Sword sect has been quiet for so many years. Some people really think that we are a soft persimmon, and can be easily bullied. Speaking of this, he looked at Li Han. How long will that kid Nangong take to return to the sect? Li Han said in a deep voice, 1 hour, at most 1 hour. Qinbei Han nodded slightly, and as though he thought of something, he said again, inform Xiangyu, ask him to return to the sect immediately. Xiangyu, in the hall, Xianxia and Li Han were instantly stunned. Cloudy Sword Peak. At noon, Yixian did not continue to practice the imperial sword technique, but made a table full of dishes. Inside the hall, Yixian and Yuqi sat facing each other. Yuqi was a man of few words, but Yixian was very talkative. During the meal, he would try to find all kinds of topics to talk about, and Yuqi would sometimes reply with a few words, and other times he would just say in. When they were about to finish eating, Yuqi suddenly said, You seem to have told me before that your name is Yixian? Yixian was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes. Yuqi glanced at Yixian. A person came down from the mountain, claiming to be Yixian, saying that he wants to challenge all the younger generation of our Pale Sword sect. Yixian was instantly stunned. Very quickly, Yixian's face turned cold. Someone was impersonating him again. Realm Protection Alliance. Even if you used your toes to think, you would know that this was definitely done by the Realm Protection Alliance. After a moment of silence, Yixian suddenly put down his chopsticks. Master Yu, I'll go and see who is so arrogant to dare to challenge our Pale Sword sect. With that, he got up and walked out of the hall. Just as Yixian walked out of the hall, Yuqi's voice came from inside the hall. Don't attack, that person is very strong. Yixian did not answer, but ran down the mountain of Pale Sword sect. Inside the hall, Yuqi said softly, Yixian? Is he very famous? As she spoke, she continued to eat. Not long after, Yixian arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were already nearly 200 people gathered there, all of them were Pale Sword sect disciples. Moreover, Yixian noticed the man in linen clothes not too far away. Yixian was instantly infuriated when he saw the man in linen, so he charged at the man in linen at an extremely fast speed like a ray of light. In an instant, he arrived in front of the man in linen, and then, under the gazes of countless people, he slashed with his sword, a single strike to decide life and death. The strength contained within this strike was like an erupting volcano, and a powerful force instantly swept out. The man in linen clothes instantly opened his eyes when he sensed this energy, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. In the next moment, he moved his right foot lightly to the right and formed a seal with both hands before he suddenly pushed it forward. A strange ripple surged out from his hand's seal, bang, as soon as the two forces collided, they suddenly erupted, and then both of them were pushed back repeatedly by over 100 m. Moreover, the ground before them had been transformed into an enormous pit. It was caused by the two forces from before. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene, and then countless gazed at Yixian. Who's this fellow? Yixian had just joined the Pale Sword sect, and coupled with the fact that he was often at Cloudsword Peak and practically never left, practically no disciple of the Pale Sword sect besides Bailey Yun and Guyu recognized him. The man who stood before Yixian glanced at Yixian. Who are you? I'm your father. Yixian suddenly spoke furiously. What kind of trash is this? How dare you pretend to be me? How dare you cause trouble in my Pale Sword sect? I'll fucking kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at the man with his sword in hand. A disciple of the Pale Sword sect was slightly dumbstruck. This senior brother is so violent. P.S. There are 3 more days until the new year. I've been writing for 4 years without realizing it, and I'm 18 years old this year. Time waits for no man. I hope everyone is well. At this moment, everyone was staring curiously at Yixian. In the distance, when Yixian rushed to the man in linen clothes with his sword in hand, he swung his sword down. The man in linen clothes narrowed his eyes and raised his fingers to block Yixian's sword. Surprisingly, he managed to block Yixian's sword. At the same time, his other hand had already smashed towards Yixian's head. Yixian had never been afraid of close combat. He immediately tilted his head and dodged the punch. At the same time, he kicked towards the man's abdomen, and the man also kicked out. Bang, with a muffled sound, both of them retreated rapidly. This time, they retreated more than 100 meters, but this time, both of them were equally matched. The man glanced at Yixian. I never thought that besides Xianxia, there would be another monster in the Pale Sword sect. He's really hidden well. However, Yixian? Yixian suddenly laughed. You say you're Yixian? The man said indifferently, is there a problem? Yixian smiled. As everyone knows, Yixian is the Sword Emperor. Speaking up to here, he pointed at the man. Come, let us see if you're the Sword Emperor. If you are, then you're Yixian. If not, then you're an imposter to frame me. The man stared at Yixian with an expressionless face. You're not qualified for me to draw my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the ground in front of Yixian suddenly cracked, and then a fist mark flashed out. Yixian smiled coldly, dashed forward, and slashed down with his sword. Bang, the fist seal shattered with a loud rumble. After shattering the fist mark, Yixian grinned, you're too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly shot out like a bolt of lightning. The man in linen clothes who stood before Yixian took a step forward and pointed his finger forward. The space before him instantly trembled before it rippled like water, and this spatial ripple actually forcefully shattered Yixian's sword light and forced Yixian's sword to stop moving. The spell defensive state. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings. To be able to use the power of space to this extent, one had to be at least in the Dharma defensive realm. Moreover, he might even be very close to the true defensive Dharma state. In the air, Yixian's sword stopped as if it had been frozen by an invisible force. At this moment, Yixian made a grabbing motion towards his sword with his right hand. This grabbing motion, gotcha, something seemed to have shattered, and then the sword that was frozen in midair suddenly shot towards the linen-clothed man. The linen-robed man's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and he brought his hands together in front of him. Boom, with this, he directly held Yixian's sword in his palm. However, at this moment, a sword silently appeared behind his head. Instant space slash. At this moment, the man in linen clothes was shocked. He stomped his right foot on the ground and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet behind Yixian. However, there was a deep sword wound at the back of his head, and blood was flowing out from it. That strike just now had almost taken his life. The linen-clothed man glared at Yixian. Who exactly are you? Yixian said seriously, since you keep asking, then I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I might be your long-lost father. The others in the surroundings were instantly stunned when they heard this, and then countless roars of laughter resounded like thunder in the surroundings. Hearing Yixian's words, the linen-clothed man's expression instantly turned cold. You're a monster, yet you don't know how to respect the strong? Respect? Yi Xian laughed coldly. Why should I respect a lowly person like you who's pretending to be someone else? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tapped his right foot against the ground, and his figure instantly arrived above the linen-clothed man. At the same time, he held his sword with both hands and swung it down. In Yi Xian's opinion, he didn't dare to expose too much. Regardless of whether it was the sword of earth, his sword intent, or even his sword aura, he didn't dare to expose any of them. Once he did, then it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. A ferocious expression appeared on the linen-clothed man's face when he saw Xianxi's attack. He suddenly pressed his fingers together and pressed them against his chest. In an instant, a powerful aura swept out from within him, and then he swiftly swung his fist upwards. Bang! The linen-clothed man was instantly blasted over 30 m away. As soon as he stopped moving, Yi Xian appeared in front of him again, and then Yi Xian swung his sword again. Yi Xian's attack was extremely simple, and it couldn't even be considered as a sword technique. However, it was extremely violent and effective. The linen-clothed man's expression changed drastically when he noticed the strength within Yi Xian's attack. He suddenly flashed 30 m back and avoided Yi Xian's attack. At the same time, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Yi Xian was about to continue attacking when a powerful force suddenly surged out from the space in front of him. Yi Xian hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Yi Xian was blasted back repeatedly. But it wasn't long before he stomped his right foot on the ground and instantly stopped moving. Yi Xian shook his slightly numb hand, and then he looked up at the linen-clothed man. Not only was the man before him at the law control realm, he was definitely at the law control realm when he was at the law realm. If he didn't expose his trump cards, then even though he could kill the man with his current strength, it would probably be a fierce battle. The linen-clothed man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a solemn expression in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the linen-clothed man suddenly opened his right hand, and a dark wheel of blades suddenly appeared at the center of his palm. As soon as this wheel of blades appeared, the expressions of all the disciples of the sword sect instantly changed. Because this wheel of blades was a heaven-ranked treasure, Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. The linen-clothed man held the wheel of blades in his right hand while he suddenly formed a seal with his left hand. In the next moment, his entire body instantly became illusory. Subsequently, sharp sounds of slicing resounded all around Yi Xian. At the same time, numerous afterimages suddenly appeared around Yi Xian, and all of these afterimages held the wheel of blades in their hands and slashed at Yi Xian. Every single one of them seemed to be fake, yet they seemed to be real at the same time. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, an illusion. If it was someone else, then it would definitely be useful. However, Yi Xian didn't have eyes. He'd always been looking at the world with his heart. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed towards the right, and a strand of light flashed on the tip of his sword. Clang! The countless afterimages instantly dispersed, and only Yi Xian and the linen-clothed man remained. At this moment, the wheel of blades that the linen-clothed man slashed at Yi Xian had just been blocked by Yi Xian's sword. However, numerous cracks had appeared on Yi Xian's sword. Obviously, the true rank couldn't compare to the heaven rank. Suddenly, Yi Xian twisted his right hand. Bang! The linen-clothed man retreated by over 30 m, but numerous more cracks had appeared on the sword in Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian's expression sank when he sensed the changes in his sword. His expression sank. Under the circumstances that he couldn't expose his strength, he was utterly unable to protect this sword. Because this sword was unable to go against a heaven-rank spirit artifact without the boost of his sword intent. On the other hand, he couldn't withdraw his heaven-rank sword. Because it would be too conspicuous if he did that. When they saw Yi Xian's sword, the expressions of all the disciples of the Blue Sword sect had turned gloomy. The current situation was slightly disadvantageous to Yi Xian. Right at this moment, the linen-clothed man suddenly tossed the wheel of blades in his hand, and it flew towards the top of Yi Xian's head. In next to no time, countless blades shot out violently from within the wheel of blades and slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian flashed backwards, and he pressed his sword against the center of his forehead. Under the gazes of countless people, Yi Xian suddenly let go of the sword in his hand. The sword flew out. A resounding sword howl suddenly resounded through the sky. After that, countless illusory swords suddenly appeared in the sky above Yi Xian, and they completely blocked the wheel of blades. The disciples of the Blue Sword sect in the surroundings were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What sort of sword technique is that? Meanwhile, someone exclaimed with shock. Void Flash. That's Void Flash. It's Void Flash that's cultivated to its limits. When Void Flash was cultivated to its limits, then it actually didn't consist of a single sword but countless swords. Because Void Flash represented speed, and speed meant that numerous swords could be formed. It wasn't possible to cultivate an ordinary sword technique to its limits, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate a heaven-rank sword technique to its limits. On the other hand, if Xian didn't possess the spatial Dao laws, then it would be impossible for him to cultivate Swordsman Void Flash to such an extent. At the very least, it would be impossible in a short period of time. The linen-clothed man who stood before Xian had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He hadn't imagined that his killer move would actually be destroyed by Xian just like that. The linen-clothed man was just about to attack when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, Xian had appeared in front of the linen-clothed man. The linen-clothed man had a ferocious expression on his face as he swiftly swung the wheel of blades in his hand. On the other hand, Xian's sword stabbed towards the linen-clothed man's throat. He didn't block it. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Is Xian intending to exchange his life for another's? The linen-clothed man was quite astounded as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Xian would be so resolute and actually not choose to block it. What should I do now? In practically an instant, the linen-clothed man had decided he would exchange his life for another's, because if he were to make a move now, then he would instantly be in a disadvantageous position and might even be killed. At a moment like this, it was a competition of courage and courage. The one who was afraid of death might be the one to die first. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen here. Everyone stared at the sword and wheel of blades in the distance. Both of them had descended onto Xian and the linen-clothed man at practically the exact same moment. Bang, hiss, a silhouette flew out in an instant, and this time, he flew a full 1,000 feet away. This figure was exactly Xian, and the linen-clothed man stood on the spot. After a short moment, Xian stood up slowly while blood flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth. It was like a breached dam. However, he wasn't dead. He forcefully withstood it. In the distance, there was a sword stuck in the man's throat. The man in linen clothes stared at Xian. Why? Why? Xian patted his chest. Soon, a thin armor covered his entire body, including his head. Xian smirked. I have a heavenly armor. Are you angry? Are you angry? Haha. The man's body twitched when he heard Xian's words, and then he stopped breathing. No one knew if he'd died from serious injuries or from anger. As for the surrounding crowd, after being stunned for a moment, countless Pale Sword sect disciples cheered in unison. Besides excitement, there was also respect when they looked at Xian. This respect wasn't just because of Xian's strength, but also because Xian had stood up at the critical moment and protected the Pale Sword sect's face, and the Pale Sword sect's face was their face. Xian hurriedly walked over to the man and put away the spatial ring and the heaven-rank treasure. After that, he cupped his fists towards the surroundings. Everyone, I still have something to do. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran. Everyone, somewhere else, Song Xian and Chen Beihan silently watched Xian from afar. Chen Beihan smiled. How is it? Song Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said, he should still be concealing his strength. He hesitated for a moment, and then he said, although he did a meritorious deed this time, his background is still a little mysterious. We still have to pay attention to him. Chen Beihan said softly, do you still have resentment in your heart? Song Xian smiled bitterly. Senior brother, am I such a narrow-minded person? I'm indeed angry that Lan Yu suffered such a huge loss this time, but it's not to the extent that I would purposely suppress the disciples of my Pale Sword sect, especially such an outstanding disciple. Chen Beihan nodded slightly. I'm glad that you think that way. Competition is fine in the sect, but it must be healthy. Many ancient clans and sects are destroyed not because of external factors, but because of internal strife. Song Xian said seriously, don't worry senior brother, that girl has the intention to repent and will not do anything extreme. As for me, I won't either. Chen Beihan smiled. You. Don't spoil that girl too much. She's unruly, and if she doesn't suffer a loss, there will be even more trouble in the future. It might not be a bad thing for her if she learns her lesson this time. Xianxia nodded. Understood. Chen Beihan turned to look at the Cloudsword Peak and said softly, as for this young man's background, don't worry, I already know it. Xianxian's expression relaxed slightly. That's good. Chen Beihan retracted his gaze and said, the latest news is that the Realm Defense Alliance might be closing their net in the Azure province. If it's slow, it'll take half a month, if it's fast, it'll take 5 days. Xianxian said in a low voice, if Qing Prefecture is gone, will the Realm Defense Alliance's next target be the Divine Central Continent? Chen Beihan chuckled. They're already attacking the Central Divine Prefecture. Xianxian exclaimed, how dare they? The few families in the Upper Realm and the Celestial Sect of Wonders agree? Chen Beihan smiled. That's what I want to know as well. I want to see if the Realm Defense Alliance dares to provoke public anger. If they dare, then the sky will really change. Hearing this, the expressions of the two gradually turned grave. Cloudsword Peak. After returning to the main hall, Yi Xian immediately laid down on the ground. Healing, in the Tsongsword sect, he certainly did not dare to enter the World Prison Pagoda at will. Therefore, he could only heal outside. In the previous battle, he had been seriously injured because he had held back his strength, especially the last time. Although he had used a heaven-grade armor to block the knife wheel, it did not mean that he was completely unscathed. A heaven-grade armor could not withstand all the power. A large portion of the power had still fallen on him. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Fortunately, it was not fatal, but it was uncomfortable. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian felt much better. At this moment, Yu Qi walked up to him. The first sword you used earlier was quite strange. The first sword, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he cursed inwardly. Oh no, he had used the first sword to determine life and death. He had thought that no one would be able to discover it, but Yu Qi had. But this was normal. Given Yu Qi's knowledge and ability, as long as he saw it, he would definitely be able to see how extraordinary this sword was. When she saw Yi Xian remain silent, Yu Qi nodded slightly. I'm just curious. Yi Xian smiled. Master Yu, that sword is called Life and Death. It was taught to me by a senior. She said that it wasn't a sword technique, but a form of faith in the sword Dao. Faith in the sword Dao, Yu Qi blinked, and then she fell into deep thought. Around 15 minutes later, she gazed at Yi Xian and said, what else did that senior say about the sword technique? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, she said that if I draw my sword, then you will live if I want you to live, and you will die if I want you to die. So, it's called Life and Death. Yu Qi was stunned. After a short moment, she started to pace up and down within the hall. After a long time, she stopped and gazed at Yi Xian with an extremely serious expression. Is that senior still here? Yi Xian shook his head. A trace of disappointment flashed through Yu Qi's eyes. She thought for a moment before she gazed at Yi Xian and said, it's a form of faith in the sword Dao, and in order to attain such faith. Simply speaking, a person must read widely before he can write a peerlessly good article. He must possess abundant knowledge and personal experience. Only in this way would he be able to write a peerlessly good article. When she spoke up to hear, she paused slightly and continued, it's the same for the sword Dao. If you really want to attain the state of life and death with a single strike of the sword, then you must take it step by step. You must create your own sword Dao and possess your own faith in the sword Dao. As she spoke up to hear, her gaze suddenly became slightly complicated. She didn't teach you a sword technique or faith in the sword Dao. Instead, she opened up a path in the sword Dao in your mind. Even if you walk slowly along this path, you won't get lost or stop moving forward. Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt slightly warm when he heard this. A mysterious woman, he didn't know her name or where she came from, but he really liked being with her. To put it simply, it gave him a keen sense of security. At this moment, Yu Qi suddenly said, if the senior you speak of appears in the future, can you introduce him to me if there's a chance? Yi Xian smiled and said, of course, no problem. Yu Qi nodded slightly. She took out a white jade bottle and placed it in front of Yi Xian. This is a purple source pill. I was going to give it to you just now, but I saw you eat 2 or 3 in one go. Am I too poor? Yi Xian, Yu Qi patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. Since your injuries have healed, then make some food. remember, it's mushroom stir-fried cabbage. Don't add too much salt. After speaking, she turned around and walked into the inner hall. Xian. A moment later, Xian began to check the storage ring. There were a total of 1 billion supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring. When he saw this number, Xian was completely dumbfounded. So rich? In addition to the supreme-grade spirit stones and the heaven-grade saber wheel, there were also some true-grade treasures worth about 200 to 300 million. Right now, he was a supreme-grade treasure. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. There were exactly 2 billion spirit stones. In addition to the supreme-grade spirit stones, there were 2 heaven-grade swords, a heaven-grade armor, a high-grade heaven-grade spear, incineration, and a saber wheel. In addition, there were also over 20 rotten corpses. Of course, there was also the Sidhu family history and the patriarch's token. If he used these 2 well, he would have an endless source of wealth. Of course, there was one thing that he couldn't forget, and that was the Realm Defense Alliance. The Realm Defense Alliance had sent people to impersonate him several times to stir up trouble in Blue Sword sect. It was highly likely that the Realm Defense Alliance had already guessed that he was in Blue Sword sect, or perhaps they believed him and really felt that the person behind him was the Blue Sword Master. When he thought of this, Xian slowly clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to be careful. He had to learn the sword control technique first. As long as he learned it well, it would take him at most a day to return to Azure Prefecture from the Central Divine Prefecture. Xian didn't think too much about it and started a fire outside to cook. Around an hour later, Yuqi smelled the fragrance of the food and came out. Realm Defense Alliance. Within the hall, High Lord Lu sat on a chair with his eyes closed, and his body emanated a faint aura. After an unknown period of time, Mo Shou walked in. He glanced at High Lord Lu and said in a low voice, "It's been confirmed. Xian is in Blue Sword sect, and he has changed his name to Yi." High Lord Lu opened his eyes. That old fellow, Old Chen, knows his identity? Mo Shou said in a low voice, "I don't know. But according to my guess, he should be able to guess it." When he spoke up to hear, he hesitated for a moment and looked at High Lord Lu. "Why don't we ask Blue Sword sect for him directly?" High Lord Lu said indifferently, "If we ask directly, they will absolutely not give it to us. Moreover, it will alert them and allow Xian to escape once more." Mo Shou frowned. "Why not?" High Lord Lu laughed coldly. "It's not like you don't know about the enmity between my Realm Defense Alliance and Blue Sword sect. Even though 1,000 years have passed, how could the members of my Realm Defense Alliance forget the humiliation we suffered all those years ago? Moreover, the Blue Sword sect's founding ancestor, the Blue World Sword Master, even said that even if Blue Sword sect was annihilated, they would never compromise with the Realm Defense Alliance. If I want it openly, then I'll be forcing Blue Sword sect to go to war with us right now." Mo Shou's face sank when he heard this. The enmity between the Realm Defense Alliance and Blue Sword sect was something everyone knew about many years ago. After all, a High Lord of the Realm Defense Alliance had been beaten to death by the Blue World Sword Master. For 1,000 years, both sides had tried their best to coexist peacefully. But if the Realm Defense Alliance asked Blue Sword sect for Xian, Blue Sword sect would definitely not give it to them. Not only would they not give it to them, but they would also allow Xian to escape once more. Mo Shou shook his head. "This matter is a little difficult. The Realm Defense Alliance definitely wasn't afraid of Blue Sword sect, but Blue Sword sect wasn't afraid of the Realm Defense Alliance either. If it was during normal times, they would fight. But now that the Realm Defense Alliance wanted to snatch Qingzhou's origin heart, if they started a war with Blue Sword sect, their plan would be a mess. Blue Sword sect wasn't like the Cold North sect, they couldn't just scare them." In the hall, after a moment of silence, High Lord Lu suddenly said, "Let's ignore this Xian for now. Let the Devil sect and Ghost sect speed up." As he said this, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes narrowed. "No, we can't ignore Xian first. If we let Blue Sword sect fully nurture him, with this person's talent." As he said this, he suddenly stood up. "Let's get rid of Xian first. P.S. What kind of person am I in your hearts? Please be bold." End of this chapter. Get rid of Xian. The reason High Lord Lu had suddenly changed his mind was because he'd suddenly thought of something, and it was the speed of Xian's growth. After all, Xian was the Sword Emperor now. If Xian attained the Sword Immortal realm, then it would be extraordinarily difficult for the Realm Defense Alliance to kill him. Moreover, even if they could kill him, they would probably have to pay a huge price. It couldn't be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the bigger the problem would be. When he heard High Lord Lu, Mo Xiao said in a low voice, "How do we kill him?" High Lord Lu fell silent. How to kill him was another problem. At this moment, Yi Xian had already become difficult to kill. Right at this moment, Mo Xiao suddenly said, "I have a plan." High Lord Lu looked at Mo Xiao, and the latter said in a low voice, "How about this?" Around an hour later, Mo Xiao left the audience hall. Pale Sword Sect, Cloudsword Peak. At the peak of the rear mountain, Yi Xian formed a sword seal with his hands, and then a sword suddenly flew out from within his body and fell firmly in front of him. Yi Xian flew onto the sword, and in the next moment, he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. Hiss, the sword shot out violently, and in an instant, it was already 300 m away. 300 m away, Yi Xian suddenly shouted lightly. "Rise!" As soon as his voice resounded. Along with a sword howl, the sword beneath Yi Xian's feet suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky at an extremely swift speed, and it didn't take long for it to arrive in the thick layer of clouds. At this moment, Yi Xian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and it was truly too exciting. Sword control technique. I've finally learned the sword control technique. In his opinion, he wouldn't need to rely on something like a cloud ship to go anywhere in the future. Yi Xian didn't stop, and he continued cultivating because there were still many aspects of the sword control technique that he hadn't fully grasped. Just as Yu Qi had said, learning the sword control technique was very simple, but it was extremely difficult. Not only did he have to learn, but he also had to learn well. About an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the top of the mountain. At this time, Yi Xian landed steadily in front of her on his flying sword. Yi Xian grinned, "Master Yu, do you think I'm a genius?" Yu Qi was puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Yi Xian patted his chest. "I only spent less than 2 days to learn the imperial sword technique. Isn't that a genius?" Yu Qi looked at Yi Xian and frowned. 2 days? Back then, I learned it in 1 day. Yi Xian was speechless. However, he still believed in Yu Qi's words. Because during this period of time, he realized that Yu Qi was actually a very honest person. He wouldn't lie. He would say what he said, and he would do what he said. At this time, Yu Qi suddenly said, "I saw your sword control just now, and there are some shortcomings. When you control the sword, you must not be impatient. You are very impatient, and this bad habit needs to be changed." Yi Xian quickly nodded, "Understood." Yu Qi continued, "The imperial sword technique can borrow the power of the wind. Wind is invisible, but it is powerful. You can make good use of it." In this way, Yu Qi explained some details to Yi Xian and left. After Yu Qi left, Yi Xian began to cultivate again. At this moment, he discovered that the imperial sword technique was actually very complicated. And his purpose in coming to Pale Sword Sect was to learn the imperial sword technique. Naturally, he had to learn it well. Otherwise, wouldn't he have come in vain? Just as Yi Xian was cultivating the imperial sword technique, a middle-aged man suddenly came to Pale Sword Sect. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." This person was the Realm Guard Alliance's High Lord Lu. Chen Beihan personally welcomed him. Inside the hall, Chen Beihan looked at High Lord Lu and smiled. "What wind blew Brother Lu here today?" High Lord Lu was full of smiles. "Brother Chen, to tell you the truth, I came here today because I have a request." Chen Beihan pretended to be unhappy. "What request?" "Brother Lu, if you need anything, just let me know." High Lord Lu smiled. "Since Brother Chen says so, then I won't stand on ceremony. I heard that your sect has recruited a new disciple called Enyi, is that right?" "Enyi?" Chen Beihan was taken aback, then turned to look at Xianxia not far away. "Is there?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes." Chen Beihan looked at High Lord Lu, who smiled and said, "Can you let him come see me?" Chen Beihan smiled, "Of course, no problem." Not long after, Yi Xian came to the hall. When he saw High Lord Lu, Yi Xian's heart shivered. As expected, the other party had already guessed his identity. Chen Beihan looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Enyi, this High Lord Lu wants to see you." Yi Xian turned to High Lord Lu. "High Lord Lu, speak quickly, I'm busy." Song Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Chen Beihan also shook his head with a smile. Little fellow, you should be more polite. The person in front of you is High Lord Lu of the Realm Defense Alliance. High Lord Lu stared at Yi Xian for a moment, and then he smiled. Young Friendin is indeed a genius. It's rare for you to have such achievements at such a young age. As he spoke, he smiled. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't die prematurely. Once you die, no matter how monstrous you are, you will only be a corpse. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere here instantly became slightly tense. Yi Xian smiled. High Lord Lu is right. Over the years, there have indeed been some nobodies that want me dead. For example, a mad dog has been chasing me recently. But I can't help it, I'm lucky I can't die. That old dog is really angry. High Lord Lu's eyes narrowed, and his gaze turned icy cold. At this moment, Chen Beihan suddenly said, How can you speak to High Lord Lu like that? You don't know the rules at all. Leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists together, turned around, and left. After Yi Xian left, Chen Beihan looked at High Lord Lu and said apologetically, Brother Lu, this little fellow doesn't know any better. Please don't be calculative with him. High Lord Lu smiled. Brother Chen, to tell you the truth, I came here today because I have something to trouble you with. Chen Beihan smiled. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. High Lord Lu nodded and smiled. I want to take that young man and Yi away. Chen Beihan shook his head decisively. No. High Lord Lu looked Chen Beihan in the eye. Brother Chen, our two sides have been very friendly for 1,000 years. Don't ruin this friendship because of an irrelevant person. Chen Beihan smiled. Brother Lu, what are you saying? My Blue Sword sect has never caused trouble. Of course, we aren't afraid of trouble either. But if you want to bully us, no one in my Blue Sword sect will agree. High Lord Lu looked at Chen Beihan for a long time. In the end, he smiled. Good, very good. Then I ask Brother Chen and the Blue Sword sect to take care. With that, he turned around and left. After High Lord Lu left, the smile on Chen Beihan's face gradually faded. He should be Yi Xian. Song Xian suddenly said. Chen Beihan nodded. Song Xian said in a low voice, If that's the case, then we have completely offended the Realm Defense Alliance. Chen Beihan looked at Song Xian, offended? As he spoke, this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He shook his head and smiled. If it was before, my Blue Sword sect would definitely not interfere in the matter between Yi Xian and the Realm Defense Alliance, but now, Yi Xian is a member of my Blue Sword sect. Do you understand? Song Xian frowned. He may not be sincere in joining my Blue Sword sect. Chen Beihan said indifferently, then let him sincerely join my Blue Sword sect. Song Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. This person has reached the Sword Emperor level at such a young age, his talent is definitely not bad. If he sincerely joins my Blue Sword sect, it will be a good thing for my Blue Sword sect. But I'm afraid the Realm Defense Alliance will not let this matter rest. Chen Beihan smiled. Without Yi Xian, they will not let this matter rest either. The ambition of the Realm Defense Alliance is already clear. Once they succeed, the first target will most likely be my Blue Sword sect. As he spoke, he got up and walked outside. You should know that the corpse of one of their supremes is still hanging in front of my Blue Sword sect. Unfortunately, it has already grown weeds. Let's see if we need to clean it up some other day. Also, you should personally make a trip to Qingzhou. Inside the hall, Song Xian shook his head with a sigh and turned to leave. Night. Cloudsword Peak, inside the main hall. Yi Xian and Yu Qi were sitting opposite each other, both of them eating. Just as they were about to finish, Yi Xian suddenly said, Master Yu, I might have to leave. Leave? Yu Qi put down his chopsticks and looked at Yi Xian. Leave the Blue Sword sect? Yi Xian nodded. I told you before, my name is Yi Xian, do you still remember? Yu Qi nodded. I remember, but are you very famous? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Actually, this Yu Qi really did not know who Yi Xian was, or in other words, Yu Qi knew very little about the outside world. Because Yu Qi liked to research all day, studying all kinds of mystic techniques and supernatural powers. Apart from that, she was not interested in anything else. At this time, Yu Qi said again, just now, Supremes Lu came, did he come for you? Yi Xian nodded. I am the one ranked second on the Blue World's wanted list. Yu Qi put down his chopsticks. Why are you wanted? Yi Xian smiled. The Realm Protection Alliance wants to destroy Qingzhou, and I am from Qingzhou, so I brought my group of brothers and had a lot of unpleasant things with them. Then, they put me on the wanted list, wanting to kill me. That's about it. Yu Qi thought for a while, then said, "You are not wrong." Yi Xian smiled. "Tonight's meal is my last. I will leave later." Yu Qi looked at him. "Why do you want to leave?" Yi Xian said, "If I don't leave, I will implicate the Blue Sword sect." Yu Qi shook his head. "No need to leave, the Blue Sword sect is not afraid of the Realm Protection Alliance." Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but Yu Qi suddenly said, "The Blue Sword sect and the Realm Protection Alliance have always had enmity. All those years ago, a supremacy of the Realm Protection Alliance died at the hands of the founding ancestor, and his corpse was even at the foot of the mountain. After the founding ancestor left, the Realm Protection Alliance took revenge, and 3 sect masters of our Blue Sword sect died miserably, one of them being senior brother Beihan's father." When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Yi Xian. "All of these enmities are death grudges. It doesn't matter if you join us." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and patted Yi Xian lightly on the shoulder. "Since you have joined my Blue Sword sect, then do your job well. We will deal with the Realm Protection Alliance." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the inner hall. Yi Xian remained silent on the spot for a long time. One day later, 10 coffins suddenly appeared at the foot of the Blue Sword sect mountain, and within these coffins were the corpses of 10 Blue Sword sect disciples. The entire Central Divine Prefecture was shocked. End of this chapter. Following the appearance of the 10 coffins at the foot of Pale Sword sect's mountain, the atmosphere of the entire Central Plain suddenly became tense. What kind of faction was Pale Sword sect? 8,000 years ago, it was an existence that suppressed the Realm Defense Alliance. Even now, it was one of the strongest factions in the entire Azure world. But now, someone had placed a coffin at the foot of Pale Sword sect's mountain, and the person lying inside was a disciple of Pale Sword sect. This method meant that they would not rest until one side was dead. Pale Sword Peak, in the main hall. Chen Beihan's eyes were closed, not saying a word. Below him were Xianxia and Yu Qi. After a moment, Chen Beihan suddenly said, "Tell the junior brothers to return, also, inform eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then said, Will he return?" Xianxia smiled, he definitely will." Xianxia nodded, then turned and left. After Xianxia left, Chen Beihan looked at Yu Qi. "What do you think?" Yu Qi shook her head. "You decide." Saying so, she turned and left. Inside the hall, Chen Beihan shook his head with a smile. Cloud Sword Peak. Yi Xian sat at the entrance of the main hall. He had already heard about what happened in Pale Sword sect, and now he was waiting for Yu Qi. Soon, Yu Qi appeared at the entrance, glancing at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood up. "Master Yu, I have heard about what happened outside, so I had decided to leave and not implicate Pale Sword sect." Yu Qi shook her head. "You cannot leave." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Yu Qi looked at him. "If you leave now, the world will think that my Pale Sword sect is afraid of the Realm Defense Alliance. To my Pale Sword sect, this is more serious than sect annihilation. Even if you want to leave, you cannot leave now. Moreover, as a disciple of Pale Sword sect, you should stay and face the sect." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "If I don't leave, the Realm Defense Alliance will not let this matter rest." Yu Qi walked in front of Yi Xian. She lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder. "With or without you, this battle will be fought. You're just an opportunity to start a war." With that, she entered the inner hall. Yi Xian was silent where he was. At first, he thought that the Realm Defense Alliance was only targeting him, and that was definitely not wrong. But the one who was wrong was the Blue Sword sect. Maybe the Blue Sword sect had already been preparing to make a move. Because he was very sure that the Grey Sword sect would not start a war with the Realm Protection Alliance just for him. Unless he, Yi Xian, was now a sword immortal, so monstrous that the Pale Sword sect could sacrifice everything to protect him, and the reason why Blue Sword sect kept him in the sect, was it really because they didn't want outsiders to think that Blue Sword sect was afraid of the Realm Protection Alliance? There must be some other reason. After a short moment, Yi Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Since the Azure Sword sect wanted him to stay, then he would stay. Cultivate. Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. For him now, the most important thing was to cultivate and strengthen himself. He was now at the true 10,000 Dharma realm, and he could break through to the Dharma defensive realm. Moreover, in terms of sword Tao, if there was a chance, he could also improve it. Sword immortal. Once he became a sword immortal, it would be completely different. At that time, he could fight with Supreme Lord Lu. Xian came to the back of the mountain and sat cross-legged on the ground. His right palm opened, and a sword quietly appeared. But soon, the sword suddenly disappeared, and in the surrounding space, swords suddenly appeared. It was extremely strange. Instant space sword. His current instant space sword could release at least 100 swords in an instant. Moreover, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. Cultivate like crazy, and the next afternoon, there were 10 more coffins in front of the Blue Sword sect. Inside the coffins, there were still Blue Sword sect disciples. However, in front of these 10 coffins, there were 10 more corpses. Among them, 2 or 3 were Dharma defensive realm experts. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Besides them, the others were all at the myriad Dharma realm, and these people weren't from the Blue Sword sect, they were from the Realm Defense Alliance. After they found out that they were from the Realm Defense Alliance, the entire Central Plains was instantly seething with excitement. The Realm Defense Alliance and Blue Sword sect were fighting it out. Regardless of the reason, everyone only knew that Dowie was a little suspicious, and that meant that things were getting more and more complicated. 5 days later, over 30 coffins had been piled up at the foot of Blue Sword sect's mountain, but there were dozens of corpses in front of them. Both sides were secretly competing. On this day, a young man suddenly arrived at the foot of Blue Sword sect's mountain. The young man wore black clothes, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a pair of linen shoes. The young man glanced at the coffins and corpses on the ground, and then he looked up at the top of the mountain. Blue Sword sect's younger generation, come at me. Come at me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Blue Sword sect was in an uproar. It didn't take long for countless swordsmen to flash down from the top of the mountain. However, a voice suddenly resounded from the top of the mountain. Stand down. As soon as this voice resounded, a sword suddenly tore through the sky and descended firmly in front of the young man. The young man wore a cloud-colored robe, and he held a sheathed sword in his hand. It's senior brother Nangong. Someone exclaimed with surprise. Amongst the younger generation of the Blue Sword sect, there were 2 people who were the most outstanding. The first was Xianxia, and the second was Nangong. The world called them the 2 swords of Blue Mountain. Nangong glanced at the young man and said, "Who are you?" The young man spoke indifferently, "Either you die, or I die. Is there any need to know my name?" As soon as he finished speaking, a spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. In the next moment, he charged forward swiftly, and the spear in his hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea as it headed straight for Nangong. Nangong's face was expressionless. Suddenly, he waved his right hand. In an instant, numerous glowing swords appeared around him. These glowing swords instantly engulfed the spear. At this moment, the figure of a ferocious beast suddenly flashed out from the man's spear. Immediately after, the roar of a wild beast resounded throughout the entire Tsang mountain. Bang! The countless shadows of swords instantly dispersed, and Nangong himself had already retreated 300 m back. As soon as Nangong stopped moving, he suddenly pressed the sword against the space between his eyebrows, and his left hand's fingers were pressed together horizontally at the tip of the sword. After a moment of silence, he suddenly pointed at the young man, and the sword in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. The sword was extremely swift, and it was so swift that one could only see a faint line. The young man in front of Nangong was expressionless. Suddenly, the spear in his hand smashed forward, and the roar of a raging beast resounded from within the spear. Bang! This smash forcefully stopped Nangong's flying sword, and then the young man's right hand suddenly spun once more. Bang! Nangong's flying sword was instantly blasted away. At the same time, the young man with the spear in his hand was like a cheetah as he charged towards Nangong who stood nearby. It was like a bolt of lightning. There was a trace of seriousness in Nangong's eyes. He suddenly formed a sword seal with both hands, and then an illusory sword appeared above his head. In the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward with both hands, and the illusory sword instantly slashed down, a heaven-rank sword technique. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly struck with his spear, and his spear was like a thunderclap that traversed the heavens and the earth. Bang! Under the gazes of countless people, Nangong's illusory sword was instantly shattered into pieces, and then Nangong was directly blasted flying. The Spear Emperor, countless people in the surroundings were stunned. This young man is actually a Spear Emperor. After he blasted Nangong flying with a single strike, the young man didn't stop, and he swiftly tossed the spear in his hand at Nangong. Hiss! The spear was like a bolt of lightning that flew straight towards Nangong. Nangong's pupils constricted. He suddenly pressed his palms together, and then a sword silently condensed between his palms. In the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward with both hands. Break! Break, follow. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword between his hands suddenly slashed down fiercely. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded, and then a powerful force suddenly erupted in front of Nangong. In an instant, Nangong's entire body was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. Just when he was about to hit the ground, a hand suddenly caught him. Everyone looked at the owner of that hand, Yixian. It was Yixian. Everyone was instantly stunned when they saw Yixian. It's him again. Everyone was definitely familiar with Yixian. Because not too long ago, Yixian had personally annihilated an expert who'd come to challenge the Firmament Sword sect. Nangong glanced at Yixian, and Yixian nodded lightly, and then he withdrew a violet source pill for Nangong to consume. I'll do it. Nangong nodded lightly, he's very strong. Be careful. Yixian nodded, and then he walked towards the young man in plain clothes. The young man glanced at Yixian, and then he gestured with his right hand and the spear flew into his grasp. I thought you wouldn't show yourself. Yixian smiled, I'm your target, so how could I possibly not show myself? The young man nodded lightly, come, let me see how strong the youngest sword emperor of our firmament world is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his spear on the ground. Bang! The entire ground instantly collapsed, and then a powerful force suddenly converged towards him. This force grew stronger and stronger until it was like a storm, and it caused everyone here to feel suffocated. Yixian spoke softly, as you wish. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot lightly against the ground, and his figure seemed like a dragonfly that was skimming the surface of water as he leaped up into the air. In the next moment, he'd arrived above the young man's head, and then he slashed his sword down, a single strike to decide life and death. This time, he didn't hold back at all. This attack hadn't just been enhanced by the force of the Sword Emperor, it was even enhanced by the evil intent Sword Intent. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed as soon as this attack appeared. What sword technique is that? Meanwhile, a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of the young man's mouth, and then he stabbed his spear upwards, pierced the heavens and the earth. This attack seemed like it could pierce the heavens and the earth, and it was unstoppable. The sword and spear collided under the gazes of countless people. Bang! A world-shaking explosion resounded, and then two figures were blasted flying. However, right at the instant that Yixian's figure was blasted flying, he suddenly released his grip. In the next moment, the young man's expression instantly changed drastically, and a sword had pierced through the center of his forehead before he could even react. He'd lost. Countless disciples of the Pale Sword sect cheered when they witnessed this scene. He'd won again. When countless disciples of the Pale Sword sect looked at Yixian, their gazes were filled with fervor and respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. After Yixian descended to the ground, he wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up into the sky, the Realm Defense Alliance. From this moment onward, I, Yixian, will leave the Pale Sword sect. If there's anything, then, right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the peak of the mountain. From this moment onward, and ye will be one of the candidates for the next sect master of my Pale Sword sect. Yixian was stunned when he heard this. The Pale Sword sect didn't want him to leave. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from afar. The Pale Sword sect is harboring a sinner of the firmament world, and the entire world can punish them. Yixian raised his middle finger into the sky. Old Man Lu, let's fight one-on-one. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Challenging Lord Lu. Right at this moment, Lord Lu suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked down at Yixian. Are you sure? He really appeared? Yixian was stunned, and then he said seriously, you believe that? I'm just playing with you. Everyone was speechless. End of this chapter. After speaking, Yixian turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this scene, Lord Lu's expression changed. He glanced coldly at Pale Sword Sect, then turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Whereas at the scene, all the Blue Sword Sect's disciples' hearts were heavy. Realm Defense Alliance, the influence of this force in Azure World was too great, and now, Pale Sword Sect was actually going against Realm Defense Alliance. It would be a lie to say that they weren't worried. However, if they were afraid, they really weren't. Swordsman, a swordsman that could stay in Pale Sword Sect wasn't an ordinary swordsman. And swordsmen were usually the most fearless. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Senior brother and ye seems to be Sword Emperor?" As soon as this was said, the hall suddenly became silent. The appearance of Lord Lu had almost made them forget that Xian had displayed the power of Sword Emperor, Cloud Sword Peak, inside the main hall. A middle-aged man stood in front of Xian. The person who came was Pale Sword Sect's sect master, Chen Beihan. Chen Beihan smiled. "You want to leave Pale Sword Sect?" Xian nodded. "In my opinion, this matter is ultimately my own matter. And I came to Pale Sword Sect to learn the Imperial Sword Technique. Of course, not only did I learn the Imperial Sword Technique, I also learned many other sword techniques." Chen Beihan said, "Do you think that you have implicated Pale Sword Sect?" Xian was silent. In fact, now, he suddenly discovered that the matter had become slightly complicated. His intuition told him that Pale Sword Sect had other plans. Chen Beihan smiled. "Remember, at this moment, you are in Yi, not Xian. You are a disciple of my Pale Sword Sect, not the Dean of Blue Waves Academy." As he spoke, he lightly patted Xian's shoulder. "You can go to the Sword Tomb to take a look, there might be a pleasant surprise." After speaking, he turned around and left the main hall. The Sword Tomb, Xian thought about it and finally decided to take a look. After all, it was free. Before long, Xian arrived at the Azure Sword Sect's Sword Tomb. The Sword Catacomb was located on a lone mountain peak. To be precise, it was located in the belly of the mountain. At the entrance, an old man was lying down with a sword in his arms. The old man was sleeping soundly. Xian bowed slightly to the old man and said, "I came to the Sword Catacomb under the order of the sect master to find a surprise." The old man did not reply. Shrugging his shoulders, Xian walked straight into the building. Sword intent, the moment he walked into the Sword Catacomb, he felt a strong sword essence. It wasn't just one sword essence, but countless sword essences. It was boundless, like a vast ocean. Xian's expression was somewhat solemn as he continued forward. Soon, he discovered many swords. There were many swords stuck in the ground, and the sword intents were emitted from these swords. Many, very, very many. Moreover, the grade was not low. Among them, heaven-rank swords could be seen everywhere. Foundation, Xian once again witnessed the powerful foundation of these ancient forces. Although he himself was quite rich, compared to these ancient forces, he was simply a beggar. Xian continued forward. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the Sword Catacomb. In the depths of the Sword Catacomb, he found several heaven-rank swords. He also discovered that the higher the grade of the sword, the stronger the sword essence contained in the sword. Come to think of it, these were the remnant sword essences left behind by the owners of these swords when they were alive. Seeing this, Xian suddenly felt a little emotional. If he died one day, he was afraid that only a wisp of his sword essence would be left for future generations to see. Xian shook his head and waved away the negative thoughts in his mind. He continued forward, but after 2 steps, he suddenly froze. "What am I looking for?" As if thinking of something, he glanced around. There were so many swords containing sword essence. If he were to devour them, the weakest would be at the law-controlling realm. Devour, Xian was a little hesitant. They didn't ask him to devour them. It wasn't a good idea to start devouring like this, but the problem was that they didn't ask him not to devour. Thinking of this, Xian instantly felt relieved. Then, he picked up a sword beside him and stabbed it into his chest. Boom, in an instant, a powerful aura swept out from his body. Not only that, but his evil sword essence also spread out at this moment. How could one sword be enough? So, Xian picked up another sword and stabbed it into his chest. In this way, in a short period of time, Xian had stabbed nearly 30 swords, among which, there was even a heaven-rank sword. Naturally, the noise he made in the Sword Catacomb was not small. Soon, the old man outside was awakened. He hurriedly entered the Sword Catacomb. When he saw Xian, he was stunned. What are you doing? Yi Xian did not answer and continued to devour. The old man's expression changed. He was about to stop him, but he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. If he stopped him at this time, it was very likely that it would cause Yi Xian to bite back. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then his figure shook. He directly went to a Shenzward peak and found the sect master, Chen Beihan. After a moment, Chen Beihan frowned slightly. He's devouring swords? The old man nodded. Chen Beihan said in a deep voice, let's go and see. After saying that, the two directly disappeared from the hall. After a while, they arrived at the sword catacomb. When they saw Yi Xian pick up a heaven-rank sword and stab it into his chest, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Was this guy crazy? The old man said in a deep voice, should we stop him? Chen Beihan glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. His aura is undergoing a qualitative change. He may be about to break through, the old man frowned. Using this method to break through? Chen Beihan took a deep look at Yi Xian. He's a little special. Special, the old man smiled bitterly. It was the first time he had seen someone devour swords to improve themselves. Just like that, after about half an hour, the aura that emanated from Yi Xian's body had become strong to a very terrifying level. This was no longer the aura of a true Dharma realm expert. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly picked up another sword and stabbed it into his chest. Seeing this scene, the old man and Chen Beihan's faces twitched again. Although there were many swords here, they were all accumulated over countless years. Fortunately, after Yi Xian devoured the last sword, he did not take another sword, and the aura that emanated from his body was still slowly strengthening. Just like that, under the gazes of the old man and Chen Beihan, about half an hour later. Boom, a powerful pressure suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. Phew, Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Law manipulation realm. After devouring 3 heaven-rank swords and countless true-rank swords, he had finally reached the law manipulation realm. Easy. At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely relaxed. Not only that, he also felt that there was an extremely powerful force within his body, law manipulation realm. Now, his overall strength had at least increased by a lot, and now, he was not afraid of law manipulation realm experts at all. At this moment, he had a kind of invincible belief. I am invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but laugh loudly. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Is there something wrong with your head? Hearing the old man's words, Yi Xian came back to his senses. He looked at the old man and Chen Beihan. He was stunned, and then he hurriedly walked to Chen Beihan and bowed slightly. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, senior. Chen Beihan glanced at Yi Xian. You devoured the swords? Yi Xian's expression froze, but he quickly returned to normal. In any case, the swords had been devoured. He grinned. Yes, my cultivation technique is special. I need to devour the swords to improve myself. Chen Beihan stared at him. You devoured a lot of swords. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. No, I couldn't control it. At this moment, Chen Beihan suddenly smiled. Don't be nervous, I don't mean to blame you. Law manipulation realm. You need to stabilize your realm and familiarize yourself with this realm, understand? Yi Xian quickly nodded. Understood. Chen Beihan nodded slightly, then turned around and left, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. I didn't ask you to come here to devour the swords. There are countless remnant sword intents here. If you properly feel their sword intents, you will have many unexpected gains. After that, he walked out of the sword catacomb. The old man glanced at Yi Xian. Stop devouring. After that, he turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Xian also shook his head with a smile. In fact, he had no other choice. If he wanted to prepare his own sword, his current financial resources were not enough. In fact, it was far from enough. For example, if he wanted to reach the true law manipulation realm, he would need at least a heaven-grade sword. A heaven-grade sword was no longer of any use to him now. It was worth mentioning that after devouring so many swords, his Heaven's Thunder sword had reached the heaven-grade upper grade. The sword had risen by a grade, but its power had increased by more than a little. Now, he was completely capable of fighting a true law manipulation realm expert. However, he still wouldn't be careless, because there were strong and weak true law manipulation realm experts, especially people like Yu Qi. Although Yu Qi was also in the true law manipulation realm, she was still a sword immortal. A true law manipulation realm and a sword immortal were two completely different concepts. A person's strength could not be measured by realm alone. Without thinking too much, Xian continued forward. Along the way, he saw another heaven-grade sword, and it was a very special kind, but he didn't take it. As a person, one shouldn't be too greedy, because those who were too greedy would usually not have a good ending. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xian stopped, because he sensed that the sword intent in this position was the densest. Not far in front of him, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. The sword was 4 feet long, slender, and shrouded in cold light. The sword exuded an illusory sword intent, which made him feel like he was floating in the clouds. It was a very strange feeling. In addition to this sword intent, there were many other sword intents in the surroundings. These sword intents permeated the surroundings and didn't disperse. Each sword intent represented a swordsman, and also a type of sword Dao. This was because everyone had a different understanding of sword Dao. 1,000 people, 1,000 sword Daos, inside the sword catacomb, feeling the sword intents around him, Xian gradually entered a meditative state. At this moment, he was feeling the sword Daos of these different swordsmen, using the sword Daos of others to prove his own sword Dao. P.S. Happy New Year everyone. 3 chapters today. Leave me a Happy New Year too, this request is not too much. Inside the sword tomb, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, like an old monk in meditation. Outside the sword tomb, the old man was not sleeping, but staring intently at the sword tomb, afraid that Xian would begin to devour swords again. Just like this, time passed bit by bit, until the second day, Xian still did not come out. And at the foot of Pale Sword Sect's mountain, there would be a few coffins every day, but in front of the coffins, there would definitely be a few corpses. Pale Sword Sect and Realm Defense Alliance were still competing with each other. However, everyone knew that the real show had yet to begin. Now, it was just the foreplay. On the third day, Yuqi entered the sword tomb. Yuqi walked in front of Xian. She sized up Xian. Do you know what a sword immortal is? Xian shook his head. Yuqi said softly, those who have their own sword Dao can be called a sword immortal. With that, she turned and left. Inside the sword tomb, Xian was stunned for a long time. Finally, he got up and walked towards the sword tomb's exit. After so many days, he had sensed many people's sword intent, but in this cave, there were still very few sword immortals. And a sword immortal's sword intent was very different from an ordinary swordsman's sword intent. The biggest difference was that a sword immortal's sword intent already had their own Dao. What was one's own Dao? It meant that one had a new understanding of the sword Dao, and one had given a new life to the sword, and now, he could not do that. He did not force himself, because this thing could not be forced. A sword immortal, before becoming a sword immortal, had to accumulate over a long period of time. This accumulation was not only about the sword Dao, but also about life. It was not that easy to become a sword immortal. This was the purpose of Yuqi's visit. After Xian left, he went to prepare a meal. Inside the hall, he sat opposite Yuqi. After a moment, Xian suddenly said, Master Yu, in our Pale Sword sect, who is the best fighter? Yuqi did not even think, eldest senior brother. Xian was a little puzzled, not the sect master? Yuqi shook his head. Eldest senior brother is the best at fighting, sect master is good at management, and sixth senior brother is the most talented and has the greatest potential. What about you? Xian suddenly asked. Yuqi said indifferently, why are you asking this? Xian chuckled, I'm curious. Yuqi shook his head, since you're already a disciple of Blue Sword sect, there's one thing you need to understand. Within the sect, you can have ambition but you can't be unscrupulous. If you have the strength, you can sit in any position, but if you have any bad ideas, your life will be in danger. Xian smiled and said, don't worry, Master Yu. I don't have any thoughts about the position of Blue Sword Sect's sect master. Yuqi nodded, I know, but others do. Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Don't worry, Master Yu. I'm not a person who likes to cause trouble. Yuqi glanced at him. You are. Xian. After the meal, Yuqi walked into the inner hall while Xian left Cloud Sword Peak and came to Weapon Forging Peak. Weapon Forging Peak, as the name suggested, was naturally a place for weapon forging. Any major force would have such a place for weapon forging. Naturally, Blue Sword Sect had one too, and this time, he was here to seek an audience with Weapon Forging Peak's peak master, Xianxia. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, some Weapon Forging Peak disciples hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, senior brethren." Yi Xian also returned the greetings. Soon, under the guidance of a Weapon Forging Peak disciple, he came to a great hall. That disciple cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. "Senior brethren, master is currently forging, please wait for a moment." Yi Xian nodded, "All right. Junior brother, go ahead. I'll wait here alone." That person nodded his head. "Senior brother, if you need anything, just let me know." With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian sat on the chair and waited. About 2 hours later, a burly middle-aged man appeared in the great hall. The middle-aged man was extremely burly, especially his arms, which were like two huge pillars, filled with explosive power. Xianxia. This person in front of him was the Weapon Forging Peak's peak master. Xianxia took a look at Yi Xian. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Uncle Master Zhan, I'm here to ask Uncle Master to help me forge a heaven-grade sword case." Sword case. He also had a sword case, but it was only at true grade and could not keep up with his current strength. He needed a heaven-grade sword case. Xianxia walked in front of Yi Xian. "Do you know what a heaven-grade sword case means?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't." Xianxia replied calmly, "At least 5 billion high-grade spirit stones, and this is only the cost of materials, manpower and earth vein fees. Adding everything up, to forge a heaven-grade spiritual relic, it would need at least 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, high-grade spirit stones might not be of use. What we need are amethyst source crystals. A large amount of amethyst source crystals." Speaking of this, he stretched out his hand towards Yi Xian. "Do you have it?" 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. "No, no." Xianxia took a look at Yi Xian. "If you don't have money, what are you talking about?" Saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but very quickly, he stopped and turned back to look at Yi Xian. "If you help me with something, I can forge a true grade sword case for you for free." "What is it?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Xianxia replied calmly, "In Sky Cloud City's City Lord's house, there's a recovered treasure named Thousand Weapon Cauldron. This is a top-grade heaven-grade treasure, specially used to forge spiritual relic. If you can retrieve this item, I can forge a sword case for you for free. Not only that, I can also forge a flying sword for you, a flying sword specially used for the sword case." Sky Cloud City. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Sure. Sky Cloud City. He had not forgotten about this city. This city Lord Lu Feng and his son had once gone against Yi Ling. Xianxia replied calmly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sky Cloud City is filled with crouching tigers and dragons. This time, you might not be able to get out." Saying that, he turned around and left the main hall. As for Yi Xian, he also turned around and left. He directly left Firmament Sword Sect and headed straight towards Sky Cloud City. Of course, it was done secretly. He didn't want to attract too much attention now. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived at Sky Cloud City. Sky Cloud City could be said to be the Realm Defense Alliance's turf. This city would bring in huge profits to the Realm Defense Alliance every year. And in this city, there were other powerhouses, but they had to depend on the Realm Defense Alliance to make a living. Yi Xian made use of his chaotic chi to sneak into Sky Cloud City and arrived at the City Lord's residence. At this moment, the City Lord's residence was still heavily guarded. Occasionally, there would be strong practitioners sweeping through every corner with their divine senses. However, these divine senses were totally unable to discover his chaotic chi. Approximately 1 hour later, Yi Xian left the City Lord's residence. In a corner outside the City Lord's residence, Yi Xian's expression was gloomy because he had searched the entire residence but there was no clue at all. Only then did he realize that Lu Feng must have been carrying such a supreme treasure on him. In order to obtain that 1000-weapon cauldron, he must first get rid of Lu Feng, and this Lu Feng was in the true 10,000 laws realm, assassination. These two words appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively chose assassination. Very quickly, Yi Xian sneaked into the City Lord's residence again. Not long later, he found Lu Feng's residence but there was no one inside. In the corner of the room, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings. He was standing right in front of the door. As long as Lu Feng opened the door, he would be face to face with him, his right hand gripped tightly onto his sword. He didn't dare to release his sword intent and force, but he had to release all his sword intent and force the moment he made his move. He couldn't afford to be any slower, he had to kill him in one strike, otherwise, he would be surrounded and attacked. In this city lord's residence, there were at least 3 true 10,000 Laws realm practitioners. Once he was surrounded, it would be difficult for him to escape. Wait, what he had to do now was to wait. Just like that, Xian didn't move at all and stood behind the door like a statue. A night passed and Lu Feng still hadn't returned. On the other hand, Xian was still standing there. On the second night, Lu Feng still didn't return and Xian didn't leave either. He continued to wait there. On the third day, on the fourth day, just like that, on the fifth day, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door. Xian still didn't move, the footsteps got closer and closer. At this moment, Xian suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. Soon, the footsteps reached the door. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the door. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Hearing this, Xian's mind instantly went blank. I was discovered, how could I be discovered? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Xian's mind. Soon, Xian forced himself to calm down. Impossible, there was no way that Lu Feng could have discovered him. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. The person standing in front of the door was Lu Feng. Lu Feng stepped into the room, but in the next moment, as if he had sensed something, Lu Feng's expression changed drastically. He was about to pull back his foot when a sword suddenly slashed down from above his head. This sword had appeared without any warning, one sword to decide life and death. The moment Lu Feng stepped into the room, Xian immediately executed one sword to decide life and death. At the same time, he released all of his sword chi and sword intent. To Lu Feng, this sword strike was too sudden and too terrifying. At this moment of life and death, Lu Feng instinctively raised his arms to block. The sword fell. Lu Feng's arms were instantly severed. As the sword fell, Lu Feng frantically retreated. However, it was his soul that was retreating, not his physical body. Xian's sword slashed down, shattering Lu Feng's physical body in an instant. However, Lu Feng's soul retreated 10 zhang, dodging this fatal strike. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly dashed forward and stabbed out with his sword, one sword to fix the soul. This sword strike was specifically aimed at the soul. After losing his physical body, Lu Feng's strength had been greatly reduced. How could the current him block Xian's sword strike that was specifically aimed at the soul? Sensing the terrifying power of this sword strike, Lu Feng was horrified. He instinctively wanted to flee, but Xian's sword was faster. A sword pierced through Lu Feng's forehead, and Lu Feng's body immediately turned illusory. Xian stopped. With a wave of his right hand, Lu Feng's storage ring flew into his hand. In the next instant, he disappeared from the spot like a ghost. At the moment he vanished, 2 old men suddenly appeared here. True Imperial Magic Realm cultivators. When they saw Lu Feng's shattered corpse on the ground, the 2 old men exchanged a glance. Then, their faces turned deathly pale. Cold sweat. Both of their foreheads were already dripping with cold sweat, because they had just heard a sword chime, but when they arrived, Lu Feng was already dead, and they had only heard the sword chime less than half a breath of time. Someone had killed Lu Feng in half a breath of time. Who killed Lu Feng? A sword chime, without a doubt, it had to be the Blue Sword sect. The 2 elders hurriedly turned and left. Outside the city, Xian arrived at a deserted place. After stopping, Xian's face was full of excitement. Instant kill. He had just killed a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator. That was an instant kill. Before this, he had never imagined that he could kill a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator in an instant. Never, in the past, whenever he saw a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator, he would turn and run, but just now, Xian, had killed a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator with 2 strikes. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited. However, after the excitement, he had to calm down. He had assassinated a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator, not an instant kill. Thinking of this, the smile on Xian's face slowly faded. If it was a head-on duel, he would definitely not be able to kill a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator so easily. Moreover, whether or not they could win was still a problem, a huge problem. After a moment, Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. In any case, he was no longer afraid of a true Imperial Magic Realm cultivator. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the storage ring. When he saw what was inside, Yi Xian was completely stunned. His hands were trembling, because inside the storage ring, there were almost 5 billion supreme-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, there was also a heaven-grade spirit weapon. It was a saber. The saber was about 4 feet long, slightly curved, and exuded a dark green glow. On the edge of the saber, there was a faint red glow. On the hilt of the saber, there were 2 conspicuous black words, Heaven Splitter, a heaven-grade treasure. Yi Xian grinned. This was a good saber. It was a pity that he did not use it. However, he could sell it or give it away in the future. After putting away the Heaven Splitter, Yi Xian continued to look through the storage ring. In addition to the heaven-grade saber, there were more than 1,000 purple origin crystals in the storage ring. Purple Genesis crystals and top-grade spirit stones could not be exchanged for each other because purple Genesis crystals were too rare. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to exchange their purple Genesis crystals for top-grade spirit stones. Even those with top-grade spirit stones would not be willing to exchange them for purple Genesis crystals because the ratio would be too high if they were to exchange them for one. It was not worth it all. Therefore, in the Azure world, the common currency for ordinary cultivators was the spirit stone, and for those who had reached the Imperial Law Realm and the true Imperial Law Realm, the common currency was the purple source crystal. If 1,000 purple origin crystals were to be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones, it wouldn't be a problem to exchange for 5 billion top-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Xian did not plan to exchange them because purple origin crystals were exactly what he needed right now. After putting away the purple origin crystals, Yi Xian continued to look through the storage ring. In addition to the purple origin crystals, there were more than 100 treasures in the storage ring. They were all immortal herbs and spirit pills that were incomparably precious. In short, there was basically no trash in the storage ring. What a steal! Yi Xian was so excited that he jumped up and down. However, this was normal. Lu Feng was a city lord after all. His net worth was definitely not low. The only pity was that there was no 1,000-tool cauldron in the storage ring. There was no 1,000-tool cauldron. Yi Xian frowned. Could it be that War Iron's information was wrong? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian finally decided to make another trip to the city. If he had a heaven-grade sword case, his battle strength would definitely increase greatly. Flying swords were also his forte. But now, he lacked a good sword case. After Yi Xian stealthily entered the city, he once again snuck into the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was in a state of panic and chaos. The city lord had been silently killed. Who wouldn't be panicking? Although Lu Feng was dead, he still had a wife and son. At this moment, the person presiding over Lu Feng's funeral was his second son, Lu Qiao. In front of the mourning hall, Lu Qiao silently knelt, his thoughts unknown. At this moment, several people suddenly appeared in the mourning hall. The people who came were Mo Shou of the Realm Defense Alliance. Mo Shou walked to the front of the mourning hall. He glanced at the coffin and frowned deeply. Instantly killing a true defensive magic realm expert. Could it be that the eldest senior brother of the Pale Sword sect has returned? Thinking of this, Mo Shou's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, he directly turned around and left. Soon, several people disappeared from the mourning hall. They left as quickly as they came. After Mo Shou and the others left, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qiao. However, at this moment, he was wearing a grey robe, and his true appearance could not be seen. Seeing Yi Xian appear, Lu Qiao glanced at him, his face expressionless. Yi Xian was somewhat surprised. This person was quite calm. After a moment, Lu Qiao suddenly spoke. Who else do you want to kill? Yi Xian said indifferently, the myriad tool cauldron. I need this thing. Give it to me and I will leave. What if I don't? Lu Qiao asked. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Chi, one of Lu Qiao's arms directly flew off. Yi Xian grinned, I like tough bones like you. I will ask you one last time, will you give it to me or not? Believe me, if your answer is not good, these will be your last words in this life. Lu Qiao stared at Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, he suddenly said, in the cabinet. Yi Xian suddenly slashed down again. Chi, another of Lu Qiao's arms flew off. Lu Qiao stared at Yi Xian, how do you know I'm lying? Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he asked, are you lying? I don't know. I just casually slashed. Hearing this, Lu Qiao's expression instantly became ferocious. Yixian grinned, do you want to live? If you do, then hand it over. Lu Qiao sneered, even if I tell you, you won't let me live. Yixian suddenly said, it's on you. Hearing this, Lu Qiao was stunned. The next moment, he hurriedly said, how could I keep such a divine item on me? Yixian smiled, because it's a precious item, you will definitely keep it on you. Ah. Lu Qiao suddenly roared, then a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. At this moment, Yixian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Bang! As soon as the sword descended, Lu Qiao's aura instantly vanished without a trace. At the same time, Lu Qiao's body was directly split into two, blood and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. Yixian gestured with his right hand, and Lu Qiao's spatial ring instantly flew into his palm. He glanced at it, and there was an enormous cauldron over 6 m tall within the spatial ring, the myriad tool cauldron. Yixian put the spatial ring away and was about to leave. Right at this moment, Mo Xiu who'd left earlier had suddenly appeared in front of him, and there were 4 true defense realm experts standing behind Mo Xiu. He'd left and returned. Mo Xiu stared at Yixian, may I know which peak master of the Pale Sword sect you are? Yixian sneered, what? You want to take revenge on me? Mo Xiu said indifferently, reveal your true form. Right at this moment, the aura emanating from Yixian's body suddenly vanished without a trace. The expressions of Mo Xiu and the others instantly changed, because Yixian was still standing in front of them, but they could no longer sense Yixian. Mo Xiu stared fixedly at Yixian, it's you. Yixian slowly walked over to Mo Xiu, you never know how weak you are. As he finished speaking, he walked around Mo Xiu and walked towards the outside. Within the hall, Mo Xiu's expression changed. Suddenly, he fiercely turned around, since your excellency is so formidable, then please enlighten me. Yixian's footsteps stopped. He slightly paused, and then said, do you know why it's so difficult for you to advance even half an inch after you've reached the true defense realm? Mo Xiu, who was about to attack, hesitated for a moment, and then said, why? Yixian said in a light voice, because there's already a demon barrier in your heart. Mo Xiu was just about to speak when Yixian suddenly said angrily, shut up, when this lord is speaking, don't interrupt, understand? Mo Xiu glanced at Yixian, but didn't speak. Obviously, the temptation of breaking through to the true defense realm was too great. Yixian pondered for a moment, and then said, actually, there's no other reason, it's mainly because you're stupid. Besides this, I really can't think of any other reason. As he finished speaking, Yixian broke into a run. Mo Xiu. He ran away. Mo Xiu and the others stood dumbfounded on the spot. He actually ran away. They really didn't expect that Yixian would run away, because Yixian's appearance showed that he was a peerless expert. How could such a peerless expert run away? But the problem was, he really did run away. Mo Xiu and the others were stunned for almost 2 breaths of time. Then, Mo Xiu's expression turned extremely ugly. Chase. Soon, they disappeared on the spot. At this moment, he had already understood something. It was very likely that this peerless powerhouse from before was a wax man with a silver spear. I've been cheated. Thinking of this, Mo Xiu's complexion became even more unsightly. After living for so many years, he was actually toyed with like this. This was simply the greatest humiliation in one's life. In next to no time, Mo Xiu and the others chased out of the castellan's estate and arrived on the streets. However, when they arrived on the streets, their expressions instantly became slightly unsightly. Aura, when they chased someone, they relied on locking onto their aura. However, they were unable to lock onto Yixian at all. Therefore, after leaving the city lord's mansion and entering the vast crowd, they completely lost track of Yixian. If he wanted to catch up to Yixian, he had to keep his eyes on him. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Mo Xiu used his spiritual sense to sweep the surroundings. However, there was nothing. Gradually, his complexion became somewhat fierce. Since the other party fled, it meant that he was afraid. Fear proved that he wasn't the sword master of Xianxia. If that wasn't the sword master of the azure rank, then who could it be? How did he manage to conceal his aura? At the entrance of the city lord mansion, Mo Xiu had a gloomy face as he thought for a long time. Finally, he swept his eyes around once more. Let's go. After saying that, they disappeared on the spot. About a quarter of an hour after they disappeared, a man walked out from behind the gates of the city lord mansion. It was Xian. In fact, he didn't even try to escape just now. He did not dare to escape. Because once he left the city, he would be too conspicuous if he fled, and Mo Xiao and the others would definitely be able to notice him. Therefore, he decisively chose not to run, and stayed right in front of Mo Xiao and the others. Chaos Chi. At this moment, Xian thought of the Chaos Chi. This Chaos Chi was simply too terrifying. The effects of the chaotic Chi were definitely not limited to this. They would slowly develop it in the future. Xian didn't think too much about it as his figure shuddered and he left the city lord's residence. He didn't stay in Sky Cloud City but returned to Blue Sword Sect. Weapon Forging Peak. Xianxia stared at the multitude tool cauldron for a long time. Finally, he looked at Xian and said, "You killed him." Xian nodded. "Killed him?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "Follow me." After saying that, he walked out. Xian hurriedly followed. Heaven-ranked sword case, just thinking about it made him excited. Before long, Xianxia brought Xian to the belly of Weapon Forging Peak. At this moment, Xian realized that the entire Weapon Forging Peak was empty, and in the belly of the mountain, Xian discovered many Weapon Forging Peak disciples. These disciples were forging weapons. When they saw Xianxia, these disciples bowed and sized up Xian curiously. Xianxia brought Xian deep into the belly of the mountain. There weren't any other disciples here. Xianxia waved his right hand and the multitude tool cauldron landed on a round table in front of him. Following that, he took a look at Xian. Blood. Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "What blood?" Xianxia was expressionless. "Your blood to nourish the multitude tool cauldron." Xian hesitated for a moment. "How much do you need?" Xianxia's eyes twitched. "Don't worry, I won't take a bucket of your blood. Just a drop." "One drop," Xian smiled embarrassedly and quickly pointed with his finger. A drop of blood shot out from his fingertip and fell steadily into the multitude tool cauldron. Xianxia looked at Xian. "Do you want the power of your sword box to become even more terrifying?" Xian said hurriedly, "Of course. The more terrifying, the better." Xianxia said indifferently, "You need to set up a sword formation for this sword sheath. Although I know a thing or two about sword formations, I'm not as good as senior brother Gu of the Array Dao Peak. If you can get him to help you set up a formation in this sword sheath, the grade of this sword sheath can reach heaven grade." Array Dao Peak. Xian hesitated for a moment. "Is Uncle Master Gu easy to talk to?" Xianxia was expressionless. "Depends on the person." "Depends on the person," Xian was speechless. "Depends on the person." He wasn't familiar with the person at all. How could he be easy to talk to? Xian thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Master Zhan, why don't you help me talk to him?" Xianxia refused directly. "No. If you want to go, ask your master to go." With that, he turned to the multitude tool cauldron. "You only have 10 days. If he doesn't come to set up a formation in 10 days, I'll just set up a formation for you." Xian. A moment later, Xian left Weapon Forging Peak. He didn't go to Array Dao Peak but returned to Cloud Sword Peak. After an hour, he made a table full of dishes. Soon, Yuqi walked out. Halfway through the meal, Xian suddenly said, "Uncle Master Xianxia promised to help me forge a heaven-grade sword box. However, I need Uncle Master Gu's help to set up a formation." "Master Yu," Yuqi suddenly put down her chopsticks and glanced at Xian. "I'm full." With that, she turned and walked into the inner hall. Xian was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is senior brother Gu from Array Dao Summit a demon? Is he that scary? Xian went straight to Array Dao Peak after sweeping up all the dishes. For the sword box, even if this Array Dao Peak was a tiger's den, Xian had to give it a try. Soon, Xian arrived at Array Dao Peak. Array Dao Peak was deserted and there was basically no one around. No, he didn't see anyone. Something was wrong. Xian hesitated for a moment before he finally came to the main hall of Array Dao Peak, the Array Dao Hall. In front of the hall, Xian bowed slightly. "Junior seeks to see Uncle Master Gu." No response. Xian hesitated for a moment before bowing again. seeking to see Uncle Master Gu. At this moment, a voice came from inside the hall. Come in. A woman. Xian was stunned because the voice was very soft. After hesitating for a moment, Xian walked in. The moment he entered the hall, a pungent aroma assaulted his nostrils. This aroma was too strong. Xian couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. He lifted his head and saw a woman sitting not far away. She wore a white robe that looked like mourning clothes. She sat sideways and in front of her was a shelf. On the shelf was a piece of white cloth and she was embroidering something. Beside her was an ice coffin. The entire hall was cold and gloomy. Xian hesitated for a moment before he walked to a few feet away from the woman and bowed. Greetings, Uncle Master Gu. The woman didn't speak. Xian was speechless. There was something wrong with this place and this woman. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle Master Gu. The woman still didn't speak. Xian smiled bitterly. What was this? After a moment, Xian suddenly said, Uncle Master Gu, I am forging a heaven-grade sword case and I need a set of array formation. Uncle Master Zhan of Weapon Forging Peak told me that in our Pale Sword sect, other than him, Uncle Master Gu is the best at Dao array formation. However, he is a little busy so he hoped that I would come to you to ask for your help in setting up an array formation. The woman suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xian. At this moment, Xian also saw the woman's face. There was no emotion on this face, just like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Strangers keep away. This was the feeling that Uncle Master Gu gave Xian. The woman looked at Xian. He is number 1 in array formation? Xian nodded. The woman said, then why did you come to find me? Xian hurriedly said, but my master said that in terms of Dao array formation, in our Pale Sword sect, no, in the entire Azure Firmament world, Uncle Master Gu is number 1. The woman glanced at Xian. Little junior sister really said that? Xian hurriedly said, it's absolutely true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find Uncle Master Gu. The woman said, I'm not free. Not free. Xian's expression froze. He hesitated for a moment before walking to the woman's side. He chuckled. Uncle Master, my master said that if this sword case doesn't have the support of Master's array formation, it will be a defective item. You can't help me, right? I know how to cook. I will cook for you. The woman stopped. She looked at Xian and stared at him. Xian's scalp went numb from her stare. However, he was thick-skinned and wasn't afraid of being stared at. He immediately said, Uncle Master Gu, please help me. Get out. The woman suddenly said. Xian sternly said, no. The woman was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Xian. I said get out. Xian was expressionless. I won't go out. The woman looked at Xian for a long time. In the next moment, she waved her right hand and a wave of sword rays shot out. Boom, without any suspense, Xian was sent flying out of the hall. But very quickly, he walked back in. Xian sat in the hall. If Uncle Master Gu is not willing to help, I won't leave. The woman glanced at Xian. She didn't say anything and continued to embroider her things. Xian sat for several hours. When the sky was getting dark, he suddenly turned and ran out. But not long after, he ran back. This time, he brought a table of fragrant dishes. Xian walked in front of the man and smiled. Uncle Master Gu, it's time for dinner. The woman didn't say anything. Xian held a dish in front of the woman. Uncle Master Gu, this is fragrant drunken duck. This apprentice nephew has been cooking it for a whole hour. Look at the skin, it's so tender and fresh. Uncle Master Gu, quickly try it. The woman still didn't say anything. Xian was not discouraged. He ate it himself. After eating, Xian didn't leave at night. He slept in the hall. After the woman drove him away, he would sneak back in. In any case, he had already regarded this place as his home. On the third day, Xian held a pot of fish soup in front of the woman. Uncle Master Gu, try it. The freshly cooked fish is very fresh and tender. The woman didn't say anything. Xian was helpless. He was about to leave when the woman suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he quickly brought the pot of fish soup in front of the woman. The woman glanced at the fish soup. Yi Xian quickly handed the chopsticks to the woman. The woman picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Then, she nodded slightly. Not bad. Hearing that, Yi Xian was ecstatic. There's no woman I can't conquer. P.S. Yesterday was Chinese New Year's Eve. I ate instant noodles. The shops in the surrounding hospitals are basically closed. I'm about to throw up from eating noodles. It's the most miserable year. Are there any rules? I'll just freeload for Chinese New Year. Don't worry, I'm not a shameless person. I won't refuse to leave. Ever since the woman took the first bite, Yi Xian knew that there would be a second bite. As expected, the second time he prepared a meal, the woman took a few more bites. As the saying went, since the woman had started eating, she had not tried to drive Yi Xian away. As the saying went, since the woman started eating, she had not tried to drive him away. As for Yi Xian, he would cook a different meal every day. Although it was not as luxurious as a restaurant, it was very suitable for meals. Just like that, a few more days passed. The time limit for war iron was getting shorter and shorter. However, during this time, Yi Xian did not mention anything about the array. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the time limit for war iron. At noon, after the woman finished eating, Yi Xian was about to leave. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, I'm going out tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be back, so don't come. Yi Xian was stunned, then nodded and smiled, okay. After saying that, he packed his things and was about to leave. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, why didn't you mention the array? Yi Xian stopped and smiled bitterly. From the bottom of my heart, I naturally hope that Uncle Master will help me. I am also dissatisfied with Uncle Master. You have been so attentive for so many days, all for the array. However, I won't force it. As long as I work hard, it doesn't matter whether I succeed or not. As long as I don't have any regrets. These were his sincere words. To him, he definitely hoped that the woman would set up an array for him. However, if it was not possible, he would not force it. There were many things in life that did not necessarily go as one wished. However, as long as one worked hard, even if it was fruitless, it did not matter, as long as one did not have any regrets. After saying that, Yi Xian chuckled, Uncle Master Gu, if you want to eat in the future, you can come to our Cloudy Sword Peak. After saying that, he turned and left. He left in a carefree manner. Inside the hall, the woman was expressionless as she continued to embroider. Yi Xian did not return to Cloudy Sword Peak. Instead, he went to inquire about the current situation. Today, Pale Sword Sect and Realm Defense Alliance were still fighting in the dark. At the foot of the Pale Sword Sect's mountain, coffins were increasing by the day. Not only that, but the Pale Sword Sect's properties in some places had also disappeared without a trace. As for the Pale Sword Sect disciples outside, they were all summoned back. Even the Azure Sword Sect's eldest senior brother who was the best at fighting had yet to return. Apart from that, another thing was that the spirit chi in many parts of the Divine Central Continent was gradually disappearing. Although they disappeared very slowly and were all in remote places, they were still discovered by people who were observant. Many forces had already sensed danger. As for the Green Province, it was in a terrible situation, but fortunately, both Great Cloud Empire and Ning Kingdom were safe and sound. That was because the Devil Sect and the Blood Sect hadn't done anything to those two countries. Not only had they not done anything to them, but they had even secretly protected them most of the time. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As for those cultivators who went to Qingzhou, they didn't dare attack the Ning Kingdom and Great Cloud Empire out of fear of him. As for Mo Yunqi and the others, they were still hiding in the dark and cultivating hard. For Yi Xian, it was fine as long as Qingzhou was safe. However, Yi Xian also knew that it would be increasingly difficult to survive in Qingzhou. Regarding this, he already had a plan in mind. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at the belly of Weapon Forging Peak. He found Zhang Tai and smiled bitterly. Uncle Master Zhang, just make do with whatever escaped formation you have. Zhang Tai glanced at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian shrugged. I don't have a choice. Uncle Master Gu is a little busy and can't help. She. At this moment, a woman walked out from the secret chamber behind Xianxia. It was Uncle Master Gu. Seeing the woman, Yixian was stunned. The woman walked up to Yixian. If you have nothing to do in the future, come to my hall more often. You understand? Saying that, she turned to look at Xianxia. You know nothing about the Tao of formations. Having said that, she did not stay and left immediately. Xianxia glanced at Yixian. What did you say to her? Yixian shook his head hurriedly. I didn't say anything. Xianxia said angrily, you didn't say anything and she started mocking me? Yixian looked very innocent. I don't know either. I really don't know. Xianxia glared at Yixian. This little Qi is really something. What kind of item did he get? Having said that, he turned and left. Yixian, for the remaining time, Yixian just waiting for the heaven-grade sword box to be born. Heaven-grade sword box. If he had a heaven-grade sword box, his flying sword could be put to use again. Heaven-grade sword and heaven-grade sword box. Moreover, it was a heaven-grade superior-grade sword box. Just thinking about it made him excited. Yixian sat under a round table, feeling a little bored. As if he thought of something, he suddenly said, "Second floor guru, come out and have a chat." Since the last time he discovered that the Tao Law was a third-floor Tao Law, the second-floor guru had not spoken again. There was no response from the second floor. Yixian did not care and said again, "Second-floor guru, tell me, did you do something bad and that's why you're locked up here?" Rumble. Suddenly, the entire second floor shook violently. Yixian suddenly felt dizzy and he hurriedly said, "Don't. Let's talk nicely." A moment later, a voice suddenly came from the second floor. "If it wasn't for her, you'd be dead." Mysterious woman. Yixian knew that this second-floor guru must be talking about the mysterious woman. Speaking of the mysterious woman, Yixian suddenly missed her. All this while, the mysterious woman had helped him too much. This chapter is not finished, please continue. At this moment, the second-floor guru suddenly said, "Look for the Tao Law." "Look for the Tao Law," Yixian hurriedly said, "look for it." "Don't worry, I'll definitely look for the second Tao Law." Now he realized that the Tao Law was even more useful than a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Especially this space Tao Law. If it wasn't for this space Tao Law, he would need at least 2 to 3 years to reach the Dharma defensive realm. With this space Tao Law, he comprehended the power of space in advance and reached the Dharma defensive realm in a short period of time. Of course, he couldn't help devouring those swords. Actually, he still wanted to devour some more. There were so many top-grade swords in the sword catacomb. As if thinking of something, Yixian suddenly said, "Second floor guru, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know how to address you." The second floor did not answer. Yixian shook his head. This guy was not easy to get along with. I wonder what's locked up on the 9th floor. Yixian was suddenly a little curious. He tried to sense the 9th floor, but he could not feel anything. Now, he could only sense the 3rd floor at most. He couldn't even sense the 4th floor. At this moment, the second floor guru suddenly said, "If she doesn't come back, you can wait for death. Wait for death. Wait for death, wait for death. Wait for death. Wait for death." This time, he said "wait for death" dozens of times. Yixian snorted coldly and thought to himself, what's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll commit suicide and perish together with this tower. Everyone will be doomed. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly walked out. "Come in." Yixian hurriedly got up and followed Xianxia into the secret chamber. As soon as he entered the secret chamber, Yixian felt a powerful sword energy. The source of the sword energy was the myriad tool cauldron. Was he going to succeed? Yixian was a little excited. Xianxia suddenly said, "Blood." Yixian nodded quickly and pointed with his finger. A drop of blood flew out from his fingertip and fell steadily into the myriad tool cauldron. Soon, the myriad tool cauldron shook violently and a sword light flashed out. Yixian became even more excited. From this sign, this was definitely a good treasure. After some time, Xianxia said again, "Blood." Yixian hurriedly put another drop of blood in. Just like this, after about 2 hours, the entire myriad tool cauldron suddenly shook violently. But the next moment, the myriad tool cauldron calmed down. There was no more movement. Not far away, Xianxia was expressionless. Xian was stunned and then said, "What does this mean?" Xianxia said calmly, "What does it mean?" "It means failure." "Failure?" Xian jumped up. "What? Failure? Are you kidding me?" Xianxia looked provocatively at Xian. "If you're not happy, come and hit me." Xian. End of this chapter. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xian was relieved. Because he knew it was likely to succeed. Sure enough, Xianxia walked to the cauldron of thousand tools. He waved his right hand, and the lid of the cauldron flew out. Then, a sword case floated out. The sword case was wide, dark gold in color, and emitted a faint dark gold luster. Simple, grand, this was Xian's feeling, like, Xian walked to the cauldron of thousand tools. Xianxia suddenly said, "Blood." Xian pointed with his finger, and a drop of blood flew into the sword case. The sword case trembled slightly, and soon, he established a connection with it. The sword case flew to Xian, and at this moment, a sword suddenly flew out from the cauldron of thousand tools. The sword was 1 finger wide, 4 feet long, and had no hilt, only a blade. Apart from that, the sword was very thin, the thinnest sword Xian had ever seen. "This is?" Xian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said calmly, "This flying sword is a set with the sword case. It is also a heaven-class item, but it is only a low-grade heaven-class item. There is also an array inside the sword. When 2 arrays are used together, it is more powerful." Xian waved his right hand, and the sword flew into his hand. When he touched the sword, Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Too thin." It was so thin that it seemed weightless. "Give it a name," Xianxia suddenly said. "Name it," Xian nodded quickly, "Okay." He touched it for a long time, and then said, "This sword case is dark gold, let's call it Little Dark. This sword is so thin, let's call it Little Bow." Beside him, Xianxia was dumbfounded. "Are you serious?" Xian nodded, "Yes." Xianxia suddenly became angry, "Get lost, get lost." Xian chuckled. He walked up to War Iron and said, "Martial uncle, these 2 items were personally forged by you. Of course, you should be the one to name them." War Iron glanced at Xian, and then he said, "This sword chest is forged from special dark gold, and it was born in my Azure Sword sect. So, I'll call it Dark Azure. As for this sword, it's thinner than a cicada's wing, almost formless. Let's call it Graceful Swan." Xian hurriedly said, "Good, good. Dark Song, Jinghong, Uncle Master's name is really good." Xianxia said indifferently, "Don't disgrace them." With that, he turned around and left. Xian hurriedly bowed deeply. After War Iron entered the darkroom, Xian turned around and left. Xian returned directly to Cloudsword Peak. At the back of the mountain, Xian stood on the spot with the sword chest on his back. Suddenly, a strand of sword light flew out from the swordsman on his back. In the next moment, a leaf fell slowly from an ancient tree 300 m away. The sword was silent, formless, and traceless. At this moment, Xian was slightly shocked in his heart. The sword chest and flying sword were more than 10 times faster than before. Previously, his flying sword could only threaten a Dharma defensive realm expert, but against a true Dharma defensive realm expert, his flying sword was completely useless. But now, the speed and might of his flying sword was completely capable of threatening a true Dharma realm expert. Even if he didn't launch a sneak attack now, he could still fight a true Dharma realm expert. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared before Xian, and the old man glanced at Xian, "Come to Azure Sword Hall." With that, he turned around and vanished. Xian kept his sword and sword chest, and then he headed straight for Azure Sword Hall. Not long later, Xian arrived at the hall. In the hall, he saw 2 people, and he knew one of them. It was that Nangong from before. The other person was a man, around 21 or 22 years old. The man was about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a long black robe and had a straight back. He held a sword in his hand. Seeing Xian enter, both of them looked at Xian, and Nangong smiled lightly. "Brethren, come, let me introduce you." With that, he gestured to the man beside him, "Senior brother Xianyu." Xian faced the man called Xianyu and bowed in a junior brother's greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Xianyu." Seeing this, Xianxia glanced at Yixian, and then he returned the greeting, "We're all from the same sect, so we should take care of each other in the future. If there's anything, just let me know." Yixian smiled, "Definitely." The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Yixian was very clearly aware that there was definitely internal strife within the Blue Sword sect, especially amongst the younger generation, and his objective in coming to the Blue Sword sect wasn't for the position of Blue Sword sect's sect master. So to him, if he could get on good terms with others, then he would. He deeply believed that a weirdo like Lan Yu was probably very rare. After the three of them chatted for a while, Chen Beihan suddenly walked in, and when he saw the three of them getting along well, Chen Beihan nodded in his heart, and then he glanced at Yixian with a trace of praise in his eyes. It was rare for a young man to be talented, but it was even rarer to have talent and not be arrogant. Chen Beihan glanced at the three of them. "I called the three of you here because I have a mission for the three of you." As he spoke, he sat at the side, and then he continued, "I presume all of you are clearly aware of the matters between my Blue Sword sect and the Realm Defense Alliance. This time, the three of you will represent my Blue Sword sect on a trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Heavenly Cord sect, and the Ancient Wu clan." Yixian suddenly asked, "For what?" Chen Beihan smiled, "To discuss the matter of forming an alliance with them." Forming an alliance, Yixian's group of three were slightly shocked. Forming an alliance was a huge matter, and he was sending the three of them. Chen Beihan didn't say anything, and he just waved his hand, "Go now." Yixian's group of three exchanged glances, and then they turned around and left the hall. Outside the hall, Nangong spoke in a solemn voice, "Why send the three of us? Is it just for tempering us?" Xianxia spoke softly, "If I'm not wrong, besides tempering us, it's also to let the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Heavenly Cord sect, and the Ancient Wu clan experience the younger generation of our Blue Sword sect." "Why?" Nangong was slightly puzzled. Xianxia smiled and said, "The most important thing for a sect isn't just its resources and reserves, it needs fresh blood as well. If there's no successor, then no matter how great the sect's resources and reserves are, it's only a matter of time before it falls into decline. The sect master has clearly sent the three of us to show them that our Blue Sword sect has successors." Nangong and Yixian came to an understanding when they heard this. Going out this time, there would definitely be danger, and this danger was the tempering. And this mission was actually to let the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range and the other forces see what the Blue Sword sect's younger generation was like, because the Blue Sword sect's foundation didn't need to be seen to know. Not to mention those in the dark, just the 7 sword immortals in the open were sufficient to explain everything. Meanwhile, Xianxia spoke abruptly, "The three of us have great responsibilities." Yixian and Nangong nodded. If the three of them couldn't satisfy the sect master, then the alliance might not be formed. Xianxia suddenly said, "I suggest we split up." Nangong asked, "Why?" Xianxia spoke in a low voice, "Firstly, it'll be faster, and the three of us can go to 3 different places. Secondly, the three of us are too big of a target, and the Realm Protection Alliance will definitely not let this matter go." When he spoke up to here, he smiled bitterly, "Even if something happens to one of us, there's still hope for the other two." Yixian smiled, "Brother Xianxia, don't be pessimistic. There's nothing to be afraid of about the Realm Protection Alliance." Xianxia shook his head, "That's because you don't know them well. In short, the Realm Protection Alliance has been able to stand tall in the firmament world for so many years, and that's enough to explain many things." Yixian nodded. That was true. Even though he'd met Exalted Lord Lu, he hadn't seen the overall strength of the Realm Protection Alliance. The Realm Protection Alliance was still a mystery to him. Xianxia spoke abruptly, "I've been to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range to temper myself, so I'll go there." "What about the two of you?" Nangong said, "Then I'll go to the Heavenly Cord sect, my sister is there, and I'll go there to see her." Yixian smiled, "Then I can only go to the Ancient Wu clan." Xianxia spoke in a low voice, "Brethren, the Ancient Wu clan is quite mysterious and strange, why don't you swap places with me?" Yixian smiled, "It's fine, I have a good temper, and it just so happens that they're strange." Xianxia smiled, "Then, take care of yourselves, junior brothers. Remember to keep in touch with the sound transmission stone at any time. Today, the three of us will leave the sect together, and we must meet again in the future." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky on his sword. Sword Emperor. Xianxia was also a Sword Emperor, Nangong spoke abruptly, "Senior brother Xianyu is thinking for my sake." Yi Xian looked at Nangong, and Nangong smiled. "The ancient Wu clan, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, and the Heavenly Cord sect. Amongst them, the Heavenly Cord sect is slightly weaker, so their requirements will definitely be lower. If I go to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range or the ancient Wu clan, they won't take a liking to me before I become a sword emperor." Yi Xian patted Nangong's shoulder lightly. "As a swordsman, your mentality is the most important, and you can't be imbalanced. Senior brother Xiangyu's good intentions are more important than anything else." Nangong smiled. "That's true." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's meet again." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky on his sword, and disappeared into the horizon in a few moments. Nangong remained silent for a moment, and he shook his head and sighed, "I have to work hard." With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After the three of them left, Chen Beihan suddenly walked out. He glanced at the horizon, and no one knew what he was thinking about. At the horizon, Yi Xian was flying swiftly on his sword. At this moment, he was among the clouds, and wherever his sword passed, the clouds were torn apart layer by layer. Flying on a sword between heaven and earth, this had once been his dream, and now it could be considered to have come true. His only regret was that his younger sister wasn't here. If she were here, she would definitely be very happy. Yi Xian secretly decided that once he was done with his business, he would make a trip to the Mystic Gate. A moment later, Yi Xian collected his thoughts and took out a scroll. The scroll recorded the location of the ancient Wu clan and information about the ancient Wu clan. The ancient Wu clan was a mysterious force. In the divine central continent, some forces were out in the open, such as the Pale Sword sect and the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, while some forces were in the dark. Few people knew about these forces, but that didn't mean they weren't strong, and the ancient Wu clan was very strong. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. "Come out. I've already discovered you." There was no response. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian continued forward on his sword. Every hour, Yi Xian would stop and say something. About 4 hours later, Yi Xian stopped again and clasped his hands behind his back. "Come out. I've already discovered you." At this moment, two old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian, the one in the lead was Mo Xiu. Mo Xiu glared at Yi Xian. "How did you discover us?" Yi Xian. How did he find out?" Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Could it be that he was just guessing? From the moment he left Pale Sword sect, he knew that the Realm Defense Alliance wouldn't take this lying down. But he was even more aware that if a true defensive law realm expert was following him, it would be difficult for him to discover that person. Thus, along the way, he would ask the same question every once in a while. He didn't expect that he would actually ask the right question. Mo Xiu, Yi Xian was expressionless. "Your Realm Defense Alliance is really like a lingering ghost that won't go away." Mo Xiu coldly said, "Yi Xian, do you really think that Pale Sword sect can protect you?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Why don't you find someone who can protect me?" Mo Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Surrender, submit to my Realm Defense Alliance." Yi Xian was stunned. He wanted him to submit to the Realm Defense Alliance? Yi Xian had a stunned expression. "Are you serious?" Mo Xiu stared at Yi Xian. "Naturally. With your talent, if you are willing to join my Realm Defense Alliance, my Realm Defense Alliance will definitely treat you well." Yi Xian was silent, seeming to be moved. At this time, Mo Xiu said, "Just you wait, once the price rises to a certain degree, Pale Sword sect will surely abandon you. At that time, you, Yi Xian, will truly be driven into a corner." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "This matter is of great importance. I need to think about it." "Give me a few days to think about it, how about it?" Mo Xiu's eyes narrowed. "You want to delay for time?" Yi Xian smiled. "To tell the truth, I don't really believe in your Realm Defense Alliance, so I need to think about it. Of course, you can act now, but let's see if you can kill me." Mo Xiu coldly sneered, "You're that confident?" Yi Xian spread his hands. "Why don't we try?" Mo Xiu smiled and said, "I'll give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his palm towards Yi Xian from afar. In an instant, the space in front of Yi Xian fluctuated, and then a powerful strand of spatial energy swept out from that expanse of space and smashed towards him. The power of space, Xian stood in the air, his right hand suddenly clenched. Imprison. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him suddenly stabilized. At the same time, the spatial energy that Mo Xiu had released was directly imprisoned by space. However, it didn't vanish, and it was still surging within space. Seeing this scene, Mo Xiu, who was not far away, frowned deeply. Spell defensive state. No, you can't break through my power of space just by relying on the law defensive realm. Xian said with a straight face, actually, I'm at the true imperial magic realm. Bullshit. Mo Xiu suddenly angrily said, Xian, do you think that the old man is a fool? The current you is far from the level of the true defensive Dharma realm. The reason you're able to control the energy of space is definitely because of something else. Xian smiled and said, yes, I really haven't attained the true imperial magic realm now. However, since I've attained the true imperial magic realm, then am I still far from it? Mo Xiu's expression gradually became gloomy when he heard this. Xian's speed of improvement was truly too terrifying. The law defensive realm. Presently, he didn't have full confidence in his ability to kill Xian when facing Xian. On the other hand, if Xian attained the true imperial magic realm, then with the terrifying combat strength that Xian possessed, Xian would probably be able to fight him equally. Mo Xiu went silent for a moment before he said, I'll give you 2 days to consider it. Xian, you're a smart person, and you ought to know what's best for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned around and left. Xian chuckled lightly on the spot, and then he wrote his sword and vanished into the horizon. On the other side, an old man by Mo Xiu's side spoke abruptly, he won't surrender to my realm defense alliance. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Mo Xiu spoke indifferently, I know. The old man gazed at Mo Xiu with a puzzled expression, and Mo Xiu spoke in a light voice, do you think the 3 of us can kill him? The old man spoke in a low voice, if the Firmament Sword sect doesn't make a move, then the 3 of us will definitely be able to kill him if we join forces. Mo Xiu spoke indifferently, then do you think they won't make a move? The old man fell silent. Because the Firmament Sword sect would definitely make a move, Mo Xiu's eyes slowly closed. The Exalt Lord should have made a move himself that day. Xian's speed of growth was truly slightly terrifying to him. Especially now that Xian had joined the Firmament Sword sect. The combination of the two was undoubtedly like a tiger that had grown wings. The old man by Mo Xiu's side sighed in a low voice. That mysterious woman is truly too terrifying. She broke the array that the Exalt Lord had set up in the firmament world with a single sword strike. With such strength, it's normal for the Exalt Lord to be afraid. Mo Xiu shook his head, if he was afraid, then he shouldn't have made an enemy out of her. This Xian originally didn't have much of a conflict with us, but now we've become sworn enemies. This is truly not a wise move. The old man sighed in a low voice, who would have known that he would be such a monstrous genius? Now, there's no meaning in saying all this. What we need to do now is to find a way to eliminate this person and the Firmament Sword sect. Now that the Firmament Sword sect has openly provoked my Realm Defense Alliance, if we don't eliminate them, then the prestige of my Realm Defense Alliance in the Firmament world will be completely gone. Firmament Sword sect, Mo Xiu's eyes gradually turned cold, they're courting death. Finished speaking, the 3 of them quickly disappeared. Half a day later, Xian arrived in front of a mountain range. The ancient Wu clan was located in the depths of this mountain range. He didn't know much about the ancient Wu clan. However, to be valued by the Firmament Sword sect and be invited to form an alliance, it was definitely not a weak clan. After Xian entered the boundless mountain range, he secretly became vigilant in his heart. This was because he discovered that within this mountain range, there was a lot of poisonous gas. Some of the poisonous gas could be clearly smelled, but some of the poisonous gas were invisible. However, Xian also discovered that even if he didn't use his sword intent to protect his body, he would still be fine. After he inhaled the poisonous gas, it completely disappeared without a trace. Primal Chaos Energy. These poisonous gas were all purified by the Primal Chaos Energy. After discovering this, Xian was wild with joy, because he didn't expect that the Primal Chaos Energy would actually have such an effect. This meant that he, Xian, was immune to 100 poisons. Good stuff, Yi Xian chuckled and continued forward. In a short while, he arrived in the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, towering ancient trees stood towering everywhere. These trees were extremely tall, enormous, and like a canopy, they blotted out the sky and covered the sun. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. On the ground, there were things wriggling, not only on the ground, but there were things wriggling on the surrounding trees as well. Yi Xian's sword eye opened, and in next to no time, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ground in front of him and the surrounding trees were all covered in snakes, a dense mass of small black snakes. At this moment, these snakes were actually staring at him. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I'm Yi Xian, and I've come under the orders of the sect leader to seek an audience with the ancient Wu clan's patriarch." There was no response, but the surrounding poisonous snakes had already started wriggling towards him. Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned. In the next moment, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his palm. Subsequently, a powerful strand of sword intent swept out from within his body. Evil sword intent. The moment the evil sword appeared, the surrounding poisonous snakes all retreated. However, there were still some poisonous snakes that charged towards him. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he raised his sword and slashed. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. Hiss, a wave of sword light flashed, and the heads of countless poisonous snakes fell to the ground. Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly resounded from the distant dense forest. "How dare you!" As soon as this voice resounded, a pitch-black vine suddenly shot out from afar, and there was a jet-black poisonous snake coiled around this black vine. Yi Xian's face was expressionless as he stabbed out with his sword. Bang! The black vine was instantly sent flying. Meanwhile, a man appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. The man wore a short shirt and black trousers, and there were some strange drawings on his face and exposed skin. The man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Who are you?" Yi Xian cupped his fists. Pale Sword Sect Yi Xian, under the sect leader's order to seek an audience with the ancient Wu clan's patriarch. Pale Sword Sect. The man frowned slightly. "You're from the Pale Sword Sect." Yi Xian nodded. The man pointed at the black snakes on the ground with their heads cut off. "Why did you kill my snakes?" Yi Xian said, "It wasn't me who wanted to kill your snakes, it was your snakes that wanted to kill me." "Bullshit." The man said angrily, "It was you who trespassed into my ancient Wu clan, that's why they attacked you. If you didn't trespass into my ancient Wu clan, how could they possibly attack you?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "Brother, when I arrived here, I already sensed that you were hiding in the shadows. So, I took the initiative to announce my identity in the beginning because I hoped that you would come out. Unfortunately, you didn't come out. Not only did you not come out, but you also didn't make these snakes of yours retreat. According to my guess, you intentionally made these snakes attack me. Unfortunately, you underestimated my strength, right?" The man's expression instantly became slightly unsightly when he heard this, and he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "All I know is that not only did you trespass into my ancient Wu clan, but you also killed my snakes. You deserve death, you." Just at this moment, the man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword was already pressed against his forehead. The anger in the man's eyes had already turned into terror. Yi Xian turned his head to the right. "What? Is this how the ancient Wu clan treats its guests?" Soon, an old man walked out from there, and the old man glanced at Yi Xian. "Your Excellency attacked as soon as you arrived at the ancient Wu clan. No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like a guest." Yi Xian put away his sword and said with a smile, "I attacked for his own good." The old man said indifferently, "Really? How is it for his own good? Tell me about it." Yi Xian said with a smile, "In the outside world, the strong are respected. I think your Excellency should be clear about this. As for this brother, he clearly knows that he can't defeat me, but he still provoked me again and again. To be honest, if he goes out, with his character, I'm afraid that he won't live for more than a few days. What do you think?" In front of Yi Xian, the man said angrily, "Do you think you are?" At this moment, Yi Xian's sword once again pressed against the man's forehead, and the man's voice stopped abruptly again. Yi Xian faced the man. "Do you see how weak you are? If I want to kill you, I can do it easily. It doesn't matter if you are weak, because as long as you work hard, anyone can go from weak to strong. However, if you are weak and still want to be arrogant, then you are stupid. The man stared at Xian and sneered, "Do you dare to kill me? You don't dare. You." At this moment, Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The man's forehead was instantly pierced by Xian's sword. The man's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Xian smiled slightly. "I dare to, really. I'm not lying to you. P.S. Brothers, for the sake that I've been working late these days, give me a monthly ticket. Every ticket is love." End of this chapter. It wasn't just the man's eyes that were filled with disbelief, even the nearby old man had an expression of shock. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Xian would actually kill him. The old man stared fixedly at Xian. "You actually dared to kill him?" Xian smiled. "He thought I didn't dare. I just wanted to prove that I dare." The old man's expression was rather savage. "This is the ancient Wu clan, not your firmament sword sect." Xian smiled. "I've already given him 2 chances. Unfortunately, he didn't cherish it. Since it's like that, then let him die. As for you, if you're dissatisfied, then attack." As he spoke, a formidable aura suddenly swept out from his body. The Sword Emperor's aura. The old man's expression instantly changed when he saw this Sword Emperor's aura. He gazed at Xian with slight disbelief. You're actually the Sword Emperor." Xian's face was expressionless. Notify him that Xian represents the Firmament Sword sect to request an audience with the ancient Wu clan's patriarch. The old man's expression was rather unsightly. At this moment, Xian's expression suddenly turned cold. "What are you waiting for?" The old man glanced deeply at Xian before he turned around and left. On the spot, Xian faced the man on the ground who was still breathing, and the man was staring resentfully at him. Xian smiled. "Do you think the ancient Wu clan will take revenge for you?" "No, they won't. Because they don't dare." How arrogant. Needless to say, Xian really was arrogant enough, but this time, he'd intentionally acted so arrogantly. Of course, the reason he'd killed the man was because the man had aroused killing intent towards him when he'd accidentally entered this place for the first time. Just as he'd said, the man had noticed him the first time he'd come here, but the man hadn't stopped those venomous snakes. Obviously, the man wanted to use him to feed those venomous snakes. Unfortunately, the man had misjudged Xianxi's strength. For the sake of the Wu clan, he gave the man 2 chances. However, the man thought that he was afraid. Some people were like this. If you took a step back, they wouldn't think that you were being magnanimous. Instead, they would think that you were afraid of them. Then, they would become even more insatiable. No matter how many of such people there were, Xian, would kill them all. "I'm giving you convenience, but you can't treat it as anything." Very soon, the old man from before walked over again. The old man glanced at Xian and said, "The patriarch wants to see you." Xian nodded. "Please lead the way." The old man glanced at the man's corpse on the ground. The man's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He slowly raised his hand towards the old man as if he wanted to say something. The old man sighed in a low voice. "You should maintain due respect for the strong." After that, he led Xian into the depths of the dense forest in the distance. On the spot, the man's eyes were wide open. He had really died with a grievance. Under the old man's lead, Xian entered a small village. Unlike ordinary villages, the houses here were built on ancient trees with a long history. On both sides of the village, there were some stalls. Besides miscellaneous goods, there were also some rare treasures. Xian even saw a heaven-grade treasure. It was a little strange. The old man led Xian to a treehouse. This treehouse was very big, much bigger than the other treehouses. Moreover, on the roof of the treehouse, there was a pair of huge horns and some mysterious runes. In front of the treehouse, the old man bowed deeply to the treehouse. "Patriarch, he's here." A voice sounded from inside the treehouse. "Come in." This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Outside the treehouse, the old man looked at Xian. Xian walked in. The interior of the treehouse was very simple. There were only a few tree chairs and a wooden table. And in front of him stood a woman. From her appearance, she looked very young. She wore a skirt made of leaves that only reached her knees. Below her knees was a pair of jade-white thighs, and in her hand was a wooden staff, and the woman's aura was deep like the sea. An expert. This was Xian's first impression. The woman sized up Xian. In the next moment, a powerful pressure suddenly pressed down on Yixian. In an instant, Yixian's body felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain. Bang! A powerful imperial sword aura suddenly swept out from his body. This imperial sword aura forcefully blocked the woman's pressure. But in next to no time, the woman took a step forward. As her step descended, the pressure she emitted instantly multiplied. Gotcha! In an instant, the bones in Yixian's body started to make cracking sounds. And Yixian's legs actually started to slowly bend as if he was about to kneel down. The imperial sword aura could not block it. Yixian's expression was quite ferocious. In the next moment, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! A powerful force suddenly emanated from his body, and this force, coupled with his sword emperor's aura, actually forcefully blocked the pressure that the woman had released. Earth force. Facing such an expert, Yixian did not dare to hide his strength. He directly released the earth force. In front of Yixian, the woman glanced at Yixian, imperial sword aura, and this earth force. You are that Yixian who was wanted by the Realm Protection Alliance? Yixian nodded. That's me. The woman walked in front of Yixian. She looked straight at Yixian. You killed a member of my ancient Wu clan. Yixian said seriously. Heaven and earth can bear witness. He was the one who attacked first. The woman looked straight at Yixian. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Yixian shook his head and smiled. Forgive me for asking, but is the ancient Wu clan stronger or the Realm Protection Alliance stronger? The woman's lips curled up. You want to tell me that if the Realm Protection Alliance doesn't dare to kill you, how could my ancient Wu clan dare? Yixian shook his head. Patriarch misunderstands. I came to the ancient Wu clan this time without any malicious intent. As for that clansman of yours, I have already let him off twice. Unfortunately, he did not cherish it. If Patriarch takes this matter to heart, then I can't do anything about it. The woman sat down on a wooden stool. She stared at Yixian. Go back and tell Chen Beihan that with this alliance, my ancient Wu clan has no way of forming an alliance with your Blue Sword sect. Yixian nodded. All right. Saying that, he turned around and left. The woman was stunned. This fellow didn't care at all. Yixian, naturally didn't care. It wasn't that he didn't care about the Blue Sword sect, but he was very clear that whether or not these two great influences would form an alliance wasn't something a disciple like him could decide. The reason he came here, just as Xianxia said, was to let the ancient Wu clan see the strength of the Blue Sword sect's younger generation. That was all. As for whether or not the alliance was formed, that was something for the Blue Sword sect patriarch to worry about. Yixian left decisively. He directly exited the treehouse and was about to fly away on his flying sword. But at this time, the ancient Wu clan patriarch suddenly said, Do you know what kind of situation your Blue Sword sect is in right now? Yixian stopped and shook his head. I'm not too sure. Ancient, this chapter has yet to end. Please continue to the next page. The Wu clan patriarch coldly sneered. Everyone is watching your Blue Sword sect and the Realm Protection Alliance, waiting to see who wins and who loses. But what you don't know is that there are already many forces standing on the side of the Realm Protection Alliance. Yixian shook his head. I'm just an ordinary disciple. These are all matters that my Blue Sword sect patriarch should worry about. Even if Senior told me, it would be useless. The ancient Wu clan patriarch coldly sneered. Because of your momentary stubbornness, my ancient Wu clan has decided not to form an alliance with your Blue Sword sect. Do you know what this means to your Blue Sword sect? Yixian sighed in a low voice. Patriarch, forgive me for being blunt. Whether to form an alliance or not, I'm afraid you have already made your decision. Am I right? The woman looked at Yixian but didn't say anything. Yixian continued, on the surface, the Realm Protection Alliance is indeed stronger than my Blue Sword sect. But how many people in the Blue Firmament world trust the Realm Protection Alliance? In order to achieve their goal, the Realm Protection Alliance didn't hesitate to sacrifice Blue Water Province and Azure Province. Do you know how many lives there are in these two provinces? However, in the eyes of the Realm Protection Alliance, these lives are truly worthless. Forming an alliance with them will not end well for you. The woman said indifferently, then my ancient Wu clan can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yixian smiled. The Realm Protection Alliance is happy to see you like this. Because once they deal with a few of the more difficult to deal with, the rest of you will be easy for them to need. At that time, if your ancient Wu clan wishes to find someone to form an alliance with, you will find to your despair that there is no one left to contact. When he spoke up to hear, he turned to face the woman. Presently, there are many remote places in the central divine prefecture where the spirit energy is starting to dry up. Even an idiot would know that this is the doing of the Realm Protection Alliance. If the Realm Protection Alliance really wishes to destroy the central divine prefecture, then what will your ancient Wu clan do? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. You don't have to worry about that. It was a beautiful woman. Obviously, she was a member of the ancient Wu clan as well. The beautiful woman glanced at Xian and said, my ancient Wu clan has always stood aloof from the world. Our presence here doesn't harm the interests of the Realm Protection Alliance, so they won't act against us. Xian smiled and said, if you think standing aloof from the world is a good thing, then I can't do anything about it. However, I have to say one more thing. In the current world, if one doesn't possess formidable strength or doesn't have formidable allies, then standing aloof from the world is simply waiting for death. To be honest, my ancient Wu clan isn't strong to the point that no one dares to offend you. The beautiful woman sneered, will forming an alliance with your Blue Sword sect bring good results? If your Blue Sword sect is defeated, then wouldn't my ancient Wu clan be buried with your Blue Sword sect? Xian nodded. You're right. If my Blue Sword sect is defeated, then our allies will definitely be finished as well. However, doing great things naturally comes with risks. But what if we win? The beautiful woman still wanted to say something, but Xian shook his head and said, this matter is between you and my Blue Sword sect master. I, Xian, am just an ordinary disciple. I've already arrived at the ancient Wu clan and conveyed my sect's purpose to you. My mission has been completed. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Finishing his words, he directly walked out of the treehouse and rode on his sword, disappearing into the horizon in a short while. Inside the treehouse, the beautiful woman was about to speak when both of them suddenly looked outside the treehouse at the same time. In the distant horizon, a sword light was flying towards them. The person who had just left was none other than Xian. He's back again, both of their brows furrowed. Xian landed in front of the treehouse, and then he walked into the treehouse. He bowed slightly to the two. I was impolite just now. Please don't blame me. And I think we can continue to chat. The two women. End of chapter. Tao laws. The reason why Xian had returned was because of Tao laws. The great god on the second floor said that there was the aura of Tao laws here, therefore, Xian had no choice but to return. Inside the treehouse, the two women just looked at Xian, causing Xian to feel slightly unnatural. The beautiful woman suddenly said, aren't you leaving? Xian smiled sheepishly, I'm not leaving. When I first came to the ancient Wu clan, I was attracted by this place. If the two of you don't mind, I would like to stay here for a few more days. We mind very much. The beautiful woman suddenly interrupted Xian, you have a glib tongue and a cheeky smile, not a person who knows his place. As you said before, whether your Pale Sword sect and my ancient Wu clan can form an alliance is our matter. As for you, go back to where you came from. Xian hurriedly said, no, as a disciple of the Pale Sword sect, the Pale Sword sect's matters are naturally my matters. Seniors, you might have misunderstood me before, but it's alright. When you truly get to know me, you'll realize that I'm actually a very, very good person. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes twitched, how can your skin be so thick? Xian, at this moment, the ancient Wu clan patriarch suddenly said, if he wants to stay, then let him stay. The beautiful woman was about to speak when Xian suddenly bowed, thank you, patriarch. The ancient Wu clan patriarch glanced at Xian, leave. Remember, don't cause trouble, otherwise, bear the consequences. Xian hurriedly said, I'm a good person, I won't act recklessly. With that, he left the treehouse. Inside the treehouse, the beautiful woman said in a low voice, this person is a little strange. The ancient Wu clan patriarch said indifferently, I know. The beautiful woman was somewhat puzzled, then why do you want him to stay, patriarch? The patriarch of the ancient Wu clan said softly, our ancient Wu clan doesn't interact with people outside the world all year round, so the younger generation knows very little about the outside world. Leaving him here can let the people in the clan see the geniuses outside and let them understand that there is always someone better than you out there. The beautiful woman nodded. That's true. Actually, it's not just the younger generation of the clan. Even some of the elders should go out and see the outside world. Otherwise, they will really think that our ancient Wu clan is invincible in the firmament world. The clan leader of the Gu Wu clan walked to the front of the treehouse. She glanced at Xian, who was wandering around blindly. This man has a glib tongue. You have to watch him carefully. Don't let him do anything stupid. The beautiful woman nodded. I will keep an eye on him. Below, Xian wandered around for a long time. Finally, he sat down on the side of the street. At this moment, he was conversing with the god on the second floor. God on the second floor, did you sense it? Xian asked. No. The god on the second floor answered directly. Xian's face darkened. Didn't you just say that you sensed the power of the Tao Law? The god on the second floor said coldly, it's gone now. Xian's face darkened even more. Are you messing with me? The second floor suddenly shook violently, as if it was going crazy. Xian was speechless. He hugged his head. What kind of temper was this? He got angry at the slightest provocation and went crazy at the slightest provocation. The problem was that he couldn't offend him, it was too aggrieving. Xian really wanted to pull him out and beat him up. Unfortunately, his intuition told him that he couldn't beat the god on the second floor for the time being. About a quarter of an hour later, the god on the second floor finally calmed down. Xian thought about it and said, you sensed it earlier, but then you couldn't. Is it possible that the aura of the Tao Law was concealed by something? There was no answer. Xian said solemnly, if you find the Tao Law, you can come out. The god on the second floor suddenly said angrily, fine, I won't come out. Xian was speechless. Xian almost broke down because of this guy. Didn't he just say one sentence? Did he have to be angry to this extent? Was he *King Kid? This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. After a long time, Xian thought about it and said, well, God on the second floor, don't be angry. We have to work together. Only by working together can we achieve a win-win situation. A moment later, the god on the second floor suddenly said, the aura of the Tao Law has disappeared, but it must be here. Look for it. Xian nodded slightly. What is this second Tao Law? The god on the second floor said coldly, I don't know. Xian's face darkened. Was this guy still angry? At this moment, the god on the second floor said again, I really don't know. Xian was stunned, then said, you're on the second floor, how can you not know? The god on the second floor asked in return, you're the pagoda master. If you don't know, why must I know? Xian was speechless. Xian didn't want to argue with the god on the second floor anymore. He had to let it calm down first, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to communicate with it. Now, he also realized that the god on the second floor was a petty guy. You couldn't say anything to it, because it would go crazy if you did. Xian walked down the street. Along the way, he saw many people from the ancient Wu clan. He had to admit that the women from the ancient Wu clan were a little different from the women outside. The women here were relatively more cheerful and enthusiastic. At this moment, Xian suddenly stopped in front of a small stall. The stall owner was a little girl about 12 years old, wearing a blue floral dress, with several whips tied on her head. She was selling a few bamboo tubes as long as an arm. Xian pointed at the bamboo tubes curiously. Little sister, what's in them? The little girl glanced at Xian. Dew, morning dew. Dew? Xian was stunned, then asked, what's the use? The little girl said softly, of course, to drink. Xian asked again, how much is it? The little girl raised a finger. 100 top-grade spirit stones for one tube. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Why don't you rob a bank? You sell one dew for 100 top-grade spirit stones. The little girl hugged her feet and didn't speak. Xian picked up a bamboo tube, then opened it, and a fragrant smell hit his face. Xian was shocked. He drank a mouthful, and the water went down his throat. It was sweet and cool. After a while, Xian's expression became quite serious. Because he found that after the water entered his body, it actually started to cleanse the impurities in his body. Of course, the degree of cleansing was far inferior to his chaotic chi, but this was already extremely shocking to him. A treasure like marrow cleansing would cost an astronomical price in the outside world. 100 top-grade spirit stones was too cheap. Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Little sister, how many do you have?" The little girl glanced at Xian. "What are you doing?" She was very vigilant. Xian smiled. "How many do you have?" "I'll buy them for you. Because this thing of yours is very good." The little girl shook her head slightly. "It's very difficult to collect. It took me 10 days to collect just these few tubes." Xian squatted down and said, "Then I'll take them all." After that, he took out 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and gave it to the little girl. The little girl was stunned, then she hurriedly shook her head. "Only 400, 400, Xian smiled. "The value of this thing of yours is far more than 100 top-grade spirit stones. In the end, I'm the one who made the profit." The little girl glanced at Xian and said softly, "Can you do me a favor?" Xian was slightly stunned, and then he smiled. "What is it?" The little girl suddenly stood up, and then she pulled Xian and ran not far away. Soon, she brought Xian to a treehouse. An old man was lying in the treehouse. The old man's face was pale, and his breath was faintly discernible. Obviously, he was terminally ill. The little girl turned to look at Xian. Xian pondered for a moment, then he walked to the bedside. When he walked to the bedside, he suddenly smelled a foul smell. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Seeing this, Xian frowned deeply. Beside him, the little girl raised her head and looked at him, her eyes filled with a pleading look. "This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page." Xian sighed softly. He took out a purple source pill and fed it to the old man. After taking the purple source pill, a stream of pure spiritual energy began to flow through the old man's body. Soon, the old man's face began to regain color. Seeing this, the little girl was wild with joy. Then, she hurriedly turned around and kowtowed to Xian. Xian pulled the little girl up. He rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. "Where are your parents?" The little girl slightly lowered her head. "They went outside with my brother." Xian asked. "They didn't come back?" The little girl shook her head. "No." Hearing this, Xian frowned. At this moment, the old man lying on the bed suddenly said, "Young man." Xian turned to face the old man. The old man softly said, "This is a purple source pill, right?" Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect the old man to know it. The old man looked at Xian. "A purple source pill is much more precious than my old life. How could a young man like me, who is about to die, use it?" Xian pointed at the little girl and smiled. "Looking at her, it's like looking at my little sister." The little girl glanced at Xian and did not say anything. The old man softly said, "Compassion." Xian smiled. "I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After saying this, he was about to leave. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, "Young man, wait a moment." Xian turned to face the old man. The old man looked at the little girl. This girl's parents left with her brother when she was 3 years old. She is a pitiful person. This old man will not live for long. As he said this, he looked at Xian. Xian softly said, "The ancient Wu clan will take care of her, right?" The old man shook his head. "I don't want anything bad to happen to her." "Young man, you are willing to use a purple source pill on this old man. This proves that you are kind-hearted and a person with great love. If she follows you, she will not suffer." After saying this, he just looked at Xian. Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he looked at the little girl. The little girl slightly lowered her head and pinched the corner of her skirt. No one knew what she was thinking. Xian knew what the little girl was thinking because he once knew what his sister was thinking. His sister's experience was not much different from this little girl's. Xian walked to the little girl's side and smiled. "Are you willing to go with me?" The little girl looked up at Xian. Her tears fell at once. However, she shook her head. I want to take care of Grandpa." At the side, the old man suddenly said, "Go with him." The little girl looked at the old man. The old man slowly closed his eyes. "Girl, this might be the only time you can change your fate. As for Grandpa, Grandpa is not important. You just need to come back and see Grandpa in the future. That will be enough." The little girl still wanted to say something, but the old man shook his head. "If you are not obedient, Grandpa will immediately die in front of you." The little girl's tears flowed continuously. She just looked at the old man. The old man waved at Xian. Xian walked to the bedside. The old man took out a pitch-black scroll and handed it to Xian. "This was left by our ancestors. It has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. As for its use, we haven't been able to figure it out. Take it." Xian glanced at the scroll. He hesitated for a moment before keeping the scroll. Then, he walked to the little girl. "Let's go." The little girl suddenly placed the 1,000 top-grade spirit stones that Xian gave her by the old man's bedside. Then, she turned around and walked to Xian's side. She wanted to pull Xian's arm, but she hesitated. Xian took the initiative to pull her hand and walked out of the treehouse. Outside the treehouse, Xian smiled and asked, "What's your name?" The little girl said softly, "Wei Yang Tian." Xian was a little surprised. "Who gave it to you?" The little girl said softly, "I don't know." At this point, she paused slightly and looked up at Xian. "Is it not nice?" Xian smiled. "It's nice." At this moment, the little girl hesitated and wanted to say something. Xian asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" The little girl pointed at Xian's abdomen. "That pagoda is dangerous." Xian was stunned. End of this chapter. Xian was completely stunned, because he really did not expect this little girl to know that there was a pagoda in his body. Up until now, among all the powerhouses he met in the Azure Firmament world, even the middle-aged man at the bottom of the abyss where he obtained the spatial Tao law, none of them had discovered that there was a pagoda in his body. How did this little girl discover it? Xian squatted down and held the little girl's hand, asking seriously, "How did you discover that there is a pagoda in Big Brother's body?" Wei Yang Tian said softly, "I saw it." "I saw it." Xian smiled bitterly. "How did you see it?" Wei Yang Tendo said, "I saw it." Xian smiled, "Then what else can you see?" Wei Yang Tian looked at Xian. She was a little hesitant. Xian smiled, "It's okay, just say it." Wei Yang Tian glanced at Xian's abdomen and said softly, "There is a dangerous person in the pagoda." Xian said softly, "You can see the person in the pagoda?" Wei Yang Tian nodded. Xian fell silent. This matter was a little complicated. Originally, he thought this little girl was just an ordinary little girl, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. This was not an ordinary little girl at all. At this time, Wei Yang Tian suddenly said, "Big brother, I said something wrong?" Xian shook his head with a smile, "You're not wrong." As he said, he gently rubbed Wei Yang Tian's little head. "What do you plan to do in the future?" Wei Yang Tian looked up at Xian, her eyes filled with determination. "Cultivate." "Cultivate," Xian smiled, "Why cultivate?" Wei Yang Tian clenched her fists, her eyes suddenly turning red. Xian said softly, "Don't cry, since you want to cultivate, then Big Brother will help you. However, you have to promise me, no matter how strong you are in the future, you are not to mess around, understand?" His intuition told him that this little girl's future achievements might not be low. If this kind of person lost hope in the world from a young age and became extreme in character, it would be a disaster for the world if she became powerful in the future. Wei Yang Tian held onto Xian's hand tightly. I won't hurt Big Brother." Xian smiled and said, "All right, let's go find a place to rest first." After saying so, he pulled Endless Sky away. An hour later, Xian found an unoccupied treehouse. Inside the treehouse, he cooked some food. When Wei Yang Tian saw the food, she immediately started drooling. She just stared at it eagerly. Xian smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat." Hearing this, unending heaven immediately started sweeping the area. Xian suddenly felt his heart ache when he saw endless heaven wiping out the monsters in a frenzy. Because the little lass before him must have suffered a lot. Just like his younger sister, Yi Ling, when he hadn't grown up, the two of them never had a meal. Sometimes, they didn't even have a meal a day. At many times, the world was as cruel as it could be, but if a person didn't work hard, then the world would forever be cruel to that person. Meanwhile, Endless Sky seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly raised her head to look at Yi Xian. Aren't you going to eat? Yi Xian smiled and said, yes, let's eat together. As soon as he finished speaking, he started eating as well. A wisp of a smile instantly appeared on Endless Sky's face. Just like that, it didn't take long for the two of them to finish the table. After he finished cleaning up, Yi Xian took out Endless Sky. This chapter isn't finished, please keep going. He opened the scroll the Lord had given him. There were some strange talismans on the scroll. He couldn't understand them at all. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he tapped it with his finger. A drop of blood essence fell onto the scroll. However, there was no reaction at all. What's this? Yi Xian frowned. It wouldn't be just an ordinary piece of skin, right? Right at this moment, Endless Sky suddenly said, Big brother, it's a map. A map? Yi Xian faced Endless Sky. How do you know it's a map? Wei Yangtian pointed at the scroll. I can read it. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, then why didn't you tell your grandfather and the others? Endless Sky shook her head. Grandfather and the others are too weak. If I told them, then it might kill them. But Big Brother is different. Big Brother is very strong. Yi Xian sighed with emotion in his heart, and then he rubbed Endless Sky's head lightly. What a thoughtful little girl. Earlier, he'd sensed the old man's aura in the treehouse, and it wasn't weak at all. It was a technique control realm expert. Unfortunately, the old man was at the end of his life. Just as Endless Sky had said, if she told the old man the truth, then it was very likely that she would harm the old man instead. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, do you know how to get there? Endless Sky nodded. You can follow this route. Big brother, do you want to go? Yi Xian smiled, will it be dangerous? Endless Sky shook her head. Big brother is very strong, so there shouldn't be any danger. Yi Xian smiled, then let's go. As he spoke, he pulled Endless Sky along with him and left the treehouse. It didn't take long for them to enter a boundless mountain range. All along the way, Endless Sky held tightly onto Yi Xian's hand, and she would glance at Yi Xian from time to time. However, she would quickly withdraw her gaze when Yi Xian looked at her. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, why do you keep peeping at me? Endless Sky spoke softly, Big brother is a good person. Yi Xian smiled, it's very difficult to distinguish between a good person and a bad person at most times. For example, Big brother is a good person to you, but it's very likely that he's a bad person to others, a super bad person. Endless Sky glanced at Yi Xian, and then she lowered her head slightly. In any case, Big brother is a good person. Yi Xian smiled as he rubbed Endless Sky's little head, and then he didn't say anything else. In fact, for Yi Xian, most of the time, he really sympathized with those at the bottom. Because he had climbed his way up from the bottom. He knew very well how helpless a person without strength was most of the time, it was even despair, so, when he saw Endless Sky, he practically didn't hesitate to choose to help her, and he didn't have any ulterior motives in doing so. However, Yi Xian didn't know that the reason Endless Sky trusted him so much was because she'd seen through this. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Endless Sky entered a gorge. The gorge was very large, and the mountains on both sides towered into the clouds. After entering the gorge, a feeling of insignificance arose involuntarily in their hearts. Meanwhile, Endless Sky stopped. She opened the scroll, and after reading it for a long time, she glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she looked at a mountain wall on her right. There? Yi Xian asked. Endless Sky pointed at the mountain wall in the distance. If one looked carefully, one would notice a crack on the mountain wall. This crack seemed like a natural crack, and there was nothing special about it at first glance. Yi Xian grabbed Endless Sky's hand and flew up on his sword. Endless Sky hurriedly hugged Yi Xian, and she pressed her head tightly against Yi Xian's chest in slight fear. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive at the crack, and there was a stone door not too far away from him. Yi Xian pulled Endless Sky over, and then he pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. A ray of light shot out violently. The stone door split right down the middle. Behind the stone door, there was a huge gust of wind. Please continue to the next page. There was a grotto heaven, it really was a map. Xian pulled endless sky through the stone door, and the two of them walked down the stone steps. In no time, they arrived before a pool, and in the middle of the pool floated a coffin. Xian glanced at the surroundings, and it was completely silent. There was no sound at all. In the end, Xian faced the coffin in the distant pool. He was about to walk over when Endless Sky suddenly grabbed his hand and shook her head. She pointed at the bottom of the pool and said, "There's something." "There's something." Xian unleashed his divine consciousness. However, as soon as his divine consciousness entered the pool, it immediately disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Xian's expression became slightly solemn. "Not simple." After a moment's hesitation, Xian suddenly said, "Wait here." "Are you afraid?" Endless Sky hurriedly nodded, but it didn't take long for her to shake her head. Xian smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Even if something happens, the existence down there will definitely come looking for me first." As soon as he finished speaking, he rubbed Endless Sky's little head lightly, and then he floated towards the coffin. This time, he'd utilized chaotic energy. At this moment, his aura was completely devoid, and it was like he didn't exist at all. In next to no time, Xian arrived above the coffin. The coffin was covered in all sorts of strange violet talismans, and they covered the entire coffin. Besides that, there were numerous black threads around the coffin, and they were like a black net that covered the entire coffin. "What's this?" Xian's brows knit together tightly. His intuition told him that the existence here might not be a benevolent being. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at Endless Sky and said, "Can you see through it?" Endless Sky shook her head, "Something's blocking it." "Something?" Xian faced the coffin beneath him. Needless to say, it was probably because of the talismans and black threads. Because he noticed that his divine sense would vanish without a trace the moment it came into contact with the coffin. "Can't I open it?" Xian was in a slightly difficult position. At this moment, his intuition told him that the existence within this coffin was definitely not a benevolent being, and he might be in great trouble if he opened it, but the problem was how could he be willing to leave now? He wasn't willing at all. Above the coffin, Xian hesitated for a moment before he decided to open it. In the end, fortune came from danger. Of course, it was mainly because he was confident in his own strength. Currently, he would even be able to fight an expert at the true Imperial Magic Realm. Xian tapped with his finger, and a strand of sword light slashed directly onto the surface of the coffin. Hiss, the talismans and black threads on the coffin actually started to crack inch by inch, and it didn't take long for them to actually vanish slowly. After the talismans and black threads disappeared, Xian took a deep breath, and then he started to slowly open the coffin's lid. Soon, the coffin's lid was opened, and there was a woman lying in the coffin. A woman in a bright red dress. The woman's face was pale, and she had on alluring makeup. Her appearance was peerless and very beautiful. A woman? Xian was stunned, and then he bent down. At this moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. Xian was immediately petrified in the air. At this moment, the silence seemed to have frozen. "P.S. Happy New Year to everyone again. Thank you for your company all these years. When I first entered this industry, I didn't expect to persist until now. It's because of everyone's genuine subscriptions that I have food to eat and the motivation to write. Thank you all, thank you all." End of this chapter. Inside the coffin, the lady in red just stared at Xian. There was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. After a while, Xian smiled sheepishly. "Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruption." After saying that, he was about to close the coffin lid. At this moment, the lady in red suddenly extended her right hand to block the coffin lid. At the same time, a blood-red glow enveloped Xian. Xian's expression changed slightly. His figure shuddered, and he retreated to Wei Yangtian's side. Wei Yangtian quickly grabbed Xian's arm and held it tightly. Xian looked at the coffin above the pool in the distance. Inside the coffin, the lady in red slowly floated up. Her red dress was very long, and it looked a little like a wedding dress. In the air, the lady in red looked down at Xian, her eyes filled with coldness. Yi Xian gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, and he quickly said inwardly, "Second floor guru, do you want to come out and perform?" The Almighty on the second floor sneered and didn't respond. This was the sound of gloating. Yi Xian's face darkened. This second floor guru was too unreliable. At this moment, the lady in red suddenly floated in front of him and Wei Yangtian. She looked down at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "Congratulations, senior. You don't have to thank me. My greatest weakness is that I like to help others. Of course, if senior wants to thank me, you can just give me any heaven-grade treasure." The lady in red suddenly slammed her palm down, and Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly pulled Wei Yangtian behind him, and then he stabbed out with his sword. Facing this mysterious lady, Yi Xian naturally did not dare to be careless. He immediately executed the single sword determines life and death. Not only that, but he also enhanced it with the evil thought's sword intent. The sword struck out. Boom! Yi Xian was directly shaken to the point of retreating explosively, and only when he retreated in front of the mountain wall did he forcefully stop. After Yi Xian stopped, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the woman in red who was not far away. This woman was so strong. In the air, the woman in red glanced at Yi Xian. In the next moment, she suddenly waved her right hand lightly at Yi Xian. In an instant, a stream of water suddenly floated up from the pool beneath her. The stream of water was like an arrow that had been released from a bow as it shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian took a quick step forward and slashed with his sword with both hands. Boom! Yi Xian's sword forcefully shattered the water arrow. At this time, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Without thinking, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Bang! A figure flew out in an instant. The person who flew out was none other than Yi Xian. As soon as Yi Xian landed, Wei Yangtian hurriedly ran to his side and hugged his arm tightly. His eyes were filled with anxiety. In the distance, the woman in red was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly stood up. "Wait." The woman in red stopped and looked at Yi Xian as if waiting for Yi Xian's reply. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, I rescued you, but you want to kill me. Don't you think this is too much?" The woman in red was expressionless. "Did I ask you to rescue me?" Yi Xian, the woman in red shook her head. "I didn't ask you to rescue me." As soon as she finished speaking, her lily-white hand suddenly pointed at Yi Xian from afar. In an instant, the space where Yi Xian was directly turned blood-red. What kind of technique was this? Yi Xian's expression changed. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he suddenly clenched his right hand tightly. "Cage." As soon as he spoke, the space where he and Wei Yangtian were shrunk, and then a small spatial cage was formed. The blood-red energy was completely unable to approach Yi Xian and Wei Yangtian. Wei Yangtian, the woman in red's beautiful brows knit together slightly. What technique is this? Yi Xian pulled Wei Yangtian behind him, and then he thought for a moment before he said, "Spatial divine ability." The woman in red sized Yi Xian up. "You can leave now." Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "You're not fighting anymore?" The woman's face was expressionless. "You can fight if you want." Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, I don't want to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Wei Yangtian along as he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the woman in red suddenly said, "How did you find this place?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he withdrew the map. The woman glanced at the map, and then her eyes narrowed slightly. It was him. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. "You're his descendant?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "No. I only obtained this map by chance." The woman gazed at Yi Xian for a long time. "Help me do something." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he asked. "What is it?" The woman looked Yi Xian in the eyes. "Give me a child." "Child?" Yi Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly leaped up. No. How can I do that?" No. I, Yi Xian, am not that kind of person." The woman suddenly spoke angrily. "What are you thinking?" "I'm asking you to find me a child." Yi Xian's lips twitched. "Then speak clearly." The woman in red stared at Yi Xian with an unfriendly expression. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, why do you want a child? The woman in red coldly said, this has nothing to do with you. Xian shook his head. Then I can't find one for Senior. The woman's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you want to die? Xian sternly said, Senior, do you know who I am? Without waiting for the woman to reply, he continued. I'm the next sect leader candidate of Pale Sword Sect. Have you heard of Pale Sword Sect? If not, then have you heard of the Pale World Sword Master? The woman in red calmly said. Why? Are you threatening me? Xian hurriedly shook his head. No, no. I just want to tell Senior that if anything happens to me, my Pale Sword Sect will definitely not let it go. The woman in red was expressionless. Do you think I'm afraid of your Pale Sword Sect? Xian sternly said, Senior, there's no need for us to be in such a deadlock. Tell me, why are you looking for a child? The woman in red looked at Xian for a long time. Then she said, I want to leave this world. I hope someone can inherit my ancient shaman's secret technique. Xian hurriedly pointed at himself. Me. Me. Senior, I have extraordinary talent. You have to pass down all your abilities to me. Wei Yangtian glanced at Xian. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. The woman in red's eyes twitched. How can you be so shameless? Xian sternly said, Senior, I'm not joking. I really can do it. If you pass it down to me, then I won't disgrace Senior's abilities. The woman in red waved her hand. My inheritance can only be given to women. Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he revealed a slightly vigilant expression. He was extremely vigilant. He hurriedly pulled Wei Yangtian behind him. The atmosphere here had become slightly heavy. The woman glanced at Xian, and then she gazed at Wei Yangtian. Are you willing to take me as your master? Wei Yangtian was stunned, and then she gazed at Xian. Xian's face was extremely gloomy. This woman's target from the beginning might have been Wei Yangtian. Because if she really wanted to find an heir, then she could just leave and look for one in the outside world. Xian spoke in a low voice. Why did Senior take a liking to her? The woman in red spoke indifferently. Is it related to you? Xian pulled Wei Yangtian along as he turned around and left. Stop right there. Right at this moment, the woman spoke coldly, do you want to die? Xian turned around and laughed coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian took a step forward. In an instant, a sword floated in his palm. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept out from within him. The might of the Sword Emperor, the woman in red laughed coldly. A mere Sword Emperor dares to act arrogantly before me? As she spoke, she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Wei Yangtian, who stood by Xian's side, spoke abruptly, I'm willing to learn from you. The woman in red stopped and gazed at Wei Yangtian. Really? Wei Yangtian nodded slightly. But you can't harm Big Brother. The woman in red glanced at Xian. This fellow has a glib tongue, and his skin is thicker than a city wall. You'll learn bad things from him sooner or later. Wei Yangtian shook her head. Big Brother is a good person. The woman in red glanced at Xian. He doesn't seem like a good person. Xian was speechless. Just like that, Wei Yangtian started to learn from the woman in red. Meanwhile, Xian didn't leave because he couldn't stop worrying about Wei Yangtian. The woman in red didn't seem like a good person to him. Actually, she didn't seem like a good person to him either. However, there was no need to doubt the strength of this woman in red. After a day or two, he noticed that the woman in red was sincerely teaching Wei Yangtian. Moreover, Wei Yangtian's ability to learn things could be described as terrifying. Extremely terrifying, because she learned everything in a short time. Even the woman in red was extremely shocked by this. However, she was mostly happy. Just like that, a few days passed. On this day, the woman in red suddenly called Xian over. Wei Yangtian hurriedly grabbed Xian's hand when she saw him, and then she spoke excitedly, Big Brother, look. As she spoke, she pressed down lightly towards the pool of water in the distance. It didn't take long for a vortex to form there. That wasn't the end of it. She gestured lightly with her fair hand, and the water in the pool actually floated up slowly before it formed into the shape of a person. It was exactly Yi Xian's appearance. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. Amazing. Wei Yangtian grew even more excited when she received Yi Xian's praise. Meanwhile, the woman in red suddenly said, "Little girl, go meditate and comprehend what I just taught you." Wei Yangtian nodded, and then she ran over and sat down cross-legged. After she sent Wei Yangtian away, the woman in red looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know her true origins?" Yi Xian shook his head. The woman in red frowned deeply. After a short moment, she glanced at the nearby Wei Yangtian. "She's no ordinary person." Yi Xian nodded. "I know." The woman in red looked at Yi Xian. "I want her to become the clan leader of the Guwu clan." Yi Xian shook his head decisively. "No." The woman in red spoke coldly. "Why not?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "I don't want her to be swept into that vortex of power." The woman in red fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "It's just a matter of a word from me." Yi Xian gazed at the woman in red. "Who are you?" The woman in red glanced at Yi Xian. "I founded the Guwu clan." "Who do you think I am?" Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, big boss." Needless to say, Yi Xian was still quite shocked at this moment. Because he hadn't expected that the woman before him was actually the founder of the ancient Wu clan, the woman glanced at Wei Yangtian, and then she said softly, "Her cultivation speed and learning ability aren't something an ordinary person should have. But I can't see through her." When she spoke up to this point, she looked at Yi Xian. "It's like I can't see through you." Yi Xian smiled. "Why can't I see through you?" The woman took a deep look at Yi Xian, but she didn't say anything. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior, I'm curious about something. Why did you imprison yourself in a coffin?" The woman's face was expressionless. "I was imprisoned." Yi Xian furrowed his brows. "With your strength," the woman glanced at Yi Xian, "usually, it isn't your enemies that can hurt you, but the people you trust the most." Yi Xian fell silent. There was no doubt that the woman before him had been betrayed by the people closest to her. The woman tapped with her finger, and a pitch-black ring flew to Yi Xian. "This is the ring of the ancient Wu clan's clan leader. Take her to the ancient Wu clan, and they'll naturally know what to do." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but it's not very realistic to ask the ancient Wu clan to acknowledge her as their clan leader just because of a ring." The woman spoke indifferently. "Take her there and give it a try, and you'll know." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. "Let's give it a try." As he spoke, he chuckled. "Senior, do you have anything you don't want, like a heaven-grade spirit artifact? If you do, give it to me." The woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "Are you really a swordsman?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman spoke again. "Don't even think about it. How could I possibly have those rubbish things? As for those that are too precious, they won't give them to you." Yi Xian's face twitched. "If there's nothing, then there's nothing. What's the big deal?" 2 days later, Yi Xian prepared to leave with Endless Sky. Inside the cave, Wei Yangtian bowed to the woman in red. "Master, aren't you coming with us?" The woman in red was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. This was because she discovered that at least 100 years of her lifespan had been lost in an instant. 100 years of life. As if she thought of something, she looked at Endless Sky with an extremely solemn expression. Just now, this girl had bowed to her, then, her 100 years of lifespan was gone. The red-clothed woman took a deep glance at Wei Yangtian, and then she said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I can't leave with all of you." Hearing that, Wei Yangtian's expression dimmed slightly. Over the past few days, she had developed a good impression of the woman in red. The red-clothed woman tapped with her finger, and a ray of red light suddenly entered the center of Wei Yangtian's forehead. She was stunned for quite a while, and then she gazed at the red-clothed woman. "Master, what's this?" The red-clothed woman said, "A treasure I left for you. You'll be able to withdraw it once you attain the true control realm." When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at Yi Xian and seemed to be slightly warning him. Yi Xian had an emotionless expression on his face. "Don't worry, senior. I won't have any designs on this precious little girl." The red-clothed woman gazed at Wei Yangtian. "You have to be vigilant against everyone. understand? Wei Yangtian nodded, besides Big Brother. Yi Xian chuckled and was extremely happy. The red-clothed woman glanced coldly at Yi Xian. I'll leave this little girl to you. Treat her well, and it'll definitely be boundlessly beneficial to you in the future. Yi Xian pulled Wei Yangtian back and said, Senior, if there's nothing else, then we'll be leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with Wei Yangtian. This chapter isn't finished, please continue. They left. When they arrived at the door, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and he stopped abruptly before he turned around to face the red-cloaked woman. Senior, can you do me a small favor? Just a small favor. The red-clothed woman glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak a word. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. I've been unhappy with that Exalt Lu from the Realm Defense Alliance for a very long time. Senior, can you help me beat him up? The red-clothed woman still didn't speak. Yi Xian shrugged, and then he pulled Wei Yangtian along and left the cave. Outside the cave, Yi Xian shot into the sky on his sword while Wei Yangtian held him tightly behind him. At this moment, she wasn't as afraid as she had been before, and she was slightly excited instead. Within the cave, the red-clothed woman remained silent for a very long time, and then she spoke softly. Exactly what sort of existence is this little girl? A short moment later, the red-clothed woman swept the cave with her gaze, and her expression gradually turned gloomy. This matter isn't over even if you run off to the boundless starry sky. As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body disappeared. The red-clothed woman didn't leave the firmament world. Instead, she went to the Realm Defense Mountain. As soon as the red-clothed woman arrived at the Realm Defense Mountain, a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. This person was the Realm Defense Alliance's Exalt Lu. Exalt Lu stared at the red-clothed woman with a trace of fear in his eyes. The red-clothed woman glanced at Exalt Lu, and said indifferently, You're Exalt Lu? Exalt Lu nodded slightly, You are? The red-clothed woman didn't answer, and instead raised her hand to press down on Exalt Lu. With this press, the space where Exalt Lu was instantly distorted into a strange arc. Seeing that the red-clothed woman had attacked without a second word, Exalt Lu's expression instantly turned cold, and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom, a powerful force vibrated from his palm, and the space around him instantly rippled like water. At this moment, the red-clothed woman suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Exalt Lu's expression changed drastically, and he punched forward. Bang! Along with a shocking explosion, Exalt Lu was instantly pushed over 1 kilometer back, and when he stopped moving, the space behind him had actually cracked apart. Space had been shattered. Exalt Lu stared fixedly at the red-clothed woman. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to my Realm Defense Alliance? The red-clothed woman glanced at Exalt Lu. I was asked by someone to come and beat you up. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pressed her palms together, and then she suddenly slashed forward. Hiss! The space in front of the red-clothed woman split apart layer by layer, and a powerful force tore through everything as it headed straight for Exalt Lu. Exalt Lu's pupils constricted slightly, and he didn't dare act carelessly. He waved his right hand, and a powerful aura swept out from his arm. At the same time, he took a step forward and pointed forward with his finger. A strange vortex formed in space where his finger descended. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded in the sky, and then a figure retreated explosively by over a kilometer. It was Exalt Lu. At this moment, blood was flowing slowly from the corners of Exalt Lu's mouth. Exalt Lu stared fixedly at the red-clothed woman. Who asked you to do this? The red-clothed woman's face was expressionless. His name is Yi Xian. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Exalt Lu's expression was extremely unsightly, and a moment later, a furious howl suddenly resounded through the sky. Exalt Lu hated Yi Xian to the bone. He'd already had a way to deal with the mysterious woman and eliminate Yi Xian, but now, the Pale Sword sect was protecting Yi Xian. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Most importantly, with the terrifying speed of Yi Xian's growth, it wouldn't be long before Yi Xian became a sword immortal. At that time, it would be even more difficult to eliminate him. Exalt Lu's expression grew even gloomier when he thought of this. A short while later, Exalt Lu turned around and returned to the hall, and then he closed his eyes slowly. How long more until our people arrive? A voice resounded from a dark corner. 10 days at most. Exalt Lu asked again, how long more until the matter at Azure Prefecture? The voice said again, it will take another 10 days or so. Exalt Lu fell silent for a moment, and then he said, we'll obtain the quintessence Heart of Azure Prefecture first, then eliminate the Pale Sword sect and Yixian. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Yixian brought Wei Yangtian back to the ancient Wu clan, and he brought Wei Yangtian to the treehouse where the Wu clan's patriarch resided. Within the treehouse, the Wu clan's patriarch glanced at Yixian. What's the matter? Yixian nodded, and then he withdrew the ring that the red-clothed woman had given him. When he saw the ring, the Wu clan's patriarch instantly seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning, and his entire body stiffened on the spot. A short moment later, the Wu clan's patriarch gazed at Yixian. Where did you get this? Yixian gave the ring to Wei Yangtian and said, a senior left it to this little girl. Moreover, that senior even passed down his entire inheritance to this little girl. The Wu clan's patriarch gazed at Wei Yangtian when he heard Yixian. Wei Yangtian held tightly onto Yixian's hand, and she was looking at the Wu clan's patriarch as well. A short while later, the Wu clan's patriarch spoke abruptly, gather all the elders. It didn't take long for around 10 people to appear within the treehouse. Among these 10 people, there were actually 7 true defensive Dharma realm experts. Yixian was instantly quite shocked when he witnessed this scene. Needless to say, he'd slightly underestimated the Wu clan's strength. The Wu clan's patriarch glanced at Yixian. We have something to discuss. Yixian was just about to speak when Wei Yangtian held tightly onto his arm. When she saw this, the Wu clan's patriarch spoke in a low voice, then stay. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the others, tell me what all of you think. It didn't take long for them to start discussing, and they frequently glanced at Wei Yangtian while their eyes were filled with curiosity. Around 2 hours later, the Wu clan's patriarch walked over to Yixian. We've decided to make her the junior patriarch of the Wu clan. Once she comes of age, we'll make her the patriarch of the Wu clan. Yixian faced Wei Yangtian. Wei Yangtian's tears instantly flowed from her eyes, and she just gazed at Yixian. Yixian hurriedly squatted down. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Wei Yangtian wiped off the tears on her face and didn't speak. Yixian smiled. You think that I don't want you anymore, right? Wei Yangtian nodded. Yixian smiled. If you really don't want to stay here, then you can leave with me. No. The Wu clan's patriarch suddenly said, she can't leave with you. Yixian faced the Wu clan's patriarch and the latter spoke in a low voice. Although she has obtained the inheritance of her ancestors, she hasn't fully absorbed it. If she leaves with you, you're a swordsman, so you won't be of any help to her cultivation. As she spoke, she looked at Wei Yangtian. You'll become even stronger if you stay here. Wei Yangtian was about to refuse when the Wu clan's patriarch suddenly pointed at Yixian. He can stay with the Wu clan as well. Wei Yangtian instantly hesitated when she heard this. Just then, a man suddenly walked in and bowed slightly to the Wu clan's patriarch. Patriarch, the Realm Defense Alliance has sent someone. The Realm Defense Alliance. Yixian frowned deeply when he heard this. End of this chapter. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was quite solemn. After a moment, the Wu clan patriarch suddenly said, invite him in. Soon, an old man walked in. This person was none other than Emo Xiu. After Emo Xiu entered the treehouse, his gaze directly fell on Yixian. Yixian grinned. Grand Elder Emo Xiu, I haven't seen you for a few days, how have you been? Emo Xiu said indifferently, I'm very good, I just don't know how you are. Yixian laughed, I'm very good, very very good. Emo Xiu's face was expressionless. I wonder if you have considered the matter I spoke of that day. Matter? Yixian was stunned, and then said, what matter? Emo Xiu's eyes narrowed. It seems that you haven't considered it. Yixian suddenly understood. You want me to go to the Realm Defense Alliance to do the young Exalt Lord's matter? Everyone, Emo Xiu stared fixedly at Yixian, not speaking. Yixian shook his head and sighed. Elder Emo, I won't argue with you. Let's be honest, even if I join the Realm Defense Alliance, will your Realm Defense Alliance really trust me? You won't. For an outstanding person like me, your Realm Defense Alliance will only feel at ease if you kill me, right? Emo Xiu stared at Yixian for a long time, and then said, what are you talking about? So long as you sincerely join my Realm Defense Alliance, my Realm Defense Alliance will definitely treat you well. Yixian laughed, like hell I'll believe you, you old man, you're very bad. Mo Xiao said indifferently, since it's like this, then the old man won't say anything. As he spoke, he turned to look at the nearby Gu Wu clan patriarch. Gu clan patriarch, you should already be aware of the old man's purpose for coming this time. The Blue Sword sect has committed countless crimes and committed many unjust acts. Stop. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Mo Xiao. Elder Mo, you have to speak with a conscience. How is my Blue Sword sect guilty of so many crimes? As he spoke, he walked in front of Mo Xiao. I feel that if we are talking about evil, who in this Azure Firmament world can compare to your Realm Defense Alliance? How many people were there in the Kanglan province? How many living beings were there? How did they all die? They were all killed by your Realm Defense Alliance. Don't you have any idea what the current situation is in the Green Province? Mo Xiao glared at Yi Xian. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. Yi Xian was fearless. He opened his right hand and a sword appeared in his palm. Right at this moment, the nearby Gu Wu clan's patriarch suddenly said, wait. Mo Xiao stopped and looked at the Gu Wu clan patriarch. The latter spoke in a low voice, both of you, this is not the Realm Defense Alliance, nor is it the Blue Sword sect. Yi Xian smiled and said, understood. As he spoke, he retreated to the side. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao suddenly said, Gu clan patriarch, my Realm Defense Alliance sincerely invites the Gu Wu clan to form an alliance with us. Towards this, we're very sincere. Not only have we found a treasured land with abundant spirit energy for all of you, we've even provided you with a jade-grade spirit vein. For the next few decades, your Gu Wu clan will have no worries about spirit energy. When they heard this, the expressions of the Gu Wu clan and the others within the treehouse were slightly moved. Presently, the biggest problem the Gu Wu clan faced was that the spirit energy in the area they resided in was starting to dry up. This was also the reason why they'd sought out the Blue Sword sect. It was because they hoped to be able to leave this mountain and find a new treasured land, yet now, the Realm Defense Alliance had directly obtained what they needed. At the side, Yi Xian's expression sank. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao said, everyone, besides the Gu Wu clan, there are many other powers and aristocratic families in the firmament world that have clearly expressed their support for my Realm Defense Alliance. Even though my Realm Defense Alliance is somewhat ambitious, but the old man guarantees that my Realm Defense Alliance absolutely has the heart to accept others. The firmament world is too big, and it can accommodate many people. Of course. When he spoke up to hear, he glanced coldly at the nearby Yi Xian and said, of course, there are some people that my Realm Defense Alliance absolutely can't tolerate. Yi Xian smiled, and then he turned to the Gu Wu clan patriarch and said, Gu clan patriarch, since Elder Mo has spoken openly, then I won't say anything more. Gu clan patriarch and the other elders, please make the decision. The Gu Wu clan patriarch glanced at Yi Xian, and then she looked at Mo Xiao and said, Elder Mo, where exactly is this treasure you speak of? Mo Xiao smiled and said, South Mountain. It was originally the property of my Realm Defense Alliance, and there is a jade-grade spirit vein beneath it. The Gu Wu clan can go there after they leave. Besides that, the Gu Wu clan's future matters are my Realm Defense Alliance's matters. In the treehouse, all the elders of the Gu Wu clan discussed animatedly. After a short moment, the Gu Wu clan patriarch said in a low voice, is what Elder Mo said true? Mo Xiao smiled and said, of course. However, I have a small condition. When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at Yi Xian and said, this person is a great enemy of my Realm Defense Alliance. Now that he's here, the old man would like to invite everyone to join me in capturing this person. This shouldn't be a problem, right? When she heard Mo Xiao, Wei Yang Tian hurriedly walked over to stand by Yi Xian's side, and she stared fixedly at Mo Xiao with a hostile expression. The Gu Wu clan patriarch had a rather troubled expression when she witnessed this scene. Kill Yi Xian, that represented that he'd truly broken off all relations with the Firmament Sword sect. It wasn't just a break off, it was the type that would become mortal enemies. The atmosphere in the treehouse suddenly became heavy. Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao suddenly said, what? Could it be that Patriarch Gu has other thoughts? The Gu Wu clan patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy. She naturally understood that Mo Xiao wanted her to make a stand. If one wanted to obtain benefits, then one naturally had to pay a price. After a short moment of silence, an elder of the Gu Wu clan spoke abruptly, "Patriarch, make a decision." The other elders of the Gu Wu clan nodded successively. Obviously, they'd come to an extremely tacit decision. A short moment later, the Gu Wu clan patriarch gazed at Wei Yangtian, who stood by Yixian's side. "Come here." Wei Yangtian shook her head, and she just grabbed tightly onto Yixian. Even though she was young, she actually understood the current situation. Just like that, around a short moment later, the Gu Wu clan patriarch suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Don't harm that little girl. She's extremely useful to my Gu Wu clan." As soon as he finished speaking, a few elders of the Gu Wu clan suddenly appeared behind Yixian. All of them were true Imperial Realm experts. Obviously, they'd already made their decision. Mo Shou instantly started laughing when he heard the Gu Wu clan patriarch, and then he gazed at Yixian. "See that, Yixian? So long as my Realm Defense Alliance is willing, then any power in the firmament world is willing to become our ally." As he spoke, he gazed at the nearby Gu Wu clan patriarch. "Patriarch Gu, thank you for your trouble." The Gu clan patriarch glanced at Yixian. "Compared to the Firmament Sword sect, I'm more willing to stand on the Realm Defense Alliance's side." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly spoke softly, "Patriarch Gu, you have to consider it carefully." The Gu clan patriarch's expression gradually turned icy cold. "I've already considered it very clearly." "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, over 10 formidable auras suddenly enveloped Yixian. Yixian grinned, and then he turned around and bowed slightly towards the area outside the treehouse. "Senior, I'm right. A dead person is like an extinguished lamp. Your ring isn't of any use at all." As soon as Yixian finished speaking, a woman in a red dress walked in slowly from outside the treehouse. "P.S. During the new year, there's 3 updates every day. Hurry up and praise me, quickly, praise me. Praise me for being handsome." In fact, the woman in red didn't want to come to the ancient Wu clan. However, Yixian had strongly urged her to stay because he was afraid that things would change. His worry was not wrong. After the woman in red appeared, the expressions of the ancient Wu clan members changed. Because there was a portrait on the wall of the treehouse, and this portrait was the appearance of the woman in red. The ancient Wu clan patriarch looked at the woman in red in horror. "You." The woman in red raised her hand and pressed down. Bang! A powerful pressure directly enveloped the ancient Wu clan patriarch, and in an instant, the latter directly knelt down. In the treehouse, the expressions of the other ancient Wu clan elders changed greatly, and some of them were actually about to attack. At this moment, the ancient Wu clan patriarch suddenly said angrily, "Stop." Everyone looked at the ancient Wu clan patriarch, and the latter bowed deeply to the woman in red. "Greetings, ancestor." Ancestor. In the treehouse, everyone was dumbstruck. Mo Shou also had a look of disbelief on his face. The woman in red walked to the ancient Wu clan patriarch, and she looked down at the ancient Wu clan patriarch. "You are so blind, how did you become the patriarch of the ancient Wu clan?" The ancient Wu clan patriarch bowed his head slightly, and didn't dare to speak. The woman in red glanced at everyone in the treehouse. "Is a so-called treasure land so important? Does the ancient Wu clan need charity from others? Why, after so many years, has the ancient Wu clan become more and more spineless?" In the treehouse, no one else dared to answer. Mo Shou suddenly said, "Your Excellency, my Realm Defense Alliance is not charity, At this moment, the woman in red suddenly waved her right hand. Bang! Mo Shou, who was still speaking, was directly blasted away. 300 m away from the treehouse, Mo Shou stared at the treehouse in horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Get lost." At this moment, the voice of the woman in red came from the treehouse. In his original place, Mo Shou's expression fluctuated. Finally, he coldly glanced at the treehouse, then turned around and disappeared from where he stood. Within the treehouse, the woman in the red dress held Wei Yangtian's hand as she glanced coldly at the crowd. "From this moment onward, this girl is the clan leader of the Gu Wu clan. Do any of you have any objections?" The leader of the Gu Wu clan lowered his head slightly, not daring to speak. At this moment, an ancient Wu clan elder suddenly said, "Ancestor, there's something I don't understand. Why should we reject the goodwill of the Realm Defense Alliance?" The woman in the red dress pointed at Yixian. "Do you see him?" Yixian was stunned. "Does it have anything to do with me?" the elder glanced at Yixian. What does the ancestor mean? The woman in the red dress said indifferently, can't you see his potential? The elder hesitated, then said, he is indeed monstrous, but the realm defense alliance is strong, it is more advantageous for us, fool. The woman in the red dress suddenly said coldly, can't you look further? He is only 19 years old now, but he can already kill a true defensive realm expert. Give him another 10 years, no, give him another 5 years. In this world, besides some special old monsters, who can be his match? If we give him another 10 years, no one in the firmament world can be his match. Hearing this, Yixian, who was standing next to him, was a little touched. Sir, I didn't know that I was so outstanding in your heart. We had some misunderstandings before. Well, let's get to know each other again. My name is Yixian. How should I address you? The woman in the red dress glanced coldly at Yixian, scram. Yixian, the woman in the red dress ignored Yixian, then looked at the Guwu clan leader who was still kneeling in front of her. Temporary benefits, but long-term benefits? After me, to what extent has the Guwu clan declined? The Guwu clan leader bowed his head even lower. This junior is useless, I have shamed the ancestors. The woman in the red dress said coldly, from now on, this girl is the Guwu clan leader. Help her well, and you will all benefit in the future. The Guwu clan leader quickly said, yes, ancestor. The woman in the red dress looked at Yixian, come with me. With that, she walked outside. Wei Yangtian quickly pulled her back, and the woman in the red dress smiled, come with me. With that, she pulled Wei Yangtian out of the treehouse. Yixian hurried to follow him. In the treehouse, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. Outside the treehouse, the woman in the red dress glanced at Yixian. She doesn't have any trusted followers in the Guwu clan, and her current strength is low. Even if she stays in the Guwu clan, she may be a mere figurehead and become a puppet. So, she needs your help. Yixian smiled, Senior, if I get involved, it will only make things more complicated. After all, I'm just an outsider. The woman in the red dress said indifferently, what outsider? You have such a good relationship with this girl, comparable to blood brother and sister. It's only right and proper for you to help her. It's settled. With that, she looked up at the horizon, it's time for me to leave as well. Yixian quickly asked, where are you going, Senior? The woman in the red dress said indifferently, I'm going to settle the old scores. Also, be careful of the Realm Defense Alliance. They're not simple, so you're on your own. With that, she disappeared on the spot. She left on the spot. Wei Yangtian looked up at the horizon, and was about to bow and send her off when a voice suddenly came from the horizon, there's no need to bow. It's enough that the thought is there. Hearing this, Wei Yangtian hesitated, but still bowed. A low sigh resounded from afar. Yixian pulled Wei Yangtian back to the treehouse. At this moment, all the members of the Wu clan were present. Yixian smiled, Patriarch Gu, to be honest, this little girl is a very good seedling. If all of you foster her well, then your Wu clan will definitely prosper in the future. Patriarch Gu glanced at Yixian and didn't speak. Yixian looked at Wei Yangtian, and the latter had a nervous expression. Yixian smiled, don't be nervous. I'll be staying here for a few days. A wisp of a smile instantly arose on Wei Yangtian's face when he heard this. In the following period of time, Yixian stayed at the Wu clan. Besides accompanying Wei Yangtian every single day, he had another mission, and it was to search for Dao laws. Since the god on the second floor had sensed the aura of a Dao law here, then it proved that there was definitely a Dao law here. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single strand of it after searching for a few days. During this period, Yixian had been paying attention to the Wu clan's attitude towards Wei Yangtian. He noticed that the Wu clan was very respectful towards Wei Yangtian because the talent she displayed was truly too terrifying. Now, the entire Wu clan treated her like a treasure. Another 2 days passed, but Yixian still hadn't found the Dao law, and the god on the second floor hadn't sensed the aura of a Dao law as well. Yixian was about to continue his search, but at this moment, the voice transmission stone on him vibrated. It was from Nangong. Something had happened to Xianxia. Nangong had sent news that there was no news from Xianxia on the 4th day after he entered the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Upon receiving this news, Yixian immediately went to look for Wei Yangtian. you're leaving? Wei Yangtian grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly. Yi Xian nodded. Something happened to Big Brother's friend. Big Brother has to go take a look. Wei Yangtian lowered her head slightly. Yi Xian was about to speak when Wei Yangtian suddenly let go and said softly, Big Brother, be careful. Yi Xian rubbed Wei Yangtian's little head and smiled. He rubbed Wei Yangtian's little head and said with a smile, cultivate well here. If you have any problems, send me a voice transmission anytime. Wei Yangtian smiled, all right. Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and vanished on his sword. Wei Yangtian looked at the sky and didn't leave for a long time. If a person was helped in their most difficult time, it would be remembered for a lifetime. After Yi Xian left the Wu clan, he headed straight for the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Meanwhile, Nangong was rushing to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range as well. On the way, Yi Xian's expression was rather solemn. At this moment, he realized that if the Realm Defense Alliance was willing to make friends with these powers and gave them a certain amount of compensation, these powers basically wouldn't refuse. Just like the Wu clan. If it wasn't for the woman in red, the Wu clan would have sided with the Realm Defense Alliance, because the overall strength of the Realm Defense Alliance was much stronger than the Pale Sword sect. Now that something had happened to Xianxia, the entire 10,000 Beast Mountain Range had probably chosen a side. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian immediately notified the sect. However, he received no response. Even so, Yi Xian still rushed to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Actually, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was separated from humans by the demon race. As for the true strength of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, it had always been a mystery, just like the Mystic Gate. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range on his sword. The entire mountain range stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. When he entered the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Yi Xian saw many warnings, and all of them stated that humans were prohibited from entering. Obviously, this 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was not very friendly to humans. Yi Xian sped up and soon arrived at the depths of the mountain range. When he arrived at the entrance of a canyon, a tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. Law-controlling realm expert, the middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian cupped his fists. Pale Sword sect, Yi Xian. Yi Xian, hearing Yi Xian's name, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. You're that Yi Xian that the Realm Defense Alliance has issued a warrant for? Yi Xian nodded. The middle-aged man said lightly, what are you doing in my 10,000 Beast Mountain Range? Yi Xian said, a few days ago, a disciple of my Pale Sword sect came to pay a visit to the Beast King, but he still hasn't left the mountain range, and there's no news of him. I came here to look for him. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian. He spoke rudely and has been imprisoned by the Beast King. If your Pale Sword sect wants him, then pay 10 billion top-grade spirit stones to ransom him. Yi Xian's face instantly fell when he heard this. Obviously, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range had chosen to stand on the side of the Realm Defense Alliance. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said, stop right there. Yi Xian stopped moving. The middle-aged man spoke coldly, do you think this is your Pale Sword sect? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yi Xian said with a smile, sir, do you want me to stay here too? The middle-aged man smiled, you're right. Will you stay obediently, or should I? Right at this moment, Yi Xian turned around and swung his sword. Hiss, the middle-aged man's head flew into the air before he could even react. How dare you? Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the gorge in the distance, and then strands of terrifying pressure suddenly smashed down from the sky. Yi Xian turned around and fled. After Yi Xian entered a dense forest, his presence disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a bearded man appeared where Yi Xian had been standing. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the bearded man's face darkened. He glanced coldly at the surroundings. Damned human. As soon as his voice fell, he stomped his right foot. Boom, the earth shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Yi Xian did not leave the 1000 Beast Mountain Range, but continued to go deeper in. But the him now was not going in openly, but sneaking in. With the chaotic chi, even a true imperial law state practitioner would not be able to detect him. About 2 hours later, Xian came to the depths of the Thousand Beast Mountain Range, and in the depths of this vast mountain range, there was a city, Thousand Beast City. This city was huge, even bigger than Sky Cloud City. It should be said that this city was the biggest city in the Azure Firmament world. Just the city walls alone were a good few hundred feet high. Standing under the city walls, a person would be as tiny as an ant. But this was normal, because this city was not for humans, but for demonic beasts. Xian sneaked into the city. There were very few buildings in the city, and it was very spacious. In this city, he saw all kinds of demonic beasts, some of them in human form, and some of them, still in their original forms. Secretly, Xian was in a dilemma. This city was so huge, if he were to search like this, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Sound transmission stone. Xian thought of the sound transmission stone, but very quickly, he rejected the idea. The demon race would not be so stupid. Since they had imprisoned Xianxia, they would definitely search him for his belongings. After a moment of silence, Xian thought about it, and then went out of the city. In the next moment, a sword suddenly slashed on the walls of the Thousand Beast City. Boom, a corner of the city wall cracked, and the entire Thousand Beast City was shocked. Enemy attack, countless demonic beasts rushed up the city wall. At the foot of the city walls, Xian stood quietly, the long sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. I am the Blue Sword Sec Xian. I have come here today to seek some guidance from the younger generation of the Thousand Beast City. Under the augmentation of his celestial chi, his voice boomed out like thunder, and half of the Thousand Beast City heard it. Challenging the younger generation of the Thousand Beast City, on the city wall, countless demonic beasts roared in unison. Soon, a demonic beast charged towards Xian. Below, Xian was expressionless as he raised his sword and slashed down. Boom! Before the demonic beast could even get close to Xian, it was directly blasted away by the force of Xian's sword strike. Outside the city walls, Xian said coldly, "Too weak. Show me something powerful." On the city walls, another demonic beast charged down. But just like before the demonic beast could even get close to Xian, it was blasted away by the force of Xian's sword strike. Just like that, after more than 10 demonic beasts were blasted away, the demonic beasts on the city walls did not come down anymore. Before the city gates, Xian was expressionless. Why, are there no more demonic beasts in the Thousand Beast Mountain Range? Right at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. In next to no time, a violent lion that emanated a dark glow suddenly charged out from within the city. This violent lion was enormous like a hill, and every single time it ran, the ground would tremble violently. When it was still several dozen feet away from Xian, the ground around Xian began to crack inch by inch. Xian's face was expressionless as he charged forward, and slashed down with his sword. Boom! Under the gazes of countless people, the wild lion retreated rapidly, and this retreat was no less than 200 feet, and when it stopped, its entire head split open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. This lion was at least of the Dharma controlling realm, and the strength of its physique was imaginable. Unfortunately, Xian's sword was even sharper. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. The lion stared at Xian, its eyes filled with ferocity. It was about to attack again when a voice suddenly rang out from the city, "Stand down." As the voice fell, a burly man with a curly beard appeared in front of Xian. Dharma controlling realm. The burly man looked coldly at Xian. "You are Xian?" Xian said indifferently, "That's me." The burly man said coldly, "You want to challenge my demon race?" Xian grinned, "Can't I?" The curly-bearded man nodded, "Yes, of course you can. Since you want to challenge, then my monster race will play with you. Let my monster race see just how strong someone who can make the Realm Defense Alliance suffer a loss is." As his voice fell, he had already appeared on the city wall, and at this moment, a shadow suddenly shot out from the city. The speed of this afterimage was extremely fast. Everywhere it passed, the air would simply rupture, and even space itself would tremble. That was pure physical strength. Xian did not underestimate his opponent. He took a step forward, and stabbed down with his sword. One sword to decide life and death. This sword was also imbued with the evil will sword intent. At this moment, a fist landed on the tip of Xian's sword. Boom, an explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. Then, the two figures retreated rapidly. Yixian retreated a full 30 feet, and 60 feet in front of him stood a man. This man was burly, and his muscles were bulging, filled with explosive strength. The man glanced coldly at Yixian, and in the next moment, he stomped his right foot on the ground. The ground beneath Yixian's feet instantly cracked, and a wave of energy rushed towards Yixian. Yixian stabbed his sword into the ground. Boom, beneath the ground, that wave of energy shattered, and countless gravel flew in all directions. At this time, the man had already appeared in front of Yixian, and he punched directly at Yixian's head. This punch caused the space in its path to distort. Yixian frowned, and in the next moment, he dodged to the side, and at the same time, he twisted his wrist, and the sword in his hand slashed directly at the man's abdomen. Bang! With this slash, Yixian felt as if his sword had struck a piece of dark iron, and his entire arm went violently numb. Shit, Yixian was shocked in his heart. He tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and his figure floated backwards. Unfortunately, it was still slightly too late, and the man's fist had already smashed against his chest. Bang! Yixian's body arched as he flew over 100 m away. Yixian had just stopped when the man suddenly leaped up and arrived above Yixian's head, and then he smashed his fist down. It wasn't a martial technique, and it was just pure physical strength. A wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of Yixian's mouth, and then he stomped his right foot on the ground and vanished. A 30 kill. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, the man's figure retreated to the spot he stood on, and there was a sword stuck in his fist. The man had just stopped when a sword suddenly slashed out from the sword chest on Yixian's back. The sword was like a bolt of lightning. No, it was even faster than lightning. The man hadn't even reacted when the sword pierced through his shoulder, and the formidable force contained within the sword caused the man to retreat explosively over and over again until he reached the side of a wall. I've lost. The curly-bearded man's face instantly sank when he witnessed this scene. Below the wall, Yixian gestured with his right hand, and the two swords flew back to him. He raised his head to look at the curly-bearded man and said, "Next. Take the next one." After a moment of silence, countless demon beasts roared furiously from above the wall. These demon beasts glared angrily at Yixian, and all of them revealed ferocious gazes as if they intended to swallow him up. However, no demon beasts descended, nor did they besiege him. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. In the demon race, the strong were respected, and a one-on-one battle was a one-on-one battle. The curly-bearded man stared coldly at Yixian and said, "As you said." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and looked towards the depths of the city. "Come out." As soon as the curly-bearded man's voice resounded, a figure suddenly shot into the sky from within the city. In the next moment, this figure shot explosively towards Yixian. Its speed was so swift that it was comparable to Yixian's flying sword from before. Yixian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then a strand of formidable sword aura swept out from within him. The Sword Emperor's aura. This Sword Emperor's aura surged completely into the sword in Yixian's hand. Moreover, the sword in his hand had practically instantly turned pitch black, evil sword intent. Yixian stabbed upwards from below. A sword howl resounded through the sky. Meanwhile, a fist smashed onto the tip of Yixian's sword. Bang! The ground beneath Yixian's feet collapsed, and the sword in Yixian's hand actually started to bend. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly flew out from behind Yixian. The man's expression changed drastically in midair, and he hurriedly withdrew his fist before pressing his palms together. This action actually forcefully stopped Yixian's sword, but right at this moment, a sword suddenly stabbed into the man's chest. It wasn't deep, and it was only around half an inch deep. Void flash, the surroundings quietened down. On the city wall, the curly-bearded man's expression was extremely gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Below, the man above Yixian's head had retreated over 30 m away, and then Yixian waved his right hand, causing the two swords to fly back to him. The man glanced at Yixian. "Your sword is very fast." Yixian said, "Your strength is very strong." Physical strength. This man's physical strength was truly formidable. Needless to say, he couldn't underestimate anyone in the world. Even though he already had the ability to kill true Imperial Magic Realm experts, the firmament world was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Amongst the younger generation, there were many who could similarly kill true Imperial Magic Realm experts, There was always someone stronger in the world. The man glanced at Xian and didn't say anything else. He bowed deeply to the curly-bearded man on the city wall. I'm sorry. The curly-bearded man was expressionless. You should be sorry to yourself. The man fell silent. The curly-bearded man waved his hand. From today onwards, your cultivation will be doubled. The man smiled bitterly. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he stopped again and glanced at Xian. My name is Zhang Yuan. In the future, I will personally go to the Firmament Sword sect to challenge you. After he finished speaking, he entered the city. Outside the city wall, Xian looked up at the curly-bearded man. Is there anyone else? The curly-bearded man stared at Xian. What exactly do you want to do? Xian said indifferently. Previously, a disciple of my Firmament Sword sect came to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, but now, there's no news of him. I believe that your demon race must know his whereabouts, right? The curly-bearded man stared at Xian coldly. What if I say I don't know? Xian grinned. He pointed his sword at the curly-bearded man. Come on, continue to call people out. Don't tell me that your demon race has no one in the younger generation. The curly-bearded man stared at Xian. I think you want to die. Xian smiled. Even the Realm Defense Alliance doesn't dare to kill me personally. Do your demon race dare? Why wouldn't I dare? At this moment, in the distant city, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, a giant hand suddenly stretched out from the space above Xian's head. The next moment, this giant hand directly fell towards Xian. Xian narrowed his eyes and was about to summon the prison pagoda, but at this moment, end of this chapter, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Xian. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 30s, dressed in a grey robe, with a long sword sheathed at his waist. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was placed before his chest, holding a black stone in his hand. The middle-aged man glanced at the giant hand above his head, and in the next moment, the sword at his waist suddenly flew out. The skies. Chi, with a tearing sound, the giant hand above Xian's head was split into two. So powerful, Xian's heart skipped a beat. This man's sword might be the strongest he had seen so far, besides the mysterious woman, although the man had only struck once, but that one strike had given him a feeling. Powerful, very powerful. The middle-aged man glanced at the Thousand Beast City. When the younger generation can't win, the old ones step in. Don't you think it's embarrassing? As his voice fell, the middle-aged man's left hand pointed lightly. Swoosh, the sword at his waist suddenly flew out, extremely fast, and in an instant, it struck the Thousand Beast City's walls not far away. Chi, the sword fell, and the hundreds of feet tall city wall was slashed to the bottom by the sword, leaving a huge gap in the wall. Insolence! An angry roar suddenly rang out from within the Thousand Beast City. Very soon, a figure suddenly flew out from the depths of the city, and in the next moment, an old man appeared before the middle-aged man. It was an old man. The old man had a pair of long black horns on his head. The old man was about to strike when the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Go back." As his voice fell, his left hand's fingers drew a line in front of him. The sword struck. In the distance, the old man's face changed, and he threw out a punch. Boom! In the air, the space shook violently, and the old man flew out, flying straight back into the Thousand Beast City. The middle-aged man looked coldly at the Thousand Beast City. A bunch of trash. The young won't do, the old won't do. As his voice fell, he suddenly pointed his fingers forward. Boom! In the distance, the gates of the Thousand Beast City crumbled. At that moment, countless powerful exponents suddenly shot up from various parts of the Thousand Beast Mountain range, and rushed towards the Thousand Beast Mountain range. All of them were true Imperial Law Realm exponents. In the air, the middle-aged man looked around coldly. Demon Clan, any demons come out to fight? Allow me. Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the north, and then a 300 long WYRM flashed through the sky and smashed directly towards the middle-aged man. His powerful physical strength caused the space in his path to distort. The momentum was terrifying. The middle-aged man took a step forward and placed the fingers of his left hand between his eyebrows. A sword quietly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, the sword flew out like a bolt of lightning. As the sword flew out, it grew larger and larger. When it arrived in front of the flood dragon, it was already 1,000 feet long. The middle-aged man suddenly pointed his finger forward. Kill. Boom, in the distance, the flood dragon's body was directly split into two by the sword, and blood poured down from the sky like a waterfall. The air suddenly became quiet. After a moment of silence, over a dozen powerful auras appeared around Xian and the middle-aged man. The weakest was at the true defensive Dharma realm. The middle-aged man was expressionless. The sword in the distance flew back to him and floated there quietly. The middle-aged man swept his eyes around. The older generation of the monster race is just like this? Impudent. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from behind the middle-aged man, and at this moment, from the Thousand Beast City in the distance, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop. The voice was like a great bell, deafening. Below, Xian trembled, and his head felt dizzy. He quickly displayed his sword intent to protect himself. The middle-aged man looked into the distant city. Inside the city, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly walked out. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled slightly. Xianxia, long time no see. Xianxia, hearing these two words, the faces of the surrounding monster race experts changed. Practically all the experts of the older generation knew of these two words. Because these two words had shaken the entire firmament world all those years ago, Xianxia. That year, the first in the Azure world's martial role, the only time the celestial sect did not get the first place was because of this person. In that era, even the peerless genius of the celestial sect was suppressed by Xianxia of the Azure Sword sect, and Xianxia was also the person that the Realm Defense Alliance feared the most. In the air, Xianxia looked coldly at the white-robed middle-aged man. Beast King, let's exchange a few moves. The Beast King shook his head and smiled. If you and I fight, without 10 days and 10 nights, we won't be able to determine the winner. There's no point in fighting. Xianxia said softly, then let him go. The Beast King smiled. Xianxia, be honest, does your Azure Sword sect really want to fight to the death with the Realm Defense Alliance? Xianxia was expressionless. It's the Realm Defense Alliance that cannot tolerate my Azure Sword sect, isn't it? The Beast King shook his head and pointed to Xian not far away. The one that the Realm Defense Alliance is really afraid of is this person. If your Azure Sword sect hands him over, won't this matter be over? At least for the time being. Isn't that right? Below, Xian faced the Beast King. Senior, can I say a few words? The Beast King looked at Xian and said with a smile, of course, why not? Xian smiled and said, if the Realm Defense Alliance has taken a liking to Senior's wife, in order not to anger the Realm Defense Alliance, wouldn't you have to offer your wife to the Realm Defense Alliance with both hands? The Beast King's eyes narrowed and his right hand slowly clenched. At this time, Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior Beast King, do you know about dignity and backbone? If we live without dignity and backbone, wouldn't we be worse than a dog? In the air, Xianxia glanced at Xian and did not say a word. The Beast King laughed lightly. You do have a backbone, to dare to challenge my 1,000 Beast City alone, but do you really understand the Realm Defense Alliance? When your Azure Sword sect was at its peak, when your Azure Sword Master was still around, you were not able to destroy the Realm Defense Alliance. What more now? Xian suddenly said, there's nothing in this world that is difficult for those who set their minds to it. As long as I, Xian, do not die, sooner or later, I will wipe out the Realm Defense Alliance. To Xian, he and the Realm Defense Alliance were irreconcilable enemies. It did not matter if he could wipe out the Realm Defense Alliance, but he must show it. Anyway, there was nothing to lose even if he boasted. The Beast King gave a thumbs up to Xian. You're amazing, very amazing. Let me wait and see. As he said that, he glanced at Xianxia and said with a smile, since you've come out personally, this face must be given. Release him. Following the Beast King's order, Xianxia was quickly brought out. However, when they saw Xianxia, Xian and Xianxia's faces immediately darkened. Because at this moment, Xiangyu's aura was weak. Not only was his aura weak, his dantian was shattered and both his arms were severed. Seeing this scene, Xianxia turned to look at the Beast King. The Beast King smiled and said, if you want the Xian beside you to stay behind and end up like him, then feel free to make your move. Xianxia's face was terrifyingly cold, but the Beast King just laughed and turned to leave. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, do it. Hearing that, the Beast King stopped in his tracks. Everyone turned to look at Yixian, including Xianxia, who was also looking at Yixian. Yixian's right hand gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "Eldest uncle, do it. As for me, don't worry. Even the Realm Defense Alliance cannot kill me, what more a demon?" Xianxia looked at Yixian. "You have the ability to protect yourself?" Yixian nodded. "Yes." Xianxia nodded slightly. He turned to look at the Beast King not far away. "You crippled one of my Pale Sword sect's younger generation, I will kill 100 of your demons' younger generation. No, I will wipe out the entire younger generation of your demon race." As his voice fell, he turned into a flash of sword light and rushed into the Thousand Beast City. Seeing this scene, the Beast King's face changed. "Insolent." As his voice fell, he rushed towards Xianxia. But Xianxia did not fight him. His target was the younger generation of the demon race. At this moment, the Beast King was a little flustered. He seemed to have thought of something and he suddenly roared, "Get rid of that Yixian." Soon, more than 10 powerful auras from all directions rushed towards Yixian. In his original position, Yixian was expressionless, not moving nor escaping. P.S. To be honest, during the New Year period, there are not many people who can maintain 3 chapters. For someone so hard-working like me, don't you have anything to say? Just a little something will do. Yixian stood there quietly. "Second floor god, are you going to make a move or not?" "No." "You're really not coming out?" "I'm not." "Fine, we break off our friendship." "Break off our friendship then." Unable to get the second floor god to help, Yixian had no choice but to take out the prison pagoda. Just as he was about to activate the prison pagoda, the second floor god suddenly said angrily, "Don't activate it." Yixian said angrily, "If you don't activate it, are you waiting for death?" "That's right, don't activate it." "I'm going to die." "You can't activate it even if you die." "I don't care." "No." Yixian was about to speak, but at this moment, a voice that Yixian had never heard before resounded in the prison pagoda, "Let him activate it." Hearing this voice, Yixian was stunned. Who the hell was this? Which floor was it from? Yixian did not have time to think so much, because the pressure from the surrounding experts had arrived. Just as he was about to activate the prison pagoda, his body suddenly stiffened. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blue. Possessed, at this moment, Yixian felt that he was no longer in control of his body, but he could clearly feel everything, including the second floor god. At this moment, the second floor god was very angry, very angry. Yixian coldly glanced around. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed down lightly. Boom, the entire sky suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the aura of the demon experts disappeared without a trace. Yixian coldly glanced around. At this moment, from the north, a huge fist flew across the sky, heading straight for him. Yixian bent his right hand into a claw and grabbed the air. Boom, the gigantic fist shattered with a loud bang, then, Yixian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream resounded from the horizon. A great demon slowly fell from the sky, and Yixian actually opened his mouth and ate it. Within his body, Yixian's main body vomited. "Guru on the second floor, don't F***king eat that. Use your main body to eat it." "Damn, I'm so disgusted. Hurry up and stop." Although it was the Almighty on the second floor who was eating, it was his body. He could clearly feel that feeling. He was F***king eating them alive. The great god on the second floor didn't even bother about Yixian. In just a short while, a true tier great demon was eaten alive. At this moment, all the demon clan experts were dumbfounded. When did Yixian become so powerful? In the distance, the Beast King in the city also noticed this scene. He looked at Yixian in disbelief. How is this possible? At that moment, within the Thousand Beast City, screams and wails rang out incessantly. Hearing this, the Beast King's face changed. He roared in anger. "Xianxia!" As his voice fell, he rushed towards the city. At this moment, Xianxia was in the city slaughtering the younger generation of the demon clan. Not a single one was spared. On the other side, Xian did not stop after eating the great demon alive. Instead, he looked around coldly. Low-level demon beasts. As his voice fell, he rushed towards the right. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had teleported thousands of feet away. When he arrived in front of one of the great demons, the latter didn't even have time to react and was sent flying by his claw. Just as Xian was about to continue attacking, the prison pagoda suddenly shook violently. Xian stopped. After a moment of silence, Xian slowly closed his eyes. The great god on the second floor had returned to the pagoda. What's going on? Xian hurriedly asked. The prison pagoda just now had made him a little flustered. After a moment of silence, the great god on the second floor suddenly said angrily, "You idiot." Xian's face was full of black lines. "Can't you speak properly?" The great god on the second floor said angrily, "The seal is about to be lifted." Xian was stunned. Then he hurriedly asked, "Which floor?" "All of them." The great god on the second floor almost roared. "All of them." Xian froze in the air. This prison pagoda had a total of 9 floors. Now only 3 were open. That meant there were 6 more. If all 6 layers of the seal were loosened, then those fellows inside would all come out. Xian didn't dare to think about it, because those imprisoned here were basically not good people, including this great god on the second floor. None of them were good people. In the past, there was the mysterious woman to suppress them. Now, who would suppress them? Xian hesitated. Then he said, "Why don't we throw the pagoda away?" The great god on the second floor said coldly, "Can you throw it away?" Xian realized that he really couldn't throw it away. This prison pagoda was almost one with him now. "Wait for that woman to come back," the great god on the second floor suddenly said. Xian said in a low voice, "Can we find the Dao Law?" "No." The great god on the second floor said coldly, "You have activated this pagoda time and time again. This pagoda is already seriously injured. Now that it is injured, the importance of the Dao Law has become extremely small. If she doesn't come back in half a year, you can wait for death. Wait for death, wait for death, wait for death, wait for death, wait for death." Xian hesitated. Then he said, "Great god on the second floor, isn't it good for you to lift the seal?" The second floor was silent. Xian was about to ask. At this time, the great god on the second floor suddenly said angrily, "None of your business." Actually, Xian didn't know what the great god on the second floor was afraid of. She wasn't afraid of this pagoda, nor afraid of those imprisoned in the pagoda. She was afraid of that mysterious woman. She was the first one to wake up and the only one who had a lot of contact with the mysterious woman. She knew more than Xian how terrifying the mysterious woman was. She was also more aware of Xian's position in the mysterious woman's heart. Those imprisoned in the pagoda didn't know that if anything happened to Xian, that woman would go crazy, and once that woman went crazy, not only would all the imprisoned in the pagoda be finished, even the whole world would be finished. Moreover, most importantly, the mysterious woman had done her a favor. This was also the reason why she didn't like Xian but still wanted to attack him. Xian also knew that the great god on the second floor didn't like him, so he immediately asked, "Great god on the second floor, is there some misunderstanding between us? I think I'm quite a good person. Why don't you like me?" The great god on the second floor said coldly, "Think about it yourself." Xian's face was full of black lines. "Think about it, my ass." Ignoring the great god on the second floor, Xian collected his thoughts. At this moment, there were still many great demons of the demon race looking at him. Obviously, those great demons didn't know that the great god on the second floor had returned to the pagoda. In the air, Xian put his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. "Demon race, are there any great demons who want to fight with me?" The demon race experts around him had a look of fear on their faces. No one dared to make a move. Just now, Xian had killed a great demon of the true Imperial Dharma realm in a second. That was an instant kill, and he had eaten it alive. Towards the current Xian, no one was not afraid. In the air, Xian suddenly shouted angrily, "Why, is there no one from the demon race? No one actually wants to fight with me?" At this moment, the curly-bearded burly man on the city wall appeared in front of Xian. This person was also a demon king of the demon race, and his strength was also at the true imperial Dharma realm. The curly-bearded burly man stared at Yi Xian. You are not Yi Xian. Yi Xian was expressionless. Then who am I? The curly-bearded burly man looked at Yi Xian for a long time, and finally, his right hand slowly clenched. Seeing that the curly-bearded burly man was about to make a move, Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly said, "Fine, since you want to chat, then I will chat with you." The main body, hearing this, the curly-bearded burly man frowned. You really aren't Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, then do you know who I am? The curly-bearded burly man glanced at Yi Xian. Who the hell are you? Yi Xian smiled, and as if he thought of something, he quickly asked in his heart, Great God on the second floor, how do I address you? The second floor was silent. Yi Xian shook his head, and just as he was about to bluff, the second floor suddenly said, the Lord of the Illusory Demon Realm, Illusory Raccoon. Illusory Demon Realm? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he turned to the curly-bearded burly man not far away. This lord is the Lord of the Illusory Demon Realm. Illusory Demon Realm? The curly-bearded burly man frowned deeply. Never heard of it. As he said that, his expression suddenly changed. You are not from the green firmament world. Yi Xian was just about to say something, and at that moment, the cry of a sword suddenly sounded from the thousand-beast city in the distance. Very quickly, a city wall was cut down by a sword, and it began to crumble inch by inch. The curly-bearded burly man suddenly turned his head, his hands clenched tightly, but he did not dare to make a move. A battle of that level was not something he could participate in. At that moment, within the thousand-beast city, countless sword lights flashed, and everywhere the sword lights passed, it turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelid twitched. Was the city going to be destroyed? Inside the city, a roar suddenly sounded, and very soon, a destructive power suddenly shot up from the city, straight towards Xianxia. In the sky, Xianxia was expressionless, his left hand pointed downwards. Swoosh, a ray of sword light slashed down, and the power was instantly shattered, but Xianxia did not stop. His left hand slashed diagonally to the right, and a ray of sword light cut across the sky. Swoosh, one side of the city wall was instantly split open, and within the city, countless screams rang out. So powerful, Yi Xian was extremely excited. This eldest uncle's battle prowess was terrifying. In the sky above the thousand-beast city, Xianxia stood quietly, his left hand pointed, and at the tip of his finger, there was a ray of sword light. Not far from him was the Beast King. At that moment, the Beast King's face was extremely ugly, extremely ugly. The younger generation of the thousand-beast city had been almost completely slaughtered. If such a powerful exponent targeted the younger generation, there was no way to stop it, and the person in front of him was not just any ordinary exponent. In the Green Heavens world, there was an unwritten rule that the older generation could not target the younger generation. At that moment, the Beast King was feeling a little regretting listening to the Realm Defense Alliance and crippling Xianxia. But, he really did not think that Xianxia would come out, and Xianxia, obviously, had no intention of stopping. He glanced at Yi Xian not far away. Seeing that Yi Xian was unharmed, he then turned to look at the Beast King not far away. Today, I will destroy your thousand-beast city. As his voice fell, he was about to strike, but at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Xianxia. The man was the Realm Defense Alliance's Supreme Lord Lu. Realm Guard Alliance Supreme Lord Lu. Supreme Lord Lu glanced at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I never thought that you would come back after disappearing for so many years. Are you here to be buried with the Pale Sword Sect? Xianxia glanced at Supreme Lord Lu. Destroy my Pale Sword Sect? Your Realm Guard Alliance? Old Man Lu, there is still the corpse of the previous Supreme Lord hanging at the foot of my Pale Sword Sect's mountain. But don't worry, sooner or later, your corpse will also be hanging there. Supreme Lord Lu was not angry. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Let's see whether my corpse will be hanging at the foot of your Pale Sword Sect's mountain, or the bodies of everyone in your Pale Sword Sect will be hanging at the foot of my Realm Guard mountain. Xianxia sheathed his sword. Then let's wait and see. After saying that, he grabbed the unconscious Xianxia and looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded and seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Beast King not far away. Beast King, for the sake of the Realm Guard Alliance, your demon race's younger generation has almost died, and even half of the city has been destroyed. Let me ask you, did you suffer a loss? Haha. After saying that, he turned and flew into the sky on his sword. Soon, Yixian and Xianxia disappeared into the horizon. In the sky above the thousand-beast city, the Beast King's face was gloomy and grim. Loss, this time it was a loss, and a loss of blood. At this moment, Supreme Lord Lu suddenly said, Beast King, in the future when the Pale Sword sect is destroyed, a third of their assets will belong to your demon race. Hearing this, the Beast King's face eased a little as he looked at Supreme Lord Lu. When will you make your move? Supreme Lord Lu smiled, soon. Once the matter in Green State is over, we will make our move immediately. The Beast King asked in a low voice, how confident are you? Supreme Lord Lu's mouth curled up, 70 to 80%. The Beast King thought for a moment and said, Xianxia and Yixian aren't simple at all. Especially that young man Yixian. He's extremely mysterious. Lord Lu said softly, don't worry, his confidence comes from that mysterious woman. As for that mysterious woman, someone will deal with her in the future. The Beast King nodded and did not say anything more. He glanced down at the thousand-beast city below and his face darkened once again. This time, the demons had suffered a great loss. When they were about 10 miles away from the Sword sect, Xianxia suddenly stopped and handed Xianyu to Yixian. Take him back. Yixian was stunned. Eldest martial uncle, you're not going back? Xianxia glanced in the direction of Azure Sword sect and shook his head, I don't want to go back. As he spoke, he glanced at Yixian. If there's nothing else, try not to leave the sect. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yixian shrugged his shoulders and brought Xianyu back to Azure Sword sect. In the Azure Sword Hall, Chen Beihan looked at Xianyu for a long time. In the end, he looked at the old man beside him. Is there a way to cure him? The old man walked up to Xianyu and looked at him carefully before he nodded. His dantian is broken and he needs spiritual items to recover. The price is not small. Chen Beihan nodded. Cure him at all costs. The old man nodded. Understood. With that, he left the hall with Xianyu. Chen Beihan looked at Yixian. What are your thoughts on this trip? Yixian thought for a moment and said, our Azure Sword sect is in a bad situation. Chen Beihan smiled. Anything else? Yixian shook his head. Nothing else. He turned to Chen Beihan. Sovereign, forgive me for being blunt. Based on the current situation, our Azure Sword sect has no chance of winning. Especially those forces in the Azure Firmament world. Most of them will stand on the Realm Protection Alliance's side. As for us, we have no hope. Chen Beihan smiled. You still haven't looked far enough. Yixian said, Sovereign, please enlighten us. Chen Beihan smiled. In the Azure Firmament world, on the surface, the Realm Protection Alliance is the strongest. But below that, there are other strong forces. These forces have deep foundations that even the Realm Protection Alliance fears. For example, the Profound Gate. Yixian said in a low voice. They will deal with the Realm Protection Alliance? Chen Beihan smiled, they won't deal with the Realm Defense Alliance, but what the Realm Defense Alliance wants to do will seriously affect their interests. Yixian asked. Sovereign, do you know what the Realm Protection Alliance wants to do? Chen Beihan nodded. Do you really think that people like us eat rice for free every day? The Realm Protection Alliance's ambition is not small. He looked at Yixian. You need to make a trip back to Azure Province. Yixian was puzzled. Why? Chen Beihan spoke softly. Even though I don't know what their final objective is to stop the Realm Protection Alliance from obtaining the Origin Heart, it's obvious that everything they're doing is for the sake of the Origin Heart. Presently, the territory of Azure Prefecture is in utter chaos, and blood is flowing everywhere. The Origin Heart should be emerging soon, so you have to obtain it first. Yixian thought for a moment and said, Sect Master, I think that you'll have a better chance if you head there yourself. Chen Beihan shook his head. The Realm Protection Alliance will find out at the first possible moment if we leave the Firmament Sword sect. At that time, the Firmament Sword sect will probably cease to exist by the time we return. As for you, the Realm Protection Alliance won't be able to notice you at all if you sneak out, right? As he spoke, a spurious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Obviously, Yi Xian's ability to conceal his aura hadn't been able to fool Chen Beihan. Yi Xian nodded. Then I'll head back. He had been in the divine central continent for some time, and it was indeed time for him to go back and take a look. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian said, Sect Master, I've seen my eldest martial uncle. Chen Beihan said softly, I know. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. Sect Master, did my eldest martial uncle have a melodramatic fight with you over the position of Sect Master? Chen Beihan glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. It's not what you think. Your eldest martial uncle, this isn't something you should worry about. Previously, I was afraid that the Realm Protection Alliance would target your relatives in Qingzhou, so I sent junior brother Xianxia to Qingzhou to discuss things with him. He isn't someone who holds grudges. Yi Xian's heart warmed when he heard this. He nodded. I understand. With that, he bowed slightly and left the hall. Yi Xian didn't return directly to Qingzhou, but made a meal. Inside Cloudsword Hall, Yi Xian put a piece of lean meat in Yuqi's bowl and grinned. Master, this is delicious. Yuqi glanced at Yi Xian. This time, you went to save Xiangyu, and dared to challenge the younger generation of the demon race in Thousand Beast City alone. The senior brothers are very satisfied with you. When you return, there will be a reward. Reward? Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what reward? Yuqi shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too bad. She paused for a moment, then continued, did you meet your eldest martial uncle? Yi Xian nodded. I did. Master, does eldest martial uncle have a grudge with the sect master? Yuqi shook his head slightly. This matter is rather complicated. He should have been the sect master back then, but unfortunately, forget it, there's no point in telling you these things. Yi Xian, moments later, after Yuqi finished her meal, she flicked her finger and a ray of sword light suddenly entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. This sword qi was given to me by master, but to me, it's useless. You should keep it, it should be of great use. When you return, be careful. With that, she turned and returned to the inner hall. Inside the hall, Yi Xian tidied up and left Cloudsword Hall. He made a table of dishes and sent them to Array Dao Peak. Seeing Yi Xian, the lady in the hall glanced at him, but didn't say a word and continued to embroider her things. Yi Xian chuckled. Senior Aunt Gu, I'll be returning to Qingzhou in a while. The lady nodded slightly, but didn't say a word. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then grinned. My trip will be a little dangerous. The lady glanced at Yi Xian, but still didn't say a word. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He bowed. Take care, Senior Aunt Gu. With that, he turned and was about to leave. At this moment, a black box suddenly flew in front of him. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He quickly caught the box and turned to the lady, Senior Aunt Gu, this is? The lady said plainly, a temporary sword array, keep it for self-defense. Yi Xian quickly said, thank you, Senior Aunt Gu. With that, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. In the hall, the lady shook her head slightly, a faint smile on her lips. After Yi Xian left the Cloudy Sword Hall, he went to the weapon crafting peak. Obviously, everyone there knew him. Along the way, the disciples of the weapon crafting peak greeted him as senior brother. Yi Xian also greeted them back. Soon, Yi Xian came to the belly of weapon forging peak and saw Zhan Tai. Yi Xian quickly bowed. Hello, Senior Aunt Zhan. Zhan Tai said plainly, what's the matter? Yi Xian chuckled. Nothing, I'm just here to see you, Senior Aunt. Zhan Tai was expressionless. If there's nothing, then go. I'm busy. But Yi Xian did not leave. He just stood there. Zhan Tai looked at Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Martial Uncle Zhan, I'll be returning to Azure Prefecture this time to stop the Realm Defense Alliance from obtaining the origin heart of Azure Prefecture. You're aware of this as well. I'm still so young, and I'm still so weak. Once I return, it will be dangerous. Zhan Tai nodded. It's quite dangerous. What should we do? Yi Xian rubbed his hands and smiled. That, Senior Aunt Zhan, you are the best weapon forging master in Azure Firmament World. You must have many treasures. Do you have any good equipment that I can lend to junior nephew? I promise I will return it. Xianxia said plainly, no. Not even a single hair. Xian sighed. Forget it. Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by heaven. Senior Aunt Jean, I will take my leave. Finishing his words, he turned and walked outside. But Xianxia did not have any intention of stopping him. Xian walked very slowly. Very, very slowly. Half a day passed and he did not walk out. Just at this moment, Xian suddenly stopped. He turned to face Xianxia. Senior Aunt Jean, once I return, it will be very dangerous. Are you really not going to think about it? Xianxia shook his head and sighed. How can your skin be so thick? An hour later, Xian left Weapon Forging Peak. In his prison tower, there was an additional flying sword. Added with the graceful sword that Xianxia had custom-made for him, he now had a total of 2 flying swords. Moreover, they were both heaven tier. Now, he was completely unafraid of true defensive magic tier elites. He was elated. Just like that, Xian left the Pale Sword sect contentedly. He didn't go to find Lu Banzwang or Ling Han. Now, he would cause trouble for whoever he went to. However, he didn't immediately return to Azure Province. Instead, he went to an ancient city called Drunken Immortal City. The headquarters of the Drunken Immortal Inn was here. The Drunken Immortal Inn wasn't listed as a super force in the Divine Central Continent, but no one dared to underestimate them. Because they were rich, very, very rich. Once they had a lot of money, it would be very useful. For example, they could invite elites from other realms. The Kuraki Academy had done this before. However, the price was a little high. Ordinary forces couldn't afford it. When Xian arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn, he immediately flashed his black card. Soon, an old man arrived in front of Xian. Xian had seen this man before. It was the 3rd floor master from before. Seeing Xian, the 3rd floor master smiled slightly. Young friend, long time no see. You're already a sword emperor. As he spoke, he paused slightly, and then said, how is your master? Xian smiled. She's fine, she's fine. The mysterious woman was definitely fine. Who would dare to provoke her? The 3rd floor master made an inviting gesture. Young friend, please sit. Xian didn't stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he took a sip of tea, and then said, 3rd floor master, to tell you the truth, I've come this time to sell some things. The 3rd floor master smiled slightly. Naturally, no problem. Xian nodded, and then took out everything in one go. A huge pile. These were his spoils of war. Other than the few heaven-ranked treasures, the rest were useless to him. They were just taking up space, so he decided to sell them all. The 3rd floor master looked at the items in front of him and then looked at Xian with a strange expression. Needless to say, these things were all robbed by this fellow. It was really a lot. Xian smiled and said, 3rd floor master, how much can these things sell for? The 3rd floor master sized up the items. These items aren't worth much. They're worth around 1 billion or so top-grade spirit stones. Little friend, do you have anything good? Xian grinned, no, I'm very poor. The 3rd floor master shook his head and smiled, how about this? I'll give you a favor. I'll give you 2 billion. Pack all these things up for me. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, isn't this Senior Ku? The 3rd floor master laughed and said, talk about those things. Xian smiled and said, 5 billion. It's settled then. It was best not to take advantage of such things. If he took too many advantages, no one would be willing to interact with him in the future. The 3rd floor master didn't say much. He pointed his finger and a storage ring flew in front of Xian. Xian didn't even look at it. He kept the storage ring and cupped his fists. 3rd floor master, I'll take my leave. The 3rd floor master smiled and said, take care. Xian turned around and left. After Xian left, the 3rd floor master went silent for a long time. Then, he turned around and walked into an inner hall. In the inner hall, there was a black mirror. The 3rd floor master walked in front of the black mirror and bowed slightly. I wonder if the floor master has made a decision. A moment later, a voice came out from the mirror. Are you tempted by the Realm Defense Alliance's offer? The third floor master smiled bitterly. I am tempted. Their offer is very tempting. However, I'm still a little hesitant. Why are you hesitating? The voice in the mirror asked. The third floor master thought for a moment and said, that youth isn't simple. If he continues to grow, he might become the second sword master. Furthermore, my drunken immortal building has a good relationship with him. If we were to betray the Realm Protection Alliance now, all our previous efforts would be in vain. A moment later, a voice rang out from the mirror again, we will not help either side. As for business, whether it is the Realm Defense Alliance or that youth, as long as they come to us, we will do business with them. As for the rest, we won't interfere. If High Lord Lu comes again, just tell him that this is my intention. He will understand. The third floor master bowed slightly, understood. After he finished speaking, just as he was about to turn around and leave, the voice from the mirror spoke again. As for that young man, if it's possible, help him secretly. However, do not expose yourself. The third floor master was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Understood. With that, he turned around and left. After leaving the Drunken Immortal Inn, Xian did not linger and returned to Azure Province. This time, he didn't ride the cloud ship. Instead, he flew on his sword. In any case, he had enough top-grade spirit stones. Now, he had about 10 billion top-grade spirit stones in the prison pagoda. 10 billion, what did that mean? Besides that, there were many heaven-grade treasures. Returning to Azure Province this time could be considered as returning home in glory. Azure Province. The current Azure Province was in a state of desolation. Especially after the spirit energy in many places had dried up, it was even more desolate. The chaos in Azure Province wasn't just caused by the exhaustion of spirit energy and the invasion of foreign enemies, there was also internal strife. When disaster descended, the first thought of countless people was to protect themselves. As long as nothing happened to them, who cared about the fate of others? Moreover, Blue Waves Academy that had once fought for Azure Province had vanished without a trace. Now, many people had begun to reminisce about Blue Waves Academy, because when Blue Waves Academy and Yixian were around, Azure Province still had some order. As for now, so long as one had the strength, one could do as they pleased in the entire Azure Province. The spirit energy in Azure Province was getting thinner and thinner. Those with strength and ability had begun to flee Azure Province and head for the Divine Central Continent. However, none of the students of Blue Waves Academy had left. They were all waiting. Waiting for Yixian to appear, the nation of Ning. Because of Yixian, no cultivators of the Divine Central Continent had invaded the nation of Ning, mainly because they didn't dare. However, there were exceptions. On this day, a group of cultivators from the Divine Central Continent arrived outside the imperial city of the nation of Ning. The leader was a man with a knife scar on his left cheek. He had a long scar that looked like a centipede, and it was very ferocious. Behind him were more than 20 people. Most of them were at the Divine Combination Realm. At this moment, an old man beside the scarred man said in a low voice, "The nation of Ning is Yixian's territory." The scarred man smiled savagely. Yixian? I received news that Yixian has fled to the Divine Central Continent. Not only that, but the Realm Defense Alliance is also hunting him down. He doesn't dare show himself at all. The old man frowned deeply. Brotherly, I think we'd better not provoke Yixian, especially when he's still alive. The scarred man said coldly, most of the places in Azure Province have been occupied by the Devil Sect and the Blood Sect. We've already looted most of the other places. Only the nation of Ning and the Great Cloud Empire are still considered wealthy. But Lian Wanli of the Great Cloud Empire is too powerful. The nation of Ning is the only one left. With that, he glanced at the people behind him. After this, we'll all return to the Divine Central Continent. What do you think? The people behind the scarred man were somewhat hesitant. Obviously, they were still somewhat afraid of Yixian. After all, Yixian had slaughtered countless cultivators of the Divine Central Continent outside the imperial city of the Jiang Nation. Seeing their hesitation, the scarred man's face darkened. The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die. The nation of Ning is so wealthy. If we do this, we won't have to worry about food and clothing for decades to come. The old man beside the scarred man shook his head slightly. Brotherly, the Devil sect and the Blood sect haven't attacked the nation of Ning. I think they're also afraid of Yixian. We really don't need to take this risk. The people behind the scarred man nodded. Although they all wanted to make a fortune, their lives were the most important. The scarred man's face grew even more unsightly at the sight of this. He glanced coldly at the crowd and said, "All right, let's cut the crap. Those who want to stay, stand behind me. Those who don't, leave immediately. However, don't blame me for not reminding you that the nation of Ning is very wealthy. Moreover, Lord Tuoba is only at the Dharma controlling realm. There isn't even a law controlling realm expert in the city. If you let this duck go, don't regret it in the future." Hearing the scarred man's words, some people behind him were tempted. The old man sighed in a low voice and said, "I've said what I should say. Brotherly, since you insist on going your own way," the old man doesn't want to say anything more. "Anyway, I don't want to take this risk. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. Among the more than 20 people, 5 or 6 people also left with the old man. After hesitating for a moment, more than a dozen people finally chose to stay. Obviously, they were tempted by the wealth of the nation of Ning. The scarred man glanced at the people behind him and said with a smile, "The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die. As long as we finish this job, we'll immediately leave Qingzhou and hide. Even if Yixian is still here, what can he do to us? Follow me." After saying that, the group of people went straight to the imperial palace of the nation of Ning. When passing through the city gate, several guards suddenly stopped the scarred man and the others. The leading guard glanced at the scarred man and the others and said, "What do you want?" The scarred man revealed a savage smile. "What do we want?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly strode forward, and the guard didn't even have the chance to react before he slapped his palm against his chest. Bang! The guard's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The expressions of the other guards changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, but they didn't move forward because they would be giving their lives away. The scarred man's smile grew even more savage when he saw the guards retreat. "Brothers, it's time to change our destiny. Charge with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to charge forward. But it wasn't long before he stopped because a man was standing not too far away from him. The scarred man's expression instantly changed when he saw this man. "It's you. You. Weren't you at the Central Divine Prefecture?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran. The man before him was exactly Yixian. The scarred man hadn't even taken a few steps when Yixian appeared in front of him again. The scarred man's face instantly turned pale. In the next moment, his knees bent, and he knelt before Yixian. "Big brother, I was wrong." Yixian was speechless. P.S. Recently, some readers have said that they want to curse me. It's fine. So long as they don't say I'm ugly, then they can curse me however they like. However, if they dare to say I'm ugly, then I won't hold back. Yixian was stunned. He's terrified just like that, and at this moment, the knife-scarred man who was kneeling in front of Yixian suddenly stood up. He dashed forward and instantly appeared in front of Yixian. Then, with a dagger in his hand, he slashed at Yixian's throat. He was extremely swift. Yixian shook his head and smiled when he saw the scarred man suddenly attack. So that's what he's trying to do. Unfortunately, he's greatly underestimated my strength. It didn't take long for the scarred man to stop, and there was a sword in the center of his forehead. When they saw this scene, the other group of over 10 turned around and fled. However, a flying sword suddenly flew out, and it was like a butterfly flying through flowers as it passed through the group of over 10 people. In just a breath of time, the heads of over 10 people flew up into the air. It was an extremely bloody scene. The scarred man stared fixedly at Yixian. "Weren't you at the Central Divine Prefecture?" Yixian grinned. "I just returned." "Are you angry?" The scarred man's expression instantly turned extremely unsightly when he heard Yixian. He just returned. In that case, he just made it in time. This was the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. The scarred man thought for a moment and said, "I admit defeat this time. So long as you're willing to spare my life, then I." Meanwhile, Yixian's sword suddenly moved forward. Hiss, the sword instantly pierced through the scarred man's forehead. Xian shook his head and smiled. You're overthinking things. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew his sword, turned around, and left. The scarred man's eyes were wide open on the spot, and he'd died with everlasting regret. After Xian entered the city, he hadn't even taken a few steps before he stopped. Two women were standing not too far away from him. It was Tuo Bayan and Xianxia. Xian ran up to the two girls as soon as he saw them. Then he hugged them. I missed you so much. The two women's bodies stiffened. Obviously, they did not expect Xian to act like this. At this moment, Tuo Bayan suddenly pushed Xian away and glared fiercely at Xian. Xian said with a straight face, this is a pure hug, no other thoughts. Xianxia suddenly asked, are there any impure ones? Xian was speechless. After a while, Xian followed the two women back to the Ning Kingdom's imperial palace. Inside Tuo Bayan's chamber, Tuo Bayan glanced at Xian. Azure province is getting more and more chaotic. Xian nodded slightly. The Realm Defense Alliance wants to obtain the Green Prefecture's origin heart. Once they obtain the Green Prefecture's origin heart, the Green Prefecture's spiritual energy will completely disappear within a year. At that time, the situation was even worse than now. Tuo Bayan frowned deeply. Is the Realm Protection Alliance really going to destroy the Azure province? Xian nodded. The Azure province is worthless in their eyes. With that, he paused slightly and continued, a senior once told me that the stronger some people are, the less human they are. Because to them, apart from the great Tao of immortality, everything else is fleeting. This kind of people no longer have any humanity, only divinity. This was what the mysterious woman said to him. In fact, he could feel that the mysterious woman did not care about many things. At her level, there should be very few things that could make her care. At this moment, Tuo Bayan suddenly said softly, will you become such a person in the future? Xianxia looked at Xian. Me? Xian was stunned. If I had the mysterious woman's strength, would I also become indifferent to everything? After thinking for a moment, Xian shook his head with a smile. I don't know, but I will try my best not to become such a person. The great Tao, immortality, these were things he had never thought about before. Before he left Azure City, his greatest wish was to cure his younger sister's cold illness and make her happy. Of course, after he left, he had experienced many things, met many people, and had many more thoughts. If he reached the peak one day, but the people by his side were gone, then it would be the peak of loneliness. When he thought up to this point, Xian suddenly turned to the two women and smiled. I feel that problems will arise when one lives for too long. Why? Because we're free. So, don't care about the great Tao of immortality. Living well in the present is the most important thing. Tuo Bayan shook his head with a smile, but it's difficult for us to live well right now. Xian nodded, and then he walked to the entrance of the hall. He just stood there, and no one knew what he was thinking. Tuo Bayan glanced at Xian and did not speak. After a short while, Xian said softly, I'm leaving. Tuo Bayan stood up, so soon? Xian smiled, you can't bear to? Tuo Bayan glared at Xian, why is your skin getting thicker and thicker? Xian laughed, walked over to Xianxia, and then flipped his right hand, and a saber appeared in his hand. It was the heaven-grade saber. Xianxia was stunned when he saw the saber, and then he took it with eyes filled with fondness. Heaven-grade, such a treasure was undoubtedly an extremely rare existence in Azure province. What about me? Tuo Bayan suddenly asked. Xian smiled, and then he gave the heaven-grade armor that he was wearing to Tuo Bayan. His current opponents were either at the true defensive magic realm or above, so this armor was not that useful to him anymore. Tuo Bayan was stunned when he saw the armor that Xian handed over, and then he shook his head, keep it for yourself. Xian forcibly placed the armor into Tuo Bayan's hand, for me, this thing is not that useful anymore. With that, he waved his right hand, and over 20 zombies suddenly appeared in the hall, all of them at the Myriad Law realm. Xian took out a spatial ring and handed it to Tuo Bayan. There is a decaying corpse scripture in the spatial ring. You have to study it. With these zombies and my 12 golden men, as long as true defensive magic realm experts don't come, Ning country should be safe. Tuo Bayan glanced at Xian, you're not staying here? Xian chuckled, if I stay here, where will I sleep? Hearing this, Tuoba Yan looked provocatively at Yi Xian. Where do you want to sleep? Yi Xian said seriously, on the bed, of course. Tuoba Yan said indifferently, then sleep on the bed. Yi Xian laughed, and so he stayed. At night, Yi Xian once again came to Tuoba Yan's bedroom. Since Tuoba Yan wanted him to sleep on the bed, he naturally did not stand on ceremony and went straight to the bed. But soon, he was stunned. Because there were two people on the bed, in addition to Tuoba Yan, there was also Xianxia, two people. Tuoba Yan sat up and looked at Yi Xian with a spurious smile. Didn't you want to sleep? Come on up. The provocation was self-evident. How could he back down? Yi Xian said seriously, since you strongly requested it, then I'm coming. With that, he jumped onto the bed and lay down between the two women. The two women were stunned. He really came up. Yi Xian held one in each hand and said seriously, sleep. On Yi Xian's left, Tuoba Yan's face was full of black lines. Clearly, she had underestimated the thickness of Yi Xian's skin. This guy's skin was thick to this extent. On the other hand, Xianxia was still eating and did not say anything. Just like that, Yi Xian hugged one woman on each side. At first, it was quite satisfying, but soon, it became a little torturous, holding two great beauties in his arms and not being able to do anything. It was very torturous. Late at night, Xianxia was already asleep, but Tuoba Yan did not fall asleep because Yi Xian's hand was touching somewhere it should not be touching. Tuoba Yan grabbed Yi Xian's hand and warned, don't move. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not moving. I'm serious. Tuoba Yan glared at Yi Xian. Anji is still here. Yi Xian said seriously, I'm not afraid. Tuoba Yan, another hour passed. At this time, Tuoba Yan's breathing was a little rapid. Because she had a special physique, and now that Yi Xian's hand was restless, her body, which had a special physique, was starting to. At this moment, Tuoba Yan suddenly hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked because he discovered that Tuoba Yan's body was burning like fire. Yi Xian hurriedly turned to the side and asked softly, what's wrong? Tuoba Yan hugged Yi Xian tightly and buried her head in Yi Xian's chest, her body trembling slightly. Yi Xian was about to say something when Tuoba Yan's pajamas suddenly slipped. At the same time, her hand touched a forbidden area for men, intolerable. Therefore, Yi Xian blocked the world prison pagoda and gave her a taste of her own medicine. As the saying went, love in the middle of the night, two bodies as one, the golden spear fighting fiercely, the sweet dew dripping on the head of an inch of heart. That night, he did not sleep, moving and trembling as he entered the immortal boat. That night, he did not sleep, nor did he rest. Daybreak. The person on the bed had yet to get up. It was not until noon when the sun rose that Yi Xian sat up. At this moment, he was the only one on the bed. Comfortable all over, it was as if his meridians had been cleansed. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. Could doing this kind of thing really help him cultivate? Last night, the two of them were still immersed in that. Later on, the two of them decided to try the yin-yang meridian that he had once achieved. As for the feeling, it was still very wonderful, but both of their bodies had changed a little. But in that situation, the two of them did not care so much. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian washed up and left the sleeping quarters. Then, he came to the main hall. At this moment, Tuoba Yan was attending the morning court session. At this moment, Tuoba Yan was dressed in a dragon robe and had an invisible majesty between his brows. He was a completely different person from last night. Seeing Yi Xian arrive, Tuoba Yan put down the memorial in his hand. Court dismissed. Soon, the officials retreated. In the hall, only Yi Xian and Tuoba Yan were left. Tuoba Yan was expressionless and did not speak. Yi Xian walked in front of her and said with a smile, I'm going to leave. As for the Ning Kingdom, you don't have to worry. There are already powerhouses secretly guarding it. However, when necessary, I hope you can hide. Of course, I'm talking about when you have no other choice. Tuoba Yan said solemnly, the Realm Defense Alliance? Yi Xian nodded. The Realm Defense Alliance will make a big move soon. Before that, I have to go and stir up some trouble. Tuoba Yan was silent for a moment and then said softly, be careful. Yi Xian smiled and then leaned over to Tuoba Yan's ear. Do you still have that medicine? Give me some for self-defense. Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan kicked Yi Xian angrily. Yi Xian laughed. After coaxing and pestering, he finally got a few white jade bottles. After getting what he wanted, Xian did not stay and left Ning Kingdom. The Realm Defense Alliance should already know about his return to Azure Province. If he stayed in Ning Kingdom now, it would be disadvantageous to the country. After Xian left, Xianxia suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing Xianxia, Tuoba seemed to think of something and blushed. Xianxia sized up Tuoba and was a little surprised. Dharma Defense Realm? Tuoba nodded. Xianxia was a little incredulous. You were still at the Dharma Defense Realm yesterday. Why are you at the Dharma Defense Realm today? Tuoba was about to speak when Xianxia suddenly said, was it because of your dual cultivation last night? Hearing this, Tuoba face suddenly turned red like a burning cloud. She glared at Xianxia angrily. Xianxia said softly, the commotion was too big. It woke me up. Tuoba Xianxia asked again, was it really because of dual cultivation? Tuoba hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was indeed because of dual cultivation. Last night, after dual cultivation, she discovered that she had inexplicably improved. This improvement was too unexpected. Seeing Tuoba nod, Xianxia nodded slightly, appearing to be in deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. After leaving Ning Kingdom, Xian arrived at Great Cloud Empire on his sword. In the palace of Great Cloud Empire, Xian saw Lian Wanli. At this moment, Lian Wanli's arm had recovered. Seeing Xian, Lian Wanli smiled slightly. Long time no see. Xian said with a smile, not too long. Lian Wanli glanced at Xian. Walk with me. In the Imperial Garden, on the gravel Xiaodao, the two walked side by side. It was very quiet, the surrounding experts of Great Cloud Empire had already retreated stealthily. After a while, Lian Wanli suddenly said, this Azure Province should not be able to be saved, right? Xian nodded, the Realm Defense Alliance will soon seize the Azure Province's origin heart. Once they take away the Azure Province's origin heart, the entire Azure Province's world energy will dry up in a short period of time. At that time, this land will no longer be suitable for cultivators to live in. Lian Wanli turned to look at Xian. Can you stop it? Xian smiled bitterly, that's hard to say. However, no matter what, I will do my best to prevent this Qingzhou origin heart from falling into the hands of the Realm Protection Alliance. He didn't know what the Realm Defense Alliance wanted the origin heart for, but he knew that nothing good would happen. Lian Wanli said softly, these powerhouses don't treat people as humans too much. Xian was about to say something, but suddenly, he said with some surprise, Dharma Defensive State. Lian Wanli smiled faintly, I just arrived not long ago. Now, even if I encounter a Dharma Defensive State expert, I can still kill him. Xian sighed in a low voice. Others said that he, Xian, was a monster, but in fact, the real monsters in Azure Province were Shaoan and Lian Wanli, especially Lian Wanli. This was a person who was seriously underestimated. After a while, Lian Wanli suddenly stopped. She squatted down and saw a row of ants slowly crawling on the ground. Lian Wanli said softly, in the eyes of those high and mighty cultivators of the Realm Protection Alliance, we are just like these ants. Saying that, she looked up at Xian, after this matter, I'm going to focus on martial Dao. My goal is to reach the Supreme Realm for the time being. Xian said with a smile, let's do it together. Lian Wanli smiled faintly, do it. 2 hours later, Xian left the Great Cloud Empire and came to a small city. In the city, he walked to a tavern where an old man with a long sword on his back was sitting. Xian walked behind the old man and bowed slightly, greetings, martial uncle. The person in front of him was Xianxia, who Chen Beihan had sent to protect the people around him. Xianxia nodded, sit. Xian sat opposite Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at him, is everything done? Xian nodded, almost. Xianxia nodded, the Realm Protection Alliance will be making a move soon, and there are signs of the origin heart appearing in the secluded desolate mountain range. Xian said in a low voice, this matter is of great importance, the Realm Protection Alliance will definitely send many experts, right? Xianxia said, even Supreme Lord Lu will come personally. Supreme Lord Lu. Xian's face darkened. This person was an expert above the true defense law stage. Although he could kill true defense law stage experts, he was still no match for a top expert like Supreme Lord Liu. At this moment, Xianxia said, "Don't worry, the sect master will personally hold Supreme Lord Liu back. Leave the rest to us." Xian hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Do you want a decisive battle?" Xianxia smiled, "More or less. In short, the Origin Heart must not fall into the hands of the Realm Protection Alliance. This time, the sect master did not ask you to stop the Realm Protection Alliance, but to train you. Of course, given your current strength, you will be of great help." Xian nodded. "Understood." As long as it was to cause trouble for the Realm Protection Alliance, Xian was willing to do it. Xianxia nodded. "Go to the secluded desolate mountain range first, don't go out in the open, then hide and wait for an opportunity. As for your family in Qingzhou, don't worry, the sect has sent people to secretly protect them." Xian stood up and bowed. "Martial uncle, martial nephew will take his leave first." With that, he turned and left the tavern. After leaving the small city, Xian headed straight for the secluded desolate mountain range. 2 hours later, Xian arrived at the secluded desolate mountain range. When he arrived, his expression suddenly changed. All the trees in the entire mountain range had withered, and the ground had cracked open, with waves of heat seeping out from the cracks. He did not expect that many places in Qingzhou had reached such a level. If the Realm Protection Alliance seized the Origin Heart, the entire Qingzhou would undoubtedly become like this. At that time, Qingzhou would no longer be able to produce new martial artists, because there would be no spirit qi. A moment later, Xian entered the mountain range. This time, he had completely concealed himself, so no one could discover him. Not long after Xian walked, he stopped and said, "Guru on the second floor, can you sense the heart of origin?" After a moment of silence, the second floor expert suddenly said, "Not interested." "Not interested," Xian's face darkened. How could he not be interested? He hurriedly said, "The Origin Heart must not fall into the hands of the Realm Protection Alliance. Second floor expert, if you can feel it, we can go and get it first." "Not interested." This was the second floor expert's answer. "There are benefits," Xian said. "What benefits?" the second floor expert suddenly asked. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. "What benefits do you want?" Bang! At this moment, the second floor of the prison tower suddenly shook violently, and then, an angry roar came from the second floor, "Let me out!" Xian. In all fairness, he really did want to let this god on the second floor out. Although this guy was a little hot-tempered, he was still alright. He wasn't particularly bad. The problem was, without the second layer of the Tao Law, he could not do anything. After a moment, Xian smiled bitterly. "Second floor expert, you also know that I have no way to open the second layer of the seal. How about this, when things here are over, I will find the second Tao Law and let you out. When that time comes, you can go wherever you want. What do you think?" The second floor expert was silent for a moment, then said, "You, big hoodwinker." Xian's face darkened. "Second floor expert, you have to speak with a conscience. When have I, Xian, ever hoodwinked my own people?" This time, the second floor expert did not speak. This was because after following Xian until now, she realized that although Xian was usually a little slippery, he was very good to his own people. After a moment, the second floor expert suddenly said, "Underground." "Underground?" Xian was delighted and hurriedly asked, "You mean, the heart of the origin source is underground?" The second floor expert said, "Yes." Xian asked again, "Where is it?" After a moment, the second floor expert said, "Its aura is erratic, we have to find it." Xian smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that the heart of the origin source was underground, but the problem was, if he did not know the exact location, how could he find it in such a large underground place? At this moment, the second floor expert said again, "Trick it out." "Trick?" Xian's expression froze. How could he trick it? The second floor expert did not speak. After a moment, Xian sighed softly. This second floor expert was a little unreliable. Did he really think that Xian's mouth was invincible and could do anything? Xian thought for a long time. In the end, he still decided to give it a try. Who knows, he might really trick it out. Xian sat on the ground. He patted the ground and said, "Well, I think you should be able to hear me. It's like this, the Realm Defense Alliance is waiting for you to come out. If you come out, they will definitely capture you, and then, your end will be very, very miserable. Of course, it's useless if you don't come out, they will force you out." At this point, he paused slightly and then said, "If you believe me, come out and follow me. Don't worry, I will never hurt you, and I will not let the Realm Defense Alliance hurt you." After that, Xian waited quietly. However, there was no movement. At this moment, the second-floor expert suddenly said, "I'm afraid you are a fool." Xian, the second-floor expert suddenly said angrily, "Tell it that there are benefits, understand?" Benefits, Xian suddenly understood. That's right, if there were no benefits, why would it follow him? Thinking of this, Xian quickly said, "If you follow me, not only can you keep yourself safe, but you can also have whatever you want." After that, Xian waited. However, there was still no movement. Xian said indifferently, "Second-floor expert, look, your method is useless." At this time an illusory beast suddenly appeared in front of Xian. It was the second-floor expert, however, it was not her real body. The second-floor expert looked coldly at Xian, and the next moment, she slammed her claw on the ground, "Come out or not." Boom, the whole ground shook violently. At this time, the second-floor expert slammed her claw down again, and said angrily, "Come out or not." Boom, the whole ground collapsed. Xian. P.S. A reader invited me to wash her feet, and as I was washing, the girl asked the handsome guy, "Do you need any other service?" I really don't understand what she means. Also, I don't know why the brother took me to wash her feet instead of taking me to eat. In your eyes, am I such a person? Xian was dumbfounded at the sight of the angry guru on the second floor. Was this girl crazy? She had such a bad temper. Just as the second-floor guru continued to slap the ground, a ball of white light suddenly appeared in front of her. Xian was stunned. The second-floor guru glanced at Xian, "She's out." After saying that, she disappeared directly. She was out? Xian was dumbfounded. He quickly looked at the ball of white light. In the white light, there was a fist-sized little girl. The little girl was very, very small, wearing a small white doo-doo, and behind her head were two small whips. At this moment, her two little hands were clenched tightly, and she was glaring at Xian. Xian spread his hands, "I didn't do it." The little girl suddenly pointed at Xian angrily, "Human, damn human, you destroyed the earth, destroyed the heaven and earth spiritual energy, you will suffer retribution." Xian said seriously, "I really didn't do this." With that said, he walked towards the little girl, and at this moment, a white light screen blocked in front of him. The little girl looked at Xian warily, "Don't come over, or I'll kill you." Xian squeezed out a smile, I am not a bad person." The little girl glared at Xian, "Bad people always say they're not bad. You have a strong murderous intent, you must have killed many people." Xian, the little girl looked around warily, and then said, "Where's that little girl just now?" Second-floor guru, Xian thought for a moment, and then pointed to his chest, "She went inside." The little girl looked at Xian's chest, and the next moment, she flew into a rage, "Human! Do you think I'm as stupid as you? I'm the invincible, the most invincible, the smartest heart of Qingzhou." Xian was dumbfounded. Was this a demon? The little girl still wanted to say something, but the Almighty on the second floor suddenly appeared again. It had to be said that the second-floor god's appearance was very cute, especially his pair of crystal blue eyes, which were extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, his temper was too king explosive. Exploding at the slightest provocation, seeing the god on the second floor, the little girl let down her guard. She floated in front of the god and begged, "Can you protect me?" Obviously, she had witnessed the strength of the second floor's Almighty. The Almighty on the second floor glanced at the little girl and then pointed at Xian, "He can do it." The little girl glanced at Xian and shook her head. Too weak. You can't even beat me." Xian was speechless. The Almighty on the second floor pointed at Xian's chest. "It's safe inside." The little girl glanced at Xian's chest and blinked. "Can I go in?" The Almighty on the second floor nodded. The little girl floated in front of Xian and then hugged Xian, trying to push her head against Yixian's chest. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get in. Yixian was speechless. The little girl turned to look at the Almighty on the second floor, her eyes full of doubt. She can't. The Almighty on the second floor looked at Yixian. Let her in. Yixian hesitated for a while and then said, Can I go in? He had never pretended to be a living person before, and he didn't dare to because the mysterious woman had told him that if a living person went in, the prison pagoda would automatically defend itself and kill the other party. The Almighty on the second floor looked at the little girl. She's not human. The little girl blinked. Am I not human? The Almighty on the second floor asked, Are you? The little girl looked at her body and then said, I think I am. The Almighty on the second floor was expressionless. That's just what you think. Hurry up and go in. The little girl still wanted to say something, but Yixian and the Almighty on the second floor's faces suddenly changed. The next moment, the Almighty on the second floor disappeared from the spot, and Yixian hurriedly grabbed the little girl and sent her into the prison pagoda. Less than a breath's time after the little girl and the Almighty on the second floor disappeared, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above Yixian. The person who came was Yixian's old acquaintance, Mo Xiao. Seeing Yixian, Mo Xiao's brows furrowed. It's you. Yixian chuckled. Elder Mo, long time no see. You're getting younger and younger. Mo Xiao stared at Yixian. Yixian, did you see something? What? Yixian frowned. See what? Mo Xiao stared at Yixian, not saying a word. Yixian looked around. Is there something here? Mo Xiao asked in a low voice, What are you doing here? Yixian grinned, Guess. Mo Xiao stared at Yixian for a long time, then smiled and said, Yixian, your good days are coming to an end. Also, your blue sword sect's good days are also coming to an end. Once we get our hands on the origin heart of Qingzhou, you will realize how foolish it is to go against my realm defense alliance. Yixian shrugged his shoulders. Wait until I finish cultivating my divine art. At that time, you will discover that targeting me, Yixian, was the stupidest decision your realm protection alliance has ever made. Saying this, he grinned, who doesn't know how to boast? Saying this, he turned around and left. Mo Xiao did not stop Yixian, because he knew that he could not stop him. Yixian. Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, Yixian wasn't someone that a true imperial magic realm expert could kill now. At the very least, an ordinary true imperial magic realm expert couldn't. After Yixian left, a few old men suddenly appeared by Mo Xiao's side, and one of them said in a low voice, We sensed the aura of the origin heart earlier, but we didn't notice anything after arriving here. How strange. As he spoke, he glanced at the direction Yixian had left. That person is slightly strange. Mo Xiao spoke indifferently, He's always been strange. The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Then could the Qingzhou's origin heart have already? Mo Xiao shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The origin heart is extremely vigilant, and it's impossible for it to easily trust humans. Moreover, with Yixian's strength, it's impossible for him to capture it and take it away without making a sound. Moreover, there are no signs of a battle here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him go. The old man thought for a moment, and then he nodded. Indeed. If he was able to obtain the origin heart so easily, then it would be too unreasonable. However, his aura is strong, and he's even a sword emperor. Even if his potential isn't as great as the firmament sword master from all those years ago, it isn't much inferior. If it's possible, then it's best to eliminate him as soon as possible. Mo Xiao nodded slightly. Don't worry, the Exalt has a plan. So long as we obtain the origin heart, then we'll immediately annihilate this person and the firmament sword sect. Now, we'll let them have their fun today. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The old man and the others turned around and left as well. On the other side, after Yixian found a place with no one around, he immediately entered the World Prison Pagoda. Within the pagoda, a little girl was looking all around the first level, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. As he gazed at the palm-sized little girl before him, Yixian was slightly amused. He hadn't expected that the Qingzhou's origin heart would actually be such a little girl, The little girl looked curiously for a long time, and then she suddenly smiled in the end. Her smile was extremely brilliant and extremely happy. Xian was a little curious. "What are you smiling at?" The little girl looked at Xian and blinked her eyes. "Safe, it's safe here. Finally, I don't have to hide everywhere. And I'll be staying here from now on. Help me get some food, I want some spiritual fruits. Very, very big, very sweet ones." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of her hand, a large pile of crystals fell in front of Xian. Purple source crystals, there were more than 1,000 of them. Moreover, these purple source crystals were extremely big, at least twice the size of the ones he had obtained before. The little girl looked at Xian. "These are all for you. Go and get me something to eat." Xian gulped, and then kept all the purple source crystals without batting an eyelid. Following that, he nodded his head. Okay, I'll go get them now. If you have any other requests, feel free to tell me. Don't stand on ceremony. Really, don't stand on ceremony. Little girl. More than 1,000 purple source crystals. Xian really did not expect this little girl to be so rich. Resource crystals were something that even a true defensive magic realm expert needed. Moreover, above the Dharma realm, the common currency among experts was the purple source crystal. This was because resource crystals had enough spiritual energy and were extremely useful. On the contrary, things like top-grade spirit stones were not so useful to experts above the Dharma realm. Of course, top-grade spirit stones were also very useful, because top-grade spirit stones were needed to nurture newcomers. Purple source crystals were too precious. Before reaching the Dharma realm, it would be a waste to use them. Inside the pagoda, the little girl no longer paid attention to Xian. She strolled left and right until she reached the second floor. Even Xian did not know how she got there. And Xian also discovered that the prison pagoda did not reject this little girl at all. Although this little girl was a little wary of Xian, for some reason, she was not wary of the great god on the second floor. This made Xian extremely depressed. Was he more terrifying than the great god on the second floor? Xian no longer paid attention to the little girl and left the desolate mountain range. It had to be said that Xian did not expect to obtain the Qingzhou origin heart on this trip. One must know that the Realm Protection Alliance had been fighting for the Qingzhou origin heart for a very long time. For the sake of the Qingzhou origin heart, the Realm Protection Alliance could be said to have racked their brains. If the Realm Protection Alliance knew that the Qingzhou origin heart had fallen into his hands so easily, who knew if they would die of anger? Of course, he naturally would not be stupid enough to tell others about this. If he did, the Realm Protection Alliance would definitely go crazy and come after him. After leaving the desolate mountain range, Xian decided to return to Jiang country to take a look. Because he had not been back for a long time, Jiang country's imperial capital. Xian arrived at the gate of Jiang country's imperial capital. The gate was broken and the city walls were in a mess. Moreover, there was the smell of blood and rotting corpses. Xian was silent for a moment before walking in. There were very few people in the city, and rotten corpses could be seen everywhere. There were also new corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Xian walked all the way to Blue Waves Academy. It was still the former Blue Waves Academy, but there was no one there. No, someone was there. Xian arrived at the peak of the Blue Wave Palace. And inside the Blue Wave Palace, Xian discovered some people. Not only the Blue Wave Palace, but all the other palaces on the mountain had people. Xian walked into the Blue Waves Palace. There were at least 100 people inside the palace and some of them were still sleeping. When they saw Xian walk in, some people only glanced at him before withdrawing their gazes. Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, "What are all of you doing here?" Everyone looked at him, but no one answered. At this moment, a man walked out. He was about 20 years old and had a roguish air. The man walked to the front of Xian and sized up Xian. "Are you also here to seek asylum?" "Seek asylum?" Xian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The man smiled. "What do you mean? You don't know? My Blue Waves Academy's dean, Xian, said that as long as you pay the best quality spirit stones, you can come to my Blue Waves Academy and receive my asylum. You see, Qing province is in chaos now, but no one dares to invade my Blue Waves Academy. Hearing this, Yi Xian's complexion sank. Are you from Blue Waves Academy? The man took out a token. Do you see this? Student token. I am a student of Blue Waves Academy. Now, I am in charge of everything in Blue Waves Academy. Yi Xian glanced at the token and his complexion suddenly became gloomy. This token is real, however, this person is fake. There were not many students in Blue Waves Academy and he knew all of them, but this person was definitely not among them. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then asked, how many best quality spirit stones? The man smiled, 1,000 best quality spirit stones. 1,000, Yi Xian was about to speak, when the man grinned, it's 1,000 best quality spirit stones a day. 1,000 a day, Yi Xian knitted his eyebrows tightly when he heard that. He had sensed that there were at least several thousand people on Blue Waves Mountain, 1,000 a day. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly turned to the people in the hall, from now on, you don't have to pay the best quality spirit stones a day. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. But the man in front of Yi Xian looked somewhat sinister. Brother, are you here to cause trouble? As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Xian's chest. Even the cultivators of the Divine Central Continent don't dare to invade my Blue Waves Academy. Who the fuck are you? You. Yi Xian smiled, you're only at the Nether Passage realm, you definitely don't have the ability to do this. You must have someone behind you, right? The man smiled sinisterly, of course I have someone behind me. Behind me is Blue Waves Academy's dean, Yi Xian. Have you heard of Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded, yes, a very, very handsome man. I admire him very much. The man sneered, since you've heard of him, why don't you get lost? Yi Xian smiled, tell the person behind you to come out. The man wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly kicked. Bang bang, the bones in the man's knees instantly shattered, and he fell to his knees in front of Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly attack, everyone in the hall was stunned. Someone dared to attack Blue Waves Academy, in front of Yi Xian. The man roared hysterically, you bastard, how dare you? Ding Yi will not let you off. Yi Xian shook his head, I think, he will let me off. The man stared at Yi Xian with hatred, he will definitely not let you off, he will definitely exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian touched his nose, I think, he won't exterminate my entire family. I can be sure of this. The man wanted to say something, but at this moment, an old man not far away suddenly stood up. He looked at Yi Xian with some disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, you are Ding Yi? Ding Yi? Everyone looked at Yi Xian at the same time. At this moment, they realized that the person in front of them was somewhat familiar. The reason why they did not recognize Yi Xian was because Yi Xian had left for a long time, and not everyone had seen Yi Xian before. In front of Yi Xian, the man also looked at him. As he looked, the man's expression became somewhat ugly, and in the end, his body had already started to tremble. Obviously, he had already recognized Yi Xian. The man said with a trembling voice, Your Excellency, I was as blind as a bat. Yi Xian said with a smile, tell me, who told you to do this? The man's expression became somewhat ugly, and he hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head, if I don't speak, I will die, if I speak, I will die, and my entire family will die. Yi Xian said indifferently, you want to bargain with me? The man hurriedly said, I dare not. I just hope that your excellency can protect my family. Yi Xian smiled, if you really want to protect your family, then you should commit suicide. Once you commit suicide, I believe that those people behind you will definitely not cause trouble for your family. However, you dare not commit suicide. The man's expression became somewhat ugly, and just when he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly pointed his fingers together. Chi, the man's right arm was directly sent flying. Blood spurted out like a fountain, the man's face instantly turned pale. Yi Xian smiled, you still won't speak? The man was about to speak, but at this moment, a middle-aged man nearby suddenly said, I know who it is. Yi Xian faced the middle-aged man, and at this moment, the man in front of him hurriedly said, At this moment, a ray of sword light had already pierced the man's forehead. The man looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Yi Xian smiled, if you had admitted your mistake from the beginning and confessed, then I would have let you live. Unfortunately, it's too late now. After saying that, he walked to the middle-aged man nearby, and the latter slightly bowed, greetings, Ding Yi. Ding Yi, Everyone hurriedly bowed to Yi Xian when they heard the middle-aged man, and some of their eyes even revealed undisguised excitement and happiness. Yi Xian, he's back again, Yi Xian smiled, there's no need for all of this. As he spoke, he gazed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, the power behind that man is a group of mercenaries from the Central Divine Prefecture. They're staying in the Imperial Palace of the Jiang Kingdom right now, and they're in charge of the Imperial capital. The Imperial Palace of the Jiang Kingdom, Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he turned around and left. He suddenly stopped when he arrived at the entrance, and then he said, all of you'll be staying here from now onward, and you don't have to pay top-grade spirit stones. However, if we return one day, then I hope that all of you can leave at that time. This place is for all of you to stay temporarily, not for all of you. I hope all of you understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he left Darkwave Hall and headed straight for the Imperial Palace of the Jiang Kingdom. Yi Xian was very clearly aware that a person's heart wasn't content. On many occasions, when he gave others convenience, they would take it for granted. Moreover, if he didn't deal with many things well, then it would cause a huge amount of trouble in the future. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to arrive at the Imperial Palace of the Jiang Kingdom. At this moment, the Imperial Palace of the Jiang Kingdom was in a very miserable state because everyone had left. Yi Xian hadn't intended to ask them to return right now. Because the Realm Defense Alliance hadn't been dealt with yet, so it was very likely that they would be targeted by the Realm Defense Alliance if they returned. After he entered the Imperial Palace, Yi Xian went straight to the Supreme Harmony Hall. It didn't take long for a man to obstruct his path, and the man gazed coldly at Yi Xian. Fuck off. Hiss. Yi Xian smiled, and then he raised his sword and swung it. Hiss, the man's head instantly flew into the air. It didn't take long for a few dozen people to charge out from all directions and surround Yi Xian. At the same time, a middle-aged man walked over to Yi Xian. He glanced at Yi Xian with a slightly vigilant expression. I'm the leader of the Hunyuan mercenary group. May I know who you are? Yi Xian smiled. You're the one who occupied Blue Waves Academy and collected the so-called protection fee every day? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. You're from Blue Waves Academy? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian for a long time, and then he said, Your Excellency, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but Yi Xian has already died in the Central Divine Prefecture, and even his corpse has been eaten by wild dogs. Your Excellency is risking your life for Blue Waves Academy. It's not worth it. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. My friends, I haven't had any holidays during the new year. Just consider it as a holiday. Because I have some matters to deal with during this period, so I can't stay at home every day. Thank you. I died in the Central Divine Prefecture. Yi Xian was flabbergasted. Are you sure that Yi Xian died in the Central Divine Prefecture? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. How could it be fake? Yi Xian offended the Realm Defense Alliance, so how could he have survived the Realm Defense Alliance's bounty? Yi Xian nodded, you're right. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed the fingers of his right hand together and swept them forward. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss. In an instant, the mercenaries around Yi Xian and the middle-aged man were instantly slashed into two at the waist. The middle-aged man was stunned by this scene. An instant later, he gazed at Yi Xian with terror. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, you're right. I'll reward you with a sword strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Hiss, the middle-aged man's head flew into the air while blood sprayed out like a fountain. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. Obviously, he died with everlasting regret. Yi Xian took the spatial rings of everyone here and glanced at them. There were all sorts of things within them, and there were over 1.6 billion top-grade spirit stones. 1.6 billion. In the Qingzhou region, it was already very, very terrifying to be able to have 1.6 billion. It was obvious how many cities these fellows had plundered during this period of time. Yi Xian took the spatial rings and was just about to leave. Suddenly, the voice of the god on the second floor resounded. She went to the fourth floor. The fourth floor, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly entered the pagoda. The little girl wasn't on the first floor, nor was she on the second floor, nor was she on the third floor. The fourth floor, Yi Xian was stunned. How did she get up there? I don't know. This was the answer from the god on the second floor. Yixian gulped. This, second floor guru, this is not normal. How could she have possibly entered? How would I know? The guru on the second floor was a little angry. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed on the first level. Soon, the little girl appeared in front of Yixian. Yixian quickly asked, "You went to the fourth floor?" The little girl nodded. Yixian asked again, "What's on the fourth floor?" The little girl glanced at Yixian. "It told me not to tell you. It also told me to be careful of you. You are a very thick-skinned person." As she spoke, she flew in front of Yixian, and then pinched Yixian's face with her small hand. She said with some doubt, "It's not very thick." Yixian was speechless. At this moment, the little girl suddenly stretched out her little hand. "Where's the spirit fruit?" Yixian hurriedly took out some spirit fruits and gave them to the little girl. When she saw the spirit fruits, the little girl instantly beamed with joy and grabbed them. Unfortunately, the spirit fruits were too big, even bigger than her body. However, this didn't stop her from eating them. In just a few bites, the spirit fruit had been completely devoured by her. The little girl stretched out her hand again. Clearly, she wanted more. Yixian placed all of the spiritual fruits in front of the little girl. These were his trophies from the battles he had won in the past. He didn't sell all the spirit fruits to the third-floor master of the drunken immortal building, but kept some for himself. Seeing so many spirit fruits, the little girl was incredibly excited. She picked up a spirit fruit and started munching on it. At the side, Yixian smiled and said, "Is it delicious?" The little girl nodded her head. "Yes, it's delicious." Yixian smiled and asked, "What's on the fourth floor?" Little girl shaking his head, he said, "I can't tell you." Yixian said seriously, "Aren't we friends?" "Friends?" The little girl glanced at Yixian. "Then what is it?" "Yixian." The little girl looked at Yixian and then shook her head. "You're a human. Humans are the most untrustworthy. Not a single human is good." Saying that, she seemed to think of something and put the spirit fruit aside, her expression a little sad. "This place was originally fine, but you people wantonly destroyed it. A lot of blood flowed into the ground. You people are really bad." After saying that, she even glared at Yixian. Yixian was silent. Destruction, obviously, because of the wanton destruction of the Qingzhou continent, the outside was no longer suitable for this little girl to live in. Moreover, the Realm Protection Alliance was looking for her everywhere. If she fell into the hands of the Realm Protection Alliance, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Yixian collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. "Little girl. I still don't know your name." The little girl shook her head. "I won't tell you that my name is Xiao Linger." Yixian nodded. "Okay, I won't know your name is Xiao Linger." Xiao Linger looked at Yixian and blinked, feeling that something was wrong. But she didn't think much of it and continued to nibble on the spirit fruit. Yixian also didn't ask Xiao Linger what was on the fourth floor, because it was meaningless to ask more. When he got the Dao Law, he would naturally know what was on the fourth floor. However, this little girl could actually go to the fourth floor. This really shocked him. Since she could go to the fourth floor, it was possible that she could go to the fifth, sixth, ninth, the ninth floor. Yixian was a little curious about what was locked up on the ninth floor. After playing with Xiao Linger for a while, Yixian left the prison tower. At this time, the voice of the great god on the second floor sounded again. "You must bring that woman back as soon as possible, otherwise, you're finished." The mysterious woman, Yixian smiled bitterly. Where could he find the mysterious woman? But to be honest, he really missed the mysterious woman a little. After a while, Yixian shook his head and turned to leave. After leaving the palace of Jiang country, Yixian went to the devil sect. At this time, the overall strength of the devil sect could be said to have skyrocketed, because in Qingzhou, they could develop unscrupulously without anyone stopping them. Not only that, but they also had the support of the Realm Protection Alliance. Under such circumstances, the strength of all the disciples in the devil sect was greatly improved. In the main hall of the devil sect, Ku Mingxiu suddenly opened his eyes and saw a man in a gray robe standing not far away from him. The man in the gray robe just stood there without any aura, as if he didn't exist. Seeing this person, Ku Mingxiu's face changed and he quickly got up. "Senior?" The man in the gray robe nodded slightly. "Sect leader Ku, how have you been?" Ku Mingxiu quickly said, "May I know why you're here, senior?" The man in the gray robe said indifferently, "Sect leader Ku should know about the matter between the Pale Sword sect and the Realm Protection Alliance, right?" Ku Mingxiu nodded slightly, "Yes. Right, my devil sect won't participate in it." The man in the gray robe spoke indifferently, "Sect leader Ku, if I were you, I would stop right now and leave Qingzhou." Ku Mingxiu frowned when he heard this. The devil sect was developing rapidly right now, so it would be a great loss to leave now. The man in the gray robe said, "Sect leader Ku, if you're unwilling to leave now, then your devil sect won't be able to leave in the future." Ku Mingxiu gazed at the man in the gray robe, "Senior, please tell me what to do." The man in the gray robe said, "Now that the Green Province is in chaos, the Origin Heart is about to appear. Once the Origin Heart appears, your Devil Sect and Blood Sect will no longer have any value to the Realm Defense Alliance. At that time, the slightest mistake will cause your Devil Sect and Blood Sect to be doomed eternally." Ku Mingxiu hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't think so. Exalt Lu promised my Devil Sect that the entire Qingzhou will belong to my Devil Sect in the future." "You believe that?" The man in the gray robe spoke coldly, "Don't you know what the Realm Protection Alliance is like? Right now, they need your Devil Sect. Therefore, they will agree to any of your requests. However, once they obtain the Origin Source Heart, your Devil Sect will no longer have any value to them." As he spoke, he paused slightly before he continued. "Moreover, the Quintessence Core is about to emerge in the Pine Prefecture. Once it does, then the Pine Prefecture will become a huge vortex. If your Devil Sect continues staying here, then it's impossible to guarantee that you won't be swept into the vortex. At that time it'll be difficult for your Devil Sect to leave." Ku Mingxiu was still hesitating. The man in the gray robe spoke abruptly, "Since sect leader Ku is unwilling to leave, then I won't say anything further." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, Ku Mingxiu suddenly said, "Senior, please wait." The man in the gray robe stopped, and Ku Mingxiu asked, "May I ask if there are any other powers besides the Pale Sword sect that are acting against the Realm Protection Alliance?" The man in the gray robe spoke indifferently, "What do you think?" Ku Mingxiu hesitated for a moment, and then he bowed slightly, "Senior, please enlighten me." The man in the gray robe fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "The Profound Gate has expressed its intention to join us." Ku Mingxiu was shocked when he heard this, and he was about to speak when the man in the gray robe had vanished. Within the hall, Ku Mingxiu sat on the chair and fell silent for a very long time. At this moment, his heart was like a tempestuous storm. The Profound Gate, that's an extremely mysterious power, and it's definitely extremely strong. If it was just the Pale Sword sect, then it would definitely be unable to defeat the Realm Protection Alliance. But if the Profound Gate was included, then it would be difficult to say. Moreover, there might be more than one Profound Gate. At this moment, Ku Mingxiu was in a dilemma. Should I leave or not? If he left now, then it would truly be a loss for him. But if he didn't leave, then he really didn't want to get involved in the muddy waters of Qingzhou. Within the hall, Ku Mingxiu fell silent for a very long time, and then he shook his head and sighed. There was a pitch-black vortex somewhere in the starry sky. Suddenly, a star cloud shuttle flew out from within the pitch-black vortex. A middle-aged man and an old man stood on the star cloud shuttle. The old man glanced at the surroundings and frowned deeply. "It's so remote. The person we're looking for shouldn't be here, right?" The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. "We can't miss any place. If we still can't find him, then once that person gets angry, our Spirit Void Star Palace will probably be completely destroyed." When he heard this, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and fear instantly appeared in his eyes. "That woman, that terrifying woman," the middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "I wonder where exactly that person is." "Alas," the old man said in a low voice, "this world should be under the jurisdiction of the Realm Protection Alliance. Should we go look for them and ask them to help us search?" "Realm Protection Alliance?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man. "Why haven't I heard of it?" The old man said indifferently, "A third-rate power. It's normal that you haven't heard of it." The middle-aged man nodded. "Then let's go meet them. I hope we'll be able to gain something this time. Otherwise, I don't dare to return." In next to no time, the star cloud shuttle vanished into the boundless starry sky. After leaving the devil sect, Xian immediately entered a mountain range. This time, he had come to the devil sect out of compassion. As long as the devil sect was still in Qingzhou, there would definitely be countless people who would suffer. Although he could not change the current situation in Qingzhou, he was still willing to help the countless living beings in Qingzhou as long as it was within his power. As for himself, there was only one thing to do now, and that was to cultivate. The Realm Defense Alliance would soon make a big move, and before that, he had to improve his strength. Although there was the Pale Sword sect, countless facts had told him that people could only rely on themselves. Only by relying on himself could he be relied on. In the mountain range, Xian came to a small stream and sat on a boulder beside the stream. A moment later, a small empty character suddenly appeared between his brows. Space Dao La. He was now in the Dharma defensive realm, and what he needed to do was to break through to the true Dharma defensive realm. Although he did not have a spirit sword, he wanted to give it a try. The so-called true Dharma defensive realm was to be able to control space. Regarding space, Xian actually did not know much, because his Dharma defensive realm had been improved by relying on the Space Dao La. To put it bluntly, it was a little overstated, since Xian began to sense everything around him. He felt the wind, the earth, the river, and also space. This space was a little illusory, and even a little mysterious. When a warrior cultivated to a certain level, they could sense space, but feeling it did not mean that they understood it or recognized it. Gradually, the space around Xian began to fluctuate. At this moment, space was no longer illusory, but could be seen with the naked eye. With the help of the Space Dao La, Xian began to change the space around him. Soon, the space around him became distorted, and he himself also began to distort. However, Xian stopped very soon, because he had felt a sharp pain. Not daring to experiment on himself, Xian began to change the space in front of him. Gradually, the river in front of him began to distort. A few days later, the devil sect suddenly announced that they were leaving Qingzhou. On the Qing State path, the devil sect leader Ku Mingxiu's cloud ship suddenly stopped, and an old man silently appeared in front of Ku Mingxiu. The person who had arrived was precisely Mo Xiu. Ku Mingxiu smiled and said, "Elder Mo." Mo Xiu glanced at Ku Mingxiu and said calmly, "Sect leader Ku, why did you suddenly announce that we're leaving the Azure State?" Ku Mingxiu smiled and said, "Nothing, I just feel that it's time to go back." Mo Xiu's eyes narrowed. "Is that true?" Ku Mingxiu nodded, "Of course." Mo Xiu stared at Ku Mingxiu for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and sighed, "Sect leader Ku, the old man once promised you that once you get your hands on the origin heart, Qingzhou will belong to your devil sect. If you leave now, all your previous efforts will go to waste." Ku Mingxiu laughed and said, "The devil faction is not greedy. The Azure Prefecture is too big for us to swallow." Mo Xiu said in a low voice, "Brother Ku, tell me honestly, did someone say something to you? Or is someone threatening you?" Ku Mingxiu shook his head and smiled, "Brother Mo, you're overthinking it." Mo Xiu nodded lightly. "Since it's like that, then the old man won't say anything further. Brother Ku, take care." Ku Mingxiu cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Just like that, the devil sect left the Azure Prefecture. In midair, Mo Xiu stared fixedly at the devil sect's army that had vanished into the distance, and his expression was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, an old man appeared by Mo Xiu's side, and he said in a low voice, "There's something strange about this." Mo Xiu's expression was gloomy. "I presume that the Pale Sword sect did something to make the devil sect decide to leave the Azure Prefecture." The old man asked, "What should we do now?" Mo Xiu fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Send the world protectors into the Azure Prefecture, and we'll deal with the rest ourselves. Besides that, the Exalt Lord has given the order that the Origin Heart will appear in a few days, and the Pale Sword sect might make a huge move. During this period of time, transfer all the true Imperial Law Realm experts back and ask them to swiftly rush to the Azure Prefecture." The old man said in a low voice, "Is this a decisive battle?" Mo Xiu's voice was fierce. "If the Pale Sword sect dares to stop us from obtaining the Origin Heart, then we will fight to the death." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. In a certain small city, a middle-aged man walked into a tavern. It was drizzling outside the tavern. The middle-aged man sat down in front of an old man, who bowed slightly. Senior brother. These two people were Xianxia and Chen Beihan. Chen Beihan nodded. Has the Realm Protector Alliance made any moves? Xianxia nodded. I just received news that they have already begun to mobilize all the true Imperial Law Realm experts. It seems that they want to transfer these people to the Azure Prefecture. It seems that the Origin Heart is about to appear. Chen Beihan lifted the cup in front of him and took a small sip, before he smiled and said, It seems that the Realm Protector Alliance is determined to obtain the Azure Prefecture Origin Heart. Xianxia said in a low voice, What do they want the Origin Heart for? I really can't figure it out. Chen Beihan said with smile, This Origin Heart has a lot of uses. However, they should have another goal, but I don't know what it is. In addition, if I'm not wrong, they should also want the Divine Central Continent's Origin Heart. Xianxian's expression changed slightly. If they want the Divine Central Continent's Origin Heart, will the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the aristocratic families of the upper world agree? Chen Beihan shook his head and smiled. You are still so naive. Think about it, if the Realm Protector Alliance manages to deal with these forces, then who in the Divine Central Continent can stop them? As long as the Realm Protector Alliance is willing to pay the price, they can be dealt with. Xianxian's expression darkened. As Chen Beihan said, as long as the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, and the aristocratic families of the upper world do not object, no one in the Divine Central Continent can resist the Realm Protector Alliance. Xianxian asked again, What should we do now? Chen Beihan said softly, Tell them to get ready. Once the Origin Heart appears, even if we can't snatch it, we must destroy it. We must not let it fall into the hands of the Realm Protector Alliance. Xianxia nodded slightly. As if thinking of something, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, Senior brother, there is something I don't know if I should ask. Chen Beihan smiled. Then don't ask. Xianxia said in a low voice, I still have to ask. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable. Senior brother, if I'm not wrong, when Yixian entered my Blue Sword sect, you should have already discovered his true identity, but you did not expose him. Moreover, you protected him with the power of the entire sect and made an enemy of the Realm Protector Alliance. At this point, he glanced at Chen Beihan and did not say anything else. Chen Beihan smiled. You want to say that I have another purpose? Xianxia nodded. Chen Beihan said softly, I have a purpose. Xianxia looked at Chen Beihan. Chen Beihan smiled. First, we will eventually fight the Realm Protector Alliance. It is unavoidable. You should know very well how Master died. Master, hearing this, Xianxian's expression suddenly darkened. Because the Master of the Seven Sword Immortals had been ambushed and killed by the Realm Protector Alliance. However, the Realm Protector Alliance had never admitted to it, but everyone knew that it was done by the Realm Protector Alliance. Chen Beihan said softly, Back then, eldest senior brother wanted to lead the entire sect to fight the Realm Protector Alliance, but I stopped him. At this point, he shook his head and smiled. Because of this, eldest senior brother still can't get over it. And little junior sister, after that, she no longer interfered in any matters of the sect. She locked herself in the Cloudy Sword Hall every day, and junior sister Gu, she has been guarding Master's body until now. Xianxian sighed. To tell you the truth, I also blamed you back then. But I have thought it through these years. Back then, we were just sword emperors. If we had followed eldest senior brother, our blue sword sect would have been annihilated. Chen Beihan shook his head slightly. In fact, how could I not hate myself? Master adopted us all, especially me. I still remember back then, I was just a beggar on the side of the road. It was Master who brought me back to Blue Sword sect, let me practice the sword, let me eat my fill and wear my clothes, and when Master died, I was powerless. That feeling. As he spoke, he raised the cup in front of him and drained it in one gulp. Xianxian also raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. His eyes had already turned icy cold. After a moment, Chen Beihan shook his head and smiled. No matter what, it's time to put an end to all the grudges of the past. At this point, he looked at Xianxian and smiled. I haven't answered your question. The reason why I accepted Yixian was indeed a little selfish. He is quite mysterious, especially the mysterious woman behind him. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Great Sword Immortal? Xianxia asked. Shen Beihan shook his head. If it was just a great sword immortal, the Realm Protector Alliance would not be so afraid. It should be someone who surpasses the great sword immortal. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression suddenly turned solemn. Surpassing the great sword immortal, this kind of person was rare in the blue firmament world. There were very few of them in history. Shen Beihan continued, my selfish motive is that since his enemy is also the Realm Protector Alliance, we should form an alliance with him and hope that the mysterious woman behind him will act. However, after interacting with him, I found that he has a good temperament and values relationships. He is also a good seedling. So, I sincerely hope that he will sincerely join my Blue Sword sect. Xianxia nodded. He is indeed a good person, but he is a little hot-tempered and can't stand being bullied. Shen Beihan laughed heartily. If our founder could stand being bullied, he would not have killed the Realm Protector Alliance's Supreme Lord Lu. If he did not use that sword, our Blue Sword sect and the Realm Protector Alliance would not be at each other's throats today. However, if he did not use that sword, our Blue Sword sect would have to lower our heads for the rest of our lives. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. That's true. Who cares if he is hot-tempered or not, as long as he has the ability? Shen Beihan nodded slightly. If the Origin Heart appears, tell that kid not to participate in this matter. It's best to have him hide. If we win, it's naturally good, but if we lose, we have to leave some incense for the Pale Sword sect. As they spoke, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they picked up their wine glasses and drained it in one gulp. P.S. How many readers came from Mighty Heavenly Sword Domain? Or could it be that most of the readers were new readers? End of chapter 311. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.